My wife gave me a 30-day silent treatment to break me. I built my dream gaming setup and handed her divorce papers, speechless. In an effort to destroy my spirit and drive me into complete surrender, my wife covertly prepared a month-long period of silence as a form of treatment. I, on the other hand, made advantage of those 30 days to recover my life, construct the gaming setup of my dreams, and put in a divorce petition that rendered both her and her toxic sister totally speechless. Reddit, stop what you're doing and get a drink. This is the story of how my wife attempted to teach me a harsh lesson in husbandly obedience, but how she ended up giving me the greatest gift of my life by accident. The total certainty that I did not want to be married to her anymore. My current ex-wife, Claire, is 29 years old, and my name is Ethan. Our marriage did not suddenly disintegrate into a raging inferno of infidelity or default on its financial obligations. It was a slow and torturous poison, and the name of the poison was Morgan. Morgan was Claire's older sister, who was 34 years old, and had recently obtained a divorce. In the first 4 years of our relationship, Claire and I were a rock. There is a very comfortable 6-figure income that I bring in from my employment in software sales. Ultrasound technician is what Claire does. Our life was quite laid back. We had 2 automobiles that were paid off, we did not have any children yet, and we purchased a lovely house in the suburbs of Austin that had 4 bedrooms. When we were younger, we would spend our weekends going on hikes, visiting new breweries, and simply taking pleasure in each other's company. She had her own interests, and I had mine. I made it a habit to spend at least 2 or 3 hours playing video games online with my closest friend, Jake, every single Monday night. That was a custom for us. At no point did Claire have any problems with it. In point of fact, prior to going to watch her reality shows, she would bring me food and kiss my cheek while she was there. This occurred prior to the dissolution of Morgan's marriage. A divorce petition was submitted by Morgan's spouse approximately 8 months ago, after he had finally become weary of being treated like a rebellious toddler on a regular basis. Suddenly, Morgan found himself in a position where he had an abundance of free time, no place to reside, and a deep-seated loathing for the entire male species. Claire pleaded with me to allow Morgan to stay with us just for a few weeks while she was getting back on her feet. This was due to the fact that we had a guest room. However, those few weeks turned out to be 6 months of unimaginable suffering. Morgan did not merely bring her stuff into our home, rather, she carried her anguish into my marriage. Her behavior began to resemble that of her own personal anti-patriarchy headquarters, which was our home. It seemed as though every single conversation devolved into a lecture about emotional labor, weaponized incompetence, and the fact that men are fundamentally parasitic. The titles of the books that she lured Claire into were Decentering Men and Reclaiming Your Goddess Energy from Male Mediocrity. She also dragged Claire into these toxic internet forums and book clubs. The Claire that I knew, the woman who used to steal my hoodies and laugh at my terrible dad jokes, has vanished. A chilly and hyper-analytical stranger took her place, and she began keeping a literal mental scorecard of every homework. She was replaced by their replacement. The manner in which I filled the dishwasher was suddenly considered a microaggression. The fact that I paid the mortgage and all of the utilities was merely an example of financial control. And what about my gaming sessions with Jake on Monday nights? That went on to become the epitome of what I refer to as my toxic male privilege. Claire was the one I attempted to discuss it with. 2 months before to the occurrence, I engaged in a conversation with her, and subtly hinted that perhaps Morgan's pessimism was having an effect on us. I was not demanding that she kick out her sister, rather, I was merely asking for some separation of roles. Claire gave me the look of someone who had just been slapped by me. Morgan was right about you, she hissed at my compliments. You can't handle a strong woman realizing her worth, you just want me isolated so you can control me. I was completely taken aback. I decided to shut down and walk away, thinking that I would make it through the storm until Morgan finally moved out of the house. It was a terrible error. People took my silence to mean that I was guilty. I am exactly 1 month away from the end of my marriage. Fast forward to this moment. Evening on a Monday was the time. Having just finished a huge software deal, I arrived home from work feeling completely weary. When I entered the kitchen, I discovered Claire and Morgan enjoying a glass of wine while listening to a podcast about training your partner. After giving Claire a peck on the head, I said, "Hey, I'm going to take a shower, eat, and then log on with Jake for a little while. It's going to be a standard Monday." She did not react to my kiss. Claire delivered a forceful blow to the granite countertop, slamming her wine glass into it. "You're gaming again?" she asked, her voice dripping with hate as she looked at him. "Don't you think that's incredibly selfish?" "Selfish?" I inquired, rather perplexed. "Claire, I've gamed on Monday nights for 5 years. We literally spent all day Saturday together at the lake." Morgan instantly chimed in, crossing her arms and giving me a look that gave me the impression that she was superior to me. "See, Claire? This is exactly what we discussed. Men prioritize their little toys over their relationships, then act like victims when we express our very valid resentment. I wasn't talking to you, Morgan, I shouted, suddenly losing my patience and reaching a breaking point. This is between me and my wife. The response that Morgan gave was, "That's the problem with men like you, Ethan," and she stood up as if she were giving a speech to the United Nations. "You don't want to hear uncomfortable truths. You treat my sister like an unpaid maid while you play video games like a child." My eyes shifted to Claire as I waited for her to come to my defense. Cleaning the gutters, mowing the grass, and repairing the brake lights on her automobile were the activities that I had completed on Sunday. 80% of our bills were paid by me. Morgan is right. You are completely dismissing my feelings. This is about respect and priorities, Claire said with a fury on her face. I asked you this morning if you needed help with anything tonight, and you said no, I said in a respectful manner. So, I'm going to do what I've done every Monday since we met. Have a good night. I went up to the second floor, entered my office, which Morgan had gradually stuffed with her, unpacked moving boxes, put on my headset, and logged in. He was waiting for Jake. We played for a total of 2 hours. My stomach was in knots the entire time, despite the fact that it was a wonderful conversation. After logging out of my account and going downstairs, I found that the home was completely dark. You could find Morgan in the guest room. When I arrived at the master bedroom, I turned the handle on the door. Locked up. The knock was really mild. Claire? None of it. Claire, come on, open the door. Absolutely no sound. In the end, I decided to sleep on the couch in the living room. My neck was stiff when I woke up the following morning, and I was fully anticipating that Claire would be in the kitchen, ready to dispute. However, she had already departed for work by that point. There is no remark or text. That evening, when I arrived home, she was using her phone while sitting on the balcony and scrolling through the screen. I walked out of the room, put my keys down, and then asked, "Hey, would you like to talk about previous night?" She did not raise her head. Her eyes did not flinch. Simply browsing was all she did. "Claire," I said, raising my volume slightly. "None of it." As she went inside, I heard the door to the bedroom close once more. She stood up, walked right by me as if I were a true ghost, and made her way inside. That was the first day of the treatment that was silent. By the fourth day, I had recognized that this wasn't just her being angry. The psychological punishment that was administered was carefully planned and executed. I was reminded of a Christmas gathering that took place 3 years ago, during which Morgan had done the exact same thing to our cousin because he felt that he had been treated unfairly. During the course of the entire weekend, Morgan froze the poor girl out, and eventually, the cousin practically broke down in tears and begged for forgiveness. Claire was directing Morgan's playbook at the time. Her intention was to destroy me. At the altar of their warped sisterhood, she wanted me to break down, to beg, to apologize for breathing, and to give up my hobbies and my dignity entirely. She wanted me to do all of these things. During the first week, I found myself fascinated in the most pitiful way possible. With an Oscar-worthy level of dedication, Claire dedicated herself to the role. In front of me, she would consume the dinner that she had prepared, but it would only be enough for one person. She would do this while staring at the wall. My filthy clothing were left resting on top of the washing machine after she finished doing her own laundry. When I entered a room, she would let out a huge sigh, and then rush out of the room. So what is the most insane aspect of it all? As soon as her phone rung with a call from her pals or her mother, she would immediately undergo a transformation on the spot. She would be effervescent, laughing, and utterly normal at the same time. Following that, she would hang up, her face would go lifeless, and I would cease to exist once more. As one might expect, Morgan was savoring each and every moment of it. She would sit in the kitchen with Claire, and the two of them would engage in loud, theatrical talks right in front of me. "You know, Claire," Morgan would exclaim loudly as I was making coffee, "I'm just so proud of you for holding your boundaries. Narcissistic men literally cannot handle it when women take their power back. He's probably going to throw a tantrum soon." I was preparing coffee at the time. On the 6th day, I sent Jake a text message. "Bro, it's been almost a week since Claire has communicated with me in any way, shape or form. Jake, what the heck? You're sick of gaming on a Monday? Are you going to do something?" Me, "Are you telling the truth? To see how long she can keep it up, I'm going to watch her." At that same moment, a change took place in my subconscious. I was sitting on the couch watching an NBA playoff game on the 7th day of the tournament. When Claire arrived downstairs, she merely stood in the periphery of my field of vision. I was waiting for her to ask me what was wrong, gaze at her with puppy dog eyes, and halt the television. She was waiting for me to do. She desired to be humbly groveling. The throat was cleared by her, violently. On the occasion that the Mavericks made a 3-point shot, I took a swig of my beer, kept my eyes fixed on the screen, and cheered enthusiastically. After letting out an angry growl and stomping her foot, She stormed back upstairs to the upper floor. In a minute, I overheard her expressing her dissatisfaction to Morgan. "He's so stubborn. He won't even try to fix this." She did not sustain any injuries. She was irritated that her dog was not performing the trick that she had instructed him to do. In spite of this, I found myself experiencing a peculiar sensation as I sat there watching the game. The house was devoid of din. There was no moment when Morgan was giving me a lecture about patriarchy. The manner in which I folded the blankets was not criticized by Claire in any way. The absence of passive-aggressive sighs was noticeable. I had not experienced this feeling in the past half a year. Tranquilly. At that same moment, I settled on a choice. In the event that she did not want to acknowledge my existence, I was going to conduct my life in the same manner, as a man who did not have a wife. My intention was to reclaim ownership of my home. It was on day 8 that I started experiencing a renaissance. I gave myself a day off from work. After Claire and Morgan had departed for the morning, I headed straight into my home office to get some work done. Morgan had essentially transformed it into her own personal storage unit over the course of the past few months, stacking boxes of old clothing, garbage, and feminist literature all over my gaming setup and desk. The process of moving each and every one of Morgan's boxes out of my office and stacking them in the garage took me 3 hours to complete. I had the room thoroughly cleaned. I did an excellent job of arranging my enormous L-shaped desk. Following that, I retrieved the boxes of high-end computer components that I had purchased several months prior but never completed because Claire was constantly moaning about the financial irresponsibility, despite the fact that I had used my own bonus money. My ideal rig was constructed over the course of the full afternoon. There is an RTX 4090, a water cooling loop that is custom-made, insane RGB lighting, and 3 monitors that are curved. It had the appearance of a command center for a spaceship. It was a stunning sight. I was in the middle of a game with Jake when Claire and Morgan arrived home, and I was laughing out loud into my microphone. As she passed my office, Claire noticed that all of Morgan's trash had been removed, and she also noticed the glowing monolith that was my new personal computer. She remained motionless at the entranceway. Because of the heat that emanated from her, I could really feel it. This made her want to scream. It was her intention to make a demand to know the whereabouts of Morgan's boxes. The computer was the subject of her desire to yell. She was unable to do so. Mostly due to the fact that it would be a violation of her beloved silence therapy to speak to me. "Hey, honey, watch out, Jake, there's a sniper on your left," I replied as I turned my head to gaze at her with a bright smile on my face. On her heel, she violently spun around and slammed the door to our bedroom with such force that the drywall broke. It wasn't until the second week that I started having a good time. I went through the process of undoing each and every one of the dreadful modifications that they had made to my home over the course of the past half year. Claire had reconfigured the living room in order to optimize flow, which meant that she had pushed the couch to an awkward angle that made it impossible to observe the large television. The entire thing was pushed back to Saturday a.m. In order to make room for my feet to rest on the couch, I positioned the enormous coffee table just in front of it. The kitchen was the next room. My coffee maker, toaster oven, and protein powder were all relegated to the dark reaches of the pantry by Claire, because they ruined her minimalist aesthetic. I removed all of these items, and rearranged them in such a way that they produced a magnificent and highly useful breakfast station right on the main counter. And then the meal arrived. Over the course of several months, I had been forced to endure Claire and Morgan's sad and flavorless diet consisting of quinoa, chicken that had been cooked, and kale smoothies. I was given a lecture on cholesterol and the meat business whenever I insisted on having a burger. Not any longer. A premium butcher in the downtown area was where I went. Not only did I purchase a complete brisket, but I also purchased gourmet sausages, high-end cheeses, and big tomahawk ribeyes with thick cuts. I prepared utterly delectable meals each and every single night. Whenever I would sear steaks in garlic butter and rosemary, the entire house would be filled with the most mouth-watering odors that could possibly be imagined. Claire would come downstairs to make her sad little protein drink, and I could see her eyes darting to the enormous steak that was laying on my cutting board. The steak was cooked to perfection. She was almost on the verge of drooling, but she was unable to request a bite to eat. Therefore, I would sit at the island, eating my steak and sighing about how great it was, while she was agitatedly blending her green sludge. As on the 14th day, Jake had arrived at my place with a large pizza and a 1-2 pack of beer. As we watched Ultimate Fighting Championship, we sat in the living room with our feet propped up on the coffee table. After an afternoon of shopping, Claire and Morgan came in. To reach the stairs, they had to literally squeeze past Jake's legs in order to get there quicker. Morgan gave Jake a cruel glance. She snapped, "Excuse me," as she walked away. All Jake did was smile. "Oh, my bad. Hey Claire, how've you been?" As she walked upstairs, Claire did nothing except gaze at him, her face becoming a deep shade of purple. Dude, Jake said to me quietly. This is insane. Your wife is literally acting like a toddler throwing a tantrum. How long are you letting this go? Dude. A taste of my beer was taken by me. As long as she wants, man. I haven't been this happy in half a year. I feel like I'm single again, but with a nicer house. In a serious manner, Jake glanced at me. Are you listening to yourself, Ethan? You're saying you're happier when your wife pretends you don't exist. I was smacked like a freight train by that concept. Indeed, he was correct. The purpose of the silent treatment was to serve as a form of discipline, but it had turned into a safe haven for me. In the absence of Claire's persistent criticism and Morgan's poisonous whispers, I experienced a complete dissolution of my anxieties. Better sleep was coming to me. When I was at work, I was performing better. My smile was becoming more. In no way did I miss my wife. My heart longed for the lady she had been in the past, but unfortunately, she had passed away. During the third week, Claire's determination began to weaken, and the psychological warfare began to work against her. She came to the realization that her quiet was not enslaving me, but rather empowering me. It was then that she began to make an effort to get my attention. While she was walking around the house in her underwear, she would, accidentally, drop things as she got closer to me. I paid her no attention. During the time that I was preparing meals, she would violently bang the cabinets. It was while I was flipping burgers that I put on my noise-canceling headphones and danced to rock music from the 1980s. Morgan was completely at her wits' end. At that moment, she became aware that she was losing control of the story. My ears began to pick up on fragments of their hushed, frenzied fights that were taking place in the corridor. Over the course of one evening, Claire snarled, "It's been 3 weeks, Morgan. He doesn't care. He's literally building computers and eating steak every night. He's happier." The response that Morgan gave was, "He's faking it. It's textbook narcissistic manipulation. He wants you to break so he can gaslight you. You have to hold the line, Claire. If you speak to him first, you lose all your power in this marriage. Take away all of your strength." That was the way that they viewed my marriage through their eyes. A battle for power. A game that must be won. The turning point of the silent treatment occurred on the 21st day. In the middle of the day on a Sunday, Claire's parents, Tom and Linda, showed in without prior approval. Despite the fact that they were completely unaware of the Cold War that was taking place in our home, they brought a casserole and wanted to check on how we were doing. Claire was overcome with fear. Quickly, she made her way to the entrance, put on a phony smile, and opened the door for them. "Mom, Dad. What a surprise." After leaving my office, I greeted Tom with a kind grin and handed him a handshake. "Hey Tom, Linda. Great to see you guys. Let me take those coats." We all took a seat at the table in the dining room. Claire's head was dripping with sweat. She was overcome with fear that I would reveal her treatment of silence to her parents, or even worse, that I would ignore her in front of them and make her out to be a victimized individual. On the contrary, I completely and utterly behaved in a typical manner. "So, Ethan," Tom inquired as he dug deeper into his bowl of food, "how are things at the firm?" I greeted Tom with a cheery saying, "Really great, Tom. Actually just closed a massive deal with a tech startup. Claire and I were just talking about, maybe, taking a trip to celebrate. Right, honey?" My eyes met Claire's, and I smiled at her with the affectionate and caring expression of a spouse. As she drank her water, Claire choked. Both of her eyes widened. They had her ensnared. If she did not respond, her parents would think that she was completely nuts. In the event that she did respond, she would have snapped her 2-1-day streak and lost her power. Claire stutteringly responded, yes, as her voice cracked due to the fact that it was the first time during the last 3 weeks that she had spoken to me. We were looking at maybe going to Colorado." I brightened and said, "Colorado sounds absolutely incredible. You know, Claire has been working so hard lately, she deserves a break." Linda wore a grin. "You two are so sweet. Morgan could really learn a thing or two from your marriage." Morgan, who was seated at the end of the table, appeared to have just taken a bite out of a lemon due to her appearance. Claire gave off the impression that she was about to throw up. When I finished eating my casserole, I felt like a king devouring it. Claire turned around to face me as soon as her parents left the room and the door was closed, her face flushed with wrath on account of the fact that she was so angry. Her voice erupted in a shout. "You manipulative bastard. You did that on purpose. You forced me to speak to you." I picked up the soiled plates in a composed manner. "I didn't force you to do anything, Claire. I was just having dinner with my in-laws." She yelled after me as I entered the kitchen, "Don't play games with me." Throughout our conversation, "You've been ignoring me for 3 weeks. You've been flaunting your little computer and your food, trying to make me miserable." I finally gave up on scrubbing the dishes. Following the drying of my hands and the turning of the water off, I turned to look at her. I had lost the amusement that had been on my face. I looked at her with a lucidity that was unadulterated and unwavering. Quietly, I said, I haven't been ignoring you, Claire. And I meant it. You gave me the silent treatment. You locked the bedroom door. You pretended I was a ghost. All I did was accept your terms. And you know what the funniest part is? She looked at me intently while taking deep breaths. What? When I said it, I was really sincere. I loved it, I remarked. These last 3 weeks have been the most peaceful, stress-free weeks I've had in 6 months. You wanted to show me what my life would be like without you. Congratulations. You succeeded. And it turns out, my life without you is fantastic. It appeared as though I had punched Claire, as she stumbled backwards physically. Her face had lost all of its color totally over time. Ethan, what are you saying? My words were, I'm saying I'm done, as I walked by her. I'm going to game with Jake. When I arrived at my office, I made sure the door was closed and locked. 1 minute and 10 seconds later, I heard Claire completely and utterly collapse and start crying in the hallway. Suddenly, I became aware of Morgan's frantic footsteps, and the mumbling resumed its previous intensity. On the following day, which was day 22, Claire made an attempt to backpedal with such force that she almost breached the sound barrier. When I woke up, I discovered a large breakfast that had been prepared by me waiting for me on the counter: pancakes, bacon, eggs, and freshly brewed coffee. A handwritten note that read, "I am so sorry," was placed next to it. I allowed things to spiral out of control. Tonight, let's try to talk. You have my love. I took a picture of the brunch, emailed it to Jake with the comment, "The siege has broken," and then I went to work without having even a single mouthful of it. During that particular afternoon, I did not go to a restaurant during my lunch break. After driving to a sleek glass building in the downtown area, I entered the office of Sarah Jenkins, who is widely considered to be one of the most cutthroat family law attorneys in Austin. 2 hours were spent with me sitting in Sarah's office. Everything was laid out by me. The length of our marriage was 4 years, not a single child. Despite the fact that Texas is a community property state, I had a detailed paper trail that demonstrated that I had paid the down payment on the house from an inheritance before we got married, and our bank accounts were largely separate from one another. When Sarah questioned, "She has her sister living there?" She was taking notes at the time. "And she initiated a complete cessation of communication for weeks?" "Yes," I responded to her. "Well, Ethan," Sarah said with a grin while tapping her pen, "this isn't just a slam dunk, this is a boring divorce. We sell the house, split the equity, she keeps her retirement, you keep yours. I can have the papers drafted and ready to serve by Friday." "Friday is day 30, I reminded them. "That sounds absolutely perfect." The 4th week was excruciating. And it wasn't because Claire was unable to leave me alone. Rather, it was because of the silent treatment. It was as if the dynamic had entirely shifted. I went from being ignored by her to being suffocated by her. Apologies were constant texts that she sent to me. Attempting to cradle me on the couch was her goal. She even told Morgan to leave the guest room, and to go stay at a hotel for a few days, so that she could give us space. Morgan was informed of this. It was, however, too late. It had been removed from the veil. I was only able to see the woman who was perfectly willing to psychologically torture me in order to win a petty power struggle that was orchestrated by her resentful sister whenever Claire looked at me with those pleading eyes. Wednesday evening, the 29th day. For the purpose of concealing my most valuable possessions, which included documents, sentimental items, and expensive electronics, I stayed up late and packed them into a few duffel bags before concealing them in the trunk of my car. It is Friday morning. 30 days in. Awoken at 5:30 inches the morning. It was a new pot of coffee that I brewed. I went to the dining room table, and placed a lovely vase of white lilies that I had purchased the day before on the table. In close proximity to the lilies, I positioned a substantial envelope made of manila. The documents for the divorce were enclosed, and I had signed them. Sarah's office had stamped them. I affixed a post-it note to the top of the envelope, which read, "Thank you for making this month the most enlightening of my entire life. I have come to the realization that I am deserving of better. I have included the information of my attorney here. You can find me staying at Jake's." As the sun was beginning to rise, I quickly grabbed my keys, exited the house through the front door, and drove away. I made a beeline for Jake's apartment immediately. It was ready for me to check in at the guest room. My laptop was set up. I poured myself a cup of coffee, and I waited. The vibrations on my phone began at precisely 7:15 inches the morning. "Claire, Ethan, what is this? It is 7:15 inches the morning. I beg you to remind me that this is a joke. It's impossible for you to be serious, Claire. 7:16 a.m. After a disagreement regarding video games? Please pick up the phone, Claire. It is 7:18 inches the morning. My stomach is in knots. I beg you." After that, the calls started coming in. Calls were missed 1, 2, 10, and 20 times. After setting my phone to the Do Not Disturb mode, I began my day of working remotely. As the day progressed, Claire's initial shock had subsided, and it was evident that Morgan had returned to the conversation, as the tone of the texts underwent a significant shift. "You are a coward," Claire said at exactly 12:30 p.m. "You choose to flee rather than put in the effort to attempt to repair our marriage." 12:45 p.m. "Claire, Morgan was absolutely correct. You are a feeble individual, who is incapable of dealing with being held accountable." After 1 o'clock, Claire said, "I'm not signing anything. Everything you own is going to be taken away from you by me." That final text message was sent to Sarah, my attorney, in a direct message. 2 minutes later, Sarah responded, "Let her give it a shot. Have fun over the weekend." Over the course of the following month, the fallout was legendary. My reputation was the target of a full-scale nuclear attack that was launched by Claire and Morgan. Morgan took to social media platforms such as Facebook and Instagram, where she wrote extended essays consisting of multiple paragraphs, claiming that I was a covert narcissist who had emotionally abused Claire and abandoned her without any explanation. They made an effort to turn all of our friends who were also friends. The narrative was purchased by some of the weaker ones, and they became blocked by me. Good riddance to you. However, those who were genuine, those who had actually spent time with us over the course of the previous half year, were aware of the truth. Jake went on a crusade, defending me in comment sections and group chats, and he brought to light the fact that Claire had literally refused to speak to me for a month prior to my departure. The most enjoyable aspect was when Claire's father, Tom, called her on the phone. About a week after I submitted my application, he called me. His tone was deep and his voice was heavy. "Ethan," he said, "Claire is a mess. She had to move back in with us because Morgan couldn't afford the rent on the house without your income." "What the hell happened, son?" I shared everything with him. I told him about the books clubs, the constant belittling, the 30-day silent treatment, and the influence that Morgan had on all of these things. Tom remained silent for a considerable amount of time. After that, he let out a sigh. "I told Linda that letting Morgan move in with you two was a mistake. Morgan has always been toxic, and Claire has always been a follower. I'm sorry, Ethan. You're a good man. I don't blame you for walking away. I needed the final piece of closure, and having her own father validate my decision was the most important thing." After approximately 5 months, the divorce was finally finalized. At first, Claire made an effort to stand up for herself by demanding alimony and a disproportionate portion of the equity in the house. During the mediation process, however, my attorney, Sarah, completely destroyed her. After presenting the paper trail of my premarital assets, Sarah reminded Claire's attorney that Texas is a no-fault state, but that dragging out the process would only result in Claire going bankrupt due to the costs of legal representation. The house was sold by us. Following the completion of the amortization of the mortgage and the distribution of the remaining equity, we each walked away with exactly $85,000. I took my $85,000, rented a fantastic luxury apartment in the heart of Austin, reconstructed my massive gaming setup, and began living the best life I could possibly live. I started going to the gym, I got into the best shape of my life, I gained a promotion to senior vice president of sales at my company, and I started dating on a casual basis. There was nothing like life. Reddit, however, I have promised you a shocking turn of events. And the universe provided me with one that was so magnificently poetic that I continue to chuckle about it to this day. It had been approximately 8 months since the divorce had been finalized when I went out with Jake to a bar in the downtown area to get drinking. A voice could be heard coming from behind me as I went out onto the patio to get some fresh air. "Ethan?" My body turned around. Claire was the one. Nevertheless, she did not appear to be the self-satisfied and self-assured woman who had attempted to train me like a dog. It appeared as though she was completely defeated, exhausted, and frail. As a result of her unkempt hair, and the fact that she was dressed in inexpensive clothing, she appeared to have aged by 5 years. "Claire," I said while maintaining a distance from her, "what do you want?" I was standing on the patio when she suddenly burst into tears. "Ethan, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I ruined everything. I ruined my life." I did not make any statements. Her tears were just heard by me. Her hands were shaking as she sobbed. "Morgan was the one who destroyed me. After the divorce, Morgan convinced me to pool my $85,000 with her savings to open a women's wellness boutique and sign a lease on a luxury apartment together." An eyebrow was raised by me. "And let me guess, Morgan didn't actually have any savings?" Claire frantically shook her head in response. "No. She was drowning in secret credit card debt from her own divorce. She used my money to pay off her debts, signed the boutique lease under my name, and then, she bailed. She met some guy online, moved to Florida with him, and left me with a broken lease, all the business debt, and absolutely nothing. I'm bankrupt, Ethan. I had to move back into my childhood bedroom. As I stood there, I was completely taken aback. It was Morgan, the woman who had convinced my wife that I was a financial abuser, who had literally defrauded her own sister out of her entire divorce settlement and then abandoned her. Morgan was the grand champion of female empowerment. It was never a concern of Morgan's for Claire to be independent. Having recently become destitute and miserable, Morgan required Claire to be unattached in order to use her as a source of financial support. Claire pleaded with me, "Ethan, please," as she moved closer to me and grabbed my arm. "I see it now. I was brainwashed. I miss you so much. I miss our life. We can start over. I'll do anything. Please, just give me another chance." She had her hand on my arm, and I looked down at it. An instantaneous and fleeting feeling of pity for her came over me. Then, however, I recalled that the door to the bedroom was locked. My recollection is that I would eat my meals in complete silence while she and her sister were laughing in the adjacent room. I recalled the icy look that appeared in her eyes whenever she came to the conclusion that she was in complete control. I carefully removed my arm from her grasp and let it go. "Claire," I whispered to her, "I'm sorry your sister conned you. I really am. That's a terrible thing to go through." A glimmer of optimism could be seen in her eyes as she looked up at me. "But," I continued, my tone becoming more adamant now, "you didn't divorce me because of Morgan. You divorced me because you liked the feeling of stepping on me. You loved the power trip. You only regret it now, because the person you chose over me ended up stabbing you in the back." She began to cry out, "That is not true. I love you." "No, you don't." I responded to her. "You love the safety I provided. You love the house I paid for. You love the $85,000 you threw away, but you don't love me. And honestly, I don't love you either, not anymore." I made a 360-degree turn and made my way back into the bar. Even though she was crying, she did not follow me as she stood there. Since then, more than a year has passed. The word got around that Claire had to file for bankruptcy and is working double shifts at the clinic in order to pay off the debt that Morgan left her with. I learned this information through the grapevine. It appears that Morgan has already divorced once more in the state of Florida. What about me? I have just returned from a trip to Japan, where I spent 2 weeks with an incredible woman whom I have been dating for the past half a year. The most important thing is that she respects me, along with the fact that she enjoys my cooking and thinks my gaming setup is cool. It was supposed to be my punishment to be subjected to the silent treatment. On the contrary, it was the alarm clock that jolted me awake from a nightmare that I had no idea I was living in. There are times when the trash does not simply take itself out. Rather, it intentionally sets itself on fire while it is being transported to the curb. I turned off a movie halfway through because my boyfriend wouldn't stop mocking it. That small argument somehow escalated into police showing up at my door. Wyatt and I had this routine that started during the pandemic and just kind of stuck even after everything opened back up again. Whenever our days off lined up, we'd have what we jokingly called movie day. It sounds simple, but it was something we both looked forward to. The rule was really basic. We alternated who got to pick the movie. One week it would be Wyatt's pick, the next week it would be mine. No arguing about the genre, no vetoing unless it was something ridiculous like a 4-hour documentary about cement production or something. Whoever's turn it was got to choose, and the other person just watched. At least that was the idea. Most of our movie days happened at my apartment because it was closer to both our jobs. I had a decent TV and a couch big enough for 2 people to sprawl out on. Wyatt would usually come over late morning, sometimes with snacks, sometimes empty-handed but expecting me to have already bought something. We'd order takeout or make microwave popcorn, dim the lights a little, and just hang out. It was honestly one of the things I liked most about our relationship. When we first started doing movie nights, it actually felt really nice. I remember one of the first times we did it. Wyatt showed up with this huge bag of random snacks from the grocery store. Not even good snacks either, just whatever was on sale. Generic chips, off-brand candy bars, a 2-liter soda. He dumped the bag on the coffee table and said, "All right, movie queen, what are we watching tonight?" I laughed and told him it wasn't my turn. It was his pick. He made this dramatic thinking face and scrolled through streaming services for like 10 minutes while I sat there making fun of him. "Wow," I said at one point, "I didn't realize choosing a movie required a research committee." He pointed the remote at me and said, "This is serious business." Eventually he picked something random and we watched it while passing snacks back and forth and making stupid comments about the characters. It felt easy, comfortable. Those early movie nights were actually one of the reasons I thought we worked well together. It felt like we had this little tradition that belonged to just us. Some nights we'd pause the movie halfway through to argue about a plot twist or laugh at something dumb. Other nights we'd just sit there quietly and watch the whole thing. It was simple, but it felt like our thing. At least in the beginning. At first it was just little comments, nothing huge, just things Wyatt would say during the movies I picked. Stuff like muttering under his breath or making sarcastic observations about the plot. The first couple times it happened I didn't really think much of it. But after a while I started noticing it was only happening when it was my turn to choose the movie. Like we'd be 20 minutes into something, and suddenly he'd lean forward on the couch and go, "That doesn't even make sense." Or he'd shake his head and say, "Wow, that's a massive plot hole." Sometimes he wouldn't even wait that long. Sometimes it was 5 minutes in. One time I remember he paused the movie himself just to explain why the opening scene was bad writing. I was sitting there with a bowl of popcorn like, why are we doing a film critique right now? Another time we were watching something I picked, and he kept doing this exaggerated sigh every few minutes. Like a loud, dramatic ugh. After the third time I looked at him and said, "What?" And he just shrugged and said, "Nothing, just bored." Then he'd go back to watching for about 30 seconds before making another comment. "This character is so stupid. Why would they do that? This movie is trying way too hard." Stuff like that. The worst part was it never felt like he was joking. It always had this tone like he was genuinely annoyed that he had to sit through something I chose. Meanwhile, when it was his turn to pick a movie, I didn't do that. Even if I didn't like the movie. Even if I thought it was confusing or slow or weird. I just watched it. I didn't interrupt the story every 5 minutes to explain why I thought it was bad. Because I figured if he picked it, it probably meant something to him. But for some reason Wyatt never seemed to apply that same logic to my choices. It slowly became this thing where I'd almost feel nervous when it was my turn to pick a movie, like I was bracing myself for commentary. And every time it happened, it chipped away a little more at something that used to be fun for me. The first time it actually bothered me enough that I noticed it wasn't just joking was about 6 or 7 months into us doing these movie nights. It was my turn to pick, and I chose this random coming-of-age movie I liked in college. Nothing fancy, just one of those quieter indie movies where not a ton of action happens but the story is kind of emotional. About halfway through the movie there's this scene where the main character is talking to his dad on the porch. It's supposed to be one of the big emotional moments in the story. Right as the conversation started getting serious, Wyatt suddenly snorted. Not laughed, snorted. Then he said, "Wow, that acting is terrible." I remember just kind of freezing for a second. I said, "What?" And he waved his hand at the screen and said, "This is so overdramatic. Nobody talks like this in real life." Then he started doing this fake dramatic voice repeating a line the character had just said. Like mocking it. "Dad, I just don't know who I am anymore," he said in this exaggerated tone. I didn't laugh. I just kind of stared at the screen. I remember holding my popcorn bowl and suddenly not wanting to eat any of it anymore. The movie kept playing and he kept making little comments. "God, this is slow. This script is trying way too hard. Who even recommends movies like this?" He didn't say it angrily or anything. It was more like he was just casually complaining while watching. But the whole vibe of the room changed for me. I stopped paying attention to the movie completely. Instead, I just sat there pretending to watch while waiting for it to end so he'd stop talking about it. At one point he looked over at me and said, "Are you even still watching this?" And I said, "Yeah." Then he shrugged and said, "You have way more patience than I do." I didn't say anything after that. The movie ended maybe 20 minutes later. Wyatt stretched, grabbed the remote, and said, "Well, that was definitely 2 hours of my life I'm not getting back." I laughed a little. Not because I thought it was funny. Just because it felt like the easiest way to move past the moment without turning it into an argument. But I remember thinking quietly to myself that night that the movie had kind of been ruined for me. And I also remember telling myself it wasn't a big deal. That he was just being honest. That it was stupid to care that much about a movie. Looking back now, that was probably the first time something about his attitude actually bothered me. I just didn't want to admit it yet. A good example of the difference between how Wyatt treated my picks and how I treated his happened a few months ago when it was his turn to choose the movie. He picked The Fountain. If you've never seen it, it's one of those movies where there are like 3 timelines happening at once and a bunch of symbolic stuff going on. Trees, space bubbles, people whispering about immortality. I honestly had no idea what was happening for most of it. About 20 minutes in I remember quietly thinking, wait, are these the same characters, or different people? But I didn't say anything. Wyatt was completely locked in, sitting forward on the couch, elbows on his knees, watching the screen like it was the most important thing in the world. So I just sat there and watched with him. At one point he glanced over and asked, "You following it?" And I said, "Yeah, mostly." Which was generous. Truthfully, I was confused for probably the entire first half of the movie. Then somewhere in the middle I stopped trying to understand it and just accepted that it was one of those movies where things were supposed to feel deep rather than make sense. By the last 30 minutes I was honestly just bored. But I still didn't interrupt. I didn't sigh loudly. I didn't pull out my phone. I didn't start pointing out plot holes or tell him the movie was slow. I just watched it with him. When the credits rolled, Wyatt leaned back on the couch and let out this satisfied little breath. Then he turned to me and said, "So what'd you think?" I paused for a second. Not because I was trying to lie, just because I didn't want to hurt his feelings if he really liked it. So I said, "It was interesting." He nodded like he expected that answer. Then he spent the next 5 minutes explaining what the movie was about, and how the timelines connected and what the ending symbolized. Apparently he had seen it before and really loved it. And I just listened. Because even though I personally thought the movie tried to do 10 different things at once and ended up kind of doing none of them very well, it was clearly something he enjoyed. So I let him talk about it. That's kind of the whole point of taking turns picking movies, right? You watch something the other person likes because you care about them. At least that's how I always thought about it. After the fountain ended, Wyatt didn't just casually ask what I thought and move on. He was clearly excited about it. Like the second the credits started rolling, he turned to me with this look like he had been waiting the whole movie for that moment. "So," he said, sitting up a little. "What did you think?" I hesitated for a second. Not in a dramatic way, just that quick mental pause where you decide how honest you want to be. Because the truth was I didn't really like the movie. I didn't hate it or anything, but it just felt like it was trying to juggle too many big philosophical ideas at once. Immortality, love across time, death, spirituality, space, it was a lot. And honestly most of it just confused me. But Wyatt looked so invested that I didn't want to crush that. So I shrugged and said, "It was all right." He nodded immediately, like he was satisfied with that answer. Then he launched into this explanation about the symbolism. "The tree represents life," he said, pointing at the screen even though the movie had already ended. "And the 3 timelines are basically the same story repeating in different forms." I just listened while he talked. He explained parts of the movie that had gone completely over my head. Apparently the space bubble thing had a meaning. The conquistador storyline had a meaning. Even the ending had some kind of interpretation about acceptance and death. Wyatt clearly loved this movie. And honestly that was kind of nice to see. Even if I didn't really enjoy the film itself, I liked seeing him excited about something. So, I sat there and let him explain it all without interrupting. I didn't say, "That doesn't make sense." I didn't say, "This movie is trying too hard." I didn't say, "This is boring." Because it was his pick. And that meant something to him. The problem was that Wyatt didn't seem to treat my picks the same way. After a while, the commentary during my movies started getting old. So one night when he started doing it again, I finally said something. It was another one of my picks, some random comedy I thought looked fun, not even anything serious. 10 minutes in he started doing the usual thing. "Wow, this dialogue is terrible." I paused the movie and looked at him. "Can you not?" I said. He looked confused. "What? Just, can you stop talking through the movie?" He leaned back on the couch and shrugged. "I'm just saying what I'm thinking." "I know," I said, "but it kind of ruins it if you keep criticizing it while we're watching." For a second he didn't say anything. Then he gave this long exaggerated sigh. "Fine," he said. And technically he did stop talking. But the energy immediately changed. He crossed his arms and stared at the screen like he was being forced to sit through a lecture he didn't want to attend. About 5 minutes later he reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. I glanced over. He was scrolling through something. Probably social media or a game. I said, "Are you seriously on your phone right now?" He didn't even look up. Well, if I'm not allowed to talk, what else am I supposed to do? I paused the movie again. "You could watch it?" He rolled his eyes. "I'm trying." That kind of thing happened a lot after that. If I asked him to stop criticizing the movie, he'd either start sighing loudly every few minutes or go completely silent and check out. Sometimes he'd just stare at his phone the whole time. And somehow that almost felt worse than the comments. Because it made it really obvious he didn't care at all about what we were watching. It started feeling less like we were spending time together, and more like I was just sitting next to someone who was waiting for my turn to be over. I didn't realize how much that bothered me at the time. But looking back, that was probably the beginning of the problem. A few weeks ago it was my turn to pick again. We had both ended up with the same day off, which didn't happen that often anymore because our schedules had gotten busier. So Wyatt came over around late morning like usual. He dropped his backpack by the door, kicked his shoes off, and immediately flopped onto the couch. "What's the plan today?" he asked. "Movie day," I said. He stretched and grabbed the remote. "Whose turn?" "Mine." He raised an eyebrow like he was bracing himself. That should have been my first sign, honestly. I went into the kitchen to make popcorn while scrolling through movies on the TV. I already kind of knew what I wanted to watch though. There's this movie I saw when I was younger called The Bridge to Terabithia. If you've seen it, you probably already know why it stuck with me. If you haven't, it's technically a kid's movie, but it's one of those movies that hits way harder than you expect. The first time I watched it I was probably 11 or 12. And I remember crying so hard at one part that my mom had to come into my room and ask if I was okay. It was the first movie I ever saw as a kid that made me realize movies could actually make you feel something real. So yeah, it wasn't the greatest movie ever made or anything. But it was important to me. I brought the popcorn into the living room and sat down next to Wyatt. "I'm picking something a little different today," I said. He glanced at the screen. "Oh boy. It's not that weird," I said. What is it? The Bridge to Terabithia. He frowned slightly. Isn't that a kid's movie? Yeah, I said, but it's actually really good. I watched it when I was younger and it really stuck with me. Wyatt leaned back on the couch and shrugged. All right, your pick. I remember saying one more thing before I hit play. This one's kind of special to me though, I said. So just try to actually watch it. He nodded casually. Sure. So I started the movie. And for the first few minutes everything seemed normal. The movie had barely started when the comments began. I'm not exaggerating when I say it was probably 10 minutes in. We were still in the early setup part of the story. The kids were being introduced, the school scenes were happening, nothing major yet. Wyatt shifted on the couch and let out a long sigh. Wow, he said. I didn't look at him yet. I was hoping he'd just stop there. But he didn't. This is really a kid's movie, huh? I kept watching the screen. Well yeah, I said, I told you that. He gave a small laugh. No, I mean like, really a kid's movie. I glanced at him. What's that supposed to mean? He shrugged. It just feels super childish. I tried to brush it off. It's the beginning of the movie. Yeah, but like, he waved at the TV. The dialogue is so basic. I didn't answer that one. I just stared at the screen and hoped he'd drop it. But about a minute later he spoke again. Also, why are these kids acting like this is some huge adventure? They're literally just walking through the woods. That was the second comment in under 2 minutes. And I could already feel my patience starting to thin. Wyatt, I said quietly, can you just watch the movie? He leaned back into the couch cushions. I am watching it. Then stopped talking through it. He looked at me like I was being unreasonable. I'm just commenting. Yeah, and it's kind of ruining it. He let out another dramatic sigh. Fine. For about 30 seconds, he was quiet. Then one of the characters on screen said something emotional to their friend. Wyatt chuckled. Wow. Deep. I turned my head slowly, and looked at him. Seriously? What? Just watch the movie. He raised his hands like he was surrendering. Okay. The silence lasted maybe another minute. Then he muttered. This pacing is so slow. I closed my eyes for a second. Wyatt. I'm just saying. I know, I said. You've been saying. He shrugged. Well, if it's boring I'm gonna say it's boring. At that point I could feel myself getting irritated in that very specific way where you're trying not to start an argument. Because technically he wasn't yelling or being aggressive. He was just constantly dismissive. And it was happening during something I had already told him mattered to me. About 20 minutes into the movie I started getting that sinking feeling in my stomach. Not because of the movie itself. Because I knew what was coming later. If you've seen The Bridge to Terabithia, you know exactly what scene I'm talking about. The moment where everything changes. The moment that absolutely destroyed me when I watched it as a kid. Even now, years later, I still tear up at that part. And sitting there on the couch next to Wyatt, I started imagining exactly how that moment was going to go. The scene would start. The emotional build-up would happen. And right in the middle of it Wyatt would say something like, wow, that's dramatic. Or, okay, this is ridiculous. Or he'd laugh. Or he'd pull out his phone. And just the thought of that happening made my chest tighten. Because that scene was one of those rare movie moments that sticks with you for years. It was something I wanted to experience again the way I remembered it. Not with someone next to me mocking it every 30 seconds. Wyatt spoke again. Seriously though, he said, nothing has even happened yet. That was when I realized something. If he kept doing this when that scene happened, it was going to ruin the movie for me. Not just for tonight. Possibly forever. And that thought made me more upset than I expected. At some point I stopped paying attention to the movie completely. Not because the movie wasn't good, but because I was sitting there waiting for the next comment from Wyatt. It had gotten to the point where every quiet moment in the film made me tense up. Because I knew he was about to say something. Another sigh. Another sarcastic remark. Another wow, this is slow. I kept glancing at the progress bar on the screen. The big moment in the movie was coming soon. I could feel it getting closer. Wyatt shifted next to me again. This movie is like, aggressively boring, he said. Something in my chest just snapped. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Just that quiet moment where you realize you're done. I paused the movie. Wyatt didn't even notice at first because he was still talking. And I swear nothing has happened for like 30 minutes. Then the screen went black. I had picked up the remote and turned the TV off. The room suddenly felt weirdly quiet. The only light was coming from the window. For a second neither of us said anything. Wyatt turned his head toward the TV. Then toward me. Then back at the TV. What are you doing? I was still standing next to the couch with the remote in my hand. I turned it off, I said. He blinked. Yeah, I can see that. Then he frowned. Why? I didn't answer right away. Because I was trying to figure out how to explain something that felt stupid when you said it out loud. Finally I said, I don't want the movie ruined. Wyatt stared at me like that sentence made absolutely no sense. What does that even mean? You've been talking through the whole thing, I said, and I know when the big part of the movie happens you're going to do the same thing. He leaned forward slightly. So your solution was to just turn it off? I nodded. Yeah. There was a pause. Then he laughed a little. Not in a nice way. Wyatt was still staring at the blank TV screen. Then he looked back at me. I don't get it, he said. What do you mean you don't want it ruined? I sat back down on the couch but kept the remote in my hand. This movie has a really emotional part later, I said. Like, the part that actually matters. He shrugged. Okay? And you've been talking through the whole thing, I said. Every 5 minutes you're saying something about how it's boring or childish. Wyatt rolled his eyes slightly. I was just commenting. I know, I said. But if you keep doing that when the big part happens, it's going to ruin it for me. He looked at me like I had just said the most ridiculous thing in the world. So instead you turn the whole movie off? Yeah, I said. Why? Because I'd rather not watch it at all than watch it while someone is mocking it the whole time. The room went quiet again. Wyatt stared at me for a second like he was trying to decide whether I was serious. Apparently he decided I was. Then he leaned back on the couch and laughed. Not a happy laugh. More like the kind of laugh people do when they think someone else is being ridiculous. You're kidding, right? No. Emily, he said, shaking his head, it's a movie. I know it's a movie. Then why are you acting like this? Like what? Like a baby, he said. That word hit a little harder than I expected. I stared at him. I'm not acting like a baby. Yes you are, he said. You literally turned the TV off because I said the movie was boring. That's not what happened. He gestured toward the blank screen. Then turn it back on. No. Come on, he said, holding his hand out for the remote. Stop being dramatic and just play it. I kept the remote in my lap. I'm not turning it back on. Wyatt stared at me for a few seconds. Seriously? Yeah. He leaned forward slightly. So what, we're just done now? I mean, I shrugged, if you want to watch something else you can pick. He frowned. You're giving up on your movie? I already told you why, I said. I don't want it ruined. Wyatt shook his head like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. This is insane. It's really not. It is, he said. You're making a huge deal out of nothing. I'm really not trying to make a huge deal out of anything, I said. I just turned the movie off. Yeah, he said, which is weird. I didn't argue with that. Instead I just said, if you want to watch something else, go ahead. I set the remote on the coffee table between us. Expanding scene 17. Wyatt storms off. Wyatt didn't pick up the remote. Instead, he stood up. Oh my God, he said under his breath. Then louder he said, if you're going to act like this, I don't want to watch anything with you. I blinked. Okay. He stared at me for another second like he expected me to chase after him or apologize. I didn't. So, he turned around and walked down the hallway toward the bedroom. A second later the door slammed. Not just closed. Slammed. The sound echoed through my apartment. I sat there on the couch staring at the blank TV screen. The popcorn bowl was still sitting on the coffee table. The remote was right next to it. And the movie I had been excited to watch was still paused somewhere in the middle of the story. Except now the whole evening felt ruined anyway. After Wyatt slammed the bedroom door, the rest of that night was just quiet. Not peaceful quiet. That heavy kind of quiet where you know someone in the next room is angry. I didn't go after him. Partly because I was annoyed, but mostly because I genuinely didn't think what I did was that big of a deal. I just figured we'd both cool off and talk about it later. Eventually he came out of the bedroom, grabbed his backpack, and left. He didn't say anything to me. Not bye, not see you later, nothing. The door closed behind him and that was it. The next day I texted him like normal. Hey, did you get home okay? He replied with a simple, yeah. That was it. Over the next couple of days the vibe between us was weird. If I texted him something normal like, how's work? He'd respond with one-word answers. Fine. Busy. Yep. When we talked on the phone it wasn't much better. Short answers. Long pauses. At one point I asked him if he wanted to come over that weekend and he just said, we'll see. It was obvious he was still annoyed. But he never actually said why. He just let the silence sit there like some kind of punishment. After about 3 days of that, I finally decided to just address it directly. I called him one evening after work. He answered on the third ring. Hey, he said. Hey. There was a small pause. Then I said, are you still mad about the movie thing? Another pause. Then he said, you mean when you made me feel like dirt? That caught me off guard. What? You heard me. How did I make you feel like dirt? Wyatt scoffed. You basically treated me like I was ruining your life because I didn't like your stupid movie. That's not what happened. It kind of is. I sat down at my kitchen table while we talked. Wyatt, I just turned the movie off. Exactly, he said. You made this huge dramatic scene over nothing. I didn't make a scene. Yes you did, he said. You literally shut the whole thing down because I made a couple comments. A couple comments? He ignored that. You made me feel like I was some kind of jerk just for saying what I thought. I rubbed my forehead. That's not what I was trying to do. Well, that's what you did, he said. So yeah, I think you owe me an apology. There it was. He wasn't just annoyed. He expected me to apologize. After that conversation, I started thinking about things more than I had before. Not just about the movie night. About everything. When you're in a relationship for a while, you kind of get used to certain patterns. Little things happen and you brush them off because they don't seem worth fighting about. But once I started replaying things in my head, a lot of moments started coming back. Times where Wyatt dismissed something I liked. Times where he made comments that seemed small at the moment but felt different when I looked back at them. Like the time I showed him a book I really loved and he said, "You still read stuff like this?" Or when I wanted to watch a show I liked and he said, "We can, but it's probably going to be dumb." Even with the movie nights, it had slowly turned into this weird dynamic where I felt like I had to defend my choices before we even started watching. I started noticing something else too. When it was his turn to pick something, I never did that. I never mocked it. I never made him feel like his interests were stupid. But somehow when it came to my choices, he always had something negative to say. At the time I told myself he was just being honest. Or that I was being sensitive. But after that phone call where he said I made him feel like dirt, I started wondering if maybe the problem wasn't the movie at all. Maybe it was the way he treated things that mattered to me. And that thought stuck with me more than I expected. After a couple more days of awkward texting and short conversations, I decided I didn't want to keep doing this weird half-argument where nothing actually got resolved. So, I asked Wyatt if he could come over after work one evening. He showed up around 7. The whole vibe felt off immediately. Normally when he came over he'd hug me or at least say something casual like, "What's up?" But this time he just walked in, dropped his keys on the counter, and sat down on the couch like he was waiting for something. I sat across from him in the chair near the coffee table. "Can we talk for a minute?" I asked. He sighed. "About the movie again?" "Yeah." He leaned back into the couch cushions like he already knew he wasn't going to enjoy the conversation. "Fine," he said. I tried really hard to keep my voice calm. "I'm not trying to fight," I said. "I just want to explain why I turned the movie off." Wyatt crossed his arms but didn't interrupt. "So, when it's your turn to pick a movie, I watch it," I said. "Even if I don't love it." He shrugged. "Okay. And I don't sit there pointing out everything I think is wrong with it," I continued. "Because I know you picked it for a reason." Still no response. "But when it's my turn to pick something," I said, "you spend the whole time criticizing it, saying it's boring, or childish, or slow." Wyatt shifted slightly but stayed quiet. "And it kind of ruins the experience for me," I said. "Especially with that movie. I told you it was important to me." I paused for a second to make sure he was listening. "I'm not saying you have to love everything I pick," I said. "I just want you to watch it without tearing it apart the whole time." For a moment I thought maybe he actually understood. Because he didn't interrupt me while I was talking. But then he spoke. "Emily," he said slowly, "you're being dramatic again." That word again. I felt my stomach tighten. "I'm not being dramatic." "You are," he said. "It's literally just movies." "I know it's just movies." "Then why are we having a serious talk about it like this?" "Because it's not just the movie," I said. "It's how you act about the things I like." Wyatt laughed under his breath. "Your movie choices suck," he said. The way he said it wasn't joking. It was blunt. Like a statement of fact. I blinked at him. "What?" "I'm just being honest," he said. "Most of the stuff you pick is boring." "That's not the point." "No, it kind of is," he said. "You're mad that I don't pretend your movies are amazing." "I never asked you to pretend," I said. "I just asked you not to sit there criticizing them the whole time." Wyatt shook his head. "This is exactly what I mean," he said. "You're making a huge issue out of nothing." At that point I felt completely drained. Like I had spent all this effort trying to explain something and he just didn't care. I took a deep breath and rubbed my hands together for a second. "Okay," I said quietly. Wyatt frowned. "Okay what?" "I think I just need some space tonight." "What does that mean?" "I mean," I paused, trying to phrase it carefully. "Maybe you could go back to your apartment for the night so I can think about things." I wasn't trying to kick him out. I just wanted a little quiet. A little distance so I could figure out what I was feeling. But the second the words left my mouth, Wyatt's entire expression changed. His face tightened immediately. "What?" "I'm just asking for a little space tonight," I said. "So because I don't agree with you, now you're kicking me out?" "That's not what I said." But the tone of the room had already shifted. Wyatt stood up so suddenly the couch shifted behind him. "Oh, I see how this is," he said loudly. "That's not what You didn't get your way, so now you're kicking me out," he cut in. "I'm not kicking you out," I said quickly. "I just asked for a little space tonight." "That's the same thing." "No, it's not." Wyatt started pacing across the living room. "You know what this is?" he said. "You're mad because I didn't pretend your stupid movie was amazing. That's not what this is about. Yes it is, he snapped. You turned the TV off like a child and now you're still dragging it out days later. I tried to talk about it calmly. You tried to lecture me, he said. I could feel my heart beating faster because the way he was talking was completely different from normal arguments we'd had before. Wyatt had raised his voice before. But he had never yelled like this. Wyatt, just calm down, I said. Oh, don't tell me to calm down. I'm not trying to fight. Well, you should have thought about that before you decided to treat me like garbage over a kid's movie. I stood up from the chair slowly. No one treated you like garbage. You basically told me I'm not allowed to have opinions. That's not what I said. Wyatt threw his hands in the air. Then what are you saying? I'm saying I just wanted you to respect something that mattered to me. That was apparently the wrong thing to say. Because Wyatt's face hardened instantly. Oh my God, he said, shaking his head. You are unbelievable. Then the insults started. Seriously, Emily, grow up. This is the dumbest argument I've ever been in. You're acting insane right now. Wyatt, stop, I said. But he didn't. He took a step toward me. Then another. I instinctively stepped backward. Everything has to revolve around you, he continued. Your feelings, your movies, your rules. That's not true. Then why am I the bad guy here? You're not the bad guy, I said. I just wanted you to. Before I could finish the sentence, he grabbed my arm. Hard. His hand clamped around my bicep and pulled me back when I tried to step away. Don't walk away while I'm talking to you, he said. The grip shocked me more than the words. Wyatt had never grabbed me like that before. I tried to pull my arm back. Let go. He didn't. Wyatt, let go of me. For a moment he just stared at me. Then he released my arm. But by that point I was already backing away quickly. My shoulder hit the hallway wall behind me. And suddenly the whole situation felt dangerous in a way it hadn't before. I didn't argue anymore. I just turned and ran. I went straight into the bathroom and locked the door behind me. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone when I grabbed it. Outside the door I could hear Wyatt's footsteps coming down the hallway. Emily. Then the doorknob rattled. Open the door. I didn't answer. He knocked once. Then again, louder. Emily, stop being ridiculous. I slid down against the bathroom wall, my back pressed against the door. My chest felt tight and my hands were still shaking. Then the banging started. Open the door. I couldn't think of anything else to do. So, I called my mom. She answered almost immediately. Hey honey. Mom, I said, my voice shaking. I need help. Emily, what's wrong? Right as she asked that, Wyatt slammed his fist against the bathroom door again. Come out here. My mom went silent for a second. What is that? That's Wyatt, I said. Why is he yelling? I don't know, I said, starting to cry. He grabbed my arm and I locked myself in the bathroom. Put me on speaker, she said immediately. I did. My mom started talking to me calmly, while I sat on the floor trying to breathe normally. In the background Wyatt kept yelling through the door. Emily, this is ridiculous. Stop hiding. My mom must have put the phone down because I could hear my dad's voice faintly on the other end. What's going on? Then she said, David, call the police. About 10 minutes later there was a knock at the front door of my apartment. Wyatt went quiet. Then I heard the door open. A man's voice said, Police Department. I stayed locked in the bathroom until one of the officers knocked on the door and told me it was safe to come out. When I opened the door, 2 officers were standing in the hallway. Wyatt was near the living room looking furious but also suddenly very quiet. The officers spoke to both of us separately. Not long after that, they told Wyatt he needed to leave the apartment. My parents showed up shortly after. My mom hugged me the second she walked through the door. My dad told Wyatt very clearly not to come back. He said if Wyatt tried contacting me again we would file for a restraining order. About an hour later I had packed a small bag. I locked my apartment and left with my parents to stay at their house for a while. And that was the end of my relationship with Wyatt. Sister forced a DNA test to prove I'm not Dad's son and steal my inheritance. Dad's will revealed, I knew he wasn't mine. He inherits my $40 million firm. My sister gave me a DNA test for my birthday as a joke, as if it were a toy. She laughed loudly in front of everyone and said, maybe this will explain why you're another man's mistake in this family. I smiled because I didn't know what else to do, but something in my chest snapped. I took it home, mailed it, and promised myself I'd make it through whatever came back. I didn't expect the timing. Months later, our family's estate counsel requested an urgent meeting, but he did not indicate it was about money. He mentioned it was about me, and when my mother and sister heard that, their faces turned pale. That's when I understood the DNA test wasn't the climax. It was the trigger. My name is Ethan Sterling. I'm about to disclose something really personal. But first, could you just say hello in the comments, and tell me where you are from? I enjoy hearing how far my tale can travel. Sometimes just knowing someone is there makes all the difference. If you've ever been treated as an afterthought in your own house, please consider subscribing. It helps more than you realize, and it informs me that I'm not alone. Thank you. And now, I'll tell you everything. The peaceful existence I created in Portland was never about being trendy or minimalist for the sake of it. It was about survival. Clean counters, neutral walls, a calendar that ran like a metronome, and a job in which numbers behaved in ways that humans never did. I'm Ethan Sterling, a mid-30s financial analyst who leaves parties first and texts back late because silence is safer than saying the wrong things. I learned a long time ago that the best way to avoid controversy in my family was to take up as little space as possible. Smile when you're supposed to. Speak only when spoken to. Be the background. Make the louder people feel as if the room belongs to them. That was the unstated rule at the Sterling house. Perfect on the exterior, frost on the inside. From the street, our home in Greenwich, Connecticut, resembled what people image when they hear the term, old money, symmetry and stone. The driveway appeared to have never seen a falling leaf, but the warmth did not reside there. It came and went like a guest who forgot to bring their coat and left too soon. My mother, Vivian Sterling, ran that house in the same way that some people manage a brand. Everything had the perfect angle. Everything had an accurate story. The stories were more important than the feelings beneath them. If you asked her what kind of family we were, she could give a polished response in the style of a press release. If you asked her how her kid was doing, she'd stop as if she needed to recall my name before telling you I was okay, like a lamp was operating. My sister Sloane Sterling was the brand centerpiece. She did not simply walk into rooms. She arrived. People arranged their bodies around her without being asked. She had that ability to take oxygen and name it charm. My mother applauded, fed, and polished it. Sloane's laughter was always the loudest. Sloane's viewpoint was always the funniest. Sloane's needs were always the most urgent. Graham, my father, was unusual. He wasn't the friendly, talkative dad you see in ads, but he noticed things. He noticed. When I was younger, he'd stand behind me in the kitchen, not saying anything but resting a hand on my shoulder as an anchor point, as if to reassure me that I wasn't insane for feeling invisible. When I got good grades, he didn't clap or throw a celebration. Instead, he nodded slowly and firmly, and that nod meant more than my mother's distracted, "That's nice." In a home where affection was scarce, my father's calm presence was the closest thing I had to safety. Then he died, and the sole constant in that house vanished as if someone turned off a light and pretended they didn't notice the click. I flew back to Greenwich for the funeral because you do it even after years of striving to become self-sufficient. The service was pricey in every way that wasn't pleasant. The blossoms were huge. The seats were full of individuals who recognized my father's name but not his voice. My mother was particularly meticulous about things such as seating arrangements, speaker order, and which photo of dad should be included on the program. She viewed mourning as a routine that needed to be followed. Sloane was tranquil. Not numb or devastated, but tranquil. More like she had already read the book's finale and was waiting for everyone else to catch up. She hugged people, accepted condolences, dabbed her eyes at appropriate times, and never appeared like she was about to come apart. In the days that followed, the house became increasingly active. Caterers, family, friends, and visitors walked through Dad's office as if it were a museum exhibit. I wandered through it all, listening rather than talking. And that's when I started seeing the minor inconsistencies. Sloane kept moving away to receive calls. Not a fast "I'll call you back" call. Long, thoughtful ones. I'd grab fragments as I walked down the corridor. The file should already be there. No, not yet. The timing matters. We'll do it when it makes sense. The words were unclear, but the tone was not. She sounded like she was coordinating something. Every time I appeared, she'd lower her voice and switch topics with practiced ease. I asked her casually who she was talking to. She smiled as if I had asked about the weather and replied, "Just taking care of things." It did not feel like care. It gave me a sense of control. I told myself that I was paranoid. Grief does that, correct? It causes your brain to hunt for patterns, threats, and meaning. However, I couldn't shake the impression that something was being set up around me. It was as if the furniture in a room had been moved while I was not looking, and everyone expected me to pretend I hadn't seen. I returned to Portland after the burial because staying in Greenwich seemed like sleeping in a room with no air circulation. Portland made sense. The procedures made sense. The rain made sense. I tried to get back to being the man who didn't worry about his family unless absolutely essential. I nearly made it. Until my mother called a few months later with an overly bright, smooth voice, as if she had done a few warm-up takes before dialing. "Ethan," she murmured, extending my name like a ribbon. "We're going to have a small birthday dinner for you at the house." Small. In the house. For me. The words did not reflect the reality I had lived. My birthday had never been a production. Sloane's birthday parties were elaborate affairs, mine were footnotes. So when my mother unexpectedly requested a little supper at the mansion, my stomach constricted before my head could catch up. "Mom, you don't have to," I began. "Nonsense," she interjected, light and rehearsed. "It is important. We should be together." Together. Another word that did not belong to us. I stared at my kitchen wall in Portland, which I intentionally left blank. I could have said no. I could have come up with a job reason. I was good at disappearing. But two thoughts held me in place. The first, I needed to know what was going on with Dad's will. Not because I was greedy, but because uncertainty is a weapon in families like mine, and I was tired of being defenseless. Second, I was tired of jogging. I'd spent my entire life trying to be low maintenance enough to deserve serenity, but I'd never gotten it. Perhaps it was time to face the cold and stop pretending it didn't exist. Okay, I finally said. I'll come. When I hung up, I did not feel relieved. I felt as if I had agreed to appear at a scene that had been produced without my permission. I told myself it was only a supper. I told myself I was overly theatrical. But as the date approached, the unsettling certainty intensified. This wasn't about honoring me. It was about them needing me in a chair beneath a light at precisely the right time. The day before my travel, I received an automated email from a shipping carrier. Not unusual, I order a lot of mundane items like printer ink, protein powder, and office supplies. But this one was not directed to me. It was a delivery notification to the Sterling house in Greenwich. Sloane Sterling was the recipient. The description was vague, kit or test, a general term that may indicate anything. But it was recorded as out for delivery, with a timestamp that coincided too closely with my arrival. I stared at the screen for longer than necessary. My mind provided a dozen innocent reasons. Sloane may have requested a health test, a COVID test, a vitamin panel, or anything. But the hair on the back of my neck sprang up anyway because of the timing, the way she'd been talking about files and time. My mother's invitation had sounded like a screenplay, and this seemed like a prop being delivered to set. I closed my laptop and gazed around my apartment at the life I'd created without anyone's consent. Then I remembered the dining room in Greenwich, the large table, the gleaming silver, and how my mother's eyes would always scan for flaws, as if she was looking for an excuse to be unhappy. I reminded myself once more that I was overthinking it. But just before going to bed, I admitted the truth. I had been circling all day. Whatever was waiting for me in that house would not be cake and candles. They were going to show me something and have me react to it. And, for the first time in my life, I didn't make a plan to please them. I prepared how to observe them. The Sterling dining room always appeared to have been prepared for a magazine shoot 7 minutes before you arrived. Warm, golden light. A table so lengthy that conversations resembled negotiations. Plates are positioned with surgical accuracy. Silverware was lined up like soldiers. Even the air smelled like lemon polish. Candles are expensive. Something somewhat flowery that never existed in real life. It should have felt welcome. It never did. In that mansion, perfection did not equal comfort. It was a warning. Do not botch this up. When I stepped in, my mother was already seated, with a glass of wine in hand. The first thing I noticed was not the beverage itself. That was what she did with it. She repeatedly rotated the stem between her fingers, as if the glass was the only thing stable in her universe. She took little sips that scarcely changed the level, yet she never left it empty. Her smile appeared as expected, tight around the edges. "Happy birthday," she said, and it felt like a formality. Sloane appeared a minute later, as if she were walking onto a stage. Excellent hair, excellent clothes, and a tan that indicates she has the time and money for care. She leaned in to kiss my cheek, not quite touching, and slid into her seat with confidence that did not require permission. "Ethan," she said, as if my name were a joke she had heard before. "Look at you. Portland still treats you simply." She did not wait for a response. Sloane never waited. She began into a stream of personal updates, new redesign plans, a recent vacation, people she'd met, and the type of name-dropping that was designed to appear casual. My mother laughed at all the right places, even when nothing was funny. I sat there and let the words wash over me, like I had always done. Be pleasant. Be little. Avoid creating friction. However, the air in the room felt strange. Not only tense and expectant, everyone seemed to be counting beats in their heads, waiting for the music to drop. At some time between Sloane's narrative about a private retreat and my mother's third attempt to replenish her wine without really drinking it, I attempted to address the one important issue. I kept my voice soft and nearly polite to the point of self-erasure. "I wanted to ask about Dad's will," I explained. "It's just timing. I need to know when there will be a reading so I can schedule time off." It should have been a typical sentence. Adult. Responsible. In our family, it was a flare sent into the night. My mother froze. Not substantially, but just enough to make her smile stop working for a half second. Her eyes flicked to Sloane quickly, almost unaware, as if she was waiting for a hint or permission to respond. Sloane's mouth twisted into an unfriendly smile. It was the kind of smile you give when you know something that the other person doesn't. "Oh," she replied, as sweet as frosting. "Are you worried about that?" "I'm not worried," I said cautiously. "I just want to be informed." "You will be," Sloane stated. "Everything will be handled at the right time." The way she uttered "right time" made my skin tingle. It was not reassurance. It served as a reminder that the chronology belonged to her. My mother cleared her throat and nodded prematurely. Yes, she responded, her voice too light. We're just not ready yet. As I stared between them, I felt something shift. The will was not a family business. It was leverage. And I was the piece of the board they were talking about without naming it directly. Dinner proceeded, but I stopped trying it. The food was costly, well cooked, and entirely irrelevant. Sloane continued looking at me between stories, her expression sharp with expectation, as if she was waiting for me to say something incorrect so she could spring a surprise. My mother's fingers never ceased around the wine glass stem. She didn't look at me very much. When she did, her eyes did not hold. They bounced away, as if their contact had burnt. When my mother stood to serve dessert, I expected cake, maybe something intelligent that would justify the entire act. What arrived was a little store-bought cake that had not even been moved to a fancier dish. The celebration seems to have been added at the last minute, as a prop to make the scenario more realistic. Sloane pushed her chair back with theatrical timing before my mother had time to fully set it. Actually, she continued, reaching for a gift wrapped in shiny silver paper. I got you something. My mother's face drained so quickly that it appeared as if someone had turned off her expression. Sloane, she murmured, her voice cracking on the name as if she lacked the strength to finish. Sloane ignored her. She moved the box across the table toward me, not gently but forcibly, as if she were giving proof. Go on, she murmured, leaning in, her smile wan but bright. Open it. The room became unusually silent, even the refrigerator's hum sounded loud. My hands moved because they had nowhere else to go. I peeled down the paper and removed the top, revealing a DNA testing kit tucked inside. For a split second, my brain failed to register it. Not because I didn't know what it was, but because I couldn't believe she would say it out. In front of our mother. In the house where we claimed to have manners. Sloane laughed. A lovely little sound sliced right through me. Maybe this, she shouted loudly enough to stop every fork in its tracks, will explain why you're another man's mistake in this family. The words landed with a slap. Not simply because they were cruel. Because they were specific. People don't utter that term unless they've had it in their mouth for a while. I stared at my mother expectantly, hoping for something. A denial. Anger. Even a performative defense. Anything that said I was important enough to defend. What I received was terror. Vivian did not reprimand Sloane. She did not tell her to apologize. She did not even say my name. She shuddered, as if the sentence had revealed a wire she had spent decades concealing. Her lips parted, releasing a faint, choked whisper. Sloane. Just that. This is a request, not a rebuke. Then came quiet. The type of silence that says more than words ever could. In that time, embarrassment was not even the most intense feeling in my chest. The sharpest sensation was clarity. They didn't suspect. They knew. This was neither a drunken insult or random malice. This was a practice statement from the plan. And my mother's reply revealed the truth. She'd never admit Sloane had said something that was only intended to be said behind closed doors. I did exactly what I had always done. I kept my face steady. I did not give Sloane the reaction she expected. I gingerly placed the lid back on the box, as if it were just another unpleasant gift. I forced a breath through my nose, detected lemon polish in the air, and nodded once. Wow, I remarked softly, as if I were commenting on the weather. Happy birthday to me. Sloane narrowed her gaze, almost disappointed. She desired tears or wrath. She wanted a scene. My composure denied her the peek. I rose up, thanked my mother for supper, my body knows the script even when my mind is screaming, and excused myself. My mother did not stop me. She did not follow. She didn't ask if I was all right. She sat there with her wine glass, as if it was holding her up. Upstairs, my old room looked strange. It seemed too immaculate and staged, as if someone had prepared for my return. Not in love. With control. The bed was created using hospital corners. The shelves were dusted. The minor things I remembered, like random litter and an old sweater stuffed in the corner, were gone. I placed the DNA kit on the bed and stood in the center of the room, listening to the house settle. My instincts told me to leave. Drive to the hotel, get out of this area and this mood. But another instinct, colder and more stable, kept me there. If they brought me back to this house for a reason, the house could be holding the rest of it. I opened the closet and ran my fingers across the top shelf. Dust. Except for one area where the dust had been spread, as if a box had been slid out and shoved back recently. It did not follow the logic of neglect. If no one touched anything, the dust would be uniform. It was a clean swipe. Recent. Human. I peered at the stripe as if it were a fingerprint. I heard faint chuckling downstairs. Sloane's words carried along the corridor. My mother's response is too high. They had already moved on. Already treating what just transpired as entertainment. As if I were entertainment. I inhaled gently, not to relax, but to concentrate. I was not leaving tonight. Not yet. Not until I realized what they had been touching in my room. Not until I discovered what they were attempting to outrun. Because I realized something I didn't want to admit previously. This supper was hardly a celebration. It was a setup. And if they'd gone to the trouble of setting it up, more was on the way. I returned to the closet, brought a chair over, and grabbed for the first box on the top shelf. With the deliberate patience of someone who understands that evidence might vanish by dawn, I moved the chair closer to the closet shelf and began lifting boxes down one by one, slowly enough not to make a sound but quickly enough not to talk myself out of it. The house had settled into its evening stillness, which is not peaceful, but rather pricey. I could still hear a faint echo of Sloane's laugh downstairs. Then it faded, like if the house had eaten it. Instead of using the overhead light, I turned on the lamp at my bedside. I didn't want to announce what I was doing. I had no idea who I was hiding from. Old instincts. Don't seek permission. The first box was just as expected. School notebooks with my name written too neatly on the front, and folders with graded papers and red ink. I used to stack up good kid evidence as if it would earn me a place. I turned through a 4th grade spelling exam and felt a sharpness in my throat that had nothing to do with nostalgia. It wasn't that my childhood ached anymore. I was able to see it plainly. I'd done everything correctly. I'd been quiet, helpful, and easy. And it still didn't make me want. Those straight A's, those gorgeous tiny gold stars, were not proof that I was loved. They were proof that I had been trying. The next box included photographs, holiday festivities, and stiff smiles. The Sterling estate dresses up for each season as if it were the one being celebrated. Sloane was usually always at the middle of the photo. My mother's hand rested on her shoulder. My father stood slightly back, as if he didn't want to block the view. And I was usually off to the side, partly in the frame, as if I had walked in at the last minute and no one cared to shift. I continued digging, and it stopped feeling like reminiscing. It began to feel like inventory, as if I were examining my own history for abnormalities. That's what happens when grief and mistrust come together. It transforms you into someone who is unable to leave well enough alone. I discovered an envelope in the bottom of a box that didn't belong on this shelf, one of those generic moving boxes with no label. It wasn't tucked away like it had been forgotten. It was positioned flat, almost meticulously, as if someone intended it to be discovered but not too quickly. The paper appeared to be newer than everything around it. The corners did not soften over time. The flap was not yellowed. It did not match the dust and wear on the remainder of the box. My pulse began to beat slowly and steadily, as it happens when your body senses something before your brain does. I pulled out the envelope and held it up to the lamp. There is no name or return address on it, only blank paper and a sealed flap. I gazed at it for a second, as if it was about to bite. Then I opened it. There was a photograph inside. My mother was younger in it, softer around the eyes, and carrying a baby on her hip. Me. Even before I identified the small aspects, such as my hair and cheek shape, I knew it was me. The man standing next to her, however, made my stomach drop. He had one arm across my mother's shoulders, like if he belonged there. He was not my father. He was not Graham Sterling. I searched his face, hoping to find answers. Dark hair, a neat jawline, and a smile that appeared professional but not unkind. He donned a suit that fit too beautifully to be coincidental. The background appeared to be some type of formal gathering, possibly a fundraiser, which the Sterlings had always attended but never enjoyed. I flipped the photograph over with hands that felt awkward. My mother's handwriting was on the back, and it had 2 words. Excuse me. That was it. There is no date, there's no explanation, no name. Just a confession with no context, as if she had written it to herself and forgotten that someone else may read it. I sat down hard on the edge of the bed and stared at the photo until my vision blurred. Not from tears, not yet. From the struggle to keep myself steady. My imagination raced through every possible scenario: adoption, infidelity, or some family structure that no one had ever discussed. But the simplest conclusion persisted despite the hubbub, and it was like swallowing glass. I was not Graham Sterling's biological son. My mother had been aware. I did not allow myself to spiral. Not yet. I did what I do when I am terrified. I documented. I got out my phone and started taking images, like a man building a case. Front of the photograph, back of the photograph. The envelope itself. The interior of the box. The box's location on the shelf. The angle of the dust surrounding it. Even I was shocked by the last part, but when I leaned in closer, I noticed it. The dust in the bottom of the box was not even. There were clear streaks, as if something had been removed and replaced lately. The envelope had not been sitting there unopened for years. Someone had handled it. That was the portion that made my skin feel cold. If no one had touched my old belongings, the dust would be uniform. The housekeeping workers may have cleaned surfaces, but they were not removing boxes from closet shelves. This was not housekeeping. This was someone searching. Someone's checking. Someone was ensuring that certain things were in their proper place. Either my mother or Sloane had been in here. And if they had been in my room recently, tonight's DNA gift was more than simply cruelty. It was choreography. A scene that had been planned, staged, and rehearsed down to the props. I placed the photo back in the envelope and held it for a moment, as if it were heavier than paper. Then I laid it on the bed next to the DNA kit. Seeing them together made my chest clench. The kit was not a joke gift. The weapon was wrapped in silver paper. I took up the kit and read the instructions more thoroughly than somebody who is simply inquisitive about their history. There was a registration code. There were prompts to create an account and input your email, phone number, and mailing address. The language was warm, easygoing, and intended to make you feel safe. But all I could think of was Sloane's expression as she slid it across the table, and my mother's fear when she couldn't defend me. What else may Sloane see if she purchased this kit? Order tracking. Status updates. Can she call the firm and claim to be me? Could she fish for information in the same way she sought power in every room she entered? I did not know. But I was not going to give her the chance. I launched a notes app and began listing steps, as if I were planning an operation. New email address. There is no personal phone number attached. Results were delivered to a different mailbox in Portland. Keep all receipts, photographs, and codes. Document any dates, times, or other information that may be called into question later. Because I could already hear the next debate coming. You faked it. You have misread it. You're being dramatic. You are embarrassing the family. I was tired of being the person who lost by default because I hadn't prepared. Still, none of those addressed the one question I couldn't keep circling forever. I sat on the bed, staring at the kit, feeling the weight of a fact I'd evaded for my whole life. I had always suspected that I did not belong. I've just never had proof. Sloane had given me proof as a joke, and my mother had verified it in silence. I didn't get much sleep. I lay there staring at the ceiling, listening to the ancient home breathe, pipes ticking, wood sinking, and the distant hum of an HVAC system that never shut off. In my thoughts, questions started piling up like dominoes. If I wasn't a Sterling by blood, who was I? Who is the man in the photograph? And why would Graham Sterling, my father in every manner, keep me in that house when the truth was right there, ready to burn down everything? I made a decision just before daybreak that felt more like necessity than courage. I was going to send in the test. Not to satisfy Sloane. Not to please my mother. I intended to mail it because I was tired of living within a question mark. Before I closed my eyes, I returned the envelope to its original position, including the angle and the dust that clung to it. I did not want anyone to know I had seen it, not yet. Then I packed the DNA kit in my carry-on like it was fragile, as if it would crack open and spill my life across the floor. When the sun came up, I left the Sterling house with the same peaceful expression I'd had at the dinner table. I said farewell as if nothing had occurred. I hugged my mother because that is what sons do, even when their mothers are unable to look them in the eyes. Sloane looked at me from the doorway with a smile that did not reach her eyes. In the car on the way to the airport, I peered out the window at the groomed lawns and stone fences, repeating one thing to myself like a promise. I shall acquire the truth on my own terms. And when it happens, I won't be taken off guard. Portland greeted me in the same way it always did: dreary skies, damp sidewalks, and the quiet hiss of tires on asphalt. It should have felt like relief. Instead, it felt contaminated, as if the peace I'd created had become porous, with every quiet moment allowing my sister's laughing to echo back in. I went to work, sat at my desk, opened spreadsheets, answered emails, nodded in meetings, and tried to be like the man who had departed. But my memory kept reliving that dining room image with painful precision. The silver box slipped across the table. Sloane's voice flung the statement like a dart. My mother's face was drained, like if she had seen a ghost. I began maintaining a running record on my phone. Not really dramatic journal entries, facts. Date I received a call from my mother inviting me to a small birthday supper. Date I received the shipment notification for Greenwich. Recipient Sloane. Description, kit and test. Date of the dinner. Sloane used the exact phrasing. Vivian gave an exact reaction. How she failed to defend me. She whispered Sloane's name as a caution, preventing the truth from being said aloud. I jotted down the make and model of the DNA kit. The registration code and lot number are printed in microscopic writing on the inside flap. I wrote everything down because something in me knew it wouldn't stay personal. Families like mine do not fight about feelings. They battle using tales. And I wasn't going to lose simply because I didn't keep receipts. The following morning, I traveled to a shipping center to mail the kit. Not from my neighborhood, and not from my regular post office. I paid in a way that did not link to my main accounts. Then I went straight to a little mailbox rental shop and opened a post office box. The woman at the counter did not care who I was. She only wanted my paperwork signed and my payment processed. It was the most honest conversation I'd had in days. For the email sign-up, I made a new address with no personal characteristics, no Ethan, no Sterling, no birthdays, and nothing Sloane could guess in 5 attempts. I did not include my phone number. I did not sync it with my devices. I treated that email like a locked drawer with only one purpose. When I eventually registered the kit, I utilized the purchase order. There is a box address for everything. It felt paranoid. It also felt like the first time I'd had control over my own story. Waiting for the results was its own form of pain, as each day became a countdown. I'd be at my desk, partially listening to a colleague explain a forecast, when my thoughts would turn to the man in the photos. I'd be standing in line for coffee and find myself analyzing strangers' faces, wondering if any of them looked like myself. I tried not to fall into hypotheses, but the truth was that I had been living in a state of distrust for so long that I no longer knew how to be patient. When the notification finally showed, it wasn't very dramatic. It arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, while my office was quiet. The kind of day when the loudest sound is the printer heating up. My phone vibrated. I cast a downward glance. Results are ready. My hands did not shake at first. They turned cold. I opened the email, logged in, and stared at the screen, as if it were a hoax. There was no biological link discovered with the Sterling lineage. The words sat there, direct and clear. There is no anger, no apologies, just a fact that reorganized my entire existence in a single sentence. I continued reading. Declan Hartwell is a suggested match. The name hit me like a slamming door from far away. I hadn't heard it from my mother, my father, or anybody else in the Sterling household. It was not a family friend. It was not a neighbor. It was not a business relationship that I could recall. It was a moniker that referred to a world that my family had clearly kept hidden from me. It is lore. I stared at it until the letters no longer resembled letters. Then, almost instinctively, I opened the images from my father's funeral on my phone. I hadn't really looked at them. It seemed wrong, like staring at grief. But now I scrolled for a different reason. I focused on the crowd, the faces, and the people my mother never introduced. There had been a small group of them, well-dressed and calm, the type of presence that exudes authority without having to say it. They weren't considered good buddies. They did not mingle. They stayed together, spoke quietly, and went without causing a commotion. At the time, I thought they were business associates. With the name Hartwell staring at me, my recollection switched. My mother had kept a close eye on that bunch. Not with hospitality. With strain. My gut constricted as the dots began to line up. I did not go right to confrontation. I did not call my mother. I did not call Sloan. I followed through on the promises I made to myself. I kept things clean. I took screenshots of the results. I captured the page with the timestamp. I captured the proposed match. I saved it in several places. Then I opened the family group chat. I typed a single sentence. There are no accusations, no insults, no emotional paragraphs. Would somebody like to explain this? I attached the screenshot and pressed send. The typing bubble didn't show immediately. For a few seconds, the chat went silent, and I could almost imagine my message landing like a grenade on that polished Greenwich countertop. Then my phone rang. My mother. I responded, and the sound that came through was not a greeting. It was terror wrapped in tears, like if she had been holding her breath for decades before running out of air. Ethan, she murmured, her voice cracking with my name. Please delete that. That was her first instinct. Not really, are you okay? Not what did you find out? No, I apologize. Delete it. Delete what? I asked, keeping my voice level despite the fact that my chest felt constricted. The message, the picture, all of it, she implored. You do not comprehend, this is complicated. It is old. Please, sweetheart, you cannot. Can't do what? I pressed. Can't you tell the truth? Can't you be embarrassed? Can't express aloud what you've known for years? She cried harder, and I heard dread, not grief. Fear of being exposed. Fear of the repercussions. Fear of a story she could no longer control. Just delete it, she reiterated. Don't do this in front of people. In front of whom? I asked. Sloan, the woman who gave me the test and told me it was another man's mistake? My mother did not respond to that. She just kept imploring, as if she could make the words intense enough, I'd give up the way I always did. I hung up without shouting. Not as punishment. As a boundary. Because if I stayed on the line, I would either burst or cave, which I didn't want. A minute later, my phone vibrated with a message from Sloan. So, now you know. That was it. No denials. No defense. No attempt to soften it. Just affirmation, as if she had been waiting for this moment and didn't care what it meant to me. I looked at the screen till my eyes hurt. Then I took a screenshot of that message and saved it to my folder. I didn't call her immediately. Instead, I strolled out of my office building into the damp Portland air, allowing the cold to awaken me. I paced the pavement, listening to the noises of the city, automobiles, distant conversations, and the constant beat of a place where no one recognized my last name. I should have felt free. I felt like I was being hunted. That night, I returned home and began bringing out my own old paperwork, just as I had in Greenwich, files from college. I inherited a few family papers by chance, invitation lists, memorial programs from the funeral. I searched for the name Hartwell in the same way that you would look for a hidden needle in a recognized haystack. I discovered nothing evident. But I noticed some patterns. The names on the funeral program were not explained. A florist receipt addressed to my mother from someone whose last name I didn't know. A handwritten message in my mother's purse during the burial, which I snapped without thinking since it was oddly professional. All simple things. However, major secrets are kept alive through minor details. 3 days later, I received an alert on the burner email account I set up for the DNA results. This is a security notification. An unusual sign-in attempt. Different gadget, different site. The timestamp was nearly similar to the moment the results went public. My mouth became dry. I hadn't shared the email with anyone. I had not used it for anything else. Despite my precautions, someone attempted to gain access. I updated the password instantly. Nobody could have predicted something as long and horrible as this. I enabled two-factor authentication. I checked every configuration, linked device, and login history I could find. I logged out of everything. Then I sat on my couch in the silence of my flat, letting reality sink in. It wasn't simply family drama anymore. Someone reached for my information. Someone was trying to keep one step ahead of what I already understood. And if Sloane was calm in her message, my mother was horrified on the phone, and someone attempted to gain access to the one location where my results were stored. The DNA kit wasn't just a bad joke over dinner. It was a tool, a lever, a means of tracking, pressuring, and controlling the tail when it began to slip. I opened my notes app and added a last line underneath all of the dates and screenshots. From this point forward, no emotion is involved. Everything goes via counsel. I didn't have a lawyer yet, but I knew I'd need one since the version of myself who attempted to keep the peace was the one they understood how to manipulate. And the version of myself that was just waking up, the one who was taking screenshots, locking accounts, and renting PO. The boxes were not going to be handled with remorse, booze, and practiced smiles. When I gazed out my window at the Portland rain streaming down, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time, nor optimism, nor relief, but resolution. After receiving the security notice in my burner email, I closed everything down. I did not sleep. I laid on my couch with my laptop open, the rain tapping on the window like a metronome, staring at a screenshot of Sloane's message. Well, now you know, until the words stopped, seeming like language and started looking like a threat. I kept thinking about my mother's voice on the phone, how she didn't inquire if I was all right, how she went directly to damage control. Delete it. Do not do this in front of others. Like my life was a shambles. She needed to mop up before the neighbors could smell it. By dawn, the shock had worn off, leaving something colder behind. I didn't want explanations that seemed like excuses. I sought motivation because cruelty for fun is one thing. Another example is cruelty motivated by a plan. And if Sloane was calm, my mother was terrified, and someone attempted to enter the one location where my findings were stored, what was truly safeguarded was not my feelings. It was something else. I called Sloane. She picked up on the third ring as if she had expected it. Her voice was brilliant in a manner that made me feel like the punchline even when she wasn't laughing. So, she remarked, you finally finished it. I'm not phoning to discuss whether I did it, I said, keeping my tone neutral. I'm phoning to ask why you went so far. The supper, the kit, and the way you phrased it. You wanted the entire room to hear. A pause. Not surprising. Calculation. I wanted you to quit pretending, she explained. You've been playing the silent victim for years. I'm not asking for your opinion, I said. I'm curious what you're trying to accomplish. She laughed softly, as if I was cute for believing I could corner her with a direct question. Then her voice lowered half an inch, and the atmosphere altered. Mom owes me, she explained. I didn't answer immediately. I left the words there since they didn't make sense until they did. In the Sterling house, debt did not always imply money. It sometimes referred to secrets. It sometimes referred to loyalty. Sometimes it required a lifetime of cooperation to keep the public story clean. I inquired as to what he owed you. Sloane simply stated that I should keep my mouth shut, for carrying something she did not want others to know about, for doing something she was too afraid to do. You're talking about me, I said. This is not a question. I'm talking about the truth, she snapped, her fury visible through the polish. The truth has value. Don't pretend you don't comprehend that. You work in finance. You're familiar with the concept of leverage. My stomach constricted. Not because she said it, but because she said it so clearly, as if she'd been waiting years for the opportunity to say that word out. So, this is leverage, I explained. Against Mom, Dad's estate, and me. Don't flatter yourself, she said, and I could detect a smirk in her voice again. This is about what's fair. Fair, I repeated, but the word tasted harsh. You already owned everything. Sloane responded, you think you know what I have. You believe that being the one who stayed here is some sort of reward. I stayed. I coped with Mom. I dealt with Dad. I played the role. And then he died, and you get to swoop in from your little wet flat and pretend like you deserve a seat at the table. I wasn't asking for a seat, I explained. I inquired as to when the will reading was scheduled. That's exactly it, she responded. You're always acting as if you're simply asking while positioning yourself. It is pathetic. I closed my eyes and forced myself to breathe slowly. This was not a sibling argument. This was a negotiation, and Sloane was showing me her price. Say it clearly, I instructed her. What do you want? Another pause. I want what I'm owed, she stated calmly, as if exposing something obvious. And if mom wants to maintain her prized reputation, she'll make sure I get it, because if she doesn't, people enjoy stories like these. There it was. The menace disguised up as inevitability conceals something worse. She was confident in her ability to modify the family story to her advantage. I did not yell, I did not insult her. I performed what I'd learned to do when someone raised their hand. I listened. I memorized the words. I observed the pattern. I said, "You bought the kit," as if I were confirming a deal. "Of course I did," she replied. "Accomplish you believe you'd accomplish it on your own? You would not. You'd just keep remaining invisible. So you wanted me to submit it in?" I replied, "You wanted proof on record." Sloane responded, "It's not my fault you can't handle it." I hung off before she could continue spinning. My hands were firm as I placed down my phone, but my chest felt battered. It was not heartbreak, it was something more complex. I realized that my sister didn't only despise me, she viewed me as a variable in her math. I opened my notes app and wrote a brief synopsis of the call while it was still fresh. She used exact language, tone shifts, and framed it as debt, leverage, reputation, and stories. I stored it, including the date and time. Then I looked for an attorney. I did not want someone who would fight dirty, I wanted someone who wouldn't be emotionally swayed by money, family names, or the notion that this was just a dirty private affair. Meredith Shaw was recommended to me by a coworker who had recently gone through a lengthy inheritance issue. Meredith's profile was straightforward: trust and estate litigation, fiduciary issues, and contested wills. Her reviews didn't mention charm. They spoke about precision. We met initially via video call. Meredith's office behind her was clean but not stylish. She looked at me in the same way a doctor looks at symptoms. No judgment, just focus. She said, "Start from the beginning, not feelings, sequence." So I gave her the sequence. The funeral, my mother's careful obsession with appearances, Sloane's calmness, and those phone calls about files, appointments, timing, the sudden birthday dinner invitation that sounded rehearsed, the shipping notification, kit, test, delivered to the Greenwich address with Sloane as recipient, the dinner table scene, Sloane's line, loud and deliberate, my mother's fear and silence, the night in my room, the envelope, the photograph, the words on the back, "Forgive me." The dust patterns suggested that it had been handled recently. The DNA registration procedure, the decision to use a separate email and a P.O. box. The results, with no connection to the Sterling lineage, suggested Declan Hartwell, my message in the family chat, and my mother's panicked call asking me to delete it. Sloane sent a cold text. The attempted login to my burner email as soon as the results became available. Then there was the call with Sloane, who admitted my mother owed her money and threatened to weaponize the story if she didn't get her way. Meredith made very few interruptions. She took notes and asked clarifying questions only when it was necessary, similar to how a prosecutor would construct a timeline. When I finished, she leaned back slightly and tapped her pen against her notebook. "This isn't just family cruelty," she explained. "This is strategy." I didn't like how validating that was. "What does this mean legally?" I asked. "It means," Meredith explained carefully, "that your sister may be attempting to change the way you are treated under the estate plan by using your parentage as a legal argument. If your father used trusts or clauses that define beneficiaries by bloodline, she may be attempting to disqualify you. Even if he didn't, she could be threatening your mother or the estate's representatives with public exposure." I nodded because it confirmed what my stomach had already determined. Meredith continued. "Another concern is the timing. If your father anticipated conflict, he might have included safeguards in the will or trust structure. Some people include provisions that only apply in the event of a dispute, such as additional instructions, evidence packets, or penalties. It is not common in ordinary families. It's common in wealthy families with complicated dynamics." The word penalties caused something to shift in my memory. My father's constant silence. He watched people more than he spoke. The way he never appeared surprised by Sloane's performative affection. He appeared to be constantly planning his next move. "What do we do?" I asked. "We keep everything," Meredith explained. "We will stop having conversations that cannot be documented. We also gather information from third parties. People who witness things. Individuals who can confirm patterns." So, I did. I called a childhood neighbor who used to wave at me as I biked down the street and treated me as if I were a human being, even though my own home did not. I called the longtime housekeeper, who had worked for us on and off and had retired but still answered the phone. I called a man who had been a friend of my father's, more business than personal, but close enough to understand the rhythms of Dad's final years. I did not ask the big question. I did not ask, "Am I his son?" This would make people defensive. It would prompt them to choose loyalty. Instead, I asked small questions to establish a pattern. Who paid the most visits to Dad while he was sick? Who was always around? Who brought the papers to sign? Who was talking about lawyers? Who seemed overly concerned with organizing things? The answers did not come as smoking guns. They arrived as overlaps. The neighbor remembered Sloane's car in the driveway all the time, even on days when my father was too weak to see anyone. The housekeeper recalls Sloane insisting on being present during important conversations and hovering whenever a folder appeared. My father's friend hesitated before revealing something that made my jaw clench. He'd heard Sloane casually mention that she'd spoken with a few people about getting ahead of the estate process. He assumed she meant to make things easier. In retrospect, the way she said it seemed triumphant. Meredith asked that I summarize each call and send it to her. I did, using dates, names, and context while keeping the tone neutral. I was creating a file, not a diary. Then one of the conversations gave me information that didn't feel like gossip. It felt like a crack in a dam. A financial contact of my father's, who had been around in the later years, mentioned that my father had complained about a transfer he had not authorized. Not loudly, not as an accusation, but rather as a mix of confusion and disappointment. He said something like, "I didn't do that." He then waved it off because he was tired and lacked the energy for a confrontation. He had been sick. He'd been dealing with medications, appointments, and the gradual shrinking of his own body. He lacked the strength to pursue a missing transaction. I didn't have any statements. I didn't have any numbers. However, hearing that my father had noticed something and was unable to stop it made my throat tighten. Meredith responded immediately. "It matters. We may need to request accounting later, not right now. Later, when the proper process begins. But you are right to record this." A week passed in a blur of work, phone calls, and meticulous documentation. I stopped answering unknown numbers. I started saving all voicemails. I stopped texting emotionally. Everything became, as per my previous message, and please confirm in writing. There was a clinical feel to it. It also felt like armor. Then one morning, I received an email. It was short, polite, generic enough to look harmless. It came from a law office with a Manhattan address and a signature line that made my stomach drop. Malcolm Price. The message said something like, "We are updating our records. Please confirm your current mailing address and preferred contact information." No mention of my father's name. No mention of the estate. Just a friendly administrative request. I immediately forwarded it to Meredith. She called me within minutes. "Don't respond directly," she advised. "Not yet. It's just an address confirmation," I explained, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's never just an address confirmation," Meredith explained. "Not in that context. The timing is significant. This occurred after you disclosed the DNA results and your sister escalated. Your father's counsel reaching out now indicates that a process is about to begin. And if your sister is trying to box you out, this might be your father's structure pushing back." I focused on the email on my screen, the Manhattan address at the bottom, and the neat professional language. It felt like the first external indication that my father had anticipated this. That he had left something more than just money and silence. Meredith stated, "From now on, everything from that office passes through me. We record it, we keep it. If they request confirmation, we respond in a controlled manner. If there is a meeting, you do not attend alone." I nodded, even though she couldn't see it over the phone. My throat felt dry. When I hung up, I looked at the rain falling on my window and realized something that made my stomach tighten all over again. My father's lawyer did not email me because of my emotions. He emailed because of the procedure. And procedure indicates that a door was about to open. I saved the email, printed a copy, and placed it in a folder labeled only with the date. Then I sat at my kitchen table, waiting for the next move, trying to ignore the overwhelming sense that the quiet part of the story was coming to an end. The initial pressure manifested itself in small, ugly ways. A blocked number calls at odd times. A voicemail with no words, just breathing, followed by a click. A text from an unknown number said, "Don't make this worse, do not go to New York." Not signed. Not explained. Just planted a seed of anxiety in my phone. I tried to convince myself that it could be random spam or a wrong number. But my nervous system didn't believe it. The timing was too perfect, with Malcolm Price's email, my conversation with Meredith, and my sister realizing I wasn't going to fold. Then the formal shot came. An email from Carter Vance. The subject line was bland and legal sounding. Notice of defamatory statements, with a demand to cease and desist. I opened it with Meredith on speakerphone. The email accused me of spreading false information, which could harm the Sterling family's reputation. It referred to my public disclosure of sensitive claims. It demanded that I retract statements and stop making unverified allegations to third parties. The language used was aggressive but not specific, with the intention of intimidating people. It didn't mention that I hadn't posted anything publicly. It did not address the DNA results. It did not address Sloane's own words. It was a fog machine designed to fill the room so no one could see the exits. Meredith's voice remained calm. "Do not reply," she said. "We respond on our terms, in writing, and using facts. This is intended to scare you into silence." "It's working," I admitted, then despised myself for it. "It's designed to work," Meredith said. "Fear is cheaper than evidence." The pressure increased the next day, threatening my life. My human resources department asked to speak with me. I sat in a small conference room with a glass wall and a bowl of stale candy on the table, listening to a woman with a careful smile say, "We received a call requesting verification of some of your information. Something about a personal legal issue. We didn't provide any information, of course, but we wanted to check in." My face remained neutral because I had trained it to do so, but something on the inside became cold. It wasn't simply that someone contacted my workplace. They did it with enough confidence to make it appear as if they deserved a response. As if my life were just another file that they could request. "I'm handling a private family matter," I explained, choosing each word carefully. "There's no issue that affects my work performance." HR nodded, relieved to hear something clear. "Okay," she replied. "Just keep us informed if anything changes." I walked back to my desk, feeling as if the ground beneath me was less stable than it had been. Portland had served as a refuge for me. It now had fingerprints from Greenwich on the door. Meredith did not let me drift. She gave me instructions as if they were a lifeline. Save the cease and desist. Save each voicemail. Take a screenshot of every text. Write down the date and time of your HR meeting, as well as who was present and what was said. Do not call Sloan again unless we are legally recording or communicating through a written channel. Don't argue. Do not defend yourself to those who do not ask in good faith. We're building a clear record. So, I did. I purchased a notebook that I never used for anything else and began logging everything like a case file. I kept my tone factual. I kept my emotions out of it, not because I didn't have them, but because my family always used them to make me appear unstable. Meredith called me one afternoon and said, "I just got a call from someone named Silas Crane." Initially, the name meant nothing to me. My stomach tightened anyway. "He's a private investigator," Meredith explained. "He says your father hired him months before he died." His words were specific. I stood up from my desk and walked into an empty stairwell so no one could hear me breathe too loudly. "What did he say?" I asked. Meredith paused as if she were deciding how to deliver it. "He said your father expected someone to try to use biology against you. He stated that your father had documented estate-related actions. He didn't provide any details over the phone. He stated that he has materials and instructions. And he stated that he was waiting for a specific condition to be met." I tightened my grip on the railing. The stairwell smelled of concrete and cleaning solution. And then I was back in my childhood bedroom in Greenwich, staring at dust patterns and an envelope that did not belong. "Condition?" I repeated. "Yes," Meredith replied. "And, Ethan, this part is important. He stated that your father instructed him to only release information if your parentage was used to shame or exclude you." For a moment, I was unable to speak. My father had been dying, and while I assumed he was just enduring it quietly, he was actually building something. Not vengeance. Protection. A structure strong enough to last even after he is gone. Meredith stated that Silas wanted to meet in person, or at least deliver the materials through the appropriate channels. I told him we'd coordinate. I swallowed. "So Dad knew. He knew enough to plan," Meredith said, "so we need to be very careful. If your sister is becoming more agitated, it is because she believes she is losing control of something." As if on cue, my phone vibrated. I received a message from my mother. Misspelled, rushed, and her hands appeared to be shaking as she typed. "Do not go. Please do not go. I am begging you." New context. There's no explanation. It's just fear. Then Meredith's phone rang again. When she put me on hold to answer, I stared at my mother's message until the letters became blurry. She had never begged me for anything like that. She had demanded. She had instructed. She made a correction. She begged because she was terrified. Meredith came back on the line. "Ethan," she said calmly, "Malcolm Price's office just called me." My heart thudded once, heavily. "They want you in Manhattan," Meredith explained. "They are calling it an urgent meeting." Their words were clear. "It is about you. About me. Not about the estate. Not about probate. Not about the will reading. About me." I sat down on the cold stairwell step because my legs suddenly lacked confidence in themselves. Meredith kept speaking. "They approached your mother and sister first. They then reached out to us. They want all parties involved. They also confirmed that you are allowed to attend with counsel." In my memory, I could hear the click of a door, as if a mechanism had finally engaged. My father's lawyer did not contact me to find out where I lived. He reached out because the process had begun. Whatever my father had put in place was now moving. My phone vibrated again. Another unknown number. Another text. "Do not embarrass the family. Stay at home." I did not respond. "I've just saved it." Meredith replied, "We're going." It was not a question. A part of me wanted to say no regardless. Not because I was unwilling to hear the truth. However, entering that Manhattan room meant entering the center of the Sterling machine. It meant being seen. It meant getting attacked. It meant that you could no longer hide behind distance. Meredith's voice softened slightly. "This is why you hired me. They're attempting to scare you into withdrawing, before you learn what your father has left." The fact that they are contacting your employer, sending cease and desist letters, and pressuring you via anonymous messages. That is not what confident people do. It's what they do when they're trying to control timing. I took a deep breath and watched the raindrops slide down the stairwell window. Gray streaks of daylight. What if they do something legal before we get there? I asked. Meredith did not hesitate. I'm checking filings now. She returned my call a few minutes later, with a businesslike tone. Your sister's side submitted an emergency petition, she informed me. They're attempting to temporarily restrict access to estate information by labeling you as not a biological heir. It's a preemptive move to create doubt and slow things down. My hands became numb. Can they do that? They can try, Meredith said, but that doesn't guarantee they'll succeed. It means they're attempting to shape the first impression before the meeting. I closed my eyes. I could see Sloane doing it, first creating a narrative, then having others react to her version, forcing me to defend myself. She had been doing that to me all my life. The only difference was that she had added attorneys and court documents to her toolkit. Meredith continued, Silas Crane has also texted me. He claims to have a sealed envelope containing instructions that your father left. It is not to be opened casually. It is to be produced under specific conditions. The fact that Malcolm has called a meeting about you suggests that we are getting close to that situation. A sealed envelope. My thoughts turned to the envelope I discovered in my closet in Greenwich. A photograph. Excuse me. Apparently, my father had his own sealed things he saved for the right moment. I stood up and felt my spine straighten like it hadn't in days. Fear was still present, but it was being pushed aside by something stronger. The feeling that running right now would be ideal. I looked at my phone, my mother's pleading message, the anonymous threats, Carter Vance's legal haze, and heard my father's silence in a new light. Not absence. Intención. I'm going, I said to myself rather than to Meredith. Good, Meredith said. We travel together. You do not accept calls from them. You don't meet people alone. You bring every document, screenshot, and log. We arrive prepared. After hanging up, I returned to my desk and opened my calendar. I marked out days, I booked flights. I printed copies of everything and put them in a folder, as if I were going to court, which I was. That night, I packed with an unusual calmness, not the kind of peace and calm that comes when you stop trying to win love and start trying to live honestly. I placed the printed DNA results in my carry-on. I included a photo of the envelope from Greenwich. I included screenshots of Sloane's messages, my mother's call log, the security alert from the burner email, Carter Vance's cease and desist letter, the HR meeting notes, and the anonymous texts. Before I zipped the bag shut, I hesitated with my hand on the zipper, feeling the weight of what was about to happen. My entire life, I'd been taught to seek permission to exist in that family, to keep things calm, to avoid causing commotion, and to avoid forcing conversations that people didn't want to have. For the first time, I didn't ask. I was showing up. The flight from Portland to New York felt longer than it should have, not due to turbulence or delays, but because there was nothing more to hope for. I wasn't flying east expecting my family to suddenly understand me, apologize, or soften. That hope had quietly burned out somewhere above the Rockies. What remained was a single, steady goal. The truth had to be revealed in its entirety, without being bent or negotiated away. I sat by the window, headphones off, watching clouds slide past like blank pages, and repeated Meredith's words to myself in the same way that you would repeat safety instructions before a collision. Don't react emotionally. Don't argue morality. Stick to the facts. Stick to the process. Allow the structure to do the work. My carry-on contained a folder that I had gone through at least 12 times. DNA results are printed and time-stamped. Photos of the Greenwich envelope, handwriting on the photo's back, and dust patterns. Sloane's messages are captured in screenshots. My mother missed calls. The texts were anonymous. The burner email contained a security alert. Carter Vance issued a cease and desist. A note from HR summarizing the verification call. I typed out a timeline line by line until it resembled a ledger rather than a confession. I was not going to Manhattan as a son or brother. I was going as someone whose life had been turned into a contested record. Meredith greeted me at the airport. She looked the same as always, composed and practical, carrying her slim briefcase as if it were an extension of her arm. On the way into the city, she walked me through the meeting again, calmly and methodically, where to sit, when to speak, when to remain silent, and how to respond if someone tried to provoke me. She did not promise victory. She promised structure. And that was enough. Malcolm Price's office was on the upper floors of a Manhattan building that seemed purposefully intimidating. Dark wood. Glass walls. A view of the river that made you realize how small you were, in the grand scheme of things. The conference room itself resembled a private courtroom rather than a forum for discussion. Long table. Heavy chairs. No personalized touches. Simply authority, polished, and quiet. We arrived early. I needed time to breathe and observe. I took note of the doors and the seating arrangement in which the documents were likely to be placed. I chose a seat near the window next to Meredith, angled so that I wasn't directly across from where my sister would sit. I didn't want the confrontation to turn into theater. Malcolm Price entered without ceremony. He was everything you'd expect from a man entrusted with family wealth and long memories. Calm, precise. He was carrying a thick folder, which he placed on the table without opening. The gesture alone informed everyone why we were there. The folder was the center of gravity. My mother came next. Vivian appeared smaller than I had ever seen her, as if the tailoring of her life had finally failed her. Her hair was pinned too tightly. Her hand gripped her purse as if it held oxygen. She did not look at me. She looked at the clock repeatedly. Sloane arrived last. Perfectly styled posture. A straight, controlled expression. She brought Carter Vance with her, who looked around the room with the cautious eyes of someone weighing risk rather than dominance. Sloane's confidence remained intact, but I could see the crack immediately. Her gaze flickered once to the folder in front of Malcolm, lingering for a fraction of a second too long. Malcolm cleared his throat and started. He acknowledged the presence of legal counsel on both sides and stated unequivocally that the meeting was held in accordance with Graham Sterling's written instructions. He emphasized that this was not your typical procedural gathering. It was a meeting called in response to predetermined criteria. He stated that those conditions included any attempt to use questions of parentage to humiliate, discredit, or exclude me from consideration in matters involving Graham Sterling's estate. Something cold and electric flowed through me. Sloane's sentence, thrown across the dinner table months before, echoed in my head, and for the first time, I realized its full significance. It hadn't only hurt me. It had unlocked something that my father had purposefully sealed. Malcolm went on to summarize the estate distribution. He did it clinically, without fanfare. The majority of assets, including management authority over certain trusts, investment holdings, and decision-making power over the primary properties, were assigned to me. Not under certain conditions. Not tentatively. Directly. I did not react, at least not outwardly. I absorbed it as data because that is what it was. My father had not promised me a future in private. He had written it into existence. Sloane stood abruptly, causing her chair to scrape against the floor. She spoke quickly, her voice tight with indignation, waving the concept of DNA as a verdict. She claimed I wasn't his biological son. She said I had no rights. She stated that the documents should be invalid. Malcolm did not raise his voice. He simply asked her to sit down and explain that there was more to read. Then he did something that completely changed the air in the room. He read my father's words, written years ago, in which he stated that he had known since my early childhood that I was not biologically related to him, that he had chosen to raise me anyway, and that his decision to recognize me as his son required no approval or validation from anyone else. Sloane's argument collapsed in real time. You could see it in her jaw tightening and Carter Vance's posture changing. Biology had been anticipated, documented, and neutralized long before any of us entered the room. Malcolm continued. He referred to materials gathered by Silas Crane, a private investigator hired by my father months before his death. A list was placed on the table. Financial records, meeting logs from multiple law firms, notes documenting the pressure exerted during my father's illness, and receipts for the DNA kit purchased and delivered to Sloane's address weeks before my birthday. The focus in the room shifted. This wasn't about my bloodline anymore. It was about who attempted to influence a dying man's decisions. Malcolm explained that the estate documents included a clause that penalized any attempt to contest the distribution without substantial cause. Any party initiating such action risked losing benefits and having outstanding advances or loans called immediately. Carter Vance's face told the story before he said anything. He knew exactly what type of document this was. This was not an error or oversight. It was a structure designed to withstand exactly this behavior. Malcolm then reached into the folder and retrieved a sealed envelope. He did not immediately hand it to me. He stated that my father had directed that it be delivered only after the presentation of evidence, to me, and in this context. He set it on the table in front of me and requested that I wait until the appropriate time. I looked at the envelope and felt something unexpected. Not triumph. Not relieved. Recognition. My father hadn't simply loved me quietly. He had plans for me. He had protected me in a language I had not yet learned. When Malcolm finally nodded and said I could open the envelope, the room became very still. I slid it toward me and carefully broke the seal, taking note of every sound. Inside, there were 2 documents. One was personal and handwritten. The other was formal, typed, notarized, and dense with legal terminology. I began by reading the handwritten letter in silence. My father wrote that he had seen how often I was overlooked and dismissed, and that he regretted not having the strength to change the family dynamic while he was still alive. He did not apologize for loving me. He apologized for not protecting me sooner. He said he was leaving me with something more valuable than money, the ability to decide what happened next. The second document explained how the authority worked. It outlined procedures for dealing with defamation, intimidation, and disruptions to my livelihood. It gave the estate's legal representatives the authority to escalate matters if attempts were made to pressure me into withdrawing. Reading it, I understood why my father remained so calm at the end. He had not been passive. He'd finished preparing. The document also provided specific information about my status. I was identified as a son through recognition and care, not blood, and given a detailed account of my upbringing and father's role. The language was purposefully designed to leave no room for interpretation. Malcolm addressed the room once more, pointing out financial discrepancies during my father's illness and confirming Sloane's meetings with multiple attorneys. Carter Vance leaned in and spoke to Sloane quietly, his tone unmistakable. This was not a fight he would recommend continuing. My mother was asked to confirm basic background information. She said nothing. Her silence echoed through the room more than any confession. For the first time, she struggled to keep up with the story. Meredith requested that all communications directed at me cease immediately, and that any future contact be handled through counsel. Malcolm confirmed the plan for executing the estate on time, with oversight and documentation. Carter Vance advised his client not to take further action. The legal issue was resolved. Later that day, my mother requested to speak with me privately. She wanted to explain. I told her she could tell the truth, but I wouldn't carry it for her any longer. I would not defend lies at the expense of my own life. I did not promise forgiveness. I promised boundaries. I returned to Portland after everything was finalized, and I worked with Meredith to gradually assume my responsibilities. The Greenwich house became an asset rather than a symbol. A line item, not a house. What remained was simpler than I had expected. I did not need to share blood to be a son. I needed one person to choose me and stick by that decision. My dad did. From beginning to end, he chose me. Before I conclude this story, I'd like to pause for a moment. It was not easy to tell. It meant reopening wounds that I had tried to ignore for years. Parents stole my $52,000 for my sister's wedding. "You're ruining her day," Dad yelled. My boyfriend took the mic. "I own this resort. Pay her now." It is expected that the sound of silver clinking against my mother's exquisite china will be calming. Despite the fact that it is a family custom, the sound of it tonight makes my teeth tense. During the time when Aunt Caroline is droning on about her trip to the Bahamas, I am seated at the large mahogany table, in the middle of James and Madison, and I am moving roasted Brussels sprouts around my plate. James's work boots are scuffed beneath the table, and the collar of his flannel shirt still has a trace of drywall dust on it. However, the dust is not very noticeable. When he notices that I am staring, he offers me that faint, quiet smile that conveys the message that he would rather be somewhere else. Then, my mother's hands, which had been meticulously manicured, brush against the table, as soon as the room is quiet. Even Aunt Caroline pauses in the middle of her sentence discussing snorkeling. A cheerful and rehearsed tone of voice comes from Mom as she says, "Before we have dessert, the wedding of Madison is the subject of an announcement that Richard and I have." As I bring my fork halfway to my mouth, I halt. As Madison sits up straighter, her smile is already perfect for Instagram and ready to be posted. "You are aware of how much we adore both of our girls," Mom adds, and the qualification causes my stomach to constrict around my gut. That expression is never followed by anything positive. In addition, we believe in fostering the dreams of families. In the process of fixing his tie, Dad clears his throat. The wedding of Madison and Logan will take place at the Alta Aspen Resort on February 20th, and Rebecca and I have secured the opening for that date. She shrieks in delight, actual screeching sounds. Logan gives a victorious fist pump as if he had just won something. I carefully placed my fork on the table. The resort known as Alta Aspen. The money I make in a year is less than what the venue costs. Mom explains with a radiant smile that a celebrity couple had to cancel their engagement at the last minute. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for those who have influence. Having exposure is valuable in and of itself. What are you paying for it? It turns out that the inquiry is more pointed than I had anticipated. The smile that Mom wears never wavers. To put it simply, that is the situation, my darling. A total of $52,000 was taken out of your trust fund. It was plenty to pay the deposit, plus the majority of the remainder of her remarks become mere background noise. I have a trust money, that which was left to me by my grandma. The one that will hand over complete power to me in 4 weeks, when I will turn 31 years old. Are you sure? My tone of voice seems aloof and remote, as if it were coming from another person. Please, Claire, refrain from making that face. The tone that Dad uses conveys a warning. Up until the day you turn 1, your mother and I will continue to serve as trustees. You just admitted to committing a criminal embezzlement in front of witnesses, and we have every legal right to ask you this question. The sound of James's voice pierces the atmosphere of the room like a knife through ice. His tone of voice has not been raised. No, he is not required to. All eyes are directed in his direction. The expression on Dad's face becomes more crimson. He examines James's soiled shirt, his calloused hands, and those boots that have a scuffed appearance. After that, he lets out a chuckle. In fact, he laughs. Is that a felony? Hear me out, son. I am aware that you are accustomed to managing money in a brick-and-mortar setting, but in the real world, parents are constantly managing the assets of their children. It's possible that Claire wouldn't require assistance from her family if you made more than the minimum salary. You, Dad. It is nearly impossible for me to utter the word. With great attention to detail, James carefully places his water glass down. Your deadline to refund the principal amount along with the interest is 96 hours. In the event that you do not, Madison's wedding will turn into a funeral for the reputation of this family. From the other side of the table, Logan snorts, his phone already out and recording the scene. What are you going to do, bro? Tell me. Do you sue them? And with which attorney? Yes, I did try to Google you, man. What about James Harrington? None of it. There was no Facebook or LinkedIn. You are a spectacle. If you are not online in the year 2024, you are unimportant. To fit you in between his drug cases, the public defender is going to squeeze you in. I catch James by the arm before he has a chance to answer. I can feel the rigidity of his muscles beneath my fingers. Next, the kitchen. Since he is following me, I am able to observe the smug expression that my father gives to Logan as we are leaving. There is still a strong aroma of turkey and sage in the kitchen. The hands of my hands are shaking as I lean against the counter. James observes me with those serene gray eyes that never appear to be fazed by anything as he stands close to the entranceway. I was the victim of theft. Emptiness may be heard in the words. That sum of money was entrusted to me by my grandmother so that I could purchase a home and begin my life. Moreover, James, I am aware that I am 30 years and 2 months old. 2 months have passed. After a period of 4 weeks, I would have become the sole owner of that money. And they were aware of it. This was timed by them. The 2 strides that he takes to reach me are followed by him pulling me against his chest. I am able to detect scents of soap, sawdust, and him. I gave myself permission to break down for a brief period of time. I mutter into his shirt that when I was 17 years old, they forced me pay for my own college tuition while Madison became the proud owner of a brand new Lexus. I went out of my way to save her from a credit card debt of $3,500 when I was 23 years old. My mother had told me that she was delicate and that she required support. Whenever someone needs assistance, I am the one who fixes it, the one who is responsible, and the one who is strong. In addition to that, they find you to be the exception. James takes a step back to look at me, which is turning out to be the most significant error they have made. An appearance from Mom in the doorway prevents me from asking him what he means. Be sure to return to the table, Claire, my sweetheart, you are causing yourself to look foolish. When I turn around to face her, I straighten up. It is the tolerant smile that she is wearing, the one that conveys the message that she is the adult and I am the child who is throwing a fit. Feeling ashamed of myself. The fissures appear on the interior of me. There are no breaks. Before it breaks, it behaves like ice and cracks. I was robbed of $52,000 by anyone. Sweetheart, we ended up borrowing it. For the sake of family, Madison has a frail state. For her to flourish, she requires this attention. You are a person who has survived. More money will be made by you. Being there for your sister in times of need is the focus of this. No. The mother blinked. May I be excused? No. Keeping alive is not the point here. This has nothing to do with support. This constitutes theft. Her expression becomes more resolute. You have no right to address me in such a manner. In light of everything that we have done for you, just one thing comes to mind. The kitchen is completely silent. I am able to locate voices coming from the dining room. A question from Aunt Caroline inquiring about the state of affairs. The jaw of the mother tightens. Before dessert, you have the opportunity to apologize and return to this table in the manner of a grateful daughter. Otherwise, you are free to depart. With her heels making a clicking sound against the hardwood floor, she turns and goes away. James places his hand on my shoulder. We ought to leave. Hold on. I reach over to the counter and retrieve my handbag. Then I take out my phone. Currently, my hands are more steady. It is going to be a mistake for them to participate in this game if they do so. While we are gathering our outerwear, everyone in the dining room appears to be staring at us. There are tears in Madison's eyes, the kind that are perfect for a performance and look great on video. My father will not even look at me. Smiling, Logan is continuing to film the scene. I come to a halt at the entrance and turn my gaze back to my family. For the entirety of my existence, I have remained unnoticed by them, unless they required assistance with something. Not any longer. In a low voice, I say, 96 hours, happy Thanksgiving to you. When we close the door behind us, there is a quiet click that sounds like a gunshot. Before I begin my shift on Monday morning, I make a phone call to the administrator of the trust. As I call, my hands begin to shake. On the counter in my kitchen, the coffee is getting cold. James kissed me on the forehead and told me to make sure I was breathing before he left for a job site an hour ago. I am unable to breathe. Not until I have a better understanding of how serious this situation actually is. I will retrieve your account, Miss Bennett. Please tell me. The tone of the administrator's voice is one that is professional and impartial, the kind that does not reveal anything. Typing can be heard. After that, There was silence, followed by additional typing. Do we have a problem here? Some strange behavior is being seen by me. Could you please let me hold? Classical music, specifically something with violins, is playing in the background while I wait for my turn. As I walk through my modest living room, I pass by the used couch that James reupholstered in the spring of last year, as well as the bookcase that we discovered at an estate sale. Everything in this location was constructed by us. There was nothing given to us. Suddenly, Miss Bennett, you have a different voice, more mature. Take care. My name is Walter Hastings, and I am the senior trustee. I have a question that I need to ask you. Have you authorized a transfer of $52,000 to Madison Grace Bennett by signing a verbal consent memo that was submitted to you for approval 2 months ago? My stomach is in a knot. No. That frightened me to no end. The papers make a rustling sound. The documentation belongs to Daniel Price and bears the date October 3rd. It asserts that you orally promised to give the money to your sister for the expenses associated with the wedding, and that you would put the agreement in writing before your 31st birthday. Is this true? That is not something I ever stated. I was completely unaware of Madison's engagement until the month of October began. There was even more rustling. My name is Miss Bennett, and I am currently reading over the transfer log. There was no rashness about this. Over the course of 7 weeks, the account was accessed 3 times by a different individual, and the monies were moved in increments in order to avoid triggering our significant withdrawal alerts. They were completely aware of what they were conducting. I go to the couch and sink in. Is not a desperate grasp made in a moment of weakness, rather, it is premeditated. Their plan was to do this. Could you send me everything by email? Every single piece of paper, every single document, and every single transfer record that contains my name on it. Inside just an hour, I will send it to you. To be honest with you, Miss Bennett, this does not appear to be a good situation. In the event that the consent note is forged, we are dealing with financial fraud, the commission of a criminal offense. As I hang up the phone, I continue to stare at it. It is currently 8:12 inches the morning. It is expected of me to clock in at the warehouse in 8 minutes, coordinate shipments, and solve the logistics issues that other workers are experiencing. But I am unable to move. My mother and father did not simply steal from me. They portrayed it as if it were my idea. This email arrives at 9:05 inches the morning. My tardiness to work is not a problem for me at all. I am in the bathroom stall downloading every attachment, and my hands are shaking so badly that I almost dropped my phone twice by accident. Official letterhead is used to type the memo that contains the verbal approval. A conversation that never took place is described in this passage. I have never used those terms before. Towards the bottom, in a polished typescript. On the 3rd of October 2024, Rebecca Bennett, who was also a co-trustee, obtained consent verbally and recorded it. I take a screenshot of each site twice, and then I store the copies in 3 different cloud storage accounts. My phone is making a buzzing sound. Father's email to me. A cautionary note about the subject. The way you behaved on Thanksgiving has caused your mother a great deal of distress. Wills do not contain the names of ungrateful daughters who have chosen to sue their parents. Given everything that we have provided for you, this is the way that you return us. Use your discretion. That is the condition of your inheritance. You, Dad. I went through it 3 times. In the following step, I send it to my personal email account with the subject line evidence. My boss, Diane Carter, invites me to come into her office that morning, which is Tuesday. It is the kind of manager who remembers your birthday, and she is somewhere around 50 years old. She gives off an uneasy appearance at the moment. Hello Claire. Yesterday, I received an odd phone call. My chest becomes more constricted. Where did you get it? It was told by a man named Logan Johnson that he will be your brother-in-law in the future. He expresses a great deal of worry for you. She pauses for a moment. Apparently, you are experiencing a crisis in terms of your mental health. It is being asserted that you are intimidating and harassing his fiancée. Your family is concerned that you might be unstable, which is a concern. The ground is slanted. That is not the case. Although I didn't believe it was, Claire, he was aware of the specifics. This position, your schedule, and even the fact that you have been taking lengthier breaks as of late are all examples. There is a change in Diane Carter's expression. How are you doing? What exactly is going on here? A total of $52,000 was taken from my trust fund by my parents. I am going to hire a lawyer. Before I get a chance to defend myself, Logan is attempting to discredit me. Diane Carter lets out a slow exhalation. It is Jesus. All right. Simply for the record, your work is secure. However, I will need to document it in the event that he calls again. It is required by HR. Keep a record of everything. I assert that I am. That evening, while I was by myself in my flat, I came to a conclusion. It's not the kind where you consider the benefits and drawbacks. The kind that comes to you fully formed and unavoidable, like getting the realization that you are already falling. As soon as I open my laptop, I access my savings account, which constitutes the house fund. There is $9,340. Every extra shift, every single dinner out that I skipped, and every single birthday that I decided to ask for money instead of presents. This was meant to be my foundation, my future, and my future career. The sum of $9,000 is sent into my checking account. After that, I searched the internet for forensic accountants and attorneys who specialize in trust fund fraud. Website of Andrew Blake is uncomplicated and expertly designed. 28 years of exposing fraudulent banking practices. I transmit the trust documents to him at 11:52 o'clock at night. On the website of Victoria Hayes, there is a picture of a woman in her 60s who has steel gray hair and keen eyes. I am a family law attorney who specializes in cases involving trust issues and elder abuse. At Sublessive Livin' Laughin' PM. I sent her an email. According to the morning of Wednesday, both have reacted. It is a retainer of $4,000 for Andrew. The price of Victoria's is $4,000. It is too late for me to change my mind. I wire the money. At this point, we are no longer saving for the future. At this point, this is the cost of survival. In addition, Victoria Hayes can be reached on Wednesday afternoon. The documents have been examined by me. Mr. Blake handed along the fake consent document to the recipient. The job is not very good. Incorrect stamp from the notary public. Signature dates that do not correspond to the date that was stated for the chat. We are able to demonstrate fraudulent activity. How much time will it take? This is a formal demand letter that I am sending out today. Mail that has been certified. You are required to sign. It will be ready by Thursday at the latest. Following that, we wait to see if they are intelligent enough to reach a compromise or foolish enough to engage in a battle. It is 10:42 a.m. Wednesday. My phone is beeping. You, Dad. The call was left on my voicemail. Dare you do that? I can't believe you had the audacity to investigate your own parents. Do you intend to bring this family to ruin because of money? Your destruction will come first. There will be no doubt about the kind of daughter you truly are with everyone. The voicemail is saved by me. The evidence. This evening, at 7:15 p.m., the conversation in the family group erupts. An image has been uploaded by Logan. A rusty 2001 Ford F-150 belonging to James was parked next to a rented BMW M8 belonging to Logan. To paraphrase what is written in the caption, perhaps if your partner put forth more effort, you wouldn't have to sue your own parents. There are 41 people of the family who see it. What a tragic situation it is when jealousy destroys families, says Aunt Caroline. The crying emoji is added by the cousin Megan. I fix my gaze on that photograph of James's truck, which has a dented fender and paint that has faded. It is Logan's belief that he is embarrassing us. What he is gazing at is completely unknown to him. Take a screenshot of the post. After that, I take a screenshot of each comment. This app is not deleted by me. Not a response from me. It is simply added to the folder that is designated evidence, and then I wait. When I wake up on Saturday morning, my phone is shaking the way it would if it were having a seizure. 44. Notifications are sent. 49th. 63. I peek at the screen as I grab it from the nightstand and take it with me. Voicemails, text messages, Instagram tags, and comments on Facebook are all examples. My gut tightens up as a result of the barrage. Something was posted by Madison before I had even finished reading the first one. Without a doubt, she did. With trembling fingers, I tap the notification that Instagram has sent me. There she is, my younger sister, captured on camera in the sunlight of the morning, which is shining through the sheer curtains. Her eyes have a ruby ring and a glassy appearance. When she speaks, her voice cracks every third syllable. While she is using a tissue to wipe at her nose, she says to the camera, I don't normally get this personal, but at this very moment, I feel the need to tell you the truth. The breath was shaky. There is a member of my family that is actively working to cause disruptions at my wedding. One who is supposed to love me and care about me. Her chin goes trembling. They are suing my parents over money, over my dream day, and I just can't believe that someone could be that cruel and jealous. I won't reveal who they are because I am not that person, but they are suing my parents. There have already been 14,500 views of the video. As a firing squad, the comments are included. Your bravery is an example to follow. Instead of tearing each other down, members of the family should cheer each other up. Regardless of who it is, nobody deserves you, sister. I feel a numbness in my hands. Suddenly, the phone begins to ring. This is your Aunt Caroline. I am unable to accept. The voicemail system quickly dings. My ears are not open. This is yet another call. The cousin Megan. Bring down. Just one more voicemail. After that, the texts begin to arrive at a faster rate. Aunt Caroline, I don't see how you could have done something like that to your sister. The wedding has been in her planning for a number of months. You owe your parents a debt of gratitude because they gave up everything for you, and this is how you show your appreciation. Uncle Robert, this is a situation that the entire family finds embarrassing. Put an end to the legal action. Despite the fact that I am still wearing James's old t-shirt, I am sitting on the edge of my bed and watching my phone light up like a slot machine. Every message is delivered with the force of a punch. I have known these individuals for the all of my life. The fact that I worked 3 jobs allowed me to graduate from college without any outstanding debt. I was able to save Madison from the credit card crisis that she was experiencing. I am not a mystery to them. Now, however, none of that is relevant. The camera caught Madison crying. That makes me the bad guy. My phone is ringing once more. Okay, Mom, this time. My thumb is hanging over the respond button as I fix my gaze on her name that is displayed on the screen. The call is transferred to the voicemail system. The next 10 seconds brought a text. My mother, I hope you are content. You have completely turned this family against each other. Madison is in utter disbelief. Is it truly worth it to ruin your sister's happiness for the sake of these dollars? A chilly sensation begins to settle in my chest. And not rage. Still not even hurting at all. Nothing more than a kind of hollow clarity. They are not going to quit at any point. In spite of the fact that I could withdraw the lawsuit at this very moment and walk away with every dime, they would still consider me to be the issue. The daughter who is ungrateful. The sister who is envious. He is responsible for ruining everything. I am still sitting there when James finds me an hour later, with my phone resting on my lap like a bomb that I am terrified to set down. How awful is it? He asks in a low voice. Not uttering a single word, I pass him the phone. His jaw tightens with each new message that he reads as he scrolls through the messages. He does not speak a word as he watches the entirety of Madison's video when he finally arrives at it. At long last, he tells you to get dressed. We are going to leave. Where is it? Turn away from this. Neither do I argue. After grabbing my jacket, I put on a pair of jeans and a sweatshirt. Away from the city, away from my apartment where the walls feel like they are closing in, James drives his rusty Ford phone 150 inches the direction of the north. Not a single one of us speaks. It is more comfortable to be silent than to speak at this moment. After perhaps 75 minutes of driving, he finally makes a turn onto a narrow dirt road that I have never seen before. Once we reach a clearing at the end of a lengthy driveway, the vehicle bounces over weeds and potholes until we reach our destination. Then I will see it. It appears as though someone left the house outside in the rain for 10 years, and it looks like something out of a Gothic novel. Architecture of the Victorian era, comprised of 3 stories and featuring a wraparound porch that slopes down on one side. There are lengthy strips of paint that peel away from the clapboard siding. Both of the windows on the second story have cracks, and spider webs are emerging from the centers of the windows. The backyard is 4 acres of dead plants and grass that has become overgrown. This is a catastrophe. Where exactly is this location? Let me inquire. James puts an end to the engine. In the previous month, I purchased the option on it. I turn my head to look at him. Are you sure? Why don't you try? He exits the truck and walks away. As we make our way to the front porch, I follow him through the knee-high weeds. Despite the fact that the steps are creaking beneath our weight and I am half convinced that we are about to tumble through them, they seem stable. James pulls a key out of his pocket and uses it to unlock the residence's front door. A groan reminiscent of a horror film is heard as it opens. A faint flowery aroma, reminiscent of dried flowers that no one ever threw away, can be detected inside the house, along with the smell of dust and old wood. The particles that are floating in the air are illuminated by the light that comes through the dirty windows in the afternoon. There is a stone fireplace in the living room, but it is covered in layers of grime. The doorway leads into the enormous living room. The rotted carpet serves as a covering for what appears to be hardwood underneath. While grasping my hand, James whispers in my ear that it is broken. Similar to how everything seems at the moment. It is he that I pay close attention to him. There is something that I have never noticed before in his eyes. Understanding, not pity or even sympathy, is all that is required. However, it has solid support. The conversation continues as he leads me further into the house. As he does so, he indicates the ceiling. Molding of the crown is original. It is still there, despite all of the water damage that has been done. He gets down on his knees and begins to pull back a corner of the revolting carpet. Underneath, there is a slight brilliance of black hardwood. I believe that this is oak, and it could be 100 years old. As a group, we make our way through the house. He walks me through the dining room, which features a china cabinet that is built in. The butler's pantry, fitted with the original cabinets that have glass fronts. It is necessary to completely remove everything from the kitchen. The 5 bedrooms on the second floor are in varying degrees of disrepair. There is a bay window in the master bedroom that looks out over the land, and despite the dirt and grime, I can see the promise. When I returned to the lower level, James grabbed both of my hands and turned me around so that I was facing him in front of that dirty stone fireplace. It is here that we will construct our own life, he continues. With or without that money, with or without them, it doesn't matter. Something within me undergoes a change. There are no breaks, changes similar to the way tectonic plates rearrange themselves underneath the Earth's surface. I have spent the past 3 decades working hard to earn a spot at the spotless Thanksgiving table that my family has. struggling to be recognized, to be appreciated, and to be loved in the same manner that Madison has been loved. Keeping my fingers crossed that they would finally consider me to be someone worth keeping if I could only correct enough problems, take enough responsibility, remain quiet, and demonstrate that I am knowledgeable and productive. But as I stand here in this house that is a complete and utter shambles, I realize that I no longer desire it. I would like to have this. It is a Victorian that is broken but has good bones. This man who recognizes my worth without requiring me to demonstrate it to him. Even though it may come with peeling paint and damaged windows, this possibility of serenity is still worth considering. I mutter, but I want this even more. James brings me closer, and as he does so, I take a deep breath of possibility and sawdust. While the sun is beginning to set, we take a stroll around the property. There are 4 acres of overgrown brambles and dead grass, as well as a few trees that might open their flowers in the spring. At the moment, it is unattractive, but it belongs to us. Next, James's phone begins to ring. As he casts a quick peek at the TV, a change occurs in his facial expression. Please allow me to take this. He walks about 25 feet away, turning his back to me. I observe him responding, and I notice that his entire posture changes, becoming more upright and intent. The second thing is that his voice is audible even through the dead grass, yet the tone is quite different from the one I am familiar with. According to him, I have indeed examined the schedule for the transaction. In a manner that is not appropriate for the flannel shirt and work boots, the manner in which you are dressed is crisp and authoritative. The approval of the board by Tuesday. On our end, we are able to meet the standards for liquidity. There is a pause. There will be no impact on our existing property portfolio as a result of the merger. Our focus is on growth rather than consolidation. I am unable to move. A portfolio of real estate. He pays attention to whoever is on the other end of the line, and I pick up on snippets of what they say. Due diligence has been finished. Bring the acquisition deal to a conclusion. Permission to transfer money by wire. It is not possible that this is a conversation between a contractor and a customer. This sounds like really different from what I was expecting. Following the conclusion of the call, James pauses for a brief period of time while holding the phone in his hand and gazing out at the tree line. The expression on his face is indecipherable when he turns back to face me. Take care, is everything correct? Let me inquire. After crossing his arms, he comes back to me and cups his calloused hands over my face. In a low voice, he whispers, trust me. For a few more days, you should let them believe that they are winning. My attention is drawn to his face, namely the gray eyes that never appear to be ruffled, the little stiffness in his jaw, and the manner in which he selects each word with great precision. I am only discovering this now. What it is that you are not telling me, then I mutter. When he kisses my forehead, he does something that is going to completely transform everything. Not yet, however, not until the trap has been in place. I really ought to put some pressure on him. There is something in his gaze that prevents me from demanding answers. No, it's strategy, not dishonesty. Instead, I give a slow nod, trusting something that I do not fully comprehend. As we make our way back to his pickup, I hear my phone buzzing once more, another message from the family group chat. It is not opened by me. Their viewpoints, for the very first time in my life, seem to be less significant than the assurance I possess. There is one thing that I am certain of, regardless of what James is planning or what he is not telling me. I've had enough of contending with a family who never wanted me to be a part of their family in the first place. I am putting up a struggle to escape. At 6 p.m. on Wednesday, the deadline of 96 hours will have passed. The clock that is hanging on the wall of my workplace continues to tick past the moment, but nothing happens. Silence prevailed, with neither a phone call nor a notification of a wire transfer. There is a call from Victoria Hayes on Wednesday morning. I've never heard her voice before, but it has a certain compression to it. We are facing a challenge. In the parking garage, I am currently sitting in my car and eating a protein bar that has the flavor of cardboard. Is this a problem of any kind? Just now, the counsel for Richard and Rebecca communicated their counter-evidence to the court. She pauses for a moment. A screenshot from 6 years ago is seen here. A message that you send to Madison via text message after what appears to be a night out with the girls. My stomach is in a knot. What does it have to say? It is yours, sister, anything I have. A cautious tone is used by Victoria. One of the emojis is a heart. They are arguing that this reflects a history of voluntary gifting rather than embezzlement, according to their attorney. It adds a substantial amount of complexity to our case. When I put the protein bar in my mouth, it turns into dust. During that particular evening, Madison had recently ended her relationship with her partner of 3 months, and was crying about how she needed new boots in order to feel better. She was told not to be concerned about money after I had purchased dinner for her. As far as I can tell, that was about a pair of boots. It is not $52,000. It is true, yet it provides them with ammunition. In the eyes of the jury, it could be seen as evidence that you intended to freely exchange assets with your sister. She lets out a slow exhalation. Claire, if we try to take this matter to court right now, it may take 20 months or perhaps longer, and there is no assurance that we would prevail. My forehead is pressed on the steering wheel on the vehicle. My feelings are exactly the same as the concrete pillar that is in front of me. It is gloomy and chilly. What are the choices I have? We have the ability to fight, construct a more compelling case, question witnesses, and establish the pattern of financial abuse, yet, doing so will cost you everything you have left, and the conclusion still remains unknown. Victoria's tone becomes more kind. You could also exit the room. Don't waste your time. Sometimes, the victory is as simple as surviving the ordeal. Following the conclusion of our conversation, I sit there with my head pressed against the steering wheel, observing my reflection in the rearview mirror. The face of the woman who is staring back at you is marked with the appearance of defeat, as seen by the dark circles that are beneath her eyes. My phone is making a buzzing sound. It was a text message from Mom. We have the willingness to be reasonable. Let's have a conversation. Every Thursday evening, I give her a call. Even though I despise myself for it, my hand shakes as I dial the number. It is on the first ring when she responds. To Claire. It is a warm, relieved, and triumphant tone to her voice. I can't tell you how happy I am that you are considering this. This is something that I am no longer able to perform. Small and tired, the words come out of my mouth. With those gray eyes that are difficult to read, James is standing across the room and watching me. If you want me to sign anything, I will. An overwhelming sense of relief washes over the phone. Oh, this is really sweet. I had no doubt that you would eventually catch up. Isn't it true that family is more important than economic success? We have always said, both your father and I, that. What is it that you require me to sign? As she clears her throat, I am able to hear the calculation that she is engaged in during the silence. The pre-wedding event for Madison will take place at the Mayfield Club on Saturday evening. 220 visitors are present. If you were to come and publicly bless this wedding, it would mean a great deal to her. Demonstrated to everyone that our family belongs together. I am clenching my jaw. Are you requesting that I sign the waiver in front of a crowd of 220 people? We are not talking about humiliation here, Claire. It's about repairing the family unit, in reference to the fact that you have always been the more authoritative individual. It is the syrupy sound of her voice that I have been hearing for the entirety of my existence. Wow, you are so powerful and so capable. This is your opportunity to demonstrate to everyone that you are mature and graceful. James makes a cross toward me and takes the hand that is free. His fingers are steady and pleasant to the touch. It's fine, I murmur. On Saturday, I will be present. Oh, that is lovely. I'll send you a text message with the specifics. Furthermore, Claire, I am so proud of you. The daughter that I brought up is this one. Before I had a chance to react, she hangs up. I put the phone down and gaze at it as if it were going to bite me from the inside. In addition to sitting next to me on the couch, James continues to hold my hand. I have simply given up, I say. All I did was let them win. Instead of responding, he simply gives my fingers a single squeeze. I'm having trouble deciphering the message. The number of notifications on my phone is overwhelming on Friday afternoon. Madison has shared a story on Instagram that features a close-up of her hand holding Logan's, with both of their engagement rings revealing themselves to the viewer. It is said in the caption, "Love triumphs sometimes. No matter what, family comes first." We are inundated with comments. I am overjoyed for you. The importance of family cannot be overstated. That your sister must be extremely proud of you. While I am still staring at it, James's phone begins to buzz repeatedly. Taking a quick look at the screen, he reveals it to me. The text written by Logan. Your young lady has at long last realized her proper station. Maybe you ought to do the same. James deletes it without providing a counter comment. Afterward, he displays a confirmation email to me while simultaneously pulling up something else on his phone. The resort known as Alta Aspen, a date in February. The booking was paid in full. I have $52,000 of my own money. Currently engaged in the wedding of their dreams. James whispers in a soothing tone. They committed everything. The location does not offer any refunds. It's true. I only have an empty voice. They were victorious. He gives me a look that I am unable to decipher, and then he returns his attention to his phone, where he is typing something that I am unable to see. During the afternoon on Saturday, I am riding in James's truck as he takes us in the direction of the Mayfield Club. My attire consists of a plain black outfit that has the appearance of being worn to a funeral. The document containing the waiver is already stored in my purse. Victoria Hayes has already reviewed it, and sticky tabs have been placed in the areas where I need to sign it. Are we acting in the appropriate manner? The question is posed in a more condensed form than I had planned. During the process of James adjusting his cuff, I catch a glimpse of something that is on his wrist. I am unable to breathe. The watch has a classic appearance, is flawless, and is undeniably pricey. The watch is a Patek Philippe, if my perception is correct. One of those timepieces that is more expensive than the car that my father drives. He notices that I am paying attention and quickly covers it up, but not before I catch a glimpse of the tiniest smile that he has on his lips. The animal must believe that the cage is empty for the trap to be successful, according to him. My cardiac rate quickens. It is he that I pay close attention to him. The button-down shirt in a crisp white color and charcoal pants have taken the place of the flannel shirt that was worn today. Not a single pair of his work boots can be found. The shoes he is wearing are made of Italian leather, which I have never saw before. It's James. I can hardly be heard above a whisper. That is what you did. Belief in me. He casts a glance in that direction, and his gray eyes possess a clarity, calmness, and perfect certainty. They should rejoice in it, make them believe that they have won. Everything should be committed in public by them. Hold on to that reservation for Aspen. Reduce the height from which they are about to fall as much as possible. A different thing emerges from the defeat that I have been lugging around for the past 3 days. Something crisp and ready to be seen. Upon entering the Mayfield Club parking lot, we make our way. We have. Crystal chandeliers, ice sculptures, and luxury outfits are all visible to me to the outside world via the windows. 220 witnesses to the alleged surrender of my security. James pulls into the parking lot and turns to face me. The trap has been set up. At this point, all that is required of us is for them to take the initiative. As I look back at him, I first glance down at the waiver that is in my purse. It is worth more than everything else I own, at that point in time. When I look at the man who has been acting poor while my family has been acting rich. Just who are you? Take a breath. It is a smile. Approximately 3 hours from now, you will learn the answer. All set? Let me hold his hand. I am now able to maintain my fingers. Shall we go? Set the trap in motion. All of Madison's hopes and dreams have come true with the gala. The ballroom is illuminated by crystal chandeliers that cast light like stars that have been captured. The buffet tables are always being guarded by ice sculptures in the shape of swans, which gently melt into their silver trays. Towards the back of the room, a string quartet is playing some classical music. Notes flying over the din of 220 guests dressed in cocktail attire for the occasion. In a straightforward black dress, I am standing close to the back wall, observing Madison as she moves about the room in designer white. It seems that she is already dressed up like a bride, and I suppose that is the objective. Approximately every few minutes, she makes a gesture of touching someone's arm, laughs at the appropriate time, and poses for photographs while holding her phone at the ideal angle. James is standing next to me, with no sound. I've never seen him wear a suit like this before. It's charcoal gray with a pinstripe that's not too noticeable. Tonight, there will be no dust from drywall. With a steady and soft touch, his hand is resting on the small of my return. Are you ready? He asks in a low voice. Although my throat is feeling constricted, I nod my head. The DJ hands the microphone over to Madison, who steals it. The sound of the quartet is silenced. In anticipation, the room falls into a state of quiet. In a tone that is clear and well rehearsed, Madison expresses her gratitude to each and every one of you for coming tonight. One of her hands is pressed against her chest. In light of the fact that this is such a momentous occasion for both Logan and me, I am quite appreciative that you are here to commemorate our trip to the Alta Aspen Resort. Applause that is polite. Someone blows a whistle. Particularly, I would want to express my gratitude to my parents, Richard and Rebecca Bennett, for the extraordinary kindness they have shown. The eyes of Madison appear to be filled with tears that could be genuine. She is now quite skilled in this area. Their kind donation made it possible for me to have the wedding of my dreams, and I will never be able to adequately explain how blessed I am. More applause, this time at a higher volume. Mother wipes her eyes with a handkerchief while she does so. As Uncle Robert and Aunt Caroline's spouse give him back slaps, Dad straightens his posture and accepts them enthusiastically. And now, Madison continues, her grin growing wider as she does so. This is my sister Claire, and I would want to welcome her to the stage. There are 220 faces that are facing me. Because of the weight of their attention, my skin is beginning to tingle. I compel my feet to move in a certain direction. Leaving my handbag on the chair is what I do. I will not require it. To get to Madison, who is standing in the limelight, I make my way across the pristine floor. With a hug and a whisper in my ear, she expresses her gratitude for my reasonableness. After taking a few steps back, I notice that Dad is coming up behind me. He takes out a gold pen and a folded document from the inner pocket of his jacket where he is wearing it. His smirk is quiet but evident at the same time. As the surrender is being signed in front of everyone, he is taking everything in and savoring the moment. The space is keeping a watchful eye, anticipating my surrender. The responsible daughter has at long last come to terms with her position. James then brings himself forward. Not a single pen is taken by him. In order to take the microphone away from Madison, he reaches past his father and grabs it. His movement is fluid and exudes self-assurance. It's not aggressive, it's straightforward. The tone of his voice is nice and even kind when he addresses Madison. Please check your email, if you could. Madison is grimacing. What is it? This is not your James, please. Look into it. Something about the way he speaks causes her to go for her phone. Another moment of silence has returned to the room, but this time it feels very different. Indeterminate. During the process of unlocking her screen, I observe Madison's face. Observe how she scrolls. The color disappears from her cheeks like water from a broken glass, and you can watch it happen. How come? She has a low voice when she speaks. She looks up at James, and then she looks back down at her phone. What caused the cancellation of my reservation? My apologies. To get through the mob, Mom makes her way ahead. What exactly did you say? I have a reservation. It is Madison's voice that soars and cracks. An email has just been sent out by the Alta Aspen Resort. There will be no wedding after all. They are. In a frenetic manner, she scrolls. A refund was issued for the deposit, every single thing. Why would they do that? How come my wedding has been called off? It is a scream that comes out as the final words. The guests mutter to themselves. Someone lets out a gasp. James's smile doesn't alter. Professional. Cold. Because I ordered it cancelled. I am the CEO of Harrington Hospitality Group. We acquired the Alta Aspen Resort last week. The room goes utterly silent. I stare at him. CEO. Harrington Hospitality Group. The words don't connect to the man who showed me a damaged Victorian mansion. Who wears flannel shirts dusty with drywall. Who drives a rusting 2001 Ford F-150. Dad finds his voice first. That's impossible. You're a laborer. One does not. James makes a motion directed toward the rear of the room. A screen that is located behind the DJ booth reveals itself, causing the wall to be flooded with blue light. The documents are there. Transfer agreements are a must. Documents pertaining to the acquisition of new businesses. In addition, it is enlarged so that it can be read by everyone. There was a fabricated trust memo that had Mom's signature on it. James explains, his voice booming to every corner of the ballroom, that although a text message can delay civil procedures, the recorded intent to hide this transfer considers it to be criminal fraud in accordance with our corporate anti-corruption regulations. He waits, allowing the words to calm down. Each and every syllable was heard by 220 witnesses. From point forward, Madison Bennett and Logan Johnson will not be allowed to enter any Harrington property anywhere in the world. That's 149 high-end establishments spread out across North Asia. Never does his voice get more resonant or stern. Simply stating the facts. The town of Aspen will not be hosting a wedding. There is not going to be a wedding held at any venue in this region that is comparable. You could not. Dad takes a charge ahead. In an instant, two members of the security staff materialize and block his route. I was not even present when they entered. Their presence is unquestionable, despite the fact that they are professionals with their palms raised in a calm warning. Doors to the ballroom are opened. 3 lawyers, all dressed in navy suits that match each other, stroll in carrying briefcases. They flank James in a manner that is reminiscent of a rehearsed unit. A step forward is taken by the main attorney. She has gray hair that is pushed back quite tightly. She is an older woman. Those Bennetts, Mr. and Mrs. My name is Victoria Hayes, and I serve as the lead lawyer for Harrington Hospitality Group. We are going to make a criminal complaint for fraud about the fake documents on Monday morning. We have prepared the criminal filing. Nevertheless, Mr. Harrington is willing to treat this as a civil misunderstanding if complete reparation is initiated as soon as possible. To sum up, $65,000. The sound that Mom makes is similar to that of an injured animal. Richard, you need to take action. There is a hue of purple on Dad's face. This is completely ridiculous. There is no way you can just, we are her parents. Our rights are ours. This is what Victoria Hayes says in a calm tone. You had trustee authority. You have abused it. There is evidence that demonstrates intent to defraud displayed on the screen. It is easy for you to choose. Make a payment immediately or describe your conduct to a prosecutor. Whenever my father takes out his phone, I see his hands shaking rapidly. Although he makes an effort to appear defiant, his fingers are stumbling over the screen. He is surrounded by his mother, who is feverishly whispering. The visitors remain still in their positions. Everyone stays put. There is no reality show that can compare to this. At the periphery of my field of view, I saw Logan making his way toward the exit. Nobody is able to stop him. Before Madison really realizes what's going on, he's already left. There was a quiet closing of the door behind him. The nearest chair is where she falls to her knees. The mascara was dripping down her face in a torrent of dark liquid. Her mobile device is constantly vibrating with notifications, most likely from Instagram followers who are curious about the whereabouts of the wedding content. The mobile banking application is accessed by Dad. The purple wrath that had been on his face has given way to a sick resignation, and his face is now gray. His movements through the displays are visible to me. Take note of the tightening of his jaw as he depletes their liquid savings. In the event that this is not sufficient, he brings up something else. His emergency line of credit from the equity of his home. Mama is aware of the numbers. It's not Richard. That refers to, what options are available to us? He speaks with a hollow tone. At 10:18, Dad is seen pointing the screen of his phone in Victoria Hayes' direction. Transfer has been started. To be given priority. One of Victoria Hayes' own phones is being checked. Making sure. This is the authorization code that is still pending. This will be resolved by Monday. Should the cash fail to be received, the criminal filing will proceed. Her team follows her as she turns and walks out of the room. The security personnel are still present, and they are keeping a fixed and professional gaze on Dad. I turn my attention to James. I was under the impression that I knew this man. This man who made fun of my father's bricklaying money while wearing a watch that was more expensive than their car could not be trusted. My eyes are met by him. "Good bones," he says in a low voice. I am able to comprehend. The Victorian house, the shattered masterpiece that has untapped potential. He had the same perception of me. Worth putting money into. Important to safeguard. In our immediate vicinity, 220 witnesses pull out their mobile devices and begin texting and posting on social media. All of the people will be aware by morning. The perfect facade that the Bennett family had presented to the world was shattered in front of everyone who mattered. Madison is sitting in her chair, her face ruined, her white dress wrinkled. She is by herself. I have no feelings at all. And not rage. There is no contentment. Nothing more than the unwavering assurance that I am at long last free. The beam of the lighthouse moves across the water in a rhythm that is as steady as a heartbeat, showcasing its ancient rhythm. Since the gala, 7 months have passed, and I am currently standing on the rocky coast of Maine, watching as 46 people whom I actually care about gather close to the keeper's cottage. I am not able to smooth down my simple cream dress because it is being pulled at by the wind. This location does not have any photographers. We do not require any performance. The off-white stole that Victoria Hayes is wearing is adjusted, and she smiles at me. "Are you prepared to make this a legal matter?" I give James a nod, and he takes my hand. It has been 7 months since we have been sanding floors and pulling down rotten drywall together, and his calluses are rough spots that catch against my palm. Chloe, a friend of mine from my childhood, presents me with a bouquet of wildflowers that she picked this morning from our otherwise overgrown acre. Andrew Blake is seen sitting next to his husband in the second row, and the two of them are both overjoyed. "Not at all, Richard. Not at all, Rebecca. There is no Madison. 5 minutes are allotted for the ceremony." To put it simply, Victoria Hayes is straightforward. As James gives me a kiss, I hear the waves crashing against the rocks below, and I taste the freedom and salty air that comes with it. After some time has passed, we take everyone back to the Victorian homes. "This is our home." James referred to it as broken, but it does have some healthy bones. I observe what we have constructed while I am parked in the gravel drive. The porch rails are gleaming with a fresh coat of white paint. Fresh windows allow the afternoon sun to shine in. At this point, the sagging roof line is standing straight. I am proud. Once I'm inside, I put on my paint-stained work gloves to demonstrate to the guests the crown molding that I've been working on for the past 7 days. The delicate curves were refinished by hand after being stripped each time. In the living room, the stone fireplace that we discovered hidden behind some inexpensive paneling is the focal point. A repointing and exposure of the building's original brick. When someone inquires about the floors, I get down on my knees and trace the grain of the oak that we sanded ourselves. During the time that I was working with stain, James was operating the heavy machine. "Please tell me how much of the trust fund was used for this," Chloe asked in a low voice. "This is $22,000. The remaining funds are stored in a bank account that is designated as belonging to us. There are no parents. There are no trustees. There are no prerequisites." As she gives me a shoulder squeeze, she is aware of everything that I am unable to express. I continue to be the fixer. Instead of repairing facades that are built on lies, I now fix foundations that I choose. Arrival of Monday morning comes much too soon. Madison walks up to the reception desk of a boutique hotel in Miami Beach while dragging her Louis Vuitton luggage behind her. She has a tanned appearance, and is worn out from posting content about her healing journey, which receives fewer likes each week. After typing her name, the young clerk frowns and then types it once more. "I apologize to you, Miss Bennett. On the Harrington Partner Alliance Network, your identification has been identified as a potential source of financial risk. There is no way to check in using our system." The volume of Madison's voice increases. "That wouldn't be possible. Once more, run it. Once more, the clerk operates it. The same outcome. I have to come see your manager right away." A manager arrives, examines the screen, and then gives a nod to the security personnel. "Please, ma'am, you will be required to vacate the premises." While tourists watch in bewilderment, Madison is escorted out of the building. On that day, she stays at 4 additional hotels. In every instance, the outcome is the same. I am currently in Maine, and I am sitting on our porch at sunset with my hands warm from the coffee. What I see before me is a vast ocean that appears to go on forever. My phone is making a buzzing sound. Rebecca sent a text message. "Please, we need to have a conversation. My apologies." I did read it. Have no feelings. Put the phone down without making any further contact. Not anymore am I feeling angry. In order to be angry, One must care about what other people think, how they feel, and whether or not they believe. For the past 3 decades, I have been translating myself into a language that they are unwilling to learn. Just now, I am free. While James is on the porch, he wraps a warm blanket around my shoulders and steps onto the porch. Because our thighs are touching, he settles down next to me, and we sit in the kind of silence that can only be experienced when you and someone else have stripped drywall together at 2 in the morning. As soon as you have made 1,000 insignificant choices, such as which paint colors to use, which cabinet hinges to use, and whether or not to keep the original banister. A second time, the beam from the lighthouse passes by. The one rotation. It is 2. It's 3. When I was younger, I believed that the fact that they did not see me meant that they did not love me. Now I understand that the fact that they cannot see me means that I am finally safe. The warmth of James's lips against my skin is felt as he kisses my temple. Even though the waves are crashing and the lighthouse is turning, Claire Bennett is not attempting to solve anyone else's problem for the first time in 30 years, not even her own. Grandma gave us equal shares. Brother sold his early for a car. I kept mine and made a fortune. Now he and his GF are demanding my half. I said no. The family moneyman was my grandfather Walter. He was disciplined, not flamboyant like a millionaire businessman. Someone who read financial publications every morning, and kept neat folders of statements in his office's metal filing cabinet. By the time I was born, he had a good investment portfolio. According to my dad, most of it was long-term. He wanted to hold dividend stocks in big firms for decades. After my grandfather died, my grandmother Margaret managed everything. Although she wasn't a finance expert, she took his notes seriously and maintained the investments essentially unaltered. A few years later, she chose to use part of that portfolio for the next generation. Ryan and I were the sole grandchildren. The issue is, we were very different ages. Ryan was 16 when I was 4. I watched Saturday morning cartoons while he was a teen with a driver's license. We never actually grew up together like other siblings. However, my grandmother wanted to save something for us. Dad explained it years later. She divided my grandfather's portfolio between 2 equal parts, one for Ryan, one for me. The plan was straightforward. Our shares would be ours when we were old enough to manage them. Ryan was older and arrived first. I barely comprehended this. I remember infrequent exchanges between my dad and grandma regarding the accounts or the shares. Those words meant nothing to me then. It took years for me to grasp how crucial those investments were. Despite living in the same house, Ryan and I never felt like we grew up together. Our age difference is 12 years. He was 16 and considering getting a driver's license when I was 4. While I learned multiplication tables, he graduated high school. Ryan was almost out the door when I started making memories. I mostly recall him being absent as a child. He always had people over or was out. Football games, parties, whatever they do when counting down to leaving home. When home, he didn't want a kid following him. I remember when I was 6-ish. I tried to sit next to him in the living room while he played video games. He stopped the game, looked at me and said, "Go watch cartoons or something." Not literal, just mad. That describes our childhood bond. By age 10, he had left. He was largely mentioned by my dad by the time I was a teenager. Not many updates were good. Dad quietly mentioned things at dinner. Ryan lost another job. Ryan has money issues again. Ryan requested a loan. Stuff like that. Although I nodded and said, "That sucks," I didn't feel connected to it. He was not my daily companion. We weren't fighting. We too were far. We were simply 2 persons with shared parents. Our sole connection was that our grandmother had set up those investing accounts for us years before. I had no clue those accounts would cause us the most trouble. Ryan had his investment share before I even understood portfolio. When he turned 19 in the late 1990s, our grandmother decided he could manage his portion. I didn't see the documentation, but my dad said she sat down and explained the accounts. Apparently, she explained things thoroughly. The stocks, dividends, these should grow over time. Dad said she informed him, "Your grandfather built this slowly. Do not spend it immediately." Ryan nodded and accepted everything. According to the story. But Ryan was mindless. He didn't prioritize long-term investing like many 19-year-olds with money. I learned most of this years later. I was a tiny kid roaming around the home, unknowing that my bigger brother had just received a financial head start most people our age never get. I saw Ryan as having money. He arrived one afternoon with a new automobile, a Honda, bright, sparkling, and noticeable when someone pulls into the driveway. I was young enough to say, "Cool car." My dad reacted differently. He walked out to the driveway, looked at the car, then Ryan. "Where did you get the money?" he asked. Ryan proudly leaned against the car and added, "From this investment account Grandma set up. It was my anyway." The silence was long. Dad stroked his forehead to not lose his temper. "You sold shares?" he asked. Ryan shrugged. "It was like $15,000, he added. "No big deal." Although Dad didn't yell, you could see he was frustrated. That account wasn't meant to disappear the moment you got it. Ryan shrugged again. My money. He was technically right. He controlled the account by then, the choice was his. However, that moment was the first huge hint of how we will handle those assets differently. However, it only meant my older brother owned a good car. I had no idea that one decision would set off a conflict years later that would destroy our relationship. Though Ryan didn't sell the entire portfolio, most of it disappeared quickly. Over the next few years, parts were sold. When statements came in or Ryan mentioned needing money, my dad would notice another transaction. We started with smaller things. Rent deposits. Helping a friend out. Automobile repair. One day, he brought a new Honda to the house. Fresh enough to look costly to me, but not fresh off the dealership lot. I was 8 or 9 when that happened. Ryan entered the driveway like coming in. Dad exited quickly. He stared at the car for a moment before asking the obvious. Where did you get that money? Ryan, leaning against the door, looked like a winner. Sold some more stocks, he said. Dad frowned. How many? Ryan shrugged. Most. The wait was long enough for me to see something was wrong. Dad crossed his arms and stated, Ryan, that portfolio was supposed to last years. It should grow. Ryan chuckled and tossed the keys. It was about 15 grand, Dad. I was expected to stare at it forever? Dad remained silent, but his frustration was clear. You were supposed to leave it. Ryan disliked hearing it. You saw it immediately. He opened the car door and whispered, relax, I'll earn more later. He drove off. Dad and I stood on the driveway afterward. Dad shook his head as the automobile drove away. His disappointment was evident in his silence. I didn't think much of it at the moment. Ryan spent money and bought an automobile. That was the story my young brain understood. I didn't comprehend that those shares he sold would have been worth entirely different years later. He pursued me because of that disparity. Ryan effectively abandoned his investment account after cashing out the balance of those shares. The Honda stayed, but not the money. Several years later, my dad provided most Ryan updates. Ryan had moved out by then, and I was still in school, so I rarely saw him. Dad would mention something at supper every couple months. Ryan's jobless again. Or, Ryan asked if I could help him with rent this month. Stuff like that. The issues seemed typical of young adults. Many 20-somethings suffer. However, it continued. One year, a company plan failed. Another time, he relocated across the state with pals and returned broke 6 months later. Several girlfriends came and went, but none lasted. Dad helped whenever things went wrong. Not much, but enough to keep Ryan from crashing. Rent assistance, modest debt repayment, car maintenance. Maybe in high school, I recall one conversation. Ryan was speaking on speakerphone while Dad sat at the kitchen table with bills. Dad, I just need a little help this month, Ryan stated. Dad sighed, Ryan, this is the 3rd time this year. I'll repay. That was said last time. A defensive Ryan. So you're letting me struggle? While not yelling, Dad's voice grew firmer. I won't refuse, you must fix the pattern. Not what Ryan wanted to hear. 1 minute later, he hung up. That conversation became common. I grew up, went to school, and left home. I rarely spoke directly to Ryan by then. Not actively fighting. Our lives were not intertwined. I learned most about him from Dad. Dad and I occasionally discussed investing accounts. Not dramatic, just reminders. Your grandfather built those shares slowly, Dad said. Let them grow alone. I did that. Leaving them alone. Ryan had burnt through his years and moved on. That was my thought at the time. I had no idea he would revisit those investments, specifically mine, years later. I later learnt that Ryan and Dad's money disagreement started things spiraling toward this conflict. It happened without me. Father told me, months later, once the legal letter scenario began. Ryan apparently asked for aid again last year. Multiple times, not even close. Dad stated Ryan arrived upset in the afternoon. He reportedly sat at the kitchen table and spoke plainly. Dad, I need some help, Ryan remarked. Dad sighed. With what now? Ryan stated that things were tight. Rent rose, bills were piling up. He needed some cash to catch up. Dad said he was weary of talking about how many times he had assisted him. So he resisted. Ryan, you've had many chances, Dad remarked. You can't keep treating money like it appears when you ask. Hearing that disturbed Ryan. Dad said Ryan sat back in his chair and asked, what's that supposed to mean? Dad made the mistake that started this catastrophe. He raised me. Look at your brother, Dad said. He had the same chance as you. Apparently, Ryan frowned. What chance? The shares your grandmother set aside, Dad continued. Yours sold. Lucas did not. Ryan halted. Wait, he said gently, he still has them? Dad said he quickly realized he shouldn't have mentioned anything, but the conversation had already moved on. Yes, Dad answered. He kept them invested. Ryan fixed on him. How much are they worth now? He asked. Dad said they'd grown a lot over the years but didn't know the exact quantity. Ryan realized something then. The money Dad invested in a car decades ago has grown in my account. Ryan became quiet after that, according to Dad. He didn't argue. That talk ended with no money requests. He stood up and departed. Dad assumed the talk ended awkwardly. He had no idea that Ryan had just learnt something that would change his life. One that ended with a frightening legal letter in my mailbox. Ryan couldn't let go when Dad assured him I still had my shares. This was all new to me. For me, life was normal. I worked, moved between states, and figured things out like everyone else in my 20s. Investment account was a subtle background factor. However, Dad's advice stuck with Ryan. Dad later told me Ryan asked further questions throughout that conversation. So Lucas never sold anything? Ryan asked. No, Dad answered. Ryan frowned. Not even some? No. Ryan leaned forward at the table. He's just sitting on that money for years? Dad corrected him instantly. He's invested it. Another extended pause. How much is it worth now? Ryan asked. The number was unknown, but Dad told Ryan, a lot more than what you sold yours for. A moment passed before Ryan spoke. Then he laughed lightly. You're kidding. I'm not. Dad reiterated that the shares had grown, especially because some were in companies that had exploded. Shaking his head, Ryan. So, I got 15 grand, he replied slowly, and Lucas gets hundreds of thousands? Dad supposedly groaned and added, Ryan, that's what happens when investments grow over decades. Ryan was slow to answer. Dad claimed he sat at the table for a moment, mentally performing the math. Then something changed. Ryan saw it as an unfair consequence rather than two choices, his and mine. From his perspective, he got $15,000. Got something much bigger. His mind stayed on that. Dad stated Ryan mentioned something unimportant before leaving. That money was for us both. His dad corrected him. It was, you got it. Ryan stopped arguing, just grabbed his jacket and departed. Dad assumed the conversation ended there. But looking back, Ryan knew two things at that moment. First, my investments remained. He believed he deserved a piece of them after they had grown. A letter arrived in my mailbox months later after that discovery. Ryan was silent after that Dad discussion. That was typical. We may not speak for months. Things eventually moved, but not because of him. It began with his girlfriend. Melissa had probably been around a year. A family cookout was my sole meeting with her. She was nice, yet she spoke like the brightest person in the room. She revealed her law firm job at the cookout. No big deal at the moment. However, Ryan went home that night and told her everything about the investments after chatting to Dad. How Grandma divided the portfolio. How he got shares first. His use of them. I still had mine decades later. Dad says Ryan framed it as injustice. He told her, Lucas got the same thing I did. But he still has his and it's worth more. Melissa grasped that immediately. Wait, she said. So your grandmother invested for you both? Yeah. He has all the money now? Ryan shrugged. Pretty much. Melissa then began interpreting the situation differently. Ryan said she started saying, that doesn't sound right. She meant what? Ryan asked. Melissa advised him that if the investments were meant for both siblings, one sibling shouldn't get a huge portfolio while the other got almost nothing. Ryan seldom disputed that logic. It seemed to confirm his growing resentment. Melissa brought it up for weeks afterward. She asked Ryan timeline questions. Transferred accounts by whom? Was there a will? Did paperwork say it was his alone? The majority of those questions were unknown to Ryan. However, Melissa worked at a law firm, which gave her hope that she could pressure the situation. The conversations moved from that doesn't sound fair to more direct topics. If he won't share it, she told Ryan, sometimes people need a legal reminder. Family resentment quietly became something more serious at that point. Because my mailbox contained a letter a few weeks later. Now this was more than a family dispute. A legal threat. The letter arrived on a typical Tuesday. The day was normal until I checked my mailbox that afternoon. In with the junk mail and utility bill was a large envelope with a law firm's name in the corner. Immediately caught my attention. Law firms rarely mail me. At first, I thought it was a typo or one of those generic lawyer ads, but seeing my full name and perfectly spelled address on the envelope made my stomach drop. I took it inside and opened it at the kitchen counter. The letter was multi-page and on official letterhead. The first paragraph read representation of Mr. Ryan Carter. Reading that line twice was necessary. My bro? Lawyer represented? About what? I read more, and it got worse. The letter implied that our grandmother created the investment portfolio for Ryan and me equally. The letter stated that Ryan's use of his investment didn't mean I owned the rest. They claimed the portfolio was always meant for us. They claimed I was holding Ryan's money. The demand followed. They wanted half my investment portfolio's value. Not half its value then. Half its current value. I stood in my kitchen staring at the page. My initial reaction was not anger. There was confusion. Both Ryan and I had the same chance years earlier. Got his shares. Got mine. He sold. I didn't. How did that become my issue? But the letter continued. A few paragraphs later, it became aggressive. The law firm header listed Melissa, and the language changed from explanation to threat. The letter threatened legal action if I refused to cooperate. It warned of severe financial consequences from attorney's fees, court costs, and penalties. This line stuck with me. It stated that legal fees could consume most of the portfolio by the time everything was settled in court. I read that sentence 3 times. The message was straightforward. Give them half now or risk losing everything fighting it. I stood with the papers on the counter for a moment. My hands shook slightly. Because I realized this wasn't just Ryan being bitter about old investments. Trying to steal them. His lawyer supported him. It looked that way at the time. Probably read that letter 5 or 6 times. Whenever I read about legal fees and penalties, my stomach tightened. I wondered if I was misunderstanding. I might have misinterpreted the wording. Legal language always sounds scarier than it is, right? I reread the letter at my kitchen table. Once more. Each time it sounded worse. I was struck by the framing. They didn't say Ryan wanted half. They said he was entitled to half. Like it was already his and I was the one holding it. Then there was the part about court costs. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how these things work, but when someone puts in writing that legal fees alone could wipe out your assets, that sticks in your head. I pulled up my investment accounts on my laptop. The numbers looked exactly the same as they always had. The same stocks, the same dividend payments, the same portfolio that had been sitting there quietly growing for years. Seeing it on the screen actually made the panic worse. Because that account wasn't just some random pile of money. The dividends covered a big chunk of my living expenses. They had saved me more than once when I moved between states. I'd lived in 4 different places over the years, and having that extra income in the background gave me the freedom to do that. If half of it disappeared overnight, it would set me back years. I sat there staring at the screen thinking, is this actually possible? Could Ryan really drag me into court over something that happened 20 years ago? The more I thought about it, the more the uncertainty started eating at me. I picked up the letter again and looked at the law firm's name printed at the top. It looked completely legitimate. There was a phone number, an address, a website, and Melissa's name was right there under the firm's header. At that point I wasn't even angry yet. I was worried. Because if there was even a small chance that Ryan could actually force this into a legal fight, I had no idea what that would cost me. Eventually I pushed the chair back, grabbed my phone, and called the one person who might actually know what was going on. My dad. After I hung up with Dad that night, I barely slept. I kept going back to that line in the letter about legal fees wiping out the portfolio. Every time I tried to convince myself it was just a scare tactic, another thought crept in. What if it isn't? The next morning I stopped trying to figure it out on my own. I started looking for a lawyer. Not my accountant. I've had the same accountant for years and he's great with taxes and financial planning, but this clearly wasn't an accounting issue. This was legal. Within 2 days I had an appointment with a lawyer named Jonathan Reeves. I showed up at his office with a folder that had everything I could think of, the letter Melissa sent, screenshots of my investment accounts, old emails from my brokerage, anything related to the portfolio. Jonathan sat across from me flipping through the documents. After about 10 minutes he looked up and said, "First question. Do you know exactly where these shares originally came from?" I told him what I knew. My grandmother set them up for my brother and me when we were kids. He nodded slowly. Let's confirm that timeline. That's when things started getting clearer. Over the next couple days, Jonathan dug into the history of the accounts. My dad helped too, pulling old paperwork and records from when everything had been transferred. And the story turned out to be slightly different from what I'd always believed. The investments originally belonged to my grandfather, Walter. He was the one who built the portfolio decades ago. When he passed away, everything transferred to my grandmother, Margaret. She managed the accounts for years after that. When Ryan turned 19, she personally set up his account and gave him control of his portion. That part I already knew. The part I didn't know was what happened with mine. I had always thought Grandma had already set my accounts up before she passed away and that Dad had simply been holding them until I was older. That wasn't actually what happened. According to the will, when my grandmother died she left everything to my dad. Not a trust, not separate accounts. Everything, but the will included one very specific instruction. When I was old enough to understand how to manage the investments, my dad was supposed to transfer shares to me equal to what Ryan had received. Which at the time Ryan got his shares was about $15,000. Dad followed that instruction exactly. He created brokerage accounts in my name and transferred the equivalent amount of shares once I was old enough. Then Dad told me something that honestly surprised me. He had added some of his own shares into the account too. Not because he had to. Just because he wanted to give me a bit more of a head start. When Jonathan heard that part, he leaned back in his chair. "Well," he said, "that actually makes your position even stronger." I asked him the question that had been sitting in my head since the letter arrived. "So, can Ryan actually take half?" Jonathan shook his head almost immediately. "No." He pointed to the documents from my grandmother's will. Your father inherited the assets legally. Your brother received his portion earlier. Your father then transferred a separate equivalent amount to you later. Those shares are now entirely in your name. I felt my shoulders drop a little. So he has no claim? Not a viable one, Jonathan said. For the first time since that letter showed up, I felt like I could breathe again. But Jonathan wasn't done reviewing the situation yet. Because there was still one thing that didn't sit right with him. The letter Ryan's girlfriend had sent. And that detail was about to turn the entire situation into something much bigger than just a family dispute. Even after Jonathan told me the legal situation looked solid on my side, he kept going back to the same thing. The letter. He flipped it over again on his desk and tapped the law firm name printed at the top. This part still bothers me, he said. I asked why. He pointed to the signature line where Melissa's name appeared under the firm's header. Something about this doesn't quite match the way firms usually structure these letters. I didn't really understand what he meant, but he explained it simply. If a law firm is sending a demand letter, the person signing it is usually clearly identified as an attorney with the firm. The formatting and titles are very specific. This one looks edited, he said. That word stuck with me. Edited. He looked up at me and asked, did your brother ever mention that his girlfriend is actually a lawyer? I shook my head. All I know is she works at a law firm. Jonathan nodded slowly. Working at a law firm and being an attorney are two very different things. Then he picked up his phone. Let's confirm something. Right there in front of me, he called the number listed on the letterhead. The call went to reception. Hello, this is Jonathan Reeves calling, he said calmly. I'm an attorney reviewing a document that appears to have come from your office. I need to confirm whether it's legitimate. There was a pause while the receptionist transferred him. A few minutes later he was speaking to someone higher up at the firm. I couldn't hear the other side of the conversation, but I could hear Jonathan explaining. Yes, the letter references your firm. Yes, it's signed under the name Melissa Grant. There was a longer pause. Jonathan's expression changed slightly. Melissa Grant works in your office? He asked. Another pause. Then he said something that made my stomach flip. She's a legal secretary? Jonathan glanced at me and slowly nodded as the person on the other end continued talking. I see. No, this appears to be a demand letter. Yes, I can send you a copy immediately. He hung up a minute later and looked at me. Well, he said, that explains a lot. What happened? I asked. Jonathan slid the letter across the desk. Melissa Grant does work there, he said, but she's not a lawyer. He tapped the signature line. She's a legal secretary. I just stared at the page. So, she sent this pretending to be an attorney? Jonathan nodded. And the firm had no idea. He leaned back in his chair. They're going to want a copy of this letter right away. At that moment I realized something important. The legal threat that had kept me up all night might not have been a real legal threat at all. It might have been a bluff. A very risky bluff. And if the firm confirmed that the letter had been altered, Ryan's girlfriend was about to have a very bad week. Jonathan emailed the firm a copy of the letter while I was still sitting in his office. We didn't have to wait long. About an hour later his phone rang. He put the call on speaker so I could hear it too. The person on the other end introduced herself as one of the partners at the firm. Her tone was calm, but you could tell immediately this was not a casual conversation. Mr. Reeves, thank you for forwarding that document, she said. Jonathan responded politely, of course. I wanted to confirm whether it was legitimately issued by your firm. There was a brief pause. Then she said something that made the entire situation click into place. No, it was not. Me stomach sank. She continued explaining. Melissa did work there, but only as a legal secretary. She had no authority to send legal demand letters, represent clients, or sign documents in the firm's name. The partner said their internal review showed that the letter I received had been edited before it was sent. Melissa had taken a template from the firm's internal files, altered the formatting, inserted her name into a position that made it look like she was acting as an attorney, and changed some of the contact details. In other words, she had tried to make it look like an official legal demand coming from the firm. But it wasn't. The partner sounded genuinely embarrassed. I want to apologize to your client for this situation, she said. This document was not authorized by our office in any way. Jonathan nodded. I appreciate the clarification. Then she added something else. We're already addressing the matter internally. Jonathan didn't say anything to that, but the meaning was pretty clear. When the call ended, I just sat there staring at the phone. All the stress I'd been carrying since that letter arrived suddenly shifted into something else entirely. Disbelief. So, the whole thing was fake? I asked. Jonathan nodded. Not entirely fake, he said, but definitely fraudulent. He tapped the letter again. She tried to use the firm's name to pressure you into handing over money. I leaned back in the chair and ran a hand through my hair. For days I'd been imagining courtrooms, lawsuits, and losing everything to legal fees. And it turned out the threat had come from someone who wasn't even a lawyer. Jonathan gave me a small smile. If I had to guess, he said, Your brother and his girlfriend thought this letter would scare you into paying them. He paused. It probably would have worked on a lot of people. Then he added one last thing. But it's about to backfire on them pretty badly. The fallout from that phone call happened faster than I expected. Later that same afternoon, Jonathan received another call from the law firm. This time, it wasn't just clarification, it was a formal response. He put the phone on speaker again so I could hear. The same partner from earlier introduced herself and got straight to the point. We've completed our internal review, she said. There was a brief pause before she continued. Melissa Grant is no longer employed with our firm. I didn't say anything, but I remember sitting there with my arms crossed, staring at the letter still lying on Jonathan's desk. The partner explained what had happened on their side. Apparently, once they saw the document Jonathan sent them, they pulled the original template from their internal system and compared it line by line. Melissa had edited several parts. She had inserted her name into a section normally reserved for attorneys. She had changed the contact information so responses would go directly to her. She had also adjusted the wording in a way that made it sound like the firm was threatening legal action. None of it had been approved. None of it had even been seen by the attorneys at the firm before it was sent. The partner sounded genuinely frustrated. This was a serious breach of our internal policies, she said. We take this kind of misconduct extremely seriously. Jonathan thanked her for the update. Then she said something directed at me. We would like to apologize to Mr. Carter for the distress this letter may have caused. Our firm had no involvement in sending it. Hearing that word distress actually made me laugh a little under my breath. Distress was one way to put it. For 2 days, I'd been thinking my brother was about to drag me into a massive legal fight over my investments. And it turned out the whole thing was built on a fake letter. After the call ended, Jonathan looked over at me. Well, he said, that situation resolved itself faster than expected. I nodded slowly. So she just lost her job? Immediately. He said. I leaned back in the chair. Part of me almost felt bad about it. Losing a job over something like that is a pretty serious consequence. But then I thought about the letter again. The threats about legal fees. The way it was clearly meant to scare me into handing over money, and that feeling disappeared pretty quickly. Jonathan closed the folder with all the documents. As far as the legal side goes, he said, you're completely in the clear. Which meant the situation should have been over. But about a week later, Ryan showed up at my door. And that conversation ended up being worse than the letter. About a week after Melissa was fired, I heard a hard knock on my front door. Not a normal knock. The kind where someone's basically hitting the door with their fist. I opened it and immediately saw Ryan standing there. I hadn't seen him in person in months. He looked exhausted and angry at the same time. His jaw was tight and his arms were crossed like he had already decided this conversation was going to be a fight. The first thing he said wasn't hello. You called her firm. Not even a question. Just an accusation. I leaned against the doorframe and said, my lawyer did. Ryan let out this short, bitter laugh. Yeah, well, congratulations, he said. You got her fired. I stared at him for a second. She sent a fake legal threat, I said. What did you think was going to happen? Ryan stepped forward like he was trying to intimidate me. You didn't have to take it that far. I felt my hands tighten a little. She pretended to be a lawyer and threatened to take half my investments. Ryan waved his hand like that part didn't matter. She was just trying to fix something that should have been fair in the first place. That was the first moment I realized he genuinely believed that. He wasn't embarrassed about the letter. He thought they were justified. Then he said something that made it even clearer. You've got all that money sitting there while we're struggling. And there it was. The real reason he was standing on my porch. Ryan pushed past me and stepped into my living room without being invited. I closed the door behind him and said, what exactly do you want? You know what I want, he said immediately. I shook my head. No, I don't. Ryan pointed toward the kitchen table where my laptop was sitting. That portfolio, he said. Half of it. I actually laughed a little. You're still serious about that? Ryan's face hardened. Grandma meant that money for both of us. You got yours, I said. That was years ago. That's not my problem. He ran a hand through his hair and started pacing. You're sitting on a fortune because you got lucky with some stocks. I crossed my arms. I didn't get lucky. I left them alone. Ryan stopped pacing and looked straight at me. So you're just going to keep everything while I get screwed? That was the moment something in me snapped. I had been trying to keep the conversation calm up to that point. But years of hearing about Ryan asking Dad for money, the fake legal threat, and now him standing in my house acting like I owed him something finally pushed me over the edge. You didn't get screwed, I said. Ryan frowned. You sold your shares. That was $15,000. Yes, I answered, and you chose to spend it. Ryan threw his hands up. Because I was 19. And now you're 44, I said. And somehow this is still everyone else's fault? The room went quiet for a second. Ryan stared at me like he wasn't used to hearing that from anyone. After a few seconds, Ryan's anger shifted into something else. Frustration. He sat down heavily in one of the chairs at the table and rubbed his face. "You don't understand the situation," he muttered. I didn't say anything. Finally he looked up. "Melissa's in serious debt." "How serious?" I asked. Ryan hesitated. Then he said a number. It was well into 5 figures. I blinked. "That's not my problem." Ryan leaned forward. "She thought if we scared you a little, you might just settle and give us something." The way he said it was so casual it almost stunned me. "You tried to scam me," I said. Ryan immediately pushed back. "It wasn't a scam. You sent a fake legal letter. It was just pressure." I shook my head. "You tried to take half my investments." Ryan slammed his hand on the table. "Because it should have been half." That was the point where I knew the conversation wasn't going anywhere. Ryan wasn't asking for help. He thought he was entitled to it. So I said the only thing left to say. "You already got your inheritance." Ryan stared at me. "You spent it." "That was 20 years ago." "Yes," I answered. "And that decision belongs to you." He leaned back in the chair like he was trying to process what I had just said. "So you're not helping me?" "No. You're really going to let your own brother drown like this?" I looked at him for a second. "If you had come here asking for help instead of sending a fake legal threat for half my portfolio, this conversation might have gone differently." Ryan didn't respond. "So no," I said finally, "I'm not giving you the money." He stood up slowly. For a second I thought he might start another argument. Instead he just shook his head. Unbelievable. Then he walked past me, opened the door, and left. The entire conversation had lasted maybe 15 minutes. At the time, I thought that was the end of it. The next morning proved I was wrong. When Ryan walked out of my house, he didn't slam the door. He closed it slowly. That almost made it worse. I watched him walk down the driveway through the front window. His shoulders were tight, and he was shaking his head like he was still arguing with me in his head. He got into his car, started the engine, and sat there for a few seconds before pulling away. For a moment I just stood in the living room staring at the empty driveway. Part of me wondered if I had been too harsh. Not about the investments, I knew I was right about that. But about everything else. Ryan was still my brother. We hadn't been close in years, but there was still a small part of me that felt bad watching him leave like that. I sat down at the kitchen table for a while after he left. The house felt quiet. I told myself the situation was finished now. He had asked. I had answered. That was it. At least, that's what I thought. The next morning I walked outside to leave for work. The first thing I noticed was the angle of the car. Something about the way it was sitting looked wrong. Then I got closer. All 4 tires were flat. Not slowly deflated. Shredded. Each one had long, deep cuts in the sidewalls. For a second I just stood there in the driveway staring at it. I walked around the car once, checking each tire like maybe I was somehow misunderstanding what I was seeing. But there was no misunderstanding. Every tire had been slashed. I stood there with my hands on my hips, looking down at the damage. The image of Ryan standing in my living room the night before popped into my head immediately. The anger in his voice. The way he walked out. And suddenly the timing didn't feel like a coincidence anymore. The strange thing was that my first reaction wasn't rage. It was clarity. For the past week there had been this small voice in the back of my head asking if I should have handled things differently. Maybe I should have helped him a little. Maybe I should have given him something just to keep the peace. But standing there in the driveway looking at 4 destroyed tires, that voice disappeared instantly. I realized something very simple. Ryan didn't want help. He wanted my money. And when he didn't get it, he chose revenge instead. That moment wiped out whatever guilt I had left. Over the next few days the rest of the situation settled itself. Jonathan confirmed again that legally I was completely safe. Ryan had no claim to the investments. Melissa's situation was worse. Being fired from a law firm for altering official documents isn't the kind of thing you quietly recover from. Jonathan told me that sort of thing follows people in the legal field. Whether she finds another job in that environment again is anyone's guess. Meanwhile, the debt Ryan mentioned didn't magically disappear. From what Dad later told me, Ryan had asked him for money again shortly after everything happened. Dad said no. Apparently he told Ryan something simple. You made your choices. As for Ryan and me, we haven't spoken since. And after the tire incident, I don't see that changing anytime soon. He came to my house, demanding half of something he already had years ago and chose to spend. Now the plan he and his girlfriend came up with has cost them a job, a relationship with family, and whatever chance they had of me helping them. And honestly, after what happened in my driveway that morning, I don't feel bad about that anymore. I'm planning to elope because my parents are trying to make me agree to letting my sister's boyfriend propose to my sister at my wedding. People usually think about how terrible my younger sister's childhood cancer must have been. Actually, it was bad. I started everything at 12. Hospitals dominate my memories. Long halls, a disinfectant smell, hard, sticky plastic chairs. While my parents saw doctors behind closed doors, I did homework in waiting rooms. I remember vending machine dinners. No one knew how long we'd be there, So I slept in my clothes. Strangely, I didn't realize how bad it was then. My parents did everything to protect me. I only knew Emily was sick and everyone was scared. Later, my mom told me Emily almost died. More than once. That was my parents' darkest time. Without a doubt. Everyone was amazed when Emily beat cancer. Doctors rejoiced. Close friends gave. Her relatives called her our little fighter and the miracle child. While I agreed. While sitting on her hospital bed at home, I told her she was the bravest person I knew. But something changed. Small things first. Emily wanted toys. Now, she understood. Emily defied duty. She needn't. After Emily had a tantrum at a restaurant over an incorrect order, my mom comforted her and said, "She's been through enough." Being the easy kid was expected. An understanding one. One without issues. If I complained about unfairness, my mom would think I said something terrible. "Anna," she said, lowering her voice to an irrational person, "your sister survived cancer." All arguments ended with that sentence. For a while, I'd stopped talking. How can you dispute that? Emily became a brat as we aged. No better wording. By high school, she knew our parents could change the world with effort. She was curfew-free. She was exempt. She forgot schoolwork due to medical trauma. If she snapped, she was emotionally recovering. I was called the jealous sister when frustrated. "You should be proud of her," my mom said. "I am proud of her," I said. My house was the same. In that house, Emily could do anything. The dynamic continued quietly as adults. We got along better as adults than teens after Emily calmed down after college. Though we weren't friends, we could get along at dinner. She stayed healthy. She always gets her way, so she expects it. My parents didn't change. Every family event revolved around Emily. Emily's job. Emily's boyfriend. Emily's plans. Got used to it. Made it easy. For years, I convinced myself it didn't matter. Until wedding. Then everything exploded. 20 years after hospitalization. Daniel and I were engaged for almost 4 years at 32. Daniel listens to you speak. He listens beyond polite nodding and remembers details weeks later. He'll suggest a restaurant 3 months later if I like it. After growing up in a house focused on others, this was unusual. Very good. Nothing dramatic or viral about the proposal. This happened randomly Saturday afternoon. Walked Daniel along the lake near his grandparents' house. His family spends summers in this peaceful area outside the city. A 20-foot wooden dock connects the home to the water. We'd been there many times. We talked about nothing special at the dock's end with our feet in the water. Work, bills, vacation ideas. Daniel grew quiet. He asked me, "You know I want to live with you, right?" I laughed and said, "That sounds suspiciously like the beginning of a proposal." He smiled, took a tiny box from his jacket pocket, and said, "Good," to avoid surprise. He opened. Simple ring. No spectacle. Definitely my style. My brain wasn't ready, so I stared at him. Then I agreed. No bush-hiding photographers, no flash mob, no surprise violinist. 2 of us on a quiet dock. It was great. That night, we called families. Daniel's parents rejoiced. His grandparents quickly discussed a lake house party. My mom yelled when I told my parents, so I held the phone away from my ear. "Wow, my daughter's marrying." Dad called her to congratulate us. Everything felt normal then. A few weeks later, Daniel and I started wedding planning. We didn't have much for something big. Rent, student loans, and adulthood made tens of thousands of dollars on a wedding unaffordable. That kind of wedding wasn't for us. Small and casual was our favorite idea. Daniel's grandparents' lakeside home appeared quickly. A large oak tree, water view, and dock make the backyard photo-friendly. Even his grandmother joked about cooking half the food. A tentative guest list was made. 30 people. Stretching may yield 35. Some cousins, close friends, and family. No, everyone wedding. One can drink wine and watch the sunset outside. I told my mom the plan during Sunday dinner, and she looked at me like we were getting married in a parking lot. 30 people? She said. I nodded. Yeah. Some tiny thing. Backyard ceremony, meal after. Nothing crazy. First she looked at my dad, then me. No, she said instantly. I blinked. What do you mean, no? You cannot have a backyard wedding with 30 people, she said. That's no wedding, it's barbecue. Daniel kept it light. He said, we actually like the barbecue vibe. My mom didn't laugh. She relaxed and folded arms. This is your wedding, she said, like a child learning. Your sole wedding, the whole family should attend. I shrugged. We don't want a big party. She seemed offended. A wedding is not just about what you want, she said, about family. That should have been my first warning. I disagreed then. My parents made a nice offer soon after. My mother said, your father and I will pay for the wedding. Daniel and I looked up. All of it? I requested. Yes, she said. A real place, catering, whole thing. Don't worry about money. Dad nodded too. We want to do this for you, he said. Honestly, I hesitated. I found it bothersome. Dan grabbed my hand under the table. We'd consider. We argued for days. We liked our small lakeside plan. However, my parents wanted a bigger party. I eventually convinced myself it would please them. Maybe I overthought. I called Mom to say yes. That was the worst wedding decision. My wedding lost its identity. Not obvious yet. After Daniel and I accepted my parents' wedding funding, things moved fast. Too fast. I received venue links, caterer options, and long guest lists with fewer than 30 people a week from my mom. Daniel and I were eating dinner when she called. Anna, I found the perfect venue, she said. Speaker mode on my phone. What kind of venue? She said, it's a lakeside event hall about 40 minutes from the city. Large garden, elegant reception, professional staff. A wedding should be like this. Daniel raised an eyebrow. He inquired about capacity. My mom paused. 200. Daniel almost choked on his drink. He said, we don't even know 200 people. Well, you don't have to invite that many, she said quickly. But we have room. Us. Word stuck in head. My attempt was redirecting. We wanted something small, Mom. Yes, I know, she patiently replied when someone was unreasonable. But this is your wedding, don't limit it. Weeks later, planning talks continued. They didn't feel like meetings. It resembled my mom's past decisions. I got texts like, I reserved a photographer, we can always cancel if you hate him. Or, I spoke to a florist about centerpieces. Or, your father and I added a few more relatives to the guest list. My mom said the same thing whenever I slowed down. Don't worry, Anna, your father and I handle it. She seemed excited at first. Weddings upset parents, right? Daniel was doubtful. We checked my laptop's growing guest list on the couch one night. Anna, he said gently, this list is already at 90 people. Stroking my forehead. I know. And half are your parents' friends. I know. He regarded me. Do you want this wedding? I reacted slowly. I confessed that I was uncertain. Yes, I felt guilty. This cost my parents a lot. Most of my mom's conversations included, we wish you the best day. Being unappreciative when someone offers to spend tens of thousands on your wedding. I kept telling myself everything would be fine. The guest list grew. The venue was fancier than expected. Finally, I married Daniel. That mattered. I constantly reminded myself. Daniel looked at me one afternoon and said something that should have stopped me. Do they seem to be planning your wedding or their fave? I shrugged. I think they're excited. Daniel didn't argue. Neither did he seem convinced. That was likely the last moment before things went wrong. Because my mom called a few weeks later to invite me over for a quick conversation. She sounded unusually serious. That conversation changed everything. Daniel and I didn't immediately accept my parents' proposal. The dinner conversation was debated several days later. We opened 2 laptops at our kitchen table one night. My mom submitted venue information after we designed a lakeside wedding plan. The contrast was fun. Daniel's grandma cooks half the food and his grandfather grills something regardless for 30 people at an outdoor ceremony. In contrast, a large event hall, professional caterers, a dance floor, a 3-tier cake, and 200 guests. Sitting back, Daniel said, I still vote for the doc. One laugh. Same. Your mom hates that idea. Yes, I said. I was briefly researched. Do you want the big wedding? No, I said directly. I meant it. I never imagined a big wedding. I didn't care about stunning centerpieces, grand entrances, or 100 guests watching us cut cake. Simple was my aim. But there was another view. My parents offered to cover everything. Whenever I considered refusing, my mom said, just celebrating you. Your only wedding. The whole family should attend. I felt selfish for resisting. Daniel saw my mental block. You know we don't have to take their money, he said softly. I know. We could marry next month at my grandparents' house and be perfect. I know, I said, leaning forward. Then why delay? Watch the screen. The answer was complicated. Part of me thought my parents were kind. They never offered to pay for something so important. My mom was excited about the wedding every time we spoke. Not to dampen enthusiasm. I think it means a lot to them, I said. Daniel sighed softly. I don't want you to hate this. I said, it won't, immediately. I had a slight gut knot despite that. I called Mom the next day. She took the second ring. Hi, sweetheart. Hi, Mom. So, she asked immediately, have you two considered the venue? Maybe 2 seconds, I thought. Yes, I said. I discussed it with Daniel. And? I inhaled. We don't mind you and Dad paying for a bigger wedding. Snapshot silence. My mom squealed. That's awesome. She called my dad behind me. Michael, yes, she said. My dad must have been nearby since he was on the phone. That's great news, Anna, he exclaimed. Happy for you. My mother resumed. You'll have such a beautiful wedding, she said, I promise. Then I trusted her. I saw it as my parents improving our wedding planning. Mom took that call differently, which I didn't realize. She could now plan the wedding. Just gave her permission. My mom called me one night 3 weeks before the wedding. Not texted. Called. That alone was odd. Can Anna come tomorrow afternoon? She asked. For what? I just want to talk about something with you, she said. Nothing bad. Just wedding stuff. Her tone was oddly cautious. Okay, I said slowly. Great, she said quickly. Your dad will be here. That was odd too. Dad rarely joined wedding discussions unless my mom needed him to carry chairs or sign checks. I ignored it. Next day, I drove to my parents' house after work. The moment I entered, something was off. Dad sat at dinner. Mom was at the kitchen counter. Tyler went. Emily's boyfriend. Immediate pause in the doorway. Hey, I said slowly. Tyler waved as if on a family vacation. Anna peered around. Where's Emily? Oh, she's out with friends, my mom said quickly. The second oddity. Why wasn't my maid of honor at a wedding discussion? My mom pointed to the table before I asked. Sat down, we wanted to talk about something. I sat slowly. Tyler seemed excited. Dad swallowed. He said, so this is actually Tyler's idea. Tyler leaned forward in his chair. Yes, I've considered proposing to Emily. Agreeing. Very good. I really meant it. This couple had been together almost 3 years. Expected eventually. Continued talking. And I thought your wedding might be perfect. I blinked. Sorry, what? His expression was dead serious. Like during the reception, he said, the night would become a wedding and engagement party. Mine froze. My laughter started. Unpolite. Like genuine surprise laughter. You're kidding. No one else performed. Mom folded her hands at the table. Let Anna hear us. I stopped laughing. Are you serious? Tyler nodded enthusiastically. There's this trend online, my mom said. Wedding bridesmaids and maids of honor are proposed. Instagram has many videos. Very pretty. My focus was on her. No, Mom. She frowned immediately. You mean no? I mean no, I said, half laughing at the absurdity. That's insane. Tyler looked offended. Why? My wedding, I said. Shrugging. Yeah, but it would improve the night. For you, I said. Mom grew stern. She scolded Anna, don't be selfish. Maybe I misheard her. I'm sorry? Your sister has been through so much, she said. Would sharing the spotlight hurt you? It existed. Those familiar feelings. Old script. Emily had cancer. Emily deserved more. Start with Emily. My seat reclined. This whole meeting was to ask if my sister's boyfriend can hijack my wedding, I said slowly. Tyler mocked. That's not hijacking. That's literally hijacking, I said. My father spoke again. Anna, we wanted to surprise you. For Emily, I said. Yes, Mom said. Shaking my head. No. Just that. No explanation. No debate. Just no. The room went quiet. Mom's face changed completely. She went from hopeful to furious. Anna, do you realize how ungrateful you sound? My focus was on her. Ungrateful? She snapped. We are paying for your entire wedding. Can't you help your sister? My chest broke. Because suddenly everything made sense. The spot. List of guests. Sudden thrill. I watched her. I always thought it was weird that you were so eager to pay for my wedding, I said. She remained silent. Now I know why. Her eyes widened. Are you accusing me? I'm accusing you of planning my wedding around Emily, I said. Her tears began. Massive tears. I cannot believe my daughter is telling me this. Dad got up. That's enough, Anna. But I continued. You want my wedding to be about Emily again? I said. My mom pointed to the door. If you're going to act like this, she cried, you can leave. Suddenly, the meeting ended. I took my bag. Tyler shook his head as I stood. You're being really bitter about this, he muttered. I said nothing. I left the house immediately. I thought the situation was absurd. I had no idea it would get worse. As I sat at the dining table listening to Tyler explain his idea, I felt like I had stumbled into a bizarre prank. I initially thought they were joking. Tyler spoke as if he had it all planned. So imagine this, he said, leaning forward and gesturing like a businessman. The reception is going, everyone is happy, music is playing, and Anna speaks. I frowned. Why am I speaking? My mom gestured as if that was obvious. You'd say something about family, she said. About your special relationship with Emily. My focus was on her. Then Tyler continued. And then you say your sister has a surprise. I blinked. What then? Tyler smiled grandly. Then Emily's friends danced to her favorite song, and I propose at the end. The room went quiet. Then I laughed again. An impolite laugh. The kind that requires a chair recline. Oh my God, I shook my head. You're serious. Tyler didn't laugh. My mom didn't laugh. My dad didn't laugh. I realized they were serious then. Rubbed my eyes. No. One word. Tyler frowned immediately. You mean no? I mean no, I said. That's absurd. Mom's face tightened. Anna, it's very thoughtful. Thoughtful? I said. You want my wedding to be Emily's engagement party. It wouldn't turn into that, Tyler defended. It literally would, I said. He looked irritated. Just one moment. One moment where everyone stops celebrating the wedding and starts celebrating Emily, I said. Mom leaned forward, her voice grew. Why are you going big? My focus was on her. My wedding. And she's your sister, my mom said. Stroking my forehead. Mom. No. Tyler sighed loudly. You're overdramatic. Faced him. Am I dramatic for not wanting a wedding proposal? He said, it's not like we're interrupting the ceremony. No point. Mom suddenly lightly slammed her hand on the table. Anna. I knew her warning tone from childhood. Don't be selfish. That word slapped. Selfish? I repeated. Yes, she said. You're selfish. Shocked, I reclined. You want Emily at my wedding. Why is that wrong? She said. My focus was on her. Why is that wrong? Yes, she said. Your sister endured much. It existed. The sentence I heard forever. Tightened chest. Again about that. My voice was low. My dad shifted in his chair. Anna. No, I said, please be truthful. Faced my mother. This isn't thoughtfulness. What do you mean? She asked. I'm implying Emily gets all. That is not true, she said. Oh, really? I said. Finger counting began. She got away with everything growing up. That's unfair. Every rule was bent for her. Anna. Now she's in my wedding? Mom reddened. Your jealousy. A word exploded in the room. Jealous? I said slowly. Yes, she pointed at me. You have always been jealous of your sister. I laughed again, but not for the joke. Of course, I said. That solves everything, right? Dad stood halfway. Calm down, Anna. No, I said. Faced my mother. I always found it odd that you were so eager to pay for my wedding. Narrow eyes. What does that mean? Now I know why, I said. The room was quiet. Mom spoke. You think we're helping Emily? Just, yes, I said. Eyes welled. I cannot believe you would accuse me. You literally invited Tyler here to ask me if he can propose to Emily at my wedding, I said. It's different. How not? She got up. You are so ungrateful. And you are acting like my wedding is a family event instead of mine, I said. Dad spoke more loudly. Enough. Already crying, Mom. She cried. Shaking, she said, I try to do something nice for my daughter, and she throws it back in my face. My focus was on her. Something nice? My voice was low. You funded my wedding and asked me to highlight Emily. Mom pointed to the front door. If that's how you see it, she cried, you can leave. The room was quiet. I rose slowly. Tyler shook his head as I took my bag. You're being really bitter about this, he muttered. Glanced at him. Then I left home. My goodbye was never said. Then I thought the argument was over. I had no idea that was just the beginning. Under halfway down the driveway, my phone buzzed. I thought Daniel wanted meeting feedback. It wasn't. My mother. Answering by car. Hello? Her voice sounded calmer but forced. Anna, she said. We must discuss what happened. Against the car door. I believe we did. She snapped. No. You stormed out. Shut my eyes. Mom, you asked Tyler to propose to Emily at my wedding. I declined. Yes, she replied. And you overreacted. I inhaled slowly. Overreacted? Simple request became personal attack. Gently, I laughed. A simple request? Yes, she said. Really, you disappoint me. As usual, my chest knot tightened. Mom, I'm uncomfortable, I said carefully. That should do. Phone paused briefly. So she said the sentence that changed everything. Well, you may not be comfortable, but your father and I have invested heavily in this wedding. I postured better. That means what? She said, it means we're not canceling the idea over one moment of jealousy. Jealousy? Again. Holding the phone harder. I'm not jealous, I said. You accused us of favoritism before Tyler, she said. What else is it called? I stayed silent. Then she said. Anna, we're paying for the wedding. My stomach sank. And? I said slowly. And since we are paying, she said, we can make certain requests. Requests. Her words were not demands. My hands shook partially. So you're telling me, I said, that the proposal is happening whether I like it or not. Another pause. My mother said calmly. Yes. A few seconds passed silently. Streetcars passed. Down the block, a dog barked. Mum told me my opinion didn't matter at my wedding. Finally I whispered, you're serious? Yes, she said. If the day comes, you'll realize it's not a big deal. My voice froze. It matters to me. You need to let go of this resentment you've always had toward Emily, she said. The end. This sentence ended the conversation. I'm hanging up now, I said. Anna. I hung up. I stared at the steering wheel before driving home. The line kept repeating in my head. Since we pay. I thought the wedding was stolen. Daniel was on the couch when I arrived. He immediately looked up. Well? I left my bag and sat beside him. They mean it. Concerning the proposal? Yes. What did you say? No. I said. And? My mom told me it's happening anyway because they paid for the wedding. Daniel reclined slowly. You're kidding. Wish I was. A hand stroked his hair. That's insane. I nodded. Sat, quietly. Again, my phone buzzed. Grabbed it. New message. From Mom. Mom. You are not to tell Emily about this conversation. Another message followed seconds later. Mom. This is supposed to be a surprise. Watch the screen. I received another alert. Tyler sent. I opened. Tyler. Hey, I know that conversation got heated, but you really need to keep this between us. A second message followed. Tyler. If Emily finds out before the wedding, it will completely ruin everything. My jaw tensed. Daniel watched my face. It's what? I handed him the phone. He raised his eyebrows reading the messages. They're warning you? Apparently. Received another message. Tyler. Look, I know you're upset, but please don't sabotage this. I considered sabotage. Sabotage. Apparently I ruined something. Daniel called back. You're not responding? No. I said. I didn't block him. No way that night. Instead, I placed the phone face down on the table. Daniel and I realized something. Dispute went beyond disagreement. My family organized my wedding. They expected my consent. That night, Daniel and I stayed up late. No dispute. Considering our options. Daniel took the wedding folder and read the contracts my mom had sent me for weeks. Contract for venue. Contract catering. Decor deposit. Photography deposit. Page after page, he turned. After 10 minutes, he exhaled slowly. This is bad. I looked up from my laptop. How bad? He showed me a paragraph on the screen. Most deposits are non-refundable. Leaning forward. We're talking how much? Daniel opened some emails. Your parents have paid about $30,000. I blinked. 30,000? Yeah. My chair reclined. That clarified my concern since the meeting. The time. The proposal occurred 3 weeks before the wedding. 3 weeks was close enough to make canceling everything difficult. Daniel looked at me. You know what this means? I nodded slowly. They waited until everything was paid. Exactly. Rubbing his forehead. They set it up to trap you. I avoided believing that. The more I thought about it, the more it fit. Mom was thrilled to pay for everything. She advanced the timeline. She rushed deposits. Suddenly, this proposal appeared when backing out would cost a fortune. Again, I examined the contracts. If we cancel now, they lose all that money. Yeah. And they'll blame me. Probably. Both of us sat quietly. Finally, Daniel said something that tightened my chest. Anna, if this were my family, I'd leave. I regarded him. You mean cancel the wedding? I mean refuse to let them control it. I delayed responding. It felt bigger than canceling. That would never please my parents. Some part of me hoped my mom would calm down and reconsider. Unfortunately, the next day proved hopeless. My phone rang again at lunch. Mom. I hesitated before responding. Hello. Her tone was happy. Almost like our argument never happened. Hi sweetheart, I've been thinking about how to make the proposal beautiful. Closed my eyes. You're still discussing this? Yes, she said casually. I thought we settled this. We did, she said. You said it was happening anyway, I said flatly. Yes, she said. Then she continued like we were discussing seating. So here's my thought. I pinched my nose bridge. Mom. She ignored me and said, you give a speech during the reception. Something about your bond with Emily. You say tonight is about you too. Me stomach sunk. Both of us? Yes, she said warmly. You getting married and Emily starting her future. I felt my hands shaking again. You want me to stand up at my wedding and introduce my sister's proposal? I asked slowly. If you say it that way. That's exactly what it is. She sighed at my intransigence. This should be a happy moment, Anna. It should be my happy moment. You're getting married, she said impatiently. That part won't change. No point. Long silence. Softly, I said. Mom, please stop. Silence. I'm begging you, I said. Don't make my wedding Emily's engagement party. Her voice cooled. You're dramatic. No. I said. Please respect one boundary. And I'm asking you to stop acting like this is some huge betrayal, she said. Feels like one. Jealousy is ruining your wedding. It returned. Jealousy. I pushed back and that word reset every time. Mom, I said, trying to stay calm, this has nothing to do with jealousy. It does. It doesn't. You always hated Emily. Inhaled deeply. I am not discussing my childhood right now. She snapped, well, maybe you should. Conversation was escalating again. One last try. Mom, please. Just that. Please. I wondered if she would soften. She said something that sealed the door. The proposal is happening, Anna. Tighten chest. With or without you. The words lingered. A strange calm came over me. You mean that? Yes, she said. We are not canceling. You expect me to participate? It would be better if you did, she said. It's happening anyway. That was when I realized something simple. Mom had decided. My opinion no longer mattered. For the first time, I considered quitting. A phone call with my mother made me stop trying. I still wanted to talk this out like normal people until then. That if I explained calmly, she might see how unfair it was. She didn't want to talk. She desired compliance. Daniel and I sat at the kitchen table again that night, same place we planned our small wedding. But the mood was different this time. So I told him everything my mom said. Especially the end. The proposal is happening with or without you. Daniel slowly reclined. So she decided. Yeah. She expects you to introduce it. Apparently, we sat quietly for a while. Daniel ended with a simple statement. Don't be there. I looked up. What? If the wedding isn't yours anymore, he said, don't show up. I blinked. That's not possible. Why not? My wedding. Shaking his head. But is it? That question hit harder than expected. Because I knew the answer deep inside. Dan leaned forward. Anna, we loved getting married at my grandparents' house. I know. We can do that. I watched him. You mean cancel the big wedding? No, he said calmly, I mean move our wedding. A moment passed before my brain caught up. Move it? Yeah, he said. Earlier. I felt my heart racing. How early? Thought for a moment. A week. A week? This keeps honeymoon bookings working. Sitting there, I processed. It made more sense as I thought about it. Our honeymoon was scheduled for the day after the wedding. We could leave on time by moving the wedding earlier. My parents would still hold their event on the original date. Daniel carefully examined my face. What do you think? I inhaled slowly. I believe that could work. We called his grandparents that night. Daniel's grandmother replied. Hello, sweetheart. Hi, Grandma, Daniel said. We must ask something slightly crazy. She chuckled. Oh, I love crazy. Daniel explained it. Plan for proposal. My mother's demand. Moving the wedding is possible. Phone paused briefly. I heard the most comforting sentence all week from his grandmother. Well, you can marry here. Grandfather spoke from the background. Inform them we'll reposition the chairs. My eyes started to sting. Are you sure? I requested. Of course we're sure, she said. This was your wedding plan anyway. After hanging up, Daniel and I looked at each other. So we're doing this, he said. Yeah. I said. Our wedding was a week earlier. I needed to talk to one person first. Emily. Not because I owed her. But the situation was about to explode either way. If I didn't say anything, she'd learn the proposal plan at the wedding. Telling her would ruin Tyler's surprise. But honestly, I no longer felt responsible for Tyler's big moment after everything that happened. Next afternoon, I called her. She said, hey when she picked up. Hey. What's up? I inhaled. I need to tell you about the wedding. A brief pause. What about it? Your boyfriend will propose there. Silence. Then. What? At the reception, I said, my parents know. Another pause. Then she groaned loudly. Oh my God. You didn't know? No, she said. Tyler said he was planning something, but I didn't know what. I awaited her response. Perhaps it was a strange idea. Maybe to check if I agreed. Instead, she said something different. You ruined surprise. I blinked. What? You could have kept that to yourself, she said, annoyed. My stomach sank. Emily, they expected me to propose during my wedding speech. So? So my wedding. She sighed. Anna, you're overdoing it. I regarded the phone. You're serious? It's just a proposal, she said. Your wedding continues. That sentence resembled my mom's argument suspiciously. You don't mind? I requested. Honestly, she said. No. Naturally, she wouldn't. Because she thought sharing my wedding day was fine. So long as she got engaged. I just think you could have gone with the flow, she said. I stopped arguing. I said, okay, quietly. I stared at my phone after we hung up. Daniel entered from another room. How went it? Once, I laughed. She's mad I ruined the surprise. He blinks. That's her priority? Yep. Daniel shook his head slowly. That answers that. After that, the plan was official. We moved the wedding. We had to do it quietly. We contacted our loved ones over the next few days. Friends. 2 cousins. My favorite aunt. Every conversation began similarly. So, something weird happened with the wedding. Then we explained. Everyone reacted the same. What? They wanted a proposal at your wedding? Yes. That's insane. Yeah. We would then ask the real question. Can you come a week early? Some had to switch flights. Some took extra vacation days. Some changed their work schedules. I appreciated their willingness more than any fancy venue. We requested one major favor from everyone. No social media. No posts. No live streams. No clues. At least until Daniel and I were on our honeymoon. Everyone agreed. Suddenly, the quietest wedding preparation ever began. Although my parents were planning their big event, our real wedding was planned with Daniel. A week before the new wedding was surreal. My parents were unaware of the change. My mom kept texting me about the original wedding schedule like nothing was wrong. Things like, we need to finalize your speech. Remember to practice the timing for the surprise moment. My stomach tightened whenever her name appeared on my phone. I stopped responding to most. Daniel and I lived in the moment. Our wedding. One we always wanted. Ceremony morning was quiet. No big venue. No vendors rushing. 0100 person seating charts. Just Daniel's grandparents' lakeside home. Daniel proposed there. His grandmother Margaret was arranging flowers in mason jars in the backyard when we arrived that morning. His grandfather George dragged folding chairs across grass. Morning. He saw us and called. Daniel said, morning, offering help. Standing still, I took it all in. The water behind the house was still. Oak trees cast huge lawn shadows. I felt calm for the first time since this mess began. Friend Rachel hugged me. You ready? She asked. I grinned. Yeah. About 20 people attended. Close pals. Deux cousins. My favorite aunt. Daniel's family. Many had worked hard to make it work. My friend arrived 2 days early and took extra vacation. Another rescheduled a work conference. A large reception hall couldn't compare to their quiet waiting. The ceremony was simple. Music without drama. No regular entrances. Daniel was under the oak tree when I arrived. His face lit up at me. That alone made it worthwhile. Our friend Mark officiated. I liked his brevity. He joked, well, this might be the most discreet wedding I've ever officiated. Everyone laughed. I was squeezed by Dan. He faced me during vows. He promised, so whatever chaos your family creates, we'll handle it together. Some laughed quietly. I promise to make you laugh more than they stress you out. That made me laugh. Time for me. I said, thank you for reminding me that this day is actually supposed to be about us. Just like that. Got married. No drama. Nobody interrupts. Unsurprising proposals. Just us. A small backyard dinner followed. Wine, grilling, homemade desserts. Daniel's grandmother sneaked cake onto plates. Grandfather raised glass, best wedding I've ever attended. Everyone applauded. And honestly? Yes, I agreed. The plan was incomplete. The second half started the next morning. The day after the wedding was always our honeymoon. So we left the morning after our secret one. Daniel asked, how do you feel? At the airport. It crossed my mind. Relieved. After we boarded the plane, I lost control. The guests kept their promise. None posted online. No photos. No live streams. Nothing. To the world, my wedding was coming. My parents prepared for the big day. Tyler might propose there, Emily thought. Daniel and I flew across the ocean. When anyone noticed our actions. Italy would be our honeymoon. Daniel and I reached Italy after 12 hours. We arrived at our Como hotel exhausted. Amazing place. His parents secretly upgraded our honeymoon to a 5-star hotel as a wedding gift. As we entered, the windows faced the lake, mountains, water, slow-moving surface boats. For hours, I forgot everything. We unpack, ordered room service, walked the waterfront. Daniel joked, you are legally not allowed to think about your family until after gelato. Which I tried hard to follow. Eventually, I was curious. I took my phone while Daniel showered that night. Social media was last checked before the wedding. After opening it, I understood why everyone told me to enjoy the honeymoon first. My alerts exploded. Message. Tags. Mentions. I created Facebook. Mom's long post topped my feed. She finished her essay. It began. After everything we've done for our daughter, she has chosen to humiliate our family and disrespect the people who love her. My stomach sank. Post paragraphed. She said my father and mother spent most of their savings on my wedding. How Daniel and I abandoned the event. I cost them thousands. Then she concluded. We expected gratitude. Instead we received betrayal. Photos accompanied the post. Photos of venues. Photos of decorations. Photos of invitations. The share count appeared immediately. 200 plus. The words were harsh. My relatives became my life experts after years apart. How could you do this to your parents? They sacrificed everything for you. You should be ashamed. Chest tightened. A new post appeared. Emily. Though brief, her post was worse. So tired of jealous people and haters trying to ruin happy moments. You can see her smiling photo with Tyler below. The caption read, "Grateful for the people who actually support us." Watch the screen. Daniel saw my face leaving the bathroom. What happened? I handed him the phone. He read posts quietly. Sighing followed. That escalated quickly. I nodded. They say I left my wedding. No proposal plan mention? He inquired. No way. I received another alert. Tyler replied to Mom's post. Some people are just too bitter to be happy for others. Eyebrow raised by Daniel. Bitter? Apparently. Locking and setting the phone on the table. I knew they'd be mad, I said. But I didn't expect a public war. Daniel sat beside me. You need not reply. I won't. I meant it. Because honestly? Then I stopped arguing. Social media was checked again 2 days later. I wanted the original wedding day story. Sat was still the date. My parents paid for everything. The spot. Catering. Decor. $000. It appeared they wouldn't waste it. The answer was on Instagram when I opened it. Photos. Lots of images. Emily in the decorated reception hall. Tyler kneels. My emotional mom supported them. My sister captioned, "The most magical night of my life, so grateful to be surrounded by the people who truly matter." A new line follows. Haters couldn't ruin this moment. Daniel peered over me. Seems they followed through. Yeah. However, something else became clear quickly. Less people than expected were in the room. Guests numbered around 100. Large tables were empty in photos. Tags and guest photos were browsed. I estimate 30-40% of invited guests attended. After the bride disappeared, many stayed home. My parents hosted an expensive engagement party. Daniel smiled slightly. The wedding happened. Just not mine. Exactly. And honestly? My anger subsided. Just tired. Because truth was simple. Managing my wedding cost my family $30,000. They celebrated someone else's engagement. I watched the Lake Como sunset with my husband on an Italian balcony. First time in years. Finished them. My husband left me passed out on the floor while sick and went to bed. The next morning he was angry at me for confusing him. I see him differently now. I'm Emily, 24. My husband Jason is 26. Our daughter Lily is 1 year old and we've been married for a few years. Life is hectic. I'm a full-time mom and remote worker. The apartment always looks like a daycare exploded in a laptop workspace. After Lily was born, our relationship suffered. Any new parent knows how hard it is. No sleep. Hormones. Crying constantly. Jason and I fought often. Mostly house stuff. He said things like, "The kitchen is still like this, why?" Or, "Did you touch the laundry today?" Lily, maybe 3 weeks old, screamed for hours one night. I hadn't slept well in days. Jason entered the kitchen, opened the fridge, looked around, and said, "Really, no grocery shopping again?" I stared at him because I hadn't showered in 2 days. We eventually had one of those serious sit down and talk about everything conversations couples have when things are about to break. He admitted things were hard. He promised to improve. Stopping nitpicking was his promise. He promised to improve. He appeared to do so for a while. Jason started helping around the house. He loaded the dishwasher. He vacuumed occasionally. If the trash was full, he took it without asking. He wasn't a couch potato husband who let his wife do everything. Someone could have seen us for a day and thought we were balanced. Chores never bothered him either. If the sink was full, he'd wash dishes. If the baby messed, he cleaned. No big sighs or speeches about how he's the only worker. Everything appeared fine from the outside. Yes, even me. When I mentioned stress or overwhelm, he pointed to that. I literally cleaned the whole kitchen yesterday. Or, I vacuumed the living room this morning. Technically, he was right. Which made me think I was oversensitive. This strange feeling was always in the back of my head. Like something was wrong. Unable to explain at the time. Jason did chores. He worked. He didn't cheat. He wasn't partying. Exactly what was wrong? Now I can best explain it. Jason would complete tasks. His actions never required caring about me. He handled tasks that directly affected him, like dishes, trash, and laundry. He would get irritated if I needed extra help or went out of his way. If I asked for help because I was overwhelmed, he'd say, "Well, what do you want me to do?" Or, "You should have told me earlier." Or my fave, "You must improve your time management." Not yelling. The frustration was constant and low level. Like my needs were bothersome. The pattern wasn't clear until 2 days ago. I woke up on his office floor. Alone. I'm troubled by how many little moments I missed. None seemed big enough to fight about. But looking back, Jason always got irritated when I needed something from him. One notable instance occurred several months ago. Lily had one of those nights babies won't sleep. Teething made her scream every 30 minutes. I was up with her 3 times by 3 a.m. I quietly entered the bedroom and said, Can you grab her again? I'm exhausted. Not even Jason opened his eyes. He sighed loudly and said, Emily, I have work tomorrow. I stood there thinking, yes, I do. I didn't speak. I got Lily again. He also made helpful sounding but unhelpful comments. If I was overwhelmed and the house was messy, he wouldn't say anything mean. He said things like, you should probably plan the day better. Or, if you had started the laundry earlier, it wouldn't pile up. I once told him I was drowning in work and the baby. He looked around the toy-filled living room and said, well, you chose to work from home. No aggression. Simply put. As if my choices caused the stress. Baby stuff was another big one. Jason adores Lily. Not saying he doesn't. He occasionally plays with her and constantly displays her photos. She could instantly change his mood if she interrupted him. If Lily fussed while he was on his laptop, he'd look tight and say, give her a moment. Even while cooking or working. One afternoon, he was on the couch scrolling his phone while I answered emails. Lily waddled over and pulled on his leg like a toddler wanting attention. He called out instead of picking her up. Emily, she wants you. I said from another room. I work. Grab her? Although he was annoyed, he picked her up and said, okay, but she might be hungry. Like I was responsible for her wanting dad attention. Again, nothing was big. Non-screaming fights. Scenes without drama. I always felt that seeking support was inconvenient. For that reason, what happened 2 days ago hit me hard. Because now I see the signs were always there. I just explained them away. My mind keeps replaying one memory since this happened. About 2 weeks after Lily's birth. When you have a newborn, the first weeks are chaos. Lily rarely slept without being held, breastfed every 2 hours. Sometimes hourly. I was bleeding, sore, and sleeping 2 hours a night or less. Since Jason had returned to work, it was just me and the baby during the day. Jason had said he didn't like coming home to a disaster, so I tried to keep the apartment normal. He used that exact word. A disaster. Lily slept, so I did little things during the day. Fill the dishwasher. Start laundry, wipe counters. After cooking, I cleaned up in the kitchen one afternoon. Lily had finally fallen asleep in the living room bassinet. Standing at the sink, I washed a bottle. Suddenly, everything went black around the edges. Ringing in my ears. No sensation in my hands. Next, I woke up on the kitchen floor. It appeared I fainted. Who knows how long I was out, but when I woke up, I crawled to the bassinet because I was worried about Lily. Sleeping, she was. I sat on the floor because my body felt weak and shaky. I told Jason what happened when he got home that night. I expected him to worry. I passed out alone in the house with a 2-week-old baby. Instead, he looked annoyed. No worries. Annoyed. He said, you fainted? Yes, I hadn't eaten much that day and was exhausted. Jason stroked his hair and said, that's because you're not taking care of yourself. I just stared at him. He persisted. Avoid skipping meals and running yourself ragged. That's reckless. Saying quietly, I've been up all night with the baby. And he replied, yes, but you must manage your health, such things are preventable. Then he searched the fridge for dinner. The whole conversation. No, are you okay? No, maybe you should rest. No, let me handle things tonight. Just a lecture. I believed him then. Maybe he was right and I wasn't managing things well. When I recall that moment, I realized something. Even when I collapsed from exhaustion 2 weeks after giving birth. Jason didn't worry first. It was blame. I felt weird 2 days before everything exploded. It was one of those weird body feelings where you can't tell if you're sick or tired. My skin felt thick? Not sure how else to put it. Like I was wearing a heavy coat I couldn't remove. Head felt light and floaty, not dizzy, not normal. Evening brought chills. The apartment wasn't cold, but I was. At least I was functioning. I could walk and care for Lily, so I didn't worry. I thought I had a mild illness. That night, Lily crawled around the living room while Jason worked on his laptop at the table. I passed him and said, hey, I may be sick. He looked up briefly. What illness? I don't know, I said. I feel odd, like chills and dizziness. Shrugging, probably a cold. The end. Stop questioning. No, do you need anything? I mentioned it again when we were getting ready for bed because the chills were getting worse. I feel really cold, I said, climbing under the covers. Jason scrolled his phone. Did you take anything? No. Probably take some medicine or something. He said it without looking up. I lay there shivering to warm up. One time, I said quietly, I feel odd. Jason finally looked at me and said, well, you're still walking, so it can't be that bad. He turned his phone to face him. That was our last conversation before bed. I wasn't thinking much about it, realizing something. When someone you love says they're sick and you say take some medicine or something, don't worry. How inconvenient. Unfortunately, the next day would show him how much my illness bothered him. The next morning, I knew something was wrong. Not just I feel a little sick wrong. I felt 100 pounds all over, as if my bones had turned lead overnight. It felt strange to lift my arm to check my phone, like my body was behind my brain. I briefly lay there staring at the ceiling, wondering if I could get up. Jason left the bedroom. He was moving around the kitchen, opening and closing cabinets. Lily usually babbles when she wakes up, but she was quiet. I checked the baby monitor and she was asleep. My phone buzzed. It was my boss. Before Lily wakes up, I check messages and do quick tasks because I work remotely. Several tasks were due that morning. My brain felt foggy as I stared at the messages. Part of me wanted to ignore them. But I've always persevered. Since you're already there, working from home puts pressure on you to be available. Rolling onto my side, I propped myself up with one elbow and answered phone messages. It was slow to type. I kept rereading sentences because my brain couldn't process them and my fingers were clumsy. My head was spinning, so I closed my eyes. Still, I completed the tasks. I updated my boss, answered emails, and completed his requests. Then Lily awoke. She called out, "Mama, Mama," on the baby monitor. Dragged myself out of bed. I thought my legs felt strange standing up. I felt like my body wasn't loaded. But the day had begun. Stopping wasn't feasible. The usual routine began when Lily woke up, whether I was ready or not. I felt worse because I couldn't keep my eyes open as she bounced in her crib. Dizziness hit me when I picked her up. I had to stop, but not fall. She said, "Mama," and patted my face. I smiled and said, "Yeah, Mama's here." I changed her diaper, fed her, and put her in the high chair. Mornings are usually chaotic but manageable. Everything felt slow that morning, like my body was responding a half-second late. My phone buzzed again with work messages while Lily ate. I answered Slack messages in the kitchen while she threw Cheerios on the floor. I realized I had to take Sophie to school. Sophie is staying with us this semester because my parents' house is closer to her school and our apartment is nearby. Usually driving her is fine. That morning felt like marathon prep. I remember sitting on the couch edge gathering energy to stand up and thinking, just get through the morning. Lily was dressed, Sophie's backpack was packed, and we all fit in the car. Driving was odd. My head felt floaty and the road appeared delayed. I felt like my brain was trying to keep up with my eyes. But I dropped Sophie off safely. She said thanks Em, got out of the car, and ran toward the school while I gripped the steering wheel. I returned home by car. When we returned, I put Lily in the living room with toys and worked. I alternate between my laptop and Lily all day. After answering emails at the table, I'll play with her and return to work. I never reached the table that day. Midway through the living room, I laid down on the floor. No big deal. Standing was too hard, so I slowly lowered myself. My laptop was opened and propped on the floor next to me. Lily played with blocks in the living room while Miss Rachel watched TV. MS. Rachel is a lifesaver if you need 20 minutes and don't have a toddler. I was lying on the living room floor answering work emails while my 1-year-old watched educational YouTube. Lily crawled over and climbed on my stomach like a jungle gym. I laughed weakly and said, "Mama's tired today." She laughed and bounced. The whole day seemed surreal now. Like my body ran on autopilot while everything else shut down. It got worse in the afternoon. I kept telling myself it was a bad cold or exhaustion until then. My body started acting in ways that felt wrong. Not drama-style wrong. I felt uneasy with subtle things. The room took a moment to catch up when I stood up, like my brain buffered. I'd walk towards something and forget why I stood up halfway there. Even my movement slowed. I felt my arm move slower when reaching for Lily's floor toy. I think my brain sent the signal and my body reacted slowly. The dizziness worsened. No spinning, but that dizzy feeling like you're going to faint if you move too fast. I was refilling Lily's cup in the kitchen and stared at the faucet for a moment because I couldn't remember why I was there. I was a bit scared. I said to myself, "That's odd." I persisted again because I always do. Around mid-afternoon, I picked up Sophie from school. My head was already floaty, so getting back in the car made my stomach twist, but I had no choice. Sophie needed a ride while Jason worked. Got Lily back in the car and drove to school. I tried to focus by blinking throughout the drive. Everything felt slightly off. Sophie noticed something right after getting in the car. She addressed me. "Are you okay? Your face is pale." A small laugh was forced. "I think I'm getting sick," she said. "You look really tired." Explaining my strange heaviness was impossible, so I nodded. "I always make dinner when we get home." I barely remember cooking it. I felt like I was swimming. Every step required effort. I felt like my body was shutting down by the time Jason got home that night. Every time I stood up, I paused. My mind was cloudy. I kept thinking the same thing. Something's wrong. Jason arrived home at his usual time that night. I heard the door open and close and his keys hit the entrance bowl. Lily would usually run to him shouting, "Da, da." However, that day she looked up from her toys and stayed. In the kitchen, I tried to finish dinner. Standing was hard. My legs shook and my head was foggy. Jason entered, loosened his tie, and surveyed the kitchen. "Dinner, what?" he asked. Pasta, I whispered. He grabbed a drink from the fridge. I leaned against the counter because I was unsteady and said, I feel odd. Glanced over. What do you mean? I don't know, I said. Very dizzy and heavy. Whole body feels off. He nodded to indicate he heard me and asked, Did Sophie finish homework? The discussion ended there. Dinner was shared. Apparently Jason and Sophie ate. My stomach felt strange, so I pushed food around my plate. Sometimes during dinner I said, I feel dizzy. Or, I think I might be sick. Jason's response always varied. You should probably rest. Which sounded good, but resting wasn't an option yet. I had to put away leftovers and get Lily ready for bed after dinner. Jason rose from the table, stretched, and said, I'm going to my office. I must finish something quickly. The small second bedroom is his office and computer repository. While he went to his office, I cleaned the kitchen, packed the leftovers, wiped the counters, and started Lily's bedtime routine. Bath. Pajamas. Bottle. Story. The whole time my head felt heavier and heavier. When I bent down to pick Lily up from the floor, the room tilted for a second and I had to grab the couch to steady myself. I remember thinking, okay, something is definitely wrong. But I kept going because Lily needed to go to bed. Eventually I got her down and the apartment got quiet. That's when things start getting blurry. I remember standing in the hallway outside Jason's office. The light from his computer was glowing under the door. I think I walked in. He was sitting at his desk typing something. I remember saying something like, I feel odd. But I honestly can't remember the exact conversation. My brain felt foggy, like the edges of everything were fading. Jason turned toward me in his chair. I think he asked something. Maybe, what do you mean? I'm not sure. The next thing I clearly remember is waking up. On the floor. When I woke up, the first thing I noticed was how cold the floor felt. I was lying on my side on the carpet in Jason's office. For a few seconds I didn't move because my brain was trying to catch up with what was happening. My body felt incredibly heavy, like every limb had weights attached to it. Then the confusion hit. Why am I on the floor? I slowly pushed myself up onto my elbows and looked around. The computer monitor was off. The room was dark except for a little bit of light coming from the hallway. Jason wasn't there. At first I thought maybe he had gone to the bathroom or something. But when I looked at the clock on his desk, it was much later than I expected. I don't even remember the exact time now, but it was clearly nighttime. My head was pounding and my vision felt slightly blurry. It took a ridiculous amount of effort just to sit up. I remember leaning against the wall for a minute because standing felt impossible. Eventually I managed to pull myself up using the desk. When I stepped into the hallway, the apartment was completely quiet. The lights were off. The living room was dark. The kitchen light was still on, which is how I could see anything at all. That's when it started sinking in. Jason had just left me there. He saw me collapse or pass out or whatever happened in that office, and instead of helping me to bed or checking on me later, he had simply gone to sleep. I walked slowly into the kitchen. Every step felt like walking through mud. The sink was still full of dishes from dinner. The counters had crumbs on them. The leftovers were still sitting out on the stove because apparently I never finished putting them away before whatever happened in the office. I stood there in the middle of the kitchen for a long time. Not crying. Not even angry yet. Just realizing something. Jason didn't care. Not in a dramatic I hate you way. Just in a quiet, simple way. He didn't care enough to check on me. He didn't care enough to help me off the floor. He didn't care enough to even ask if I was okay. And I also knew something else with absolute certainty. If I left the kitchen like that, he would be annoyed about it in the morning. He wouldn't think, Emily must have been really sick. He would think, why didn't she clean this up? I had a busy day planned the next day with work and Lily and Sophie's school stuff. I knew if I woke up to that kitchen, it would just make everything harder. So even though my body felt like it might collapse again, I started cleaning. I put the leftovers into containers. I loaded the dishwasher. I wiped down the counter. Each movement felt slow and heavy. When I finally finished, I turned off the faucet and stood there for a second trying to steady myself. Then I walked toward the bedroom. I was so exhausted I didn't even bother turning off the kitchen lights. I just crawled into bed. Maybe 5 minutes later, Jason's voice cut through the dark. Emily. I didn't respond. Then louder, irritated. Emily, you left the kitchen lights on. I didn't move. He sounded annoyed. Can you turn them off? I just laid there. I didn't have the energy to get up again. My entire body felt like it had shut down. So I ignored him. And eventually I fell asleep. The next morning I woke up drenched in sweat. The fever must have finally broken during the night because the heavy, gross feeling in my body was mostly gone. My shirt was damp and the blankets were twisted around me. For the first time in almost 2 days, my head felt a little clearer. But something else immediately felt wrong. Jason was already awake. I could hear him in the kitchen. Cabinets slamming. The fridge opening and closing harder than normal. Pots moving around. Not normal morning noises. Angry morning noises. I sat up slowly in bed and just listened for a minute. He was stomping around the apartment like someone had personally insulted him. I walked out to the kitchen and he didn't even look at me. He was standing at the counter making coffee, moving things around aggressively. "Morning," I said quietly. No response. I stood there for a second and tried again. "Jason?" He still didn't look at me. He just kept doing whatever he was doing. Finally I said, "What's wrong?" He let out this irritated breath through his nose and said, "You were acting really confusing yesterday." That was his explanation. Not "Are you feeling better?" Not "You scared me." Just irritation. I blinked at him. "Confusing?" I asked, and he turned around, clearly annoyed. "Yeah. You entered my office, expressed discomfort, and then collapsed on the floor." I watched him. "You didn't think I fainted?" Shrugging, "How could I know what you wanted?" I remembered that sentence. "What you requested. Like helping your collapsed wife was optional, and required detailed instructions." Slowly, I said, "Jason, I was clearly not okay." He shook his head and got coffee. "Well, you should have stated your needs." He left like the conversation was over. Finally, my brain clicked. My mind started lining up these memories. Not yesterday. Everything. My fainting night with the newborn. When I was sick, and he got mad at late dinners. The way he never woke up with the baby at night without my request. How any inconvenience to him was my fault. Even his framing. Not "What happened to you?" Always, "What did you do?" The pattern became so clear in the kitchen that I felt stupid. Jason didn't consider caring for me automatic. He saw my issues as interruptions. They annoyed him if they disrupted his routine. I watched him drink coffee like nothing had happened the night before. Something I realized made me queasy. I was married for years to someone who never cared for me. Not really. After that conversation, I felt like my body was seriously ill. It was unusual to faint. My dizziness the day before was abnormal too. Some of my online friends told me to get checked out, which stuck with me. I was hospitalized later that day. I didn't inform Jason. I drove Lily to the ER in the car. I thought I was overreacting the whole drive. Maybe it was a bad fever. Maybe I was dehydrated. But I kept thinking about waking up on that office floor. Many basic tests were done at the hospital. Blood pressure, a blood test, some tracking. The fainting prompted many questions from one nurse. "For how long were you unconscious?" "Unsure." "Did you hit your head?" "I doubt it." "Any fainting history?" "No." A doctor asked if I had taken anything or been exposed to anything unusual. I remember thinking that question was odd. "No," I said. "Nothing like that." The doctor returned with results. No blood tests showed anything, which was good. Nothing to suggest poisoning or infection caused the collapse. He said something else. "High blood pressure. Higher than expected for my age." He said stress and blood pressure issues can cause fainting. He then said something that made me queasy. "You should see a cardiologist." He sounded serious but not panicked. He said it could be nothing. Stress and exhaustion can cause intermittent spikes. But he wanted a specialist to check it out for safety. I left the hospital with paperwork and a month-away referral. I thought about stress the whole way home. Truthfully, that fit. Jason acted normal when he got home from work that night. No stress. Morning talk not mentioned. He came in, dropped his keys in the bowl, and said, "Hey." I said hey. I waited. I hoped he'd mention yesterday. I fainted. About my mood. He didn't. He went to the kitchen and looked for food. Finally, I said it. "I went to the hospital today." That caught his attention. Turning around, he looked confused. "You went to the hospital?" "Yes," I answered, "because I fainted yesterday." His frown was slight. "That seems excessive." I blinked. "A bit much?" "Yeah," he shrugged. "People faint sometimes." I tried to speak softly. "The doctor said my blood pressure is high and I may have heart problems." Then his entire demeanor changed. He appeared calm. He appeared furious. His voice rose. "That's because you don't care for yourself." Just staring at him, he persisted. "You skip meals, you sleep poorly. Naturally, your body will break down." I whispered, "The doctor said stress might be part of it." Bitterly, Jason laughed. "Yeah, maybe stop stressing yourself to death." I'm still shocked by his next statement. "It's your fault, not mine." He left and locked himself in the bedroom. I stand in the kitchen. Dinner dishes still on the table. After Jason went to bed, I looked at the dishes on the table in the kitchen. I usually cleaned up automatically. Dinner time food, counters, floor if Lily dropped food. It was routine. However, the hospital visit and Jason's reaction changed me. He kept speaking in my head. "Your early death is your fault. That's your fault. The doctor said stress could cause heart problems, and he blamed me. So, I didn't clean. My dishes stayed put. I sat on the couch in the living room and watched a movie. Not because I wanted to watch anything. For the first time in a long time, I decided not to waste my last energy cleaning up after everyone." Jason emerged from the bedroom after 20 minutes. His mood changed completely. He suddenly became friendly. Like oddly friendly. He entered the living room and said lightly, "What are you watching?" I shrugged. "Just a movie." He sat next to me on the couch and leaned back like nothing was wrong. He then attempted to hug me. "Come here," he joked. I stayed put. I wasn't mad. I felt exhausted. Like my mind left. Jason tried again. "Your problem tonight?" "Nothing," I said. He approached and said, in an overly sweet voice, "Why are you weird?" I remained silent. After 30 seconds of silence, the mood changed instantly. The man stiffened and pulled his arm away. "Oh my God," he muttered. Then he stood. "Whatever." I heard the bedroom door close a minute after he left the hallway. Then I tried to sleep. The bedroom door was locked when I arrived. Jason had locked it internally. I slept on the couch that night. He banged things in the kitchen the next morning. Not just loud movement. Slamming them. Cabinet doors. Plates. Dishwasher rack. He ignored me when I entered the kitchen. He aggressively moved dishes. He whispered, loud enough for me, "Unbelievable." I remained silent. Then he said, "You can't even clean up properly." I remained silent. So he continued, "I guess I have to do everything around here now." That was insane considering my day before. Worked. Taken care of Lily. Driven Sophie to school. Made dinner. Fainted. Kitchen cleaning while sick. Perhaps leaving dishes one night made me lazy. Jason grumbled while cleaning. Some quit trying. A relationship is two-way. I'm not dead weight. New argument. Instead, I grabbed Lily's diaper bag and said, "Come on, baby." I took a break that day. No job. No housework. No trying to please Jason. Lily and I went to the park. Then we went to library toddler story time. After that, I visited Jason's parents to discuss the heart issue with his mom. My conversation didn't go as planned either. When I told her the doctor mentioned heart problems, she frowned and said, "Oh, poor Jason." I blinked. "Poor Jason?" She nodded sympathetically. "He'll probably be stressed about that." Something inside me went absolutely quiet. It finally hit me. Jason wasn't alone. My entire environment was this. I realized something clearly. I couldn't continue. I got pizza on my way home that night. I didn't want to cook or pretend everything was normal. Jason was in the parking lot when I arrived. I felt queasy, but I reminded myself that I had only cared for our child that day. Nothing wrong with that. Carrying Lily inside with the pizza box on my arm. Jason was in the kitchen when we entered. First he saw the pizza box, then me. Jaw tightened. "You didn't cook?" "I picked up pizza," I said. No words were spoken immediately. He stared at the counter like it offended him. We ate mostly silently. Jason ate little while Lily happily chewed crust in her high chair. Thick tension filled the room. Up after dinner, I started Lily's bedtime routine. Bath, pajamas, bottle, tail. Jason stayed in the kitchen. I could hear him moving loudly, plates clanging, faucet overworking. He aggressively cleaned the kitchen. I returned to the living room after Lily fell asleep. Jason dried his hands at the sink. He turned around and started. It wasn't his usual frustration. A bit sharp. "You're acting lazy lately." I watched him. "Lazy?" "Yeah," he said. "You did little the past couple days." One moment, I thought he was joking. "Jason, I fainted." His hand waved dismissively. "That's no reason to stop giving." Something snapped in me then. I swallowed every such comment for years. But that night I couldn't. "Stop giving?" I said. "Are you serious now?" He crossed arms. "Emily, relationships are two-way." Really laughed. Not for humor. Because it was ridiculous. "A two-way street?" I said. "Jason, I work full-time. I watch Lily all day. I drive Sophie to school. I cook. Me, cleaner. I run the home." Pointed at him. "And I'm lazy?" His face reddened. "You exaggerate." "I'm not exaggerating," I said. "You get annoyed whenever I need help." He approached. "Not true." "Yes it is," I said. "You literally left me on the floor yesterday when I passed out." Then things escalated. Jason's expression altered. His eyes froze. He snapped, "You're being dramatic." I woke up on the floor. "Jason." "And what should I do?" he yelled. "Maybe help your wife?" He grabbed a plate from the counter and threw it. It hit the wall behind me. I stood stunned. I'd never seen him do that. "Stop treating me like a monster," he shouted. He grabbed another dish and threw it across the kitchen. Glass shattered everywhere. "Jason, stop." He didn't listen. Now he was yelling, words colliding. "You're lazy. You never appreciate my work. Push people until they snap." I fled toward the living room because I felt unsafe. He grabbed my arm before I could flee. Hard. "Don't leave me," he said. "Let go, Jason." He touched my neck instead of my arm. He choked me suddenly. My brain didn't process it because it happened so fast. His fingers gripped my throat. Unable to breathe. Trying to remove his hands, I grabbed his wrists. My vision darkened around the edges. Seriously, I thought. I die this way. He suddenly released. Coughing and gasping, I fell to the floor. Jason stood there gasping, staring at me like he couldn't believe what he'd done. Then he took his keys. Left the apartment. I stayed on the floor after Jason left for a moment. I coughed and tried to breathe again. I couldn't stand up because my throat was raw and tight and my hands were shaking. The apartment was messy. His thrown plates left broken glass everywhere. The floor has ceramic pieces. He had slammed one cabinet door, leaving it slightly open. Lily cried. She woke up to yelling and dishes breaking. That sound jolted me awake. I jumped up and entered her room quickly. She was crying in her crib and reaching for me. I carried her against my chest as she sobbed into my shoulder. "It's okay," I repeated. "Mama's here." My shaking hands persisted. I realized I needed help then. So I called police. I held Lily on the couch when the phone rang. I spoke strangely when explaining what happened. "My husband attacked me." "Is he still there?" asked the dispatcher. "No, he left. Officers were coming, they said." In about 10 minutes, flashing lights appeared outside the building. The neighbors had called, too. When officers entered, they saw the kitchen. Plates broken on the floor. Glass everywhere. Sideways chair. A policeman asked gently, "Are you hurt?" I said. He grabbed my neck. They requested sight. When I moved my hair, one frowned and whispered to the other officer. "Yes, that is consistent." Red finger-shaped bruises were forming before I noticed. I explained everything when they asked. The dispute, dishes, the choke. While I was talking, another officer was taking photos of the kitchen and the damage. At some point a neighbor from the apartment next door came out into the hallway, and told the officers they heard yelling and glass breaking. So there were witnesses too. About 20 minutes later Jason came back. I saw his car pull into the parking lot through the window. When he walked in and saw the police, he froze. Then he immediately started talking. "That's not what happened." One of the officers held up a hand. "Sir, we'll talk to you in a minute." Jason pointed at me and said, "She attacked me first." The officer just looked around the kitchen at the broken dishes and then at my neck. "Sir," he said calmly, "we're going to ask you to step outside." Jason kept trying to talk over them. "She's exaggerating. She does this. She makes everything dramatic." But it wasn't working. The physical evidence in the kitchen was obvious. And the marks on my neck weren't something you could fake in the 10 minutes before police arrived. Eventually the officers told Jason he needed to leave the apartment for the night. They explained that based on what happened and the visible injuries, I had the right to request a protective order. Jason looked furious. But he packed a bag and left. He ended up going to stay with his mother. The next day I filed for a temporary restraining order. I also started moving my things out of the apartment. Right now Lily and I are staying with my grandmother while everything gets sorted out legally. The hearing for the restraining order is tomorrow morning. I also scheduled my first therapy appointment for next Tuesday. To be honest, I'm still trying to process everything. Some moments I feel strong about leaving. Other moments I catch myself wondering something really messed up like, what if I had just kept the peace? What if I hadn't pushed back? Would we still be fine? But then I remember waking up on the floor of his office. And realizing he had just stepped over me and gone to bed. That was the moment I finally saw him clearly. And honestly, that moment probably saved my life. My daughter keeps asking where her dad is. I still don't know how to answer that. My husband spends about 3 hours a day in the bathroom, specifically during the exact windows when parenting a toddler is the most chaotic every single day. I didn't think bathroom habits could make someone reconsider having another child with their spouse, but here we are, because the bathroom isn't really the problem. It's what happens outside the bathroom door. The mornings are the worst. Our son Noah wakes up around 6:45 most days, sometimes earlier if the universe decides I haven't suffered enough that week. I usually hear him first through the baby monitor. "Mama, I'm awake." And before my feet even hit the floor, I already know where Mark is. Bathroom. Every morning. Without fail, by the time I shuffle down the hallway, Mark has already disappeared behind the bathroom door like a man entering witness protection. I hear the fan running. The shower isn't on yet, but I can already faintly hear the sound of a YouTube video through the door. Not loud, but loud enough. Noah runs into the hallway in dinosaur pajamas holding a stuffed shark. "Mama, where's Daddy?" I glance at the bathroom door. "He's busy," which is the polite way of saying he's going to be gone for the next hour. So the morning circus begins. I'm making oatmeal while simultaneously trying to convince a 3-year-old that socks are not a personal attack against his freedom. Noah is standing on a chair at the kitchen counter asking the same question. Toddlers ask roughly 900 times before 7:30 a.m. Why? Why do I need shoes? Why can't I bring the shark to school? Why is the oatmeal hot? While this is happening, I'm packing his preschool bag. Snack container, water bottle, extra shirt because he somehow manages to become a walking mud magnet by 9:30 a.m. every day. I'm brushing his teeth while he's narrating the entire process like a sports commentator. Mama brushing teeth. Mama brushing teeth again. Mama, that's too much toothpaste. And the whole time I can still hear faint YouTube voices through the bathroom wall. At one point Noah walks down the hallway and knocks on the door. Daddy? Silence. Then he knocks again. Daddy, what are you doing? Mark finally answers through the door. Daddy's in the bathroom, buddy. Noah stands there thinking about this information very seriously. Then he comes back to me and announces loudly, Daddy pooping again? Yes. Yes, he is. Every morning. By the time Mark finally emerges, Noah is dressed, fed, and ready to go. His shoes are on. His backpack is packed. His lunchbox is clipped together. All that's left is the preschool drop-off. Sometimes Mark drives him. And when he does, he acts like he's done a heroic act of parenting. All right, buddy, let's go to school. Meanwhile, I'm standing there thinking you missed literally the entire hard part. The tantrum about socks. The meltdown about cereal. The toothbrush negotiation. The endless toddler why interrogation. But sure. You drove him 5 minutes down the road. And this happens every single morning. At first I thought it was coincidence. Then I thought maybe it was a health thing. But after 3.5 years of this routine, the timing started to feel suspiciously perfect. Because the bathroom trips don't happen randomly. They happen exactly when parenting gets difficult. Morning chaos. Lunch meltdown. Bedtime bath. Like clockwork. And once you start noticing that pattern, it becomes impossible to unsee it. At first I honestly thought the morning thing was just a coincidence. Everyone has routines. I get that. Some people need coffee before they can function. Some people need quiet time in the morning. Apparently, my husband needs an hour-long bathroom retreat during toddler chaos. But the thing that started bothering me wasn't just the morning. It was when I started noticing the other 2 daily disappearances. Around 1 p.m., right after Noah gets home from preschool or finishes lunch on weekends, Mark suddenly announces, bathroom, and disappears. This is, coincidentally, the exact window when toddlers become unstable little gremlins. Noah is either overtired, refusing to nap, throwing food, asking 1,000 questions, or melting down because the banana broke in half. That's when Mark goes to the bathroom again. 45 minutes. Sometimes an hour. To be fair, this one doesn't affect me as much during weekdays because Noah's usually at preschool and I'm working. But weekends? Oh yeah. It hits. I'm trying to keep a toddler entertained while answering work emails and making lunch, and Mark's in the bathroom again. Then there's the third one. The bedtime special. Around 7:15 p.m., which is exactly when bath time starts. Noah hates bath time with the burning passion of 1,000 suns. Every night it's negotiations. 5 more minutes. I'm not dirty. Sharks don't take baths. And just as that chaos begins, Mark disappears. Bathroom. Like a man being summoned by destiny. 45 minutes later he emerges freshly showered while I'm wrestling a damp, half-pajamaed toddler who is arguing that pajamas are too pajama. I didn't notice the pattern immediately. But after a few months, my brain started connecting dots. Morning chaos. Bathroom. Post-lunch toddler meltdown window. Bathroom. Bedtime bath routine. Bathroom. 3 times. Every day. Same timing. It got to the point where I started mentally predicting it like weather. Oh look, it's 7:10 p.m. Bathroom storm incoming. At one point I even joked to myself that my husband apparently has the most conveniently scheduled digestive system in human history. Like his body somehow knows exactly when parenting gets hard. But the thing that really made my eye twitch was this. If we had somewhere to be early. If we had a doctor appointment. Or a flight. Or something that required us leaving the house at a specific time. Somehow, Mark's body would magically adjust. He would either go earlier. Or later. Or suddenly not need to go at all. Which means his digestive system apparently can be flexible. Just not when a toddler is screaming about socks. The frustrating part is that Mark wasn't always like this. Or at least, I didn't notice it. When we first started dating, he was honestly just easygoing. That's how everyone described him. Laid back. Relaxed. Low stress. If something broke in the apartment, he'd eventually fix it. Not immediately, but it got done. If we needed groceries, he'd go pick them up. He wasn't super proactive, but he wasn't useless either. And back then, that personality felt calming. I'm a planner by nature. I like structure, schedules, knowing what's happening next. Mark was the opposite. Relax, he'd say. We'll figure it out. And most of the time we did. We traveled together, went out with friends, stayed up too late watching dumb shows. It worked. When we talked about kids, he always said he wanted 2. That was the plan. 2 kids. Not too far apart. We don't have much family in the United States, so I always liked the idea that our kids would at least have each other. A built-in teammate for life. Mark always nodded when we talked about it. Yeah, he'd say. 2 sounds good. And I assumed something very normal. I assumed that when we became parents, he would naturally step into that role. Because that's what everyone says happens. People say men sometimes seem unprepared before the baby arrives, but once the baby is here they step up. They grow into it. They figure it out. And for the first few months after Noah was born, I kept waiting for that moment. The moment when Mark would just switch into dad mode. But looking back now, I think what actually happened was something different. He didn't change. Our lives did. And the more responsibility there was, the easier it became for him to quietly step away from it. One bathroom trip at a time. When Noah was born, everything changed overnight. I don't mean that in the poetic life is beautiful way people post on Instagram. I mean in the sleep deprivation, leaking milk, crying, at 3 a.m., wondering if you're doing anything right kind of way. The first few weeks were chaos. Newborns don't have schedules. They just exist as tiny screaming alarms that go off every 2 hours. Noah would wake up crying and I'd stumble out of bed half-conscious to feed him. Sometimes I'd still be sitting there holding him when the sun started coming up. Mark would wake up occasionally, but mostly he slept through it. Which, again, I told myself was normal. People told me this was normal. Breastfeeding moms usually handle nights. Dad helps in other ways. Everyone finds their rhythm. So I kept telling myself that this was just the adjustment phase. But there were little moments that stuck with me. Like when Noah would start screaming in the evening, that witching hour newborn crying that makes your whole nervous system feel like it's vibrating. And right around then Mark would say something like, "I need to use the bathroom." Then disappear. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. Sometimes 45. Meanwhile, I'm pacing the living room, holding a red-faced screaming baby who refuses to calm down. At the time I didn't think too hard about it. I figured maybe he just needed a break. Newborn crying can be stressful. He wasn't used to it. Neither of us were. But looking back, that's probably when the pattern started. Any time the stress level in the house went up, Mark somehow ended up in the bathroom. And every time it happened, I'd tell myself the same thing. He's adjusting. He'll get better at this. This is just the newborn phase. I genuinely believe that. Because everyone says parenting is a learning curve. What I didn't realize was that the curve wasn't bending the same way for both of us. By the time Noah was about a year old, something had quietly solidified in our house. Without us ever officially deciding it. I had become the default parent. Meaning if something needed to happen for Noah, it happened because I did it. Morning wake up? Me. Getting him dressed? Me. Packing daycare bag? Me. Making breakfast? Me. Mark would help sometimes. But only after everything was already basically done. For example, mornings started looking like this. Noah wakes up. I get him out of bed. I change his diaper, get him dressed, brush his teeth, pack his preschool bag, fill his water bottle, and make breakfast. Then right as Noah is ready to leave the house, Mark appears. Fresh out of the bathroom. Hair still damp from his post-bathroom shower. And he'll say something like, "I can drive him to school today." Which sounds helpful. And technically it is. But it also means the entire hard part of the morning already happened. The tantrum about socks. The meltdown about the wrong cup. The negotiation about eating 3 bites of eggs. All of that is done. Now he gets the calm 5-minute drive to preschool. Sometimes, Noah even cheers. "Daddy, take me." Which honestly stings a little when you've been managing toddler chaos for the previous hour. But what bothered me more than the imbalance was something else. Mark never seemed to notice it. He didn't notice that I was doing the entire morning routine. He didn't notice that bedtime almost always ended up being me too. He didn't notice that bath time somehow coincided with his nightly bathroom trip. From his perspective, I think he genuinely believed we were splitting things fairly. Because if I asked him to do something, he would usually do it. The problem was I had to ask. For everything. And after a few years of that, something starts happening inside your brain. You stop feeling like partners. You start feeling like the project manager of a very small, very loud company. Where the other employee keeps disappearing into the bathroom. At some point I started paying attention to how long these bathroom trips actually lasted. Because in the beginning I assumed it was just normal. People need time in the bathroom. But one day I noticed something. I heard the toilet flush. And then the shower turned on. And then it kept running. And running. And running. I remember standing in the kitchen holding a toddler cup thinking, how long does it take to rinse off after pooping? Apparently the answer is half an hour. Mark's full bathroom routine looks like this. First, he's in there for about 30 minutes actually using the toilet. Then he showers. Another 20-30 minutes. Because he says he feels dirty if he doesn't. The first time I questioned it, I tried to be careful about how I asked. "Do you really need to shower every time?" He looked at me like I had just asked if he could stop breathing. "Yes," he said. "I feel disgusting if I don't." He explained that because of his hemorrhoids, everything feels worse if he doesn't clean thoroughly. And to be fair, I know he does have hemorrhoids. I've seen the prescriptions. I know it's painful sometimes, so I tried to be understanding. But the part that bothered me wasn't just the shower. It was the time. And the phone. Because every time I walked past the bathroom door I could hear it. YouTube, podcasts, videos. The faint sound of someone explaining random things about history or gaming or whatever rabbit hole the algorithm had thrown at him that day. And I would think, if you're in pain, why are you watching YouTube for 40 minutes? But if I asked about the phone, he immediately got defensive. I'm just listening. Which apparently makes it different somehow. So the official explanation became this. He needs the time because of the hemorrhoids. He needs to shower because he feels unclean. And the phone is just background noise. Meanwhile the rest of us are outside the bathroom door, continuing life. The thing that started making me question the whole system was this. Whenever we had somewhere important to be early, Mark suddenly became extremely efficient. If we had a flight, or a doctor appointment, or a daycare event, magically, his bathroom routine would adjust. Instead of disappearing at 7 a.m. for an hour, he would go at 6:15. Or sometimes, even the night before. Or sometimes, not at all. And nothing catastrophic happened. The world didn't end. His digestive system didn't explode. He simply adapted. Which is when my brain started doing that annoying thing where it collects evidence. Because if your body can adjust when necessary, then why does it default to the exact windows when parenting is hardest? Morning rush. Lunch chaos. Bedtime meltdown. I started noticing something else too. On days when we were relaxed with no schedule, the bathroom trip would stretch longer. 45 minutes. 50 minutes. Sometimes an hour. And every time he came out, he looked completely calm. Refreshed. Like he had just finished a spa retreat. Meanwhile, I'm outside managing toddler negotiations about whether sharks can wear pajamas. At some point I realized something uncomfortable. The bathroom wasn't just a bathroom. It had become a safe zone. A place where no one could ask him for anything. And I didn't know how to bring that up without sounding like a crazy person who was policing bathroom usage. Around the time Noah turned 3, I started therapy. Not because of the bathroom specifically. Just because I felt angry all the time. Not explosive angry. More like this low background irritation that never went away. My therapist asked me a question in one of our early sessions. What situations trigger your resentment the most? At first I gave vague answers. Work stress. Parenting exhaustion. Normal stuff. But eventually I started describing the mornings. And the evenings. And the bathroom trips. And how every time things got hectic, Mark disappeared. My therapist asked, how does that make you feel in the moment? And the answer that came out surprised me a little. Like I'm doing this alone. Not literally alone. Mark lives in the house. But in the moments when parenting is hardest, it often feels like I'm the only adult present. And that's when my therapist said something that stuck with me. Resentment usually comes from repeated moments where someone feels unsupported. That sentence hit me harder than I expected. Because it wasn't about the bathroom anymore. It was about all the little moments around it. The mornings. The bedtime battles. The endless toddler negotiations. And realizing that after 3 years, the person I thought would be my teammate in those moments was often on the other side of a locked bathroom door. At one point I realized something. I had been quietly avoiding the second baby conversation for almost 2 years. Not because I didn't want another child. I actually do. A lot. But Mark had been going through job uncertainty for a while. Changing roles, interviewing, trying to find something more stable. And every time the topic of another baby came up, I would tell myself, not yet. Let's wait until his job stabilizes. Once things calm down, we'll talk about it properly. In my head, there was this imaginary future version of our life where everything lined up perfectly. Stable job. Less stress. More teamwork. And then the baby conversation would happen naturally. But during those 2 years something else was happening quietly. The routines in our house kept solidifying. Morning chaos became my responsibility. Bedtime became my responsibility. Doctor appointments, preschool emails, snack planning, extra clothes, birthday parties. All me. Mark wasn't doing nothing exactly. He worked. He sometimes drove Noah to preschool. He paid bills. But the mental load of parenting never shifted. And the bathroom pattern never changed. I kept telling myself it was temporary. That once things felt more stable in his career, we would sit down like adults and actually talk about what raising 2 kids would look like. Who would handle mornings? Who would handle bedtime? How we would divide newborn duties. I pictured it as a thoughtful, practical conversation. The kind of conversation people have when they're about to expand their family. So when Mark finally landed a stable role earlier this year, I thought, okay, now we can finally have that talk. I didn't realize I had spent 2 years building emotional expectations around a conversation that, for him, apparently didn't require much thought at all. The thing that really pushed the topic back into my mind was Noah. One afternoon after preschool, we were sitting at the kitchen table eating snacks. He was telling me about his friends in class and the way toddlers do half facts, half imagination. Liam has a baby sister. Emma has a baby sister. Then he looked up at me very seriously and said, "Mommy, I want a baby sister." I laughed a little because toddlers say stuff like that all the time. "Why do you want a baby sister?" He shrugged, like this was obvious. "So she can play with me." That hit me harder than I expected. Because that's exactly why I always imagined having 2 kids. We don't have a lot of extended family nearby. I always liked the idea that our kids would at least have each other. Someone who grew up with the same memories. The same parents. The same weird family stories. Later that night, Noah said the same thing while Mark was in the room. "Daddy, can we get a baby sister?" Mark laughed. "Maybe someday." Then Noah asked the obvious toddler follow-up question. "When?" Mark looked at him and said casually, "That depends on mommy." And I remember looking up from the kitchen counter thinking, "Wait, what?" Because the way he said it made it sound like the entire decision was mine. Like I was the only one involved in that process. And that didn't sit right with me. A few nights later, after Noah went to bed, I decided to bring it up. This was the conversation I had been mentally preparing for 2 years. We were sitting on the couch. Mark was scrolling on his phone. I said, "So, now that your job situation is stable, we should probably talk about whether we want another baby." He didn't even look up at first. "Yeah?" I waited for more. Nothing. So I tried again. Noah keeps asking about a sibling, and we always talked about having 2 kids. Mark shrugged. "Yeah, I'm open to it." That was it. Just, open to it. I said, "Okay, but we should talk about how that would actually work." Now he looked up. "What do you mean?" And this is where I expected a real conversation to start. I expected us to talk about schedules. About newborn sleep. About sharing responsibilities. But instead he said something that immediately deflated the entire discussion. "It depends on you." I blinked. "What do you mean it depends on me? If you want another baby, we can have one." That answer honestly made me feel weird. Because having another baby isn't like deciding what to order for dinner. It's a massive life decision. And the way he said it felt like he was just opting out of thinking about it. Like the responsibility for deciding and planning the entire thing was somehow mine. And that's when I realized we hadn't actually started the real conversation yet. We were still standing at the edge of it. This is where the conversation finally moved from awkward to uncomfortable. After Mark said having another baby depends on me, I sat there for a second trying to figure out how to say what I actually meant. Because the baby itself wasn't the issue. The logistics were. So I said, very calmly, "Okay, but we need to talk about how we'd actually handle a newborn." He looked confused. "What do you mean?" And that's when I laid it out. I said, "Right now you're in the bathroom about 3 hours a day, and it's always during the busiest parenting times." He immediately frowned. "That's not true." I didn't raise my voice. I just started listing things. Mornings when Noah wakes up. Right after lunch when he's cranky and needs attention. Bedtime when we're doing bath and pajamas. I said, "If we had a newborn, those are the exact moments when we'd need both parents." He crossed his arms and leaned back on the couch. "You're exaggerating." That word immediately made my chest tighten. "I'm not exaggerating," I said. "You're usually in the bathroom for about an hour each time, 3 times a day." "That's not 3 hours," he said quickly. "Okay," I said. 2.5 then, it's still the same issue. He looked irritated now. "So what are you saying, that I'm not allowed to go to the bathroom?" That wasn't even close to what I was saying, but somehow that's where the conversation went. "No," I said, "I'm saying that if we have a newborn, we can't have one parent unavailable during the most demanding parts of the day." He shook his head. "You're making a huge deal out of nothing." And that's when the conversation finally crossed the line from uncomfortable to confrontational. After a few seconds of silence, Mark said something that genuinely caught me off guard. "Well, my parents could help." I blinked. "What?" "My parents," he repeated. "They could help with the baby." I stared at him because I thought maybe I misunderstood. "Your parents live 2 hours away." He shrugged. So they can't just come over every day. They could stay sometimes." That sentence honestly made my brain short-circuit for a second. Stay sometimes. As if raising a newborn is something you outsource on weekends. I said slowly, "You realize babies need care every day, right?" "Yeah," he said. "So how exactly do you imagine this working?" "They could come stay for a few days when things get hard." I just looked at him. Because the thing that hurt the most about that moment wasn't the logistics. It was that his first solution to the problem of raising another child wasn't, "I'll step up." It was, "Someone else can do it." And that realization hit me like a punch to the stomach. I felt my voice getting tighter when I asked the next question. "Why is your first solution to have someone else raise our kid?" He immediately got defensive. "That's not what I said. You literally just said your parents could help. Helping isn't the same as raising. But you didn't say anything about changing your schedule, I pointed out. You didn't say anything about taking on mornings or bedtime. You just jumped straight to your parents. Now he looked genuinely irritated. You're attacking me over a medical issue. That threw me off for a second. What? My hemorrhoids, he said. You know I have them. I know, I said. But that doesn't explain the phone. Or the hour-long showers. I'm not sitting there for fun, he snapped. I feel disgusting if I don't clean properly. I rubbed my forehead. I'm not saying you shouldn't take care of yourself. I'm saying we need to figure out how parenting would work with 2 kids. He shook his head again. You're acting like I disappear all day. That sentence made me laugh a little, but not in a funny way. You literally do disappear 3 times a day. And that's when the argument really started. At some point in the argument I realized something. We weren't actually talking about the bathroom anymore. So I said it. This isn't just about the bathroom. Mark looked at me like I had just switched languages. What are you talking about? It's about everything around it. And then the words just started coming out. Mornings when Noah wakes up and you're gone. Bedtime when I'm doing bath and pajamas by myself. The newborn stage when I was pacing the house with a screaming baby while you were in the bathroom. His expression shifted slightly, but he didn't interrupt. So I kept going. I do the preschool prep. I handle most of bedtime. I manage the doctor appointments, the daycare emails, the clothes, the snacks. And every time things get stressful, you disappear. He opened his mouth to respond, but I kept talking. Do you know what that feels like after 3 years? He didn't answer. It feels like I'm doing this alone. The room went quiet for a few seconds. And for the first time that night, neither of us had an immediate comeback. Because the conversation had finally reached the part that was actually painful. After I said it felt like I was doing parenting alone, Mark finally spoke. But instead of apologizing, he looked frustrated. Do you know what it feels like to constantly be criticized? He asked. I blinked. What? You're always pointing out something I'm doing wrong. That genuinely surprised me because from my perspective I was pointing out things that were happening. I'm not criticizing you, I said. I'm describing what our days look like. But he shook his head. No. Every time we talk about parenting it turns into a list of everything I don't do. Then he said something that made me realize how differently we were seeing the same situation. I drive Noah to preschool all the time. The way he said it sounded like a defense. Like proof. And I realized that in his mind, that was a significant contribution. Yes, I said slowly. Sometimes you drive him. And that's helping. But that's after I wake him up, dress him, feed him, pack his bag, and get him ready. Mark sighed. You act like I do nothing. I didn't say nothing, I replied. But the hard parts almost always land on me. He leaned back on the couch and rubbed his face. You make it sound like I'm some deadbeat dad hiding in the bathroom. And that sentence just hung in the air. Because I didn't know how to respond to it without making the argument even worse. But the conversation kept sliding downhill anyway. Because the next thing I brought up was the phone. I said, you're not just in the bathroom because of medical stuff, you're also watching videos. Mark immediately looked annoyed. I'm not watching. Okay, I said, listening. YouTube, podcasts, whatever. I can literally hear it through the door. He shook his head. I'm not sitting there wasting time. You're in there for 45 minutes, I said. What do you think it sounds like from the outside? I'm just listening while I'm in there, he repeated. And the shower? What about the shower? That's another 20 or 30 minutes. He looked irritated now. I already told you, I feel gross if I don't shower. I know, I said. But you also stay in there scrolling sometimes. I'm not scrolling. You're streaming videos while you're supposed to be, finishing. He rolled his eyes. So now you're timing my bathroom habits? I'm not timing them, I said. I'm living around them. And that sentence made the tension in the room jump another level. At some point in the argument, something else popped into my head. The bidet. 2 years ago, I bought a bidet attachment for the toilet. My thinking was simple. If Mark feels like he needs to shower every time because he feels unclean, maybe the bidet would help. It might shorten the process. It might make everything easier. But the box had been sitting in the hallway closet for 2 years. Still unopened. So I said it. You know what might help this whole situation? What? He asked. The bidet. His face changed instantly. What about it? You could install it. It might help you feel cleaner without needing a full shower every single time. He looked embarrassed for a split second, and then irritated. That thing won't fix hemorrhoids. I didn't say it would fix them, I said. But it might reduce the whole 40-minute process. He scoffed. You think spraying water is the same as showering? No, I said. I think it might help. Well, I don't, he snapped. And that was the end of the bidet conversation. 2 years of the box sitting in the closet. Still unopened. Then Mark brought up something I honestly wasn't expecting. You leave all the time for work, he said. I frowned. What are you talking about? Your work trips. You're gone all the time. That statement was so wildly inaccurate that for a second I thought he was joking. I travel 4 times a year, I said. 3 or 4 days each time. That's not all the time. Well, when you're gone I handle everything. I stared at him. No you don't. Yes I do. You call your parents. That landed. Because it was true. Every time I go on a work trip, Mark calls his parents and they come stay. And I'm not even mad about that part. They love Noah. They're helpful. But the fact that his default solution when I'm gone is bringing in backup adults felt very relevant to the conversation we were having. You literally just proved my point, I said. When parenting gets hard, your solution is to bring in someone else. That's not fair, he said. It's not supposed to be fair, I replied. It's supposed to be honest. At this point the argument wasn't calm anymore. Neither of us were yelling at the top of our lungs, but our voices were definitely raised. You're acting like I'm abandoning my family every time I go to the bathroom, Mark said. I'm acting like you disappeared during the hardest parts of parenting, I shot back. Because you do. I have a medical condition. And you also have a phone and an hour-long shower routine. You're making me sound lazy. You're making me feel like a single parent. That's when we both stopped suddenly. Because from the hallway we heard a small voice. Mommy? Noah. He was standing there in the hallway in dinosaur pajamas, rubbing his eyes. He must have woken up. He looked back and forth between us. Are you mad? And just like that, all the tension in the room shifted. Because nothing makes an argument feel worse than realizing your 3-year-old is watching it. I immediately softened my voice. No baby, we're just talking. He looked unconvinced. Talking loud. Mark rubbed his face and stood up. Come here buddy, he said. And in that moment the fight paused. Not because it was resolved, but because parenting had once again interrupted it. After we got Noah back to bed, the house got very quiet. The kind of quiet that only happens after a toddler finally falls asleep, and the chaos of the day shuts off all at once. Neither of us said anything at first. Mark went back to the living room and sat on the couch. I stayed in the kitchen for a minute pretending to wipe the counter even though it was already clean. The argument had burned through all the easy energy. Now there was just exhaustion. I eventually sat down on the other end of the couch. Mark was staring at the floor. No TV. No phones. Just silence. The kind of silence that happens after a fight when both people are replaying everything that was said. Neither of us looked at each other for a while. It didn't feel like the fight was over. But it didn't feel like it could keep going either. We were both too tired. After a few minutes Mark spoke first. Quietly. My hemorrhoids actually hurt a lot sometimes. It wasn't defensive the way he'd said it earlier. It sounded more like explaining. He rubbed the back of his neck. Sometimes it takes a while because it's painful. I nodded. I know. And I did. That part had never really been the issue. Then he said something else. I'm not in there just to avoid you guys. I took a breath. I'm not saying you're doing it on purpose. Then I said something I hadn't said out loud before. But most days I feel like a single parent. The words hung in the air. Mark didn't interrupt. I wake up with Noah. I handle mornings. I handle bedtime most nights. And when things get hard, you're usually somewhere else. I wasn't yelling anymore. I was just tired. And for the first time that night, Mark didn't argue immediately. After another long pause, Mark said something that surprised me. So this isn't really about the bathroom. I shook my head. No. It's not. Because if it were just about bowel movements, we wouldn't have just spent 40 minutes arguing about our entire parenting dynamic. It's about feeling like I have to manage everything, I said. And feeling like I have to tell you what needs to be done all the time. Mark sighed. I didn't realize you felt that way. And that's when the core problem became obvious. Not just the bathroom. Not just the schedules. But the communication. The expectations. The fact that in my head we were supposed to be operating like a team. While in his head things were apparently fine. Or at least not serious enough to require a big conversation until tonight. Once the tension dropped a little, the conversation shifted. Less arguing. More problem solving. I said. If we were going to have another baby, mornings and bedtime would have to change. Mark nodded slowly. Okay. You can't disappear during those windows. I could try going earlier, he said. Before Noah wakes up. That was actually the first concrete suggestion he'd made all night. And maybe bedtime could alternate, he added. Like we take turns. I nodded. That would help. Then he said something that actually caught me off guard. I didn't realize how much resentment had built up. I laughed a little. Yeah. It's been building for a while. Neither of us pretended that one conversation was going to magically fix everything. But for the first time that night it felt like we were at least talking about the real problem. Eventually the conversation circled back to the original topic. Another baby. Mark looked at me and said, So, do you still want another kid? I thought about it for a moment. Then I said honestly, I do. But not like this. He waited. I can't have another baby if I already feel like I'm doing most of this alone. That wasn't meant to be dramatic. It was just the truth. I need to feel like we're partners first. Mark nodded slowly. That's fair. So that's where we left it. Not deciding yes. Not deciding no. Just pausing the idea entirely. Because another baby isn't going to fix a partnership problem. If anything, it would probably magnify it. The next morning something small happened. I woke up to the sound of Noah talking in the hallway. Mama? But before I could get out of bed, I heard Mark's voice. I got him. I stayed in bed for a second, listening. I heard Noah's footsteps running down the hallway, then the kitchen cabinet opening. Mark saying, "Do you want cereal or eggs?" It wasn't a dramatic moment. No big speech. No apology. Just Mark being the one handling the morning. I eventually got up and walked into the kitchen. Mark was standing at the stove making scrambled eggs, while Noah sat at the table. He glanced at me. Morning. Morning, I said. And that was it. One morning doesn't fix 3 years of habits. But it was the first time in a long time that the day had started without the bathroom door closing. So I noticed it. Even if I didn't say anything yet. Maybe you'd be more comfortable upstairs, my daughter-in-law said after I cooked for 4 hours in my own house. I took off my apron and sat at the head of my table. I was still wearing my apron the morning my daughter-in-law informed me that I was not wanted at my own Christmas dinner. I had been up since 5 a.m., the turkey was already in the oven. The cranberry sauce was cooling on the counter, which I had wiped off every day for 29 years. And she stared at me as cool as winter ice and said, "We didn't really plan this as your thing, Evelyn, maybe you'd be more comfortable upstairs." Since 1995, that had been my kitchen and house, with my name on the deed. I stood there holding a dish towel, unable to breathe for a little while. Not that I was surprised. I guess I knew this moment was coming for a long time. I hadn't wanted to see it. Let me start from the beginning, because this story did not begin on Christmas. It began on a Tuesday in March, some 13 months before that morning, when my son contacted me from the parking lot of his apartment building and asked if he and his wife might stay with me for a short while. My son's name is Mason. He is 38 years old. He has my late husband Walter's eyes, the same shade of gray-green that I fell in love with when I was 24 years old. Walter sat next to me at a community choir rehearsal in G. Mason was born 3 years into our marriage, and he was the type of child that made parenting feel like a privilege rather than a burden. Curious, compassionate, and thoughtful in the old-fashioned sense, he'd pull a chair out for you at the table and truly mean it. Walter went away 5 years ago. Pancreatic cancer. He was diagnosed in October and died by February. Those 5 months were both the longest and shortest in my life. After his death, I remained in our home. We bought the house together when Mason was 4 years old. Walter and his brother worked all summer on restoring the house. The house where each wall had a memory painted on it. My neighbors wondered if I was going to downsize. My sister inquired if I was going to move closer to her in Hamilton. I said no to both. I wasn't prepared to leave, and I'm still not sure if I'll ever be ready. So when Mason called that Tuesday in March and said things had grown rough financially, his contract role had ended unexpectedly, and his wife Vanessa had recently left her job to start her own business that was slowly getting off the ground, I answered yes before he even finished the sentence. "Just until we stabilize," he replied. "Perhaps 4 or 5 months. We will donate to the groceries. We will help around the house. It will not be a burden, Mom. I promise." I believed him. He was my son. Of course, I believed him. I want to be fair to Vanessa because I believe that fairness is important, particularly in difficult situations. When she and Mason initially started dating, I really loved her. She was bright and witty, and she had a direct style of communication that I appreciated. She didn't perform the dance in which some people say one thing but mean another. She spoke what she thought. I respected that. I was pleased for Mason when he informed me he was planning to propose. When they married 3 years ago in a tiny ceremony at a vineyard outside of Niagara-on-the-Lake, I danced until my feet ached, and I meant every bit of the happiness I felt. But in 63 years of life, I've learned that individuals may be one thing in one setting and something quite different when circumstances change, and circumstances did. They came in on a Saturday in late March, bringing a rented vehicle, 2 cats, and more boxes than I expected. I'd cleared out the largest guest bedroom, the one with the east-facing window and the adjacent bathroom, which Walter jokingly referred to as the suite. I'd laundered the curtains, placed fresh flowers on the dresser, and left extra towels folded on the bed. I wanted to make them feel welcome. I wanted it to feel like family because that's what it was meant to be. The first couple weeks were fine, quiet yet fine. Mason would make coffee in the mornings, and we'd sit at the kitchen table together until Vanessa awoke. And it reminded me of when he was a teenager and we'd spend lazy weekend mornings before the day got hectic. Vanessa would come down around 9 or 10, and we'd all eat breakfast together. She was working on her firm, which involved internet consulting for small retail businesses, and she'd put up her laptop at the dining room table to work all afternoon. It was manageable. I thought, this is going to be okay. The initial alteration was so minor that I almost didn't notice it at all. I came downstairs one morning in mid-May to see that the throw pillows on my living room sofa had been moved. That may not seem like much, but those pillows had been arranged the same way for years. Walter had purchased 2 of them at a market in Prince Edward Island while on a trip to celebrate our 25th anniversary. I had hand-sewn 2 others from cloth purchased at a downtown GE shop that had closed years ago. They were exactly where I wanted them, but now they were arranged differently. 2 of them went to the recliner in the corner. I did not say anything. I moved them back. I told myself that it was nothing. 2 weeks later, I saw that the tiny watercolor painting I had in the hallway, a winter landscape painted by a friend and given to me as a present the year after Walter died, had been removed and replaced with a large framed piece I had never seen before. Abstract, with plenty of gray and dusty rose, not my style at all. The artwork was leaning on the coat closet wall, facing in. I went upstairs and knocked on the bedroom door. Mason responded, appearing exhausted. The painting in the hallway was all I said. My friend Diane painted that for me. It matters to me, I'd like it back up. He appeared uneasy. Vanessa thought it made the hallway feel a bit dark. She got that print at a pop-up shop. She's been trying to, make the space feel a bit more like home. I want you to note the term he used, home. As if this wasn't already my home. Mason, I murmured, keeping my voice level. I appreciate that she wants to feel comfortable here, but this is my house, and that painting has meaning to me. Please put it back. He nodded. He said he would. The print remained there for another 5 days until Diane's watercolor returned. I didn't create a scene. I reminded myself, we'll find a rhythm, it takes time. However, there was no rhythm, there was only escalation. By June, Vanessa had reorganized my kitchen cabinets. I went downstairs to prepare my morning tea and couldn't find my favorite mug, a large hand-thrown ceramic mug Mason had produced for me at a pottery class when he was 13 years old. I discovered it at the back of a high shelf that I could barely reach, behind a set of matching white mugs Vanessa had purchased and displayed at the front. It's just more functional this way, she replied when I inquired. The matching set looks cleaner, yours is a bit uneven. It was taking up a lot of space. I glanced at her for a moment. My son made me that mug when he was 13, I told him. It lives at the front of the cupboard. She grinned in that way that people do when they believe you're being unreasonable but don't want to admit it. Of course, she replied. Whatever you prefer. By July, her business had allegedly developed to the point where she required a permanent workspace. She asked if she could use my sewing room, a little room off the main hallway that I had set up after Walter died to work on quilts and modifications, the kind of meticulous work that kept my hands occupied, and my thoughts calm during the difficult years. I had a long work table, a good lamp, fabric racks arranged by color, and my grandmother's ancient sewing cabinet in the corner. I said no. It was the first time I mentioned it directly, and Vanessa's reaction indicated that she was unfamiliar with it. I completely understand, she replied, smiling. No problem at all. 4 days later, I discovered 2 of her monitor screens set up on my work table. My fabric had been moved on the floor and stacked there. My grandmother's cupboard had been moved to the corner to make way for an ergonomic office chair. I went to Mason. She's really under pressure with the business, he told me. He appeared genuinely torn, and I wanted to give him credit for it. It's just temporary. That's my sewing room, I explained. We talked about this. I said, no, I know, I'll talk to her. He spoke to her, she apologized. Her monitors remained on my workstation for 7 more weeks. I'm telling you all of this not to catalog every grievance, but to help you understand how it works. It does not occur all at once. If someone moved into your house and began rearranging your belongings and taking over your rooms on the first day, you would respond right away. Anyone would. But it occurs gradually, one small degradation at a time. And each individual moment does not appear to be worth a confrontation. And before you know it, you're standing in your own kitchen, feeling like a guest in someone else's home. By September, 7 months into what was intended to be a 4 or 5 month contract, 2 things had become evident to me. First, they didn't intend to leave. The financial position had apparently improved. Mason had accepted a new contract, but there was no mention of apartment hunting, timetables, or the arrangement we had agreed upon. Second, Vanessa began to regard the house as a location she managed rather than a place she was a visitor in. She purchased a new kitchen rug without consulting me. She replaced the main bathroom's hand soap dispensers with her favorite set. She spoke with my neighbor Arthur about the barrier dividing our yards as if she were the owner. She began commenting on the layout of the living room and whether the furniture could be rearranged to make more space. Mason, my lovely, gray-eyed boy who used to carry chairs out for guests, said nothing. Or, when he did say something, it was in the tone of a guy attempting to keep the peace rather than one who understood what was going on. One evening in October, after supper, I sat at my kitchen table and penned a letter to Walter. I do this when things get heavy. I told him what was going on. I told him I wasn't sure what to do. I told him I missed having someone in the house who knew it was mine. Then I put the letter aside and poured myself a cup of tea from my son's handcrafted porcelain mug. And I began to think clearly, realizing what I had not done and what I needed to accomplish. I needed to quit waiting for permission to live in my own home. I had been lightly peddling. I had phrased things as requests. I'd been saying, I'd prefer, if you don't mind, and when you get a chance, and none of those expressions communicate a boundary, they communicate a want. And wishes, I discovered, were easy to dismiss. So, in November, I sat down with them both at the kitchen table. My kitchen table, which Walter and I had purchased at an estate sale in 1999, with the scratch on the left corner from Mason dragging his hockey bag across it when he was 16, and I said what I needed to say. I love you both, I replied, and I was glad to help when you needed it, but I need us to agree on some things. I'd written it down. I had a piece of paper. I informed them that the sewing room was my and not accessible as an office. I informed them that any alterations to the house, including purchases that would alter the appearance or arrangement of any room, had to go via me first. I informed them that I wanted the initial arrangement of 4 or 5 months to have an actual end date, and I requested that they look at flats and get back to me by the middle of the month. Vanessa listened to everything with her hands folded on the table. She nodded at the appropriate occasions. She responded, "Of course, Evelyn, we appreciate everything you've done for us." She was really composed and nice. Mason was relieved, as if a difficult conversation he had been anticipating had gone more smoothly than anticipated. Nothing has changed. At the very least, the monitors in the sewing room were removed. However, there was no apartment search, there was no end date. And in the second week of December, Vanessa informed me, not asked me, that she was preparing a Christmas gathering. I thought it would be nice to have some people over, she told me. My sister, her husband, a couple of friends from my business network. Low key. December 22nd. That's lovely, I replied. I'll need to know who's coming so I can plan the food. She tilted her head slightly. Oh, I was going to handle all of that. You don't need to worry about a thing. I gazed at her. It's my house, Vanessa. I'll need to be involved in any gathering here. Of course, she replied. I just meant I wanted to take the pressure off you. I want to tell you what happened on December 22nd, but first I'd like to tell you about December 21st, since that day is important. When I arrived downstairs in the morning, I discovered that the dining room had been reconfigured. My good dining chairs, 8 of them in dark walnut, which I had purchased piece by piece over 18 years because I love them and they reminded me of the stability that careful decisions generate, had been augmented with 6 folding chairs from someplace. The entire table had been moved to the center of the room to accommodate them. The sideboard, which housed Walter's mother's china, had been placed against the far wall to make more space. On top of the sideboard, in a line, were a set of white pillar candles in a minimalist branch and berry arrangement that appeared to have come from a boutique home decor shop. My Christmas centerpiece, a pine and pine cone arrangement with the miniature metal reindeer Walter had given me the first Christmas we were married, was on the floor next to the sideboard, sitting on a piece of newspaper as if it were about to be discarded. I stood in the doorway of my dining room for a long time. Then I picked up my centerpiece, gently repositioned it in the center of my table, put the white candles to the sideboard, and proceeded to make coffee. Vanessa arrived downstairs around 9. She entered the dining room, she stepped back outside, she stood at the kitchen doorway. I had that arranged in a specific way, she explained. I know, I replied. And I moved it. My brass reindeer go on my table at Christmas. They always have. She squeezed her lips together. She went back upstairs. Mason found me an hour later. He looked tired in the way he had for months, the distinct exhaustion of a man who has been standing between two people he cares about and doesn't know how to quit doing so. Mom, he stated. Mason, I replied. I'm not having this conversation. Tomorrow is my Christmas gathering too. In my house, my centerpiece stays. He nodded. He didn't argue back. I took it as something, even if it wasn't enough. The guests arrived the following evening at 6 p.m. Linda, Vanessa's sister, whom I had previously met twice and found to be very charming. Victor, Linda's husband, shook my hand and inquired about my well-being with apparent sincerity. 2 women I hadn't met before, colleagues or acquaintances from Vanessa's professional network, young and well-dressed, and totally nice in that superficial manner that people at a party don't know each other. I had been up since 5 a.m., I'd made a turkey, I had made 2 types of pies, I made the cranberry sauce from scratch, like my mother taught me. I'd polished the nice glasses. I'd set the table with my own embroidered placemats and walnut-handled silverware that Walter and I had received as wedding gifts. I was still wearing my apron when Vanessa entered the kitchen shortly before the guests arrived. She looked me over, the apron, the oven mitts, the reading glasses pushed up on my head, and something crossed her face that she couldn't quite conceal. We didn't really plan this as your thing, Evelyn, she explained calmly, as if it were a fair administrative explanation. I thought you'd probably want to relax tonight, maybe have a quiet evening upstairs. There it was. In the house I've had since 1995, at the table I've laid for Christmas for the past 29 years. After 4 hours of cooking, she glanced at me and said I'd be more comfortable upstairs. I want to tell you how I felt in that moment because I believe it is important. I didn't feel the rage you might expect, that heated, sudden surge that would have had me throwing something down and shouting my voice. I felt something colder. Something really apparent. It felt like a door closing. And on the other side of the door was every apology I'd made, every conversation I'd softened, every time I'd said, I'd prefer, instead of, this is not negotiable. I removed my apron, I gently folded it on the countertop. I walked out the kitchen. But I did not go upstairs. I stepped into the dining room, where the guests had just started to settle in, and I took out my chair at the head of the table, the one I'd sat in at every Christmas dinner since Walter died. I sat in the one before that, when he sat at the opposite end, and I sat down. Vanessa appeared at the doorway. Her face was composed, but her jaw was clenched. Evelyn. Linda, I said, looking at Vanessa's sister. It's so nice to see you again. Victor, how is the renovation going on your place? I remember Mason mentioned you were redoing the basement. Victor's face relaxed instantly. Oh, it's finally done. What a process. Evelyn, do you know how long drywall takes to? And the discussion flowed, as it does when someone intentionally redirects it. And Linda began recounting a story about their contractor. And one of Vanessa's colleagues inquired about the cranberry sauce, which smelled incredible. And I answered every question, laughed when it was appropriate, and didn't look at Vanessa in the doorway until she moved softly and took her own seat. Dinner was served, with my turkey, cranberry sauce, and pies, and I sat at the head of my table. After the guests had left, I cleaned the dishes because it was my kitchen, and I consider washing up after a good meal to be one of the more peaceful occupations accessible to a person my age. I went to sit in the living room. Mason approached and sat across from me. Vanessa remained in the dining room. I could hear her moving about, possibly rearranging something. Mom, Mason stated. He paused and restarted. I didn't know she said that to you. I know, I replied. I'm sorry, Mason, I said. I need you to hear something, and I need you to really hear it, not just manage it. This is my home. I have been kind and patient, and I have genuinely tried to make space for both of you. But I cannot keep doing that if the space I'm making is being filled with disregard. I can't. He remained quiet for a long time. Outside, a car drove by, with Christmas music slightly audible through the window. I know we've overstayed, he finally admitted. I think I've been avoiding it because, he paused. I don't know. It felt easier to stay. Easier than what? Then figuring out what Vanessa and I actually need to figure out. I looked at my son, and I realized something I hadn't allowed myself to see. Mason and Vanessa's argument was about more than just my house. There was an unresolved issue in their marriage, and remaining at my residence allowed them to avoid resolving the situation. My space, patience, cooking, and continual presence as the thing to navigate had all served as a kind of filler, something to focus on rather than each other. That wasn't something I could change, and I shouldn't have had to contain it. I love you, I said to my son. I will always love you, and I'm going to need you both to find your own place by the 5th of February. That gives you 6 weeks. I'll help however I can. I'll look at listings with you. I'll contribute to your first and last month if the finances are still tight. But the 5th of February is the date. He nodded. He did not argue. I believe he felt relieved in some part of himself that he hadn't been able to access in a long time. They moved out on January 30th, 5 days before the deadline. I don't know what conversations Mason and Vanessa had during those 6 weeks, and I didn't ask. They found a 2-bedroom apartment around 25 minutes away in an area with an excellent coffee shop on the corner and a nearby park. When they drove away in the rented van for the second time in less than 3 years, I stood on my front porch in my winter coat, watching them turn the corner. Then I went in. I returned Diane's watercolor to its original location in the hallway. I placed my ceramic mug at the front of the cupboard, where it belonged. I opened the door to my sewing room and stood in it for a time, taking in the distinct fragrance of fabric and old wood that I had missed without ever realizing it. I moved my grandmother's cabinet back into place. I returned my fabric to the shelves by color. I sat down at my sewing machine and began working on a blue and cream quilt that I had been planning since the fall, a pattern called Flying Geese that I had made once before as a young woman and had always intended to repeat. It took me most of the first evening back to myself to cut and organize the pieces. It was after 10:30 p.m., when I finished, which is too late for me. I brewed chamomile tea in Mason's handmade mug. I sat in the kitchen in silence. My house, my solitude, and my mug. Mason contacts me 3 times each week now. We talk more than we used to. Actually, without the bizarre static that has developed between us, there is more room for the talk to be genuine. He told me last week that he and Vanessa had begun attending a counselor jointly, which I believe demonstrates a level of courage that I hope will serve them well. I haven't pressed him for details. That is their life to live. Vanessa texted me in March with a brief note. She acknowledged that things had been difficult and expressed regret for her role in them. I thanked her. I intended it. I hope she can figure out what she needs. I just know she can't figure it out in my house. My sister paid a visit in April. We talked for 3 hours at my dining room table, with the walnut-handled cutlery, the cranberry tea she enjoys, and the lemon loaf I make using our mother's recipe. She held up one of the embroidered placemats and asked, "You made these, didn't you? In what, the 0s?" I replied, "Yes. In 2000, the winter Walter's mother was ill, and I needed something to do with my hands in the evenings." "You keep everything?" my sister replied. "Not critically, but in the way you express something that is simply true. I keep the things that matter." I said to her, "The flying geese quilt is almost finished now. I work on it most evenings at my work table under my good lamp in the room that is mine. When it's done, I think I'll give it to Mason and Vanessa. Not as an apology, and not as a statement, just as a quilt made with careful hands, offered from a place of genuine hope for them. But it will be made in my sewing room, in my house, on my schedule. And that, I have learned, is not a small thing. That is everything. If there is one thing I want to leave you with, no matter who you are, where you are, or what version of this story you are living, it is this. Allowing someone to redefine the boundaries of your own home without speaking up is not the same as taking something from you. That moment always arrives earlier, and it is always smaller than you expect. It's a pillow moved, a painting removed, and a question not asked. And if you let those small moments pass in silence because you love someone, want to keep the peace, or believe that each individual issue is too minor to argue about, the accumulated silence becomes the loudest thing in the room. You are free to say no. You are permitted to state that this is my home, and it is not negotiable. You are free to say it kindly, clearly, and without apology. Love does not require you to dissolve yourself. Generosity is not synonymous with surrender. And protecting the life you've created for yourself, including the rooms, objects, routines, and quiet, is not selfish. It is the fundamental dignity of living in the world as a whole person rather than as a convenience for someone else's comfort. Set your boundaries early and express them clearly. You do not have to be unkind. You don't need to be rigid. But you must be clear, because those who truly love you will respect a clear boundary. And those who refuse to respect one another are showing you something important. Your home is more than just an address, it is the shape of your life, so tend to it accordingly. My dad skipped my graduation for his fiancée's Napa trip, so I walked into his wedding in my cap, grabbed Mike and exposed his 2-year affair to 150 guests. Dad met Chloe 8 months after Mom died when I was 14. Her 29 age put her closer to me than his. He said she made him feel youthful again, justifying everything. It meant I reminded him of Mom and Chloe didn't. Changes started small. Date evenings become weekends. All family dinners went. I ate alone most nights by my junior year while Dad and Chloe went to wine tastings and couples yoga. He said, "You're an adult now," when I complained. No need for me to hover. When graduation arrived, I reminded him monthly, sent calendar invites, and posted sticky notes on his bathroom mirror. "Dad, 3 p.m., June 12. You promised to attend." He nodded, checked his phone, and said he wouldn't miss it. Chloe's performance tickets kept him from my college acceptance, scholarship interview, and 17th birthday supper. 4 days before graduation, Chloe announced they had arranged a surprise weekend trip to Napa. Dad apologized, saying it's non-refundable and Chloe worked hard on it. Walking across the stage is graduation. "When I return, we'll celebrate." I scanned the auditorium for his face as they called my name. Mom's parents cried. My aunt drove 3.5 hours. My Seattle-based relative flew in. The middle family section seat I saved for Dad was unoccupied. While I ate grocery store cake alone in our kitchen, his Instagram story showed him and Chloe clinking champagne glasses in a hot tub. They got engaged 3 months later, so I expected to be happy. Wedding planning took over. Chloe invited me to be a bridesmaid and chose a $375 dress that needed expert modifications. Dad claimed family supports family when I questioned the price. He declined to help with my college application fees since he was saving for the honeymoon. The invites were on expensive card paper, 180 guests, an oceanside setting, a live band, everything I wanted for my wedding. I prepared if Dad attended that either. The week before the wedding, I informed Dad I wouldn't attend. For her, "You missed my most crucial day." Returning the favor, he was mad, accused me of attempting to spoil his happiness, and being selfish, and ungrateful. Although Chloe cried about toxic energy and toxic family members, I showed up. As the officiant asked if anyone protested, I proceeded down the aisle in my graduation gown and cap. I gave Dad my graduation program, highlighted his empty seat in red, and placed Mom's wedding ring on his chair. "She would have been there," I said. Room went quiet. People watched. I didn't mention the envelope I'd mailed to every wedding attendee that morning with screenshots of Dad's text to Chloe during my graduation ceremony. Thank God we escaped that boring ceremony. Can you imagine 2 hours of teenage speeches? One said, "Your daughter's graduation would have been absolute torture." Chloe didn't have a daughter, he was texting her wrong number. It belonged to his helper. I couldn't fit the following part in this short video. See the rest below. Deafening quiet filled that room. Dad's expression blanked as he held the graduation program. Chloe looked bewildered, peering between us with nicely coordinated eyebrows. The officiant clumsily cleared his throat, unsure to proceed. Chloe sharply asked, "What are you talking about?" The white flowers in her bouquet trembled. "What assistant?" I played the voicemail on my phone loud up. Dad's words echoed off the towering ceilings and ocean view windows in the luxurious venue. "Lauren," Clear's throat. "I can't stop thinking about last night. Chloe staying at her mother's this weekend, come over Friday. I'll leave the side door unlocked." 180 guests gasp almost justified my $375 bridesmaid dress. Almost. Her glossy nails scraped my palm as Chloe grabbed the phone. Her face changed from surprise to comprehension to wrath as she replayed it 3 times. "Your helper, Lauren, 23, whom you hired 7 months ago." Dad tried to seize the phone. "Miss Chloe, this is out of context. Her goal is to sabotage." "Context?" I laughed bitterly. "Although you were working late, you were with her. She had the company credit card for half your work trips." "Context, enough." Dad's quiet voice was dangerous. The same tone he used when I asked why Chloe was moving in so soon after Mom's death. The same tone that ended all discussions about him raising me. I was no longer 14. Scared, heartbroken, and longing for his attention. "No," I clarified, "not nearly enough." The packet under my graduation robe was retrieved. Dad's company accounts, 4 months of receipts, hotel bookings, and restaurant costs were filed for reimbursement with Lauren as his guest. I took them from his home office 18 days ago while he and Chloe had a massage. December 7, Ritz-Carlton, 2 adjoining rooms. Food poisoning hit Chloe the weekend of your anniversary trip. Remember? You weren't in Portland for a conference. San Diego, you were. I passed papers to front row guests as I walked down the aisle. January 19, the weekend Chloe assumed you visited your college roommate. You visited Vegas. Lauren Instagrammed hotel lobby photos. She noted the spot. Chloe was now feverishly swiping her phone, pulling up Lauren's social media. Her hands shook. You attended Tyler's bachelor celebration in Seattle that weekend, February 11. I kept my voice steady. Dinner at Maestro's. 412. Wine pairing. Lauren photographed the wine you ordered. Same restaurant, same window table, same night. I paused. An unexpected client meal prevented you from celebrating my 17th birthday. My aunt stood up, disgusted. She drove 3.5 hours to my graduation, sat with me at the reception, and helped me sort out my dad-related issues. "Michael, is it true?" Dad squeezed his. I believed he might confess and reveal the man who read me bedtime stories and taught me to ride a bike. He pointed at me. "Get out. You're not welcome. You're always jealous of Chloe and attempting to separate us. Mom would be embarrassed." The words struck hard. My mother, who adored him for 18 years, died slowly of cancer while he held her hand and vowed to care for me. My mother, whose wedding ring sat on his chair, silently witnessed his transformation. "Don't." My voice broke. "Don't mention Mom." White roses scattered over the aisle when Chloe dropped her bouquet. "We're done. A wedding is off. I'll leave." She turned to Dad, mascara covered. "Sleep at Lauren's tonight, just changing the locks." Her $2,800 outfit rustled as she passed me. Her bridesmaids chased her, looking sympathetic or aggressive. The guys hesitated, unsure whether to console Dad or go. Dad grabbed my arm as I left. "You ruined everything. Everything. You happy now?" First I saw his hand on my arm, then his eyes. "You wrecked it. Just made sure everyone could see." I left and returned down the aisle, past the staring guests, expensive floral arrangements, and stop string quartet. My grandparents met me in the parking lot. Grandma cried and hugged me tightly, smelling like roses. "Your mother would be proud," she whispered. So proud. We traveled to their house, where Mom grew up and where I spent every holiday before she became sick. Grandpa brewed coffee while I told them everything at the kitchen table in my graduation gown. Missed events, loneliness, and Dad slowly erasing Mom from the house and his life. Lauren, the assistant I met 4 months ago when I printed my college essays on Dad's laptop. I wasn't going public with the affair. I told him I wanted him to understand what it's like to be unaccompanied. After I found those texts and receipts and learned he lied to Chloe, he made his decisions. Grandpa said strongly, "Today you were brave." I didn't feel powerful enough. 4 months of lies, 7 months of anguish, and 17 years of trying to be his daughter instead of a burden left me hollow. My phone buzzed. Text following text. Unknown wedding guests asked if I was okay. Others from unknown relatives said I passed a line. My cousin in Seattle sent one. "You're my hero." One from Chloe. "I need to chat. Can we meet tomorrow?" I pondered the message before answering. "Why?" 3 dots appeared, disappeared, reappeared. I believe we both deserved more than him. The coffee place Chloe chose was 15 minutes from our houses. Neutral ground. Early, I ordered a black coffee I didn't desire and took a corner table. Little tremor in my hands. I almost expected her to arrive up with Dad to tell me I was wrong. They'd worked things out, and I wasn't welcome anymore. She arrived alone with a ponytail and no makeup. She looked younger without wedding preparations, closer to 29. She got a latte and sat across from me, wrapping her hands around it for warmth. I left him, she said plainly. Moved my stuff yesterday as he worked. My brother assisted. I nodded, wondering what to say. I'm sorry, be not. She drank her latte, cringing at the tongue burn. So, I called Lauren last night. We chatted for 90 minutes. She was unaware of his engagement. He told her he was split, you were in college, and the wedding band was for show at work. He convinced her. She'd why not? He's charming, successful, and emotionally available when needed. Hollow laugh from Chloe. Also, I believed him. When we met, he said his marriage had been dead for years, your mom was chilly, and they just stayed together for you. I gripped my coffee cup tighter. Just a lie. Mom adored him. She loved him even when cancer made her harsh and afraid. Now I know. Chloe selected a photo on her phone. I got this from Lauren. Dad and Lauren texted 7 months ago. My fiancé doesn't get me. Young and immature, she is. I erred in getting engaged. Another, you're the only one who really sees me. He probably said the same about Mom. He'd say the same about Chloe to the next person. He's 44, I whispered. You're 29. I'm 17. Lauren's 23. See the pattern? Chloe cried. I felt special and like we had something. He made me feel alive, like I was everything. She laughed cruelly. Him manipulated, God, I sound pathetic. I startled myself by touching her hand across the table. He does that, making you feel like the problem when things go wrong. Like you're asking for too much when you simply want basic respect. Two people who'd loved the same man and found too late that he couldn't love back sat silently. I'm sorry, Chloe said. For everything is time, the graduation, the bridesmaid outfit, missing what he was doing to you you didn't know. She wiped her eyes and pulled her hand back. I was too busy being young, in love, and living a luxurious life to notice the neglected child in the house. I heard you alone for dinner. I saw you waiting for him on your birthday. I told myself I shouldn't interfere. Truth stung, but it was pure. Unlike Dad's falsehoods. What now? I questioned. Move back to Portland. My old roommate says her couch is available until I find a place. Start over. Probably get therapy to figure out why I thought dating a man almost 17 years older would end well. She gave a grin. College in September, I received a full scholarship at State. Despite planning to commute from home, I stalled. Home no longer feels like home. Not in a while. We drank our coffee, swapped numbers, and agreed to remain in touch. I doubted we would. Sometimes trauma bonds people, but after the catastrophe, they drift away. I felt something change as Chloe drove away in her packed car. Not forgiveness, but understanding. Dad called me 39 times in 2 days. I remained silent. He knocked on my grandparents' door on day 5 until Grandpa threatened to call the police. He yelled, I need to talk to my daughter, through the door. Grandpa called back, your daughter doesn't want to talk to you. She's 17, still my child. I have rights. Grandpa responded harshly, you gave up those rights when you chose your affair above her graduation. Leave before I call the sheriff. After slashing Grandpa's mailbox with his car keys, Dad fled. His petty, nasty behavior was typical when he didn't get his way. Mom joked that he had toddler-like emotional management when things went wrong. She meant something I didn't understand before. Within 36 hours, wedding guests saw my screenshots on Facebook. Someone posted those, not me. Tagged Dad's business associates, golf friends, and company page. The remarks were harsh. Employee cheating on your fiancé. Classy. This dad spent the weekend with his mistress. Missing his daughter's graduation. Disgusting. Fire him. This shouldn't represent your organization. Dad was put on administrative leave by his company while an inquiry into his personal use of corporate finances continues. Dating a subordinate and charging dinners to the company card was frowned upon. Lauren quit, relocated to Denver, and blocked him everywhere. Chloe said he presented her grandmother's engagement ring under false pretenses and requested its return. Just legal fees would cost him thousands. I saw his life crumble in my grandparents' guest room without emotion. Maybe I should have felt guilty. Perhaps I should have regretted nuclear. But whenever uncertainty crept in, I remembered sitting alone on my 17th birthday, staring at my phone awaiting a call that never came. My aunt set up lunch with my Seattle flying cousin. Brooke fled home at 20 as her parents tried to force her into their church's arranged marriage scheme. Brooke said, you did the right thing, over sandwiches. Everyone says I went too far. Shut up, everyone. The carrot stick was pointing toward me. He was given chances. Your message was clear. Limits are set. He ignored everything. It wasn't revenge. As a result, differences exist. Like revenge, good, it should. He should feel degraded, neglected, and unimportant like you. Brooke mellowed, I'm not claiming you'll love this forever. You may have conflicting feelings, but don't allow anyone tell you you were wrong for standing up for yourself. Nodding, I pushed lettuce on my plate. Chloe apologized. Really? She regretted not noticing what he was doing to me and stated she should have seen. So big of her. Brooke thought about it. Will you pardon her? No idea. Maybe she was a victim too. He lied to her about Mom, Lauren, and probably a dozen other things. Whether she realized it or not, she let him disregard you. Yeah, I ate my lunch without tasting it. Yeah, the weeks before college were odd. I packed my dorm room essentials in boxes at my grandparents' house, went shopping for bedding and desk supplies with Grandma, registered for classes online, and filled out housing forms without Dad's help. Mom and I had talked about college when I was younger. She studied English at State 3 and joined the Creative Writing Club. You'll love it, she said on a good day after chemo. The campus has this beautiful library with tall windows. I used to study there for hours. And now, an album at my grandparents' house contained her college photos. Mom at 20, laughing with friends in high-waisted jeans and an oversized sweater. Mom beams at graduation with her parents. Mom on library steps, books under arm. She was so happy there, Grandma said, looking over my shoulder. Those were good years for her. Your father was kind and attentive when they first met. He wrote her poems and sent her flowers for no reason. Your mom thought she'd won the lottery. What changed? Life, I suppose. Stress. He got promoted and worked longer hours. When you were born, he seemed to resent the attention you needed, like he was competing with a baby. Your mom tried therapy, date nights, and church counseling, but nothing worked. By the time she got sick, they were roommates. He told people their marriage was dead for years. That mom was cold. Grandma's face hardened. Your mother was the warmest person I knew, even dying, she made you feel loved. She squeezed my hand. Don't let him rewrite history, or make her into someone she wasn't to justify his choices. I left for college on a humid September morning. Grandpa loaded my boxes into his truck while Grandma fussed over my first aid kit and socks. The drive to campus took 80 minutes, and Grandpa helped me move into my tiny dorm room with Megan, who'd left a note saying she'd arrive tomorrow. My aunt hugged me tight and said, "Call if you need anything, even just to talk." Brooke added, "Don't take crap from your roommate." Grandpa gruffly hugged me and said, "You'll do great things here." Your mom knew it. After he left, I cried on my narrow dorm bed, surrounded by boxes and the unfamiliar smell of industrial cleaning products. Dad texted me, "I hope you're happy. You've destroyed my life, my career, everything I built. I hope college is worth losing your father over." I blocked his number and unplugged my phone to charge. Megan, an upstate biology major, asked me if I wanted to hang Mom's photos on that side of the room or the window view during freshman orientation. We clicked immediately, bonding over our hatred of small talk and love of bad reality TV. I joined the Creative Writing Club after hearing Mom's stories about late-night workshops and critique sessions. The first meeting was in the library she'd studied in, under those tall windows. I sat in a corner with my notebook, listening to other students share their work, and felt her hand on my shoulder. An accomplished novelist with silver hair and sharp eyes, Dr. Caroline Hayes, my creative writing professor, read my first essay on loss and betrayal and asked me to stay after class. "This is raw," she said, tapping my pages. "Powerful. Have you considered expanding it? It's good, better than good. It's just something that happened to me. That's where the best writing comes from." She returned my essay. "Think about it. You have a voice. Don't waste it." I thought about it. Between classes, study sessions, and learning how to do my own laundry, I wrote about Mom's death and Dad's abandonment, Lauren, and the wedding that wasn't, graduation day and empty seats, and the moment I realized I couldn't count on him. In October, I finished a 4,500-word essay called The Empty Chair with Dr. Hayes' help. Dr. Hayes warned me that most personal narrative submissions were rejected, but 17 days later, I received an email, "We'd love to publish your piece in our winter issue." The essay was published in December and shared 170 times on social media. People commented about their own absent parents, broken families, and moments of standing up. A few literary agents asked for more material, and one wanted to discuss a book deal. Dad found the essay 2 days after publication and created a new email address to contact me, bypassing the block on his old one. "You made me look like a monster," he wrote. "You exposed our private business to the world. You humiliated me in front of clients, friends, and everyone I know. Lawyers say I may have defamation grounds." Instead of responding, I forwarded the email to Dr. Hayes, who forwarded it to the university's legal department, which sent Dad a cease and desist letter explaining that truth is an absolute defense against defamation and that contacting me again would result in a restraining order. He stopped emailing after that. By spring semester, The Empty Chair had been read over 85,000 times. A podcast about estranged families interviewed me by phone. A women's magazine asked me to write a follow-up about college without parental support. The book agent convinced me to outline a memoir. I was a writer, student, and building something new, which made life strange in the best way. Megan and I hosted movie nights in our dorm. I edited the campus literary magazine, went to parties, made friends, and stayed up too late talking about philosophy and bad poetry. Grandma sent care packages every 3 weeks with cookies, notes, And sometimes just thinking of you. Grandpa called every Sunday to ask about classes and whether I was eating enough vegetables. My aunt took Megan and me out to dinner for Parents' Weekend, and pretended not to notice when I cried during dessert. Brooke flew in for my birthday in February with cupcakes and a card signed by half my family. We spent the weekend exploring the city, eating too much, and not talking about Dad. You seem different, Brooke said last night, lighter. After pausing, I don't think about him as much. Sounds good and healthy. Occasionally, I'll get angry and burn over something he said or did. Brooke bumped my shoulder, but you're doing it, which matters. Healing isn't linear. Natalie, my book agent, called in May. 2 publishers are interested. They want the full proposal by June. Could you prepare something? What do they want? Your tale, all of it, how you rebuilt after grief, neglect, wedding, aftermath. People want stories about choosing yourself and escaping toxic families. Yours is real. Grandma brought me tea and sandwiches while I typed at the kitchen table during spring break. Grandpa proofread chapters and gave me surprising editorial notes. His words, "This section drags," or more detail, make us feel. 2 publishers made offers. We chose the one with the biggest advance, $68,000 split over 2 payments for 55,000 words about losing my mother, father, and myself. This is more than Dad gave me my whole childhood. That's because you earned it, she raged. You shed blood for that book. I used part of the advance to pay back my grandparents for their support. They tried to refuse, but I insisted. The rest went into a savings account for future tuition and living expenses. For the first time, I wasn't worried about money. Finals came and went. I finished freshman year with a 3.8 gigapascals and 2 more published essays. Megan and I signed up to be roommates again for sophomore year, and Dr. Caroline Hayes invited me to be her teaching assistant in the fall. Summer brought shimmering asphalt heat, and I interned at a local magazine writing features and learning layout design. Chloe texted me in early July. We'd texted occasionally throughout the year, mostly surface-level check-ins, but this message was longer. I saw your essay, I'm proud of you. Chloe's fiancé, Ethan, a 33-year-old teacher with kind eyes and a gentle laugh, clearly loved her. He touched the small of her back and listened when she talked. He simply looked at her. Thank you for coming, Chloe said at the reception. I wasn't sure you would. I wasn't sure either. I said. You deserve happiness. Very happy. Not the replica Dad sold you. He called me 6 weeks ago to meet and discuss what happened. My stomach tightened. Did you? No. She drank champagne. He's dating someone new, apparently. Gym worker, she's 26. Yes, she is. Lauren warned her, sent her screenshots of his old messages, and told her everything. She blocked him immediately. I laughed, surprised. Good for Lauren. By the way, she's doing well. Got promoted to senior coordinator at a Denver tech company, posted on LinkedIn with a caption about knowing your worth and leaving toxic situations. We watched Ethan dance with his mother, his joy contagious. Are you likely to speak to him again? Softly, Chloe asked. Your dad? No idea. Possibly someday if he apologized and meant it. Not holding my breath. What does his real apology look like? I considered it. Accountability, not just I'm sorry you're hurt, but I'm sorry I missed your graduation, chose my affair over being your parent, and let you down. I don't think he can change. Probably not. Chloe squeezed my hand. You'll be fine. You are. She was right. I was okay. More than okay. I was building a life Dad couldn't ruin or diminish, rather than waiting for him to show up, notice me, or care. Dr. Hayes read the final draft and gave me structure and pacing feedback. Natalie, my agent, encouraged me to dig deeper in some chapters and not let Dad off the hook with vague language. The memoir was due to my publisher in September. This section where he misses your birthday, she said over the phone. You write that he couldn't make it, passive. His decision was to fail. He chose wine tasting with his mistress over his daughter. Say it. I rewrote it, sharpened, clarified, and honestized it, removing any protective instinct for Dad's reputation. 2 weeks after the publisher received the manuscript on September 21, they sent the cover design, my graduation cap and gown on a white background, the title in bold black letters, The Empty Chair, a memoir of loss, betrayal, and learning to save yourself. 5 months to wait, second guess, and wonder if I was making a mistake before publication in April. Every time doubt crept in, I remembered why I'd written it not for revenge, though that was a side benefit, but for every kid who'd been ignored, forgotten, or pushed aside by a parent who couldn't be bothered to show up. Megan and I moved into a larger dorm room for sophomore year, and I started teaching freshman composition discussion sections with Dr. Hayes. My magazine internship turned into a paying job, writing a monthly column about student life. Ryan, a sweet philosophy student, was too focused on his pre-med studies to date me. We parted amicably, stayed friends, and still grabbed coffee between classes. Classes, writing, work, friends, movie nights, study groups, and terrible dining hall food became a steady rhythm of growing up. Dad tried to reconnect with me again in October, this time via LinkedIn, a professional message asking to discuss our relationship maturely. I stared at it for a while before blocking him there. I spent Christmas with my aunt and Brooke at my grandparents' house, cooking too much, watching old movies, and exchanging modest gifts. Grandma gave me Mom's wedding pearl necklace. She wanted you to have this when you were ready, Grandma said, tying it around my neck. I wore it every day after that as a reminder of the parent who loved me unconditionally, showed up even when it was hard, and chose me every day until she couldn't. In January, the GI proofs of my memoir arrived. Seeing my words in print made everything real. I did publisher marketing interviews, promo videos, and guest posts on estrangement and healing blogs. The publisher organized a small book tour in 4 cities, mostly independent bookstores and college campuses, starting 2 weeks after publication at a bookstore 2 blocks from campus. At the first event, Dr. Hayes introduced me to a crowd of 50. I read the chapter about graduation day, the empty seat, and the grocery store cake. The room was silent, except for a back row sniffler. A 40-year-old woman asked how I had the courage to break up with Dad. A college student asked if I regretted it. A mother asked how she could prevent her daughter from feeling like I did. I said, just show up, even when it's inconvenient, especially then. Your presence matters more than you think. A starred review from Publishers Weekly, a People magazine feature on dysfunctional families, and a morning show segment on generational neglect boosted book sales. Natalie was surprised that the debut memoir by an unknown author reached number 9 on the bestseller list in week 2. Publisher ordered second printing. Dad told me about the book in May by leaving a voicemail on my grandparents' landline, his only number I couldn't block. He's threatening to sue, Grandpa said. Says you've defamed him, destroyed his reputation, cost him business opportunities. Can he legally do that? No. Your publisher's lawyers proofread everything. Grandpa paused. He's angry and embarrassed. Country club members read it. Boss read it. He dislikes his consequences. Good. I concur, but prepare. He may escalate. He did. Dad's lawyer sent threatening letters to my publisher demanding the book be pulled from shelves. The publisher's legal team refuted every claim, stopping the letter. He tried public relations, telling a local podcast that I'd exaggerated everything, that he'd been a good father, and that I was mentally unstable and seeking attention. The interviewer, who read my book, directly asked him why he missed graduation. I had a work emergency, Dad lied. Your daughter has screenshots of your text that day. You and your fiancé visited Napa Valley. Those are fabricated. Multiple wedding guests reported receiving them. Do they all lie? The interview ended poorly for Dad. Dad became a minor villain in the online discourse about toxic parenting, whose name became synonymous with narcissistic fathers who abandon their children. I watched it all from a distance, neither celebrating nor mourning. He'd made his choices. These were the natural results. My aunt called in May, her voice tight. Your dad had a heart attack. He's stable, but it was serious. He's asking for you. My hands went cold. Will he be okay? Probably. The doctors say it was moderate, not severe, but he's scared. I sat with the information for 2 days, talking to Megan, Dr. Caroline Hayes, and my sophomore year therapist. Everyone had opinions, but they all boiled down to the same message. Only I could decide what felt right. I visited him on a Sunday afternoon. Dad looked smaller and older in the hospital bed, and the machines beeping around him reminded him of his mortality. You came, he said, his voice weak. No reconciliation here. My aunt called to say you were sick. He nodded slowly. Fair enough. He stared at me like he was seeing me for the first time in years. Maybe he was. Your book, he began. Don't. I waved. Say sorry only if you mean it. I don't accept excuses. I'm not making excuses. He shifted in bed, wincing again. I had no idea how much I'd hurt you. You knew. You weren't motivated to change. In tears, he said, yes, selfish me. I wanted to be young, desirable, and free. You brought up responsibility, aging, and your mother. I couldn't handle that. Honesty without action was just words, but it was his closest approach. What's your request, Dad? No idea. Possible forgiveness. Chance to try again. I'm not prepared, I may never be. He nodded, looking away. I understand. Do you? He leaned forward. Understanding would require therapy, amends, and change. You up for that? I don't know if I can. Then we don't have anything else to talk about. I left the hospital feeling empty, not sad, not relieved, just done. Dr. Hayes told me that closure doesn't always come from grand confrontations or perfect apologies, but from realizing you don't need anyone anymore. I didn't need Dad's approval, love, or attention. I'd built a good, full life where I was valued, seen, and supported by people who showed up consistently, not just when it was convenient. Final exams were over, and summer brought paid internships at publishing houses, major magazine essay assignments, and producer interest in adapting my memoir into a limited series. For junior year, Megan and I moved into a tiny 2-bedroom near campus with a leaky faucet and poor water pressure, but beautiful morning light from the windows. We painted the walls, hung shelves, and made it ours. After his heart attack, my aunt told me Dad had started therapy, broken up with a 6-year-old from his gym, and joined a support group for estranged parents. I didn't care if it would last or if it was just a performance. Without him, I wrote more, published more, built my career and relationships, and dated Sophie from my editing class, who made me laugh, challenged my ideas, and showed up when she said she would. We were taking things slow, figuring out what we wanted, but it felt healthy. Grandma got sick in October of junior year, just the slow decline of age. I visited every weekend, helping Grandpa care for her and reading my favorite books to her. She died peacefully in October, surrounded by family, as she would have wanted. Dad arrived in the back of the funeral, but I didn't acknowledge him. This wasn't about us. Grandpa gave me a letter after everyone left, made me promise to give it to you later. I opened it in my car. Tears obscured Grandma's writing. It read, "My darling girl, I'm gone. But I want you to know how proud I am of your writing, success, and strength. You chose yourself when it would have been easier to accept crumbs. You demanded better when everyone told you to be grateful for less. Live bravely, love fiercely, and don't settle for people who don't choose you back. You survived losing your mother and father and built something beautiful from the rubble. Remember, your mother is always with you in your writing, kindness, and support of others. She'd be proud. I love you, Grandma." After 15 minutes of crying in the parking lot, I drove back to campus, where Sophie was waiting with takeout, a hug, and no expectations. During the holidays, memoir sales were steady, and my publisher wanted a sequel or novel. My fictionalized story, changing names and details but keeping the emotional core, sold for twice as much as the first book. After junior year, I wrote the novel Between Publishing House Shifts about Riley, a girl whose mother dies and whose father chooses his new girlfriend over his daughter. Riley doesn't just expose him at the wedding. She builds a life of art, community, and chosen family to survive without him. Dad wrote to me one last time through Grandpa's letter, not threatening. He wrote, "I don't deserve forgiveness. My selfishness and neglect destroyed our relationship, but I'm writing to tell you that I'm trying to change. I'm in therapy once a week, working through why I ran from grief instead of facing it. I'm finally understanding how much damage I did. You don't have to care or accept me back. Your book, as painful as it was to read, opened my eyes. You and your mother deserved better, and I'm sorry I couldn't be their father. Hope you're happy, healing, and can think of me without anger someday. That suffices. Dad." I read it twice and put it in a drawer. Maybe someday I'll respond and we'll have coffee and build something from the ruins. Not today. Finishing a novel, interning, and living were my goals today. Megan and I hosted parties in our apartment to start senior year. I took advanced writing workshops with visiting authors and Sophie, and I got serious about post-graduation plans and our future together. The novel was finished in December and scheduled for publication the following fall. My editor called it devastating and hopeful, which felt right. 3 years after Dad missed my high school graduation, Grandpa, my aunt, Brooke, Megan's family, Sophie, Dr. Caroline Hayes, and Natalie, my agent, attended my graduation in May. When they called my name, I crossed the stage wearing Mom's pearl necklace and Grandma's watch, carrying the love of women who'd taught me strength. Dad's seat remained empty, but I didn't scan the crowd for him. After the ceremony, we went to Mom's favorite restaurant, where she and I had gone for special occasions before she got too sick to leave the house. I ordered her usual chicken piccata with extra capers and felt her presence in the laughter, stories, and my chosen family's presence. Sophie squeezed my hand under the table. "Good?" I said, "Yeah," meaning I'm really good. I saw on Instagram that night that Dad had posted a photo of us from when I was 7, sitting on his shoulders at a carnival. Captioned, "Proud graduate. Wish I could have seen it in person." People who didn't know the full story offered congratulations. Part of me wanted to correct the record and point out the lie, but I didn't. His need for public validation was no longer my problem. I uploaded my photo. I wore my cap and gown in front of everyone who showed up, grateful for the people who choose me every day. This degree is yours too. College friends, memoir readers, strangers who'd followed my story, words of support, pride, and recognition poured in. Chloe's was at the bottom. "Your mom would be proud. You did well." I went to bed that night thinking about empty chairs and the people who fill them, graduation programs and wedding ceremonies, and how we tell people they matter, forgiveness and boundaries and their differences. Dad chose. Mine led me here to an unwritten future, love that showed up, and a version of myself Mom and Grandma would recognize and celebrate. An empty chair was always empty. The rest of my life was full. Uninvited from my cousin $92,000, wedding but asked for $2,400 anyway. I took a Costa Rica trip, when her husband's $41,000 debt exploded. They called me. My cousin's wedding was a drama-free event, so I decided to take a vacation instead of attending. My family begged me to assist them when the wedding turned out to be a complete and utter failure. The cost of this must be covered by you. Never in my life did I imagine that my own family would throw me under the bus for the sake of maintaining peace. I am 34 years old. We are, however, here. In the beginning, I was not invited to my cousin's wedding, but it eventually turned out to be the most satisfying revenge I've ever seen unfold naturally. In our extended family, my cousin Madison has always been considered the most precious of all the children. She is 4 years older than I am, and ever since we were children, she has been given everything that she needs. All of her relatives acted as if it were the most important wedding of the century when she made the announcement that she was going to marry a man she had been dating for 9 months. It was an extremely expensive budget. We're talking about $92,000 for a single day, with the majority of the funding coming from her parents, but contributions are anticipated from the entire extended family. It was 3 months prior to the wedding when Madison's future mother-in-law made a comment about not wanting certain members of her family to attend the wedding because she was concerned that they would cause problems. This was the beginning of the drama. It would appear that she was referring to me because I had the audacity to question some of Madison's decisions in the past regarding her life. I was just pointing out instances in which she was being irresponsible with money or that she was treating people poorly. Nothing major. But in some way, this suggested that I was a negative influence on her special day, and that I would ruin the atmosphere of the occasion. My aunt and uncle, who are Madison's parents, made the decision that it would be more convenient to remove me from the invitation list rather than to defend me. It was referred to as avoiding drama that was not necessary. In order to maintain harmony within the family, my own parents, whom I believed would always have my back, suggested that I simply go along with it. It was the betrayal that caused the most pain, but what really got to me was the fact that they continued to expect me to make a financial contribution to this wedding. Even though I was invited, I did not show up. I was cornered by my aunt while we were having a family barbecue, and she explained that they were in desperate need of everyone's assistance because the expenses were spiraling out of control. I had been putting away money for a vacation that I had been planning for months, and she had the audacity to ask me for $2,400, which I had been saving for. I told her that I would not be contributing to a wedding that I was not invited to, and she acted as if I was being condescending and self-centered about my decision. At that point, I made the decision to take my vacation during the week that Madison's wedding was scheduled to take place. For years, I had been daydreaming about going to Costa Rica, and I finally made the decision to go there. Ziplining through cloud forests, taking lessons in surfing, taking photographs of wildlife, and so on and so forth. Because I was genuinely excited about this adventure, I made sure to post about my planning on social media. This was not because I wanted to be spiteful, but because I was. The response of the family was instantaneous, and in line with expectations. The messages that were constantly buzzing through my phone were about how I was being intentionally difficult and trying to divert attention away from Madison's graduation ceremony. Within the span of a single evening, my mother called me 3 times, pleading with me to reconsider both my refusal to contribute money and my decision to go on the trip. Despite the fact that I was simply living my life, she constantly reminded me that I was making this about myself. On the day before the wedding, I started my journey to Costa Rica, and it turned out to be everything I had hoped for. Incredible things happened in the first few days. At the same time that I was learning how to surf in Tamarindo and hiking through Manuel Antonio National Park, I was completely distancing myself from the drama that was going on in my family back home. While I was enjoying the freedom of being somewhere beautiful where nobody expected anything from me, I turned off the majority of my notifications and continued to enjoy the experience. Then, on the 5th day of my trip, while I was having breakfast at a beachside cafe, my phone began to explode with missed calls and messages. Both of these things occurred simultaneously. The wedding had been marred by a number of serious problems. There were only 3 words in the message that I received from my cousin Jean, who is Madison's brother. The message read, "The wedding has been ruined." During the time that I was scrolling through increasingly frantic messages from various members of my family, my stomach dropped. Apparently, the wedding had turned into a complete and utter catastrophe, and at this point, everyone was in a state of complete and utter panic. What had transpired is as follows. Nobody was aware of the fact that Madison's new husband had a gambling addiction that was kept a secret. He had taken the money that they had saved for their honeymoon, which was approximately $18,500, and lost it all in a single night at a casino 4 days before the celebration of their wedding. However, things are getting even worse. In addition to that, he had been lying about his job. It had been 7 months since he had been fired, and he had been pretending to go to work every day, racking up credit card debt in order to keep up the appearance that he was still employed. It was during the rehearsal dinner that his former boss showed up, and it appeared that he had tracked him down in order to inquire about some missing company equipment. This is when the truth was revealed. A confrontation took place right there in front of both families, with his former boss demanding to know why he had been ignoring calls about returning a company laptop and some expensive software licenses. The confrontation took place in front of both families. Despite the fact that Madison was mortified, she made the decision to proceed with the wedding anyway, believing that they would be able to overcome the situation. It was a terrible error. Just as everyone was sitting down to eat dinner at the reception, two men dressed in suits appeared with legal documents. What transpired was that her new husband owed money to a number of very serious individuals. Not only the casino, but also the loan sharks from whom he had borrowed money in an effort to win back his losses. Despite the fact that the men did not come across as violent or threatening, they made it abundantly clear that the debt was now Madison's problem as well. In light of the fact that they were legally married, they demanded $41,000 with immediate effect, otherwise, they would take legal action to seize assets. During the time that these debt collectors were explaining the situation to a room full of wedding guests, the entire reception came to a complete and dramatic halt. Nevertheless, the most terrible part was yet to come as well. In an act of desperation, Madison's new husband had forged her signature on a loan application that was secured by the home that she had inherited from her former parents. It was already past due for him to make the payment on the additional $24,000 that he had borrowed against their property without anyone knowing about it. The reception for the wedding developed into a meeting to discuss crisis management. Despite the fact that Madison was crying and her parents were incensed, the groom continued to apologize and assure them that he would be able to save the situation. Approximately half of the guests left early, while the other half remained to watch the drama unfold as if it were a reality television show going on. Throughout the day, my phone was constantly alerting me to new information. Due to the possibility that she would lose her home, my aunt was having a mental breakdown. I overheard my uncle discussing the possibility of filing charges against his newlywed son-in-law. Over the course of the conversation, Madison alternated between defending her husband and threatening to immediately get the marriage annulled. After that, I received calls requesting my assistance. In the beginning, it was my mother who briefed me on the situation and asked if I could come home earlier so that I could assist the family in determining what course of action to take. I brought to her attention the fact that I had been excluded from attending this wedding in order to avoid any potential drama, and she became silent for a brief moment before stating that this was a unique situation and that the family needed to remain united. Next, my aunt called me directly and sobbed into the phone about how they needed money to pay off the debts before they lost their house. She was talking about how they were in danger of losing their home. Not only did she ask me to lend them the $2,400 that they had initially desired for the wedding, but she also asked me to lend them anything else that I could spare. I did not fail to recognize the irony. The same amount of money that they demanded for a wedding that I was unable to attend was now of critical importance in order to clean up the mess that the wedding had caused. A different strategy was presented by my uncle when he called an hour later. I was the only member of the family who had savings and could assist them in getting through this crisis, he said, in an attempt to put me in a position of guilt. When I thought about all the times they had helped me over the years, he brought to my mind that this was my opportunity to repay them for their assistance. In response to my assertion that they had, in fact, excluded me from the family gathering that was the root cause of this issue, he became defensive and stated that I was harboring resentment at the most inopportune moment possible. I was surprised to receive a phone call from Madison herself, due to the fact that we had not communicated for several months. She was crying and apologizing, admitting that it had been a mistake to exclude me from the wedding, but she was pleading with me to assist them regardless. It was her repeated assertion that she had no other options and that I was the only person who might have sufficient funds to assist in finding a solution to this problem. It was my father who made the most frustrating call, and he attempted to take a rational approach to the situation. He explained that even though the circumstance was difficult, the family needed to work together in order to find a solution to the problem. He proposed that I could shorten the duration of my vacation, return home, and assist them in negotiating a payment plan with the banks and other creditors. In response to my inquiry as to why I should forego my vacation in order to resolve a problem that was brought about by a wedding that I was not permitted to attend, he stated that I was being stubborn and making this about my hurt feelings. The thing is as follows. I did not lack empathy for the circumstances they were in. The events that transpired with Madison were truly terrible, and I would never wish for anyone else to experience such a betrayal. On the other hand, the extraordinary lack of self-awareness that my family exhibited was astounding. In the event that their ideal wedding turned out to be a nightmare, they had excluded me, disregarded my feelings, demanded my money, and then expected me to drop everything in order to save them. During the course of the day, I was zipping through the cloud forest and thinking about it continuously. While I was suspended above the canopy, with the only sounds I could hear being howler monkeys and tropical birds, I was able to gain some insight into the situation. When my family came to the conclusion that I was not to be included, they had already made their decision. Currently, they were being forced to deal with the repercussions of that decision, and it was not my responsibility to make things better. During the evening, I called my mother again and informed her that I would not be reducing the length of my vacation or making a financial contribution to help resolve this crisis. In my explanation, I stated that I understood what Madison was going through, but that the family had made it abundantly clear that I was not really a part of the important decisions that they were making. In the event that I was not worthy of being included in the celebration, I was not required to assist with the cleanup because I was not involved. Instantaneous and explosive was the reaction that occurred. My mother made the accusation that I was a heartless and vindictive person. When my family was in need of me the most, my aunt accused me of being self-centered and said that I was abandoning them. Even my cousin Jean, with whom I had always had a good relationship, sent me a lengthy text message expressing his dissatisfaction with the way I responded to his question. But this is the thing that was the final nail in the coffin. This was the third time that my uncle called me, and instead of expressing regret for the way that they had treated me, he attempted to place the blame for the entire situation on me. The individual stated that if they had simply contributed the amount of money that they had initially requested, they would not have been required to rely on the contributions made by the groom, and it is possible that they would have discovered his lies earlier. It seemed to him that the fact that I had declined to pay for a wedding that I had not been invited to was somehow responsible for the catastrophe. During that moment, I came to the realization that this was not really about the money at all. Control and expectations were discussed in this context. Despite the fact that I was not a part of their lives, my family anticipated that I would be available to meet their requirements. My financial support without my actual presence, my assistance without my input, and my loyalty without their respect were all things that they anticipated from me. During the final days of my vacation in Costa Rica, I updated my social media accounts with photographs of breathtaking sunsets and exciting wildlife encounters. Meanwhile, my phone continued to ring with increasingly urgent messages from my family back home. I had some of the most memorable meals of my life, learned how to surf, and hiked through national parks among other things. While this was going on, the family crisis that had been unfolding at home continued. Bring it up to date. After my return from Costa Rica, I discovered that the situation within the family had somehow become even more dire. Madison had made the decision to remain married to her husband because she was confident that she could assist him in overcoming his addiction to gambling. Her parents were extremely upset about this decision, particularly because it meant that they would still be responsible for paying back the loan that had been forged against their primary residence. In a surprising display of patience, the debt collectors agreed to a payment plan during the negotiation process. However, in order to demonstrate that it was being done in good faith, it required an immediate partial payment of $12,000. My aunt and uncle had been frantically trying to raise this money, and they had asked every member of their family and every friend they could think of for assistance. They had been successful in collecting approximately $7,200, but they were still short. The atmosphere was tense when I arrived at the family barbecue the weekend after I had returned home from my trip with the family. Despite the fact that people were courteous to me, I could sense their resentment. The question of whether or not I would reconsider assisting with the money was repeated to me by my cousin Jean, who pulled me aside. As soon as I told him that I couldn't, he shook his head and said that he couldn't comprehend how I could watch the family go through such a difficult time. It was at that moment that my aunt managed to overhear me and made the decision to confront me in front of everyone. There was a loud announcement made by her as she stood up at the picnic table. She stated that she couldn't believe I was willing to let them lose their house because of some minor hurt feelings. It was her assertion that I was being cruel and self-centered, and that she had never anticipated that my family would behave in such a manner. Suddenly, the entire barbecue fell silent, and I became aware that this was my opportunity. I got to my feet and calmly explained everything that had taken place to everyone inside the room. I brought to their attention the fact that I had been excluded from the wedding in order to avoid any potential drama. I brought to their attention the fact that they had still anticipated that I would contribute $2,400 to an event that I was not permitted to attend. In response to their question, I explained that I had actually spent that money on a vacation, which was precisely what I had promised them I would do. After that, I posed the question that would elicit no response from anyone. What was the reason that I was suddenly required for the family crisis if I wasn't important enough to be included in the celebration that the family was having? I brought to their attention the fact that they could not win both ways. Either I was a member of the family or I was not related to them. The subsequent silence was so loud that it was deafening. My mother made an attempt to interrupt me by stating that this was not the appropriate time or location for this conversation. However, I was not yet finished. While I was away on vacation, I shared with them that I had picked up some valuable information. In order for me to be content, I did not require their approval or inclusion. I had a wonderful time in Costa Rica, and during that time I came to the realization that I had been exerting an excessive amount of effort to maintain relationships with individuals who only valued me when they required something from me. My uncle made an attempt to argue that members of the family were supposed to support one another regardless of any disagreements that had occurred in the past. On the other hand, I quickly cut that off. During the times when I needed their support, when I was being excluded and hurt, they told me to just go along with it for the sake of harmony. I reminded him of this. As soon as they realized they needed my assistance, I realized that loyalty to my family was the most important thing in the entire world. This is the second update. The altercation that took place at the barbecue brought about these changes. Opinions were split among the members of the extended family as the news of what had occurred quickly spread throughout the family. A few of my relatives reached out to me in private and admitted that they believed I had been treated unfairly, but they had refrained from getting involved in the situation. A number of people reaffirmed their belief that I ought to assist regardless of the manner in which I had been treated. The circumstances surrounding Madison continued to deteriorate. Her husband had made a commitment to seek treatment for his gambling addiction. However, within 3 weeks of the wedding, he vanished for 4 days, and upon his return, he had lost an additional $6,300. Madison had contributed money from her own savings to him in order to assist him in paying bills. In the end, she submitted a petition for divorce and relocated back to live with her parents. There was a depth of irony. Madison's parents were now dealing with the aftermath of the marriage that they had spent $92,000 celebrating, while at the same time they were still facing the possibility of losing their house due to the forged loan. Madison's parents had returned home with their daughter. They had been welcoming a son-in-law into the family, but he had disappeared, leaving behind nothing but financial obligations and legal issues. Last but not least, my aunt made one last attempt to obtain money from me. This time, she took a different approach by coming to my apartment by herself, without the rest of the family, and attempting to make a personal appeal to me. She expressed her regret for the manner in which I had been treated in relation to the wedding, acknowledging that it had been immoral to exclude me. Despite the fact that she acknowledged that she understood why I was hurt and angry, she pleaded with me to think about offering assistance once more. Having listened to her entire speech, I was able to see that she was in a state of genuine desperation. On the other hand, she then made a statement that demonstrated that she was still not fully comprehending the circumstance. If I was able to assist them this time, she assured me that she would make sure that I was included in all of the upcoming family gatherings. In exchange for my sum of money, she was essentially offering to treat me as if I were a member of her family. I made it clear to her that the fact that I contribute financially should not be a prerequisite for being treated like a member of the family. I informed her that the damage had already been done, not only because I was not invited to the wedding, but also because of the way in which the family had decided to react to this crisis. I was able to determine exactly where I stood by observing that they had only reconsidered my value to the family when they were in need of financial assistance. The fact that she left my apartment in tears made me feel terrible about myself. I also experienced something that I hadn't felt in a number of months: harmony. In a family that had already made the decision that I was expendable, I had finally resolved to stop trying to earn my place in the family. This is the third update. After a period of 7 months, the dust has finally settled, and the aftermath is precisely what you would anticipate occurring. It was a close call, but my aunt and uncle were able to hold on to their home and avoid losing it. As a result of Madison's wedding disaster, they were forced to take out a second mortgage, and they will be responsible for paying it for the next 18 years. After having her marriage annulled, Madison is gradually putting her life back together again. In spite of the fact that she relocated to a different city in order to begin anew, the dynamics of the family have been irrevocably altered. Regardless of how I was treated, there is a clear divide between those who supported me and those who continue to believe that I should have assisted and provided assistance. As a result of people taking sides and avoiding certain topics, family gatherings have become increasingly awkward nowadays. But now comes the part that was unexpected. I am more content than I have been in many years. It has been a tremendously liberating experience for me to remove myself from the drama and expectations of my family. I was able to take 2 more incredible vacations thanks to the money that I saved by not contributing to the wedding in any way. Both to New Zealand and Iceland, with one going to Iceland. Another thing that has happened is that I've started dating someone who appreciates me for who I am, rather than for what I can offer. My mother still calls me on occasion, and the majority of the time it is when there is a new family crisis that requires financial assistance or support. Despite the fact that she has learned not to ask me directly, she will mention how stressed out everyone is and how much they could benefit from assistance. I listened with courtesy and then transitioned to a different topic. Madison reached out to me not too long ago, sending me a lengthy message in which she expressed her regret for everything that had occurred. In her admission, she acknowledged that it had been inappropriate to exclude me from the wedding, and she acknowledged that she understood why I had declined to assist with the aftermath. She stated that she did not anticipate receiving forgiveness, but she wanted me to be aware that she had grown as a result of the experience. The message that she sent me was very much appreciated, and I responded by writing to her and expressing my hope that she was doing well in her new city. However, I did not offer to rebuild our relationship or pretend that everything was better now. As a result of the fire, certain bridges cannot be rebuilt. It's true that this is sometimes for the best. It was not the act of vengeance that was the most satisfying aspect of this entire experience. The realization that I did not require the approval of these individuals in order to be happy was the catalyst. They had not invited me to participate in their celebration. And by doing so, they had liberated me from the expectations that they had for me. The disaster that occurred at their wedding was not my fault, and I was not responsible for their immediate financial crisis. One of the things that I discovered is that the best way to react to being excluded is to continue to be excluded. They desired for me to leave when things were going well. When things started to get worse, I decided to leave. Since I haven't been subjected to the constant drama and manipulation, I can honestly say that my life has been much better. Despite the fact that the family continues to discuss the wedding disaster, my name continues to be brought up in those discussions. Now, however, I am the one who escaped, the one who prioritized his own happiness over his obligations to his family. When I look at the photographs from my trip to Costa Rica or when I make plans for my next adventure, I am reminded that sometimes the best way to exact revenge is to simply put oneself in the situation. At 19, I locked my grandparents' $3 million cabin into a trust. Next day, Dad and Uncle arrived with mover. Pack up, you're out, my lawyer and the sheriff stepped out. To be safe, I quietly transferred their entire several $million-dollar estate into an irrevocable trust during my 19th birthday party, which was held right here in the cabin my grandparents left me. Everyone raised their glasses and laughed as if everything was perfect. While they toasted my future, I slipped away for a moment, took out my phone, and confirmed the digital signature that secured everything: the cabin, the land, and the accounts. My name is Natalie Carter, and with one click, I became the sole trustee. There's no turning back. I've been working with my grandparents' trusted lawyer on this for several weeks, waiting for the day I turned 19 to make it official. The doubts had been building for months, but I never said anything. The next morning, with the mountain fog still thick in the valleys, I heard tires crunching gravel outside. A moving truck arrived, followed by my parents and younger brother, who all stepped out with big smiles and a large stack of papers in hand. "We've got it all figured out," my dad said confidently. "The house belongs to us now." They began directing the movers as if they already owned the property, telling me to pack my belongings by the end of the day. When they looked up at the large porch, they noticed the man in the suit standing next to a sheriff's deputy, holding an official folder and waiting calmly. If you've ever dealt with family members attempting to take what is yours, or if you've had to hide something important from those closest to you, share your story in the comments section. I've read them all. And if this type of boundary setting and toxic dynamics resonates with you, subscribe to receive more stories like this. You will not want to miss what comes next. Everything changed for me at the age of 15 when a single letter arrived in the mail. It was from a prestigious Knoxville high school, and it offered me a full scholarship based on my grades and test scores, as part of one of those merit-based programs that completely cover tuition for top students across Tennessee. I remember rushing home from school that day, clutching the envelope, my heart racing with anticipation. This was my ticket out, proof that hard work pays off no matter what. I burst through the door and immediately showed it to my parents. My mother took a quick glance at it, said, "That's nice, honey," and returned her attention to the phone call. My father nodded and said something like, "Good job." But his gaze was already fixed on the television, which was showing highlights from Tyler Carter's most recent football game. Within minutes, the conversation had shifted completely. Tyler had gotten in a fight at school that week. Nothing major, just a scuffle with another kid at recess that turned into punches. He ended up being suspended for several days. Instead of punishment, the house centered on him. My parents spent the entire week meeting with the principal, arguing that it was self-defense, hiring a private tutor to make up for missed work, and even organizing a small gathering with his teammates to cheer him up. They discussed how unfair the suspension was, how the other kid had caused it, and how Tyler needed help to get through this difficult time. I sat there listening to it during dinner, leaving all of my scholarship letters on the counter. Nobody organized anything for me, and there was no family dinner to celebrate. I ended up framing the acceptance letter and hanging it in my room, where it served as a quiet reminder that achievements like mine were expected rather than celebrated. That moment hit hard. My accomplishments were just background noise, while Tyler's mistakes became the main event, requiring everyone's focus. Tyler's second blow occurred the following year, when he was 16. He was riding his bike around the neighborhood, one of the expensive models my parents had bought him after a successful season, when he clipped a neighbor's parked car while bragging to friends. The damage was minor, with a scratched fender and a dented door, but it could have cost several $1,000s to repair properly. I expected repercussions. After all, when I was younger and accidentally knocked over an old family vase while cleaning, which my mother cherished from her own childhood, I was grounded for several weeks and given a lengthy lecture on responsibility. But Tyler's case was different. My parents immediately drove over to the neighbor's house, apologized profusely, and wrote a check on the spot to cover the repairs. Then, without hesitation, they drove him to the bike shop and upgraded him to an even better model, claiming he deserved something dependable after the scare. They framed it as teaching him a lesson about making things right. But, to me, it felt like rewarding recklessness. Tyler came home grinning, showing off his new bike, while my father clapped him on the back and said, "Boys will be boys. No grounding, no loss of privileges, just more support." That incident summed up everything. I wasn't simply overlooked, I was held to a higher standard, expected to be perfect and self-sufficient, whereas Tyler's flaws were excused, cushioned, and even turned into opportunities for growth. It forced me into a role I never wanted, the responsible one, who dealt with her own disappointments, didn't make a scene, and fixed things quietly because asking for help or fairness never got you anywhere. These were not isolated incidents. They influenced how I moved around the world from then on. I stopped sharing my accomplishments, buried the pain deeper, and began relying solely on myself. The unfairness did not make me feel bitter toward Tyler. He was just a kid who benefited from the system our parents had built. But it made me wonder what family really meant when support only went one way. Looking back, those two events marked a turning point. They taught me early on that expecting equity at home was pointless, and that if I wanted security or recognition, I had to build it outside of those walls. Growing up, the cabin in the Smoky Mountains served as my true refuge. Those weekend trips from Knoxville, about 75 minutes on curving highways through the foothills, always felt like entering another world. The city noise faded, replaced by wind in the pines and the crunch of gravel under tires as we drove up the long driveway. Many afternoons revolved around projects with my grandfather, Walter Carter. He'd notice issues on the property that needed to be addressed, such as sections of the wide porch roof sagging from years of snow and rain. We'd gather tools from his well-organized shed, climb the extension ladder together, and repair rotten boards or shingles. He moved slower over time, but never lost his precision, showing me how to cleanly cut angles and properly seal seams against mountain weather. Working side by side, sweat mixing with sawdust, he'd share practical wisdom, not lectures, but rather observations about doing things correctly the first time to avoid bigger problems later. His steady nod when a repair was completed provided me with a greater sense of accomplishment than any report card could. Other days were spent preparing firewood. Grandfather used the chainsaw to buck fallen trees into rounds. Then we'd place the splitting block in the clearing behind the cabin. He'd demonstrate the swing, with his weight shifting forward and the maul head, meeting the grain at the perfect angle for a clean break. I'd take turns, muscles burning after a few hours, and stack the split pieces neatly under the overhang to season. Breaks included cold water from the hand pump and quiet discussions about the forest, such as how certain trees grew stronger in poor soil or memories of storms that toppled entire ridges. These sessions instilled in me strength beyond the physical, teaching resilience through repetition and care. Evenings saw a shift indoors with my grandmother Eleanor Carter. Her kitchen was the heart of the house, filled with the aroma of pots simmering on the wood stove. She'd gather ingredients for her signature venison stew, meat from hunts her grandfather still managed when he was healthy, and root vegetables from the garden plot she'd tended for years. I'd chop onions while she seared chunks in lard, the fumes causing tears to flow as we laughed. Then came the layering, carrots, potatoes, and herbs wrapped in cheesecloth for easy removal. The pot simmered slowly, the flavors deepening over time, filling the cabin with warmth that chased away any chills. We'd eat at the scarred oak table, bowls steaming and bread baked fresh that morning to soak up the rich broth. Grandmother's stories then flowed about meeting grandfather during World War II and building this house board by board on weekends away from factory jobs. Her gentle questions about my life brought out things I'd kept hidden at home, making me feel truly heard. As their health deteriorated, my role expanded. Doctor visits in nearby towns necessitated longer stays to assist with increasingly difficult daily tasks, such as carrying groceries up a steep path, reading mail aloud when eyesight failed, and keeping vigil during hospital stays. They expressed gratitude in small ways, such as a hand squeeze or an extra slice of pie, never demanding but clearly appreciating their presence. One conversation changed everything. Grandfather sat in his worn armchair next to the stone fireplace one autumn night, the flames low and steady. Grandmother had retired early, leaving us in peaceful silence until he spoke up. "I've seen how Daniel Carter manages finances," he stated plainly, his eyes on the flames, "and Brandon Carter, too, chasing schemes that don't pan out, overextending on credit for things that depreciate fast." He paused, allowing the crackle to fill the space. "Your grandmother and I talked it through many times. That's why the cabin, the land here, everything we've saved, it's yours. We know you'll steward it responsibly. Preserve what matters instead of squandering." Then came the sentence that resounded for a while. "Family isn't always about who deserves what they're given. Some aren't meant to hold on to certain things." It wasn't accusatory. It was simply an honest assessment from a man who had lived frugally and wisely. Those words stuck with me, prompting questions about comments I'd overheard from my father about property values or potential sales. Doubt crept in quietly that night, changing how I perceived casual family mentions of the location. Their declines accelerated thereafter. Grandmother slipped on ice one winter, and complications developed quickly, despite treatment. Grandfather soon followed, his heart breaking as if he couldn't go on alone. The service was intimate, held at a small church overlooking the ridges they cherished, with most attendees being old neighbors and distant relatives sharing memories of shared meals or flood relief. When the attorney read the will formally in a quiet office later, confirming the full transfer to me of the cabin structure, forested acres, and modest but secure investments accumulated over lifetimes, the reality hit home. This wasn't just an inheritance. It represented deliberate choices and complete trust in my own abilities. Standing outside later, mountains shrouded in mist, the burden felt immense, honoring their faith by protecting what they had built from any known or unknown threats. Word spread quickly through local news and online forums about potential new tourism developments in the Smoky Mountains area, with talk of expanded lodging, improved access roads, and more attractions to accommodate the millions who visit Sevier County each year. Property values in nearby areas such as Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge had been steadily increasing, with reports of land selling faster and for higher prices than before. The buzz spread to our family, changing the way they talked about the cabin. Visits from Knoxville, which took approximately 70 minutes on those winding roads, became more frequent. My parents began showing up unexpectedly on weekends, claiming they wanted to check on things or clear out leftover items from the grandparents' storage. Brandon Carter arrived the most frequently. He'd been struggling since his small construction business failed about 3 years ago, leaving him with unpaid loans and credit card debt that continued to pile up. He'd park his truck in the clearing, walk the property lines with a measuring tape, and mutter something about acreage and views. One late afternoon, he sat on the porch steps with a notebook, sketching out ideas. "This spot has serious potential," he said, gesturing toward the forested slope and all of the new projects that are planned nearby. "Land like this could fetch a fortune if sold at the right time." He suggested listing it soon, arguing that the market would not stay hot indefinitely. "Think about the family," he said. "Splitting proceeds would benefit everyone, pay off debt, establish savings, and possibly help Tyler Carter with college later on." My father agreed during his next visit, pointing out maintenance costs, roof repairs, and property taxes on the additional acres. "It's a big responsibility for one person," he said, echoing Brandon's statement about sharing the financial burden. Mother chimed in over coffee in the kitchen, mentioning how nice it would be to have funds for Knoxville home improvements or a postponed family vacation. She framed it as practical, not greedy, but the emphasis remained on money flowing out if retained versus coming in if liquidated. Tyler became excited, envisioning a new truck or gear for his football team, and inquired directly if selling meant he could upgrade his vehicle sooner. Their comments accumulated with each visit, always returning to the importance of timing the sale perfectly in the face of rising demand from tourists and developers. I listened without interrupting, noticing how conversations skipped past memories of the location and went straight to appraisals or realtor contacts Brandon claimed to know. Care evolved into calculation, and concern into convenience. Brandon's pressure increased. He'd text me in the middle of the week about missed opportunities or send me articles about regional growth. He once brought printouts of comparable sales that showed prices far higher than what the land was worth when my grandparents bought it decades ago. My parents had fully supported him by then, openly discussing the division of proceeds in front of me and assuming agreement. Tyler joined in, dreaming aloud about using his share to buy custom wheels or a down payment on something flashy once he reached driving age. The shift crystallized during a group outing to walk the boundary markers. Brandon paced off sections, estimating per acre values based on recently researched comps. Father nodded, calculating totals in his head, while Mother expressed concern about holding too long and missing peak prices. Tyler trailed behind kicking rocks, having already spent hypothetical cash on upgrades. Nobody asked how I felt about leaving the only place that ever felt truly mine. That day eliminated any lingering doubts. Their interest was not in preserving legacy or fulfilling wishes. It focused solely on profit, turning sentiment into statements. Suspicions hardened into certainty. They viewed inheritance as a communal resource, rather than an individual gift. The change marked a clear shift in my thinking, from cautious observation to firm recognition of calculated intent. The drive from the cabin to Knoxville felt longer than the usual 70 minutes, with each curve in the highway giving me more time to second-guess everything. I had scheduled the appointment with Matthew Collins about a month earlier, right after my birthday. But now that the day had arrived, my stomach twisted with nervousness. His office was located in a quiet downtown building away from the hustle and bustle, and his grandfather had recommended him years ago to handle their affairs, praising his straightforward approach to estate planning. Matthew Collins greeted me calmly, pointing to a chair across from his desk stacked with neat folders. We went over the documents he had prepared in advance, including the irrevocable trust structure, funding schedules for the bank accounts, and deed transfers for the cabin and surrounding acres. Everything awaited my final signature now that I had turned 19. He reiterated the protections, explaining how putting assets in this type of trust removed them from my personal estate, shielding them from future claims while honoring my grandparents' intentions. At my age, Tennessee law allowed it in full. There is no need for guardianship. Then he leaned forward, his voice steady but direct. "Are you ready for the fallout? If they push back, this could lead to a confrontation and even the loss of family ties." The question hung heavily. Despite my best efforts to maintain focus, memories flooded in. I recalled rare happy memories, such as the Christmas when Tyler Carter was a child and we all decorated the tree in Knoxville together, my parents laughing as he hung ornaments too high. Or the summer road trip to the beach, where we stopped for ice cream and felt almost normal together. Even smaller moments emerged. Mother assisted with a school project late one night. My father was cheering at a recital that I had almost forgotten. Tyler and I shared headphones on a long drive and sang off-key to old songs. These flashes made the decision difficult. Protecting the inheritance entailed drawing a line that they might never be able to cross. Isolation loomed if they responded poorly, holidays could turn empty, phone calls could stop. The already thin connection may snap entirely. Matthew Collins patiently waited while I looked at the papers. "It's not impulsive," he remarked gently. "You've thought this through, but it's permanent." I asked for more information, such as how distributions would work if I needed funds for maintenance, how tax implications would change immediately, and what options I had if my circumstances changed drastically. He responded clearly, with no pressure. Doubt rose that afternoon. Driving back up the mountain, with fog rolling in early, I pulled over at an overlook and turned off the engine. The silence pressed in, mirroring my fear of being silenced at home if I followed through. What if they surprised me? What if the pressure came from worry rather than greed? Losing what remained of family felt like grieving prematurely. Sleep eluded me that night in the cabin. Maintain a low fire in the hearth. I paced the rooms my grandparents had brought to life, touching familiar objects. Grandfather made a carved walking stick, and grandmother's quilt is on the sofa. Their trust in me was balanced against the pull of blood ties. By dawn, clarity had emerged, not as thunder, but as quiet determination. The recent visits, calculations disguised as care, and Brandon Carter's urgency all pointed in the same direction. Waiting increased the risk that everything they'd built would be lost due to manipulation or forged claims. The decision became clear: protect their legacy and accept the pain of potential estrangement. Growth demanded it, even if it meant being lonely. The next morning, I returned to Matthew Collins' office with a more steady hand than expected. I signed the final pages. Relief washed over me as security was locked in, mingled with sharp sorrow for bridges that may have been burned. He shook my hand firmly. It took courage. Many hesitate forever. As we left downtown Knoxville and entered the foothills, the mix settled: empowerment from action, grief over fractured bonds ahead. Maturity arrived not gently but unavoidably, forged in that irreversible decision. The family dinner invitation came as no surprise. They suggested gathering at the cabin itself, claiming that it would be more convenient for everyone because I was already there most weekends. I agreed without hesitation, curious to see how far the assumptions had spread. Preparations kept me busy that day, as I stocked the pantry with steaks and fresh produce from the nearby Town's End market and set the long oak table my grandparents had built decades before. The stone fireplace crackled early, chasing away the evening chill as cars drove up the gravel drive. The father arrived first, followed by the mother, who was carrying a bottle of wine and a store-bought pie. Tyler Carter followed, earbuds in, duffel slung over his shoulder as if he intended to stay. Brandon Carter arrived last, toolbox in hand, saying he wanted to look over a few things while here. Conversation began casually over appetizers. Weather in Tyler, upcoming football playoffs, and neighborhood updates from Knoxville. Laughter flowed freely as plates of grilled meat, roasted vegetables, and warm cornbread were passed around the table. I waited until dessert, with coffee steaming in mugs, before steering deliberately. Hypothetically, I said casually, fork pausing over pie, if this cabin suddenly didn't belong to any of us, and it went to charity or something, what would everyone think? The silence fell instantly. Tyler shifted in his seat, brow furrowing. "Don't joke like that," he said in a sharp tone. "It's not funny." Brandon recovered the quickest, leaning forward with a practiced smile. "Well, if we're talking hypotheticals, the best move would be to sell quickly and lock in current values before the market dips. Split cleanly, no hard feelings." Father cleared his throat and looked at Mother. "It's not likely, but it's practical to liquidate and invest the proceeds wisely." His words were measured, avoiding my gaze. Mother was busy refilling cups. "We'd figure something fair," she said vaguely, her tight smile indicating her discomfort. The deflection accelerated the shift. The conversation quickly turned to necessary improvements, with Brandon sketching on a napkin how to expand the loft into extra bedrooms and add a hot tub to the deck for rental appeal. Tyler jumped in enthusiastically. It could be turned into an Airbnb setup, offering weekend getaways to tourists visiting the national park. I'd handle bookings and make money during peak seasons. Father nodded in approval. Good use of space, modern kitchen upgrade, better Wi-Fi returns would quickly justify the costs. Mother suggested some decor changes, brighter colors, open layout, as if the decisions were already made collectively. No one paused to solicit my feedback. Plans are built upon each other. Voices overlap with specifics, estimated nightly rates, contractor contacts. Brandon understood the tax advantages of short-term rentals. I sat back and observed how easily they claimed ownership during conversation. Assumptions filled the air thicker than wood smoke, proceeds were divided equally, and schedules were planned around family needs. Brandon's enthusiasm peaked as he described profit projections based on comparable listings nearby. Tyler scrolled through comparable properties on his phone, displaying photos of renovated cabins fetching high prices. Father calculated the potential annual income after expenses. Mother agreed that it could fully fund Tyler's college education or retirement supplements. The evening revealed everything without conflict. Their vision limited my role to passive agreement, viewing the space as a shared asset ripe for transformation. Tension coiled inside me, but I nodded along while refilling drinks and clearing plates. Confirmation had settled inside. Entitlement ran deep. Plans progressed far beyond casual suggestions. Brandon clapped my shoulder after the dishes had been stacked in the sink. Good forward thinking on this. It will make it work for everyone. The words rang hollow, emphasizing how thoroughly they had rewritten reality in their minds that night. It proved the trust's necessity more than any argument could. Boundaries were not simply legal, they now felt necessary for survival. The rumble began as dawn light filtered through the pines. A large moving truck lumbered up the dirt road, trailed by two familiar vehicles kicking dust. My parents, Tyler Carter and Brandon Carter, emerged almost simultaneously, faces bright with anticipation, as the hired crew hopped out of the cab. Tyler waved a thick envelope triumphantly, striding ahead as if he were leading the charge. "We got it done," he said, his voice carrying across the clearing. "Signed and filed. Everything is official now." Father directed the workers immediately, pointing to the furniture visible through the windows. "Start with the heavier pieces, such as the couch and dining table. Be careful on the porch steps." Mother organized the boxes she had brought, labeling them for different rooms as if she had already reallocated space. Brandon supervised the truck ramp and joked with the crew about tight turns on mountain roads. They all exuded confidence, with casual instructions, easy laughter, and open discussions about loading orders and storage units in town. Tyler passed the documents around, proudly explaining that he had handled the notary part himself. Since turning 17, certain things have become clearer in his mind. They moved quickly, following online forms and parental advice to wrap grandfather's old rocker and stack grandmother's quilts into containers. Chatter filled the air about where to store seasonal decorations, potential garage sales for unwanted items, and a tight deadline to clear the space. I stood near the door, observing the scene without interfering. Tyler Carter was directing traffic with newfound authority as the crew hauled out a bookshelf. The group then came to a halt in mid-motion, their gazes drawn to the large porch above. Matthew Collins stood there, composed in his suit, beside a uniformed Sevier County Sheriff's deputy. Both held official folders, their expressions neutral but clear in purpose. Matthew Collins descended the stairs slowly. "I need to speak with everyone here about this property." Father straightened, his smile fading. "Who are you?" "I'm Natalie Carter's estate trust attorney, Matthew Collins." This is Deputy Scott Miller responding to a reported unlawful transfer. Tyler Carter clutched the envelope more tightly. "We have paperwork. It's completely legal." Matthew Collins took the documents calmly, flipping pages with practiced efficiency. "These filings are invalid on several grounds. The main problem is forged signatures and unauthorized notary stamps. The records show no matching certification for the service used." Brandon Carter's face turned pale. "There must be a mix-up. We carefully followed the instructions." Deputy Scott Miller spoke evenly. "Attempting to transfer title without the owner's consent, particularly with fraudulent instruments, is considered title fraud under Tennessee law. This serves as a formal notice to cease immediately." Mother's hand shot to her mouth. "We thought we were just correcting things for the family." Father's posture weakened, and his voice lost its edge. "Let's have a reasonable discussion about this. No need for officials." Matthew Collins remained unflinching. "The property, cabin, acreage, and associated accounts are all held in an irrevocable trust that was legally executed several weeks ago. Natalie Carter is the only trustee. Any further action could result in criminal charges." Tyler Carter caught everyone's attention, the envelope trembling in his grip. He had signed prominently as co-owner transferee, believing that parental guidance made the agreement binding. As realization set in, his bravado crumbled, his eyes widened, and his color faded. "I did exactly what they told me. I thought it was fine." Brandon Carter averted his gaze while muttering about misunderstandings. Mother instinctively reached for Tyler, but the shock stopped her. Father rubbed his temples, his words faltering. The crew moved awkwardly, with one murmuring about pausing work. Deputy Scott Miller addressed them directly. "No loading today. This is over now." The clearing was blanketed in silence, broken only by the wind through the trees. Tyler Carter sank onto a box, head in hands, his youth exposed by the collapse. Brandon Carter took short steps, his calculations unraveling visibly. My parents exchanged defeated expressions. Earlier, certainty vanished. Matthew Collins distributed copies of the trust summaries and cease notices. "Any further attempts will escalate. I recommend consulting with independent counsel." The deputy said, "Wait. We'll document the incident. Repeated visits of this nature could result in trespass charges." They retreated without protest, with the crew climbing back into the truck and family vehicles reversing down the driveway. The dust settled slowly, leaving the porch empty except for Matthew Collins and the deputy, who confirmed details. Tyler Carter felt the most profound impact of the reversal. His role in signing exposed him most directly, transforming his adolescent confidence into raw vulnerability. The others had quieter defeats. Brandon Carter's schemes failed, and my parents' justifications were hollow that morning. It stripped away pretense, revealing consequences in real time while legal walls stood firm against overreach. Matthew Collins filed a countersuit shortly after the incident, claiming attempted title fraud and intentional interference with inheritance rights under Tennessee statutes. The case moved steadily through Sevier County Court, with discovery requests revealing forged notary emails coordinating the plan and Tyler Carter's online searches for quick property transfer forms. The evidence was clearly presented, leaving little room for defense. My family hired separate counsel, which resulted in significant costs for depositions and filings. Brandon Carter's situation deteriorated quickly. When news of the suit spread, existing creditors circled him, urging him to file for bankruptcy, which still left judgments outstanding. The trial only lasted a few days. The judge ruled decisively in my favor, awarding compensatory damages for legal fees and punitive damages to deter future misconduct. When all expenses were accounted for, their total burden amounted to well over 6 figures, putting a strain on already stretched thin finances. There were no subsequent appeals. Resources ran out. Garnishments and liens were used to collect payments, which took months but were unavoidable. Following that, there was no further contact. My phone number is blocked. Initially, social media accounts were privatized or unfollowed. Holiday cards are no longer being sent. Group chats were dissolved without explanation. There was no message, no regret, and no accountability. The absolute and final tension was replaced by silence. Life at the cabin settled into a rhythm that I could fully control. Mornings were often spent tending the garden plot that grandmother cherished, turning soil rich from years of compost and planting heirloom seeds she had saved in labeled jars. Rows of tomatoes, beans, and herbs grew under my supervision, harvested fresh for simple meals. The afternoons brought maintenance projects. I tackled the porch roof section that had been temporarily patched, sourcing matching shingles from a Gatlinburg supplier. With the ladder steady against the beams, I removed weathered pieces, felt the sun on my back, and nailed new ones securely. Each strike echoed satisfaction, as I worked to preserve the structure and practically extend its legacy. Evening settled beside the fireplace alone. Flames danced over logs I'd split, and warmth spread through rooms full of familiar creaks and silence. Books off their shelves became companions. Tea steamed on the side table, and the night stretched out without interruption. Solitude reveals depth. I hadn't known there was space to process years of imbalance, mourn lost connections, and embrace my chosen independence. Freedom tasted real, decisions were mine, the pace was relaxed, and the surroundings reflected a willing investment in care. Brandon Carter eventually relocated, according to rumors, to pursue construction work in the South. Tyler Carter finished high school quieter than usual because my parents significantly reduced their spending. Paths diverged without overlap as distance grew, both literally and emotionally. Standing on the wide porch one crisp morning, coffee in hand, I watched the mist rise from the valley below. The pines swayed gently, birds called across the ridges, and golden light broke over the secured land. The viewpoint held that everything was earned through hard work, peace was firmly established, and belonging was unquestionable. What I've learned goes deeper than any courtroom victory. Protecting what matters sometimes entails releasing those who do not share the same values. True family is defined by actions over time rather than blood. Setting boundaries does not constitute rejection. Self-respect creates space for authentic connections elsewhere. If you're dealing with similar pressures, such as inheritance disputes, unbalanced dynamics, or the weight of expectations, remember that standing firm can also lead to quiet strength, genuine autonomy, and a life lived on your terms. My son's DNA test was 0%. Wife slept with a top surgeon. He's not your son. I dug into his finances. He scammed women for 10 years. I called the FBI. My wife and I had just finished shopping for our son's 22nd birthday at Northgate Mall. I went ahead to get the truck, while she stepped aside to take a call from the hospital. I did not think twice about it. That was her life, always on call. I was almost to the vehicle when an elderly parking attendant approached me. "Is that your wife?" he said quietly. I nodded. He returned her gaze before reaching for his phone. "Sir, you might want to see this." 30 seconds later, what he showed me made my stomach sink. "Welcome to Family Revenge Stories. I am truly grateful that you are here. Before we go any further, let me know in the comments where you're watching from today. I enjoy seeing how far these stories travel. Finally, rate this story on a scale of 1 to 10. Your feedback allows me to create even stronger, more powerful stories for you. Also, a brief note, this narrative incorporates fictional elements for storytelling and reflection. Any resemblance to actual names or locations is entirely coincidental, but the lessons about family trust and consequences are very real. In September, Saturday afternoons were usually spent doing yard work or preparing for the Seahawks game. But on Saturday, September 7, 2025, Emily persuaded me to spend the afternoon at Northgate Mall for Jake's 22nd birthday gift. He's not a kid anymore, she said over coffee that morning. Let's get him something grown up. We'd spent 4 hours wandering through department stores before deciding on a Tag Heuer watch that made my wallet cry. But Jake was about to graduate with an engineering degree next spring, and Emily insisted he deserved something long-lasting. We were returning to the truck, shopping bag swinging, when her phone rang. Seattle Grace, she said, looking at the screen. Her expression instantly changed from relaxed to alert. This is Emily Carter. I noticed her expression change as she listened. Her free hand reached up to rub her temple, as it always did when stressed. How high is the fever? CT results right. Give me 20 minutes. She ended the call with an apology smile. Emergency in the ICU, doctor. Prescott's out sick, and they need authorization for a transfer. I'm so sorry, babe. It's fine, I said, swallowing disappointment. That's the job. I need to call Dr. Grant to coordinate. She was already looking up contacts. Can you grab the truck? I'll meet you at the entrance. You know how he is with details. This might take a few minutes. Dr. Grant. The name did not register at that time. It would be later. I took her bags and walked across the parking garage while she stood aside. The phone is already at her ear. Our silver Silverado was parked on level 3, at the west corner, in the same general area. I always chose a habit from my military days, when finding your vehicle quickly was critical. The concrete structure was crowded with Saturday shoppers, and fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows across rows of SUVs. I was 30 feet away from the truck when the parking attendant approached. He was older, possibly in his late 50s, with gray-streaked dark hair and a weathered complexion. His uniform hung loosely on his wiry frame, but his eyes drew me in. Sharp, cautious, as if a man was about to deliver bad news and despised it. Excuse me, sir. I paused, keys halfway out. Yeah? He glanced past me to Emily, who stood with her back to us, still on her phone. When he looked back, something about his expression made my stomach tighten. Is that your wife? He said quietly. The woman in the blue jacket, I said as he gestured. Emily was 50 feet away, animated on her phone, gesturing as she always did when explaining something complicated. Even from here, I could hear her bright, genuine laugh. That laugh, which I had not heard in months, was directed at me. Yeah, that's Emily. I spoke cautiously. Why? His jaw tightened. He took out his phone, tapped the screen, and appeared to steel himself. My name's Daniel. I work here Tuesday through Saturday. He took a breath. 2 weeks ago, I saw something I've been debating whether to tell you about. One more moment. Because what I saw, you need to know. Cold dread washed over me. What are you talking about? He turned his phone towards me. The video was grainy security camera footage from a high angle, but the timestamp was clearly visible. August 24, 2025. 3:47 p.m. Emily and a man in surgical scrubs were in the same garage, on the same level. He approached too closely, his hand resting on her hip with casual familiarity. She laughed the same laugh, and he leaned in. The kiss was not quick or uncertain. It was practiced and comfortable, the kind that comes with repetition. In 30 seconds of video, 24 years of marriage are shattered. I watched it twice, forcing myself to remember the details despite the shock. The man was younger, possibly in his mid-40s, fit and confident, and Emily's body language was relaxed, leaning into him. This was not their first experience, this was not an error. What I debated showing you, Daniel explained quietly, giving me space. But if it were my wife, I'd want to know. I'd want the truth before I wasted more years on a lie. My throat felt like broken glass. Who is he? I don't know his name, but he's been here 4 times in the last month. Always around 3:30. Always in those dark blue surgical scrubs. Always with her. He paused. Not after the first time something felt off, so I started keeping records. Records, security footage, and evidence. The word pierced through my shock. This wasn't just any ordinary guy feeling sorry for a stranger. Daniel had been watching and documenting. Why? Well, Mr. Marshall, I replied automatically. David Marshall. Something flashed across his face. Recognition, perhaps, but it vanished before I could read it. Mr. Marshall, I'm sorry I had to be the one to show you this. His voice was full of regret. But better to know now than keep living in the dark, right? I nodded, not trusting my own voice. Emily laughed in the distance, oblivious. She appeared happy and carefree, like a woman who had successfully balanced her Saturday with her husband. And her Saturday with who? Her colleague? Her lover? My mind rushed through memories, rewriting them. Every late hospital shift, every weekend on call, she returned home exhausted and smelling like antiseptic. How many had actually existed? How many had been him? Despite the rage and betrayal swirling in my gut, 12 years of military intelligence training kicked in. I'd spent my career as an analyst, learning to process information without emotion, To wait for the whole picture before acting, and to understand that premature moves result in lost wars. Gather intelligence, confirm everything, and strike with precision. I thank you, I told Daniel. My voice was steady and controlled. Thank you for telling me. He gave me a long look. You're not going to confront her right now? Not yet. I glanced at Emily, who was wrapping up her call. Not here. His expression conveyed respect. If you need anything more evidence, testimony, whatever, you know where to find me. Tuesday through Saturday 2 to 10. I filed that away and forced myself to approach the truck. By the time Emily arrived, I had locked down a neutral expression, just tired from shopping. Crisis averted, she announced brightly, sliding into the passenger seat. You know how Dr. Grant is always panicking over nothing. She placed her phone in the cup holder and smiled the smile I had fallen for 26 years before. Thanks for grabbing the car, babe, my feet are killing me. Dr. Grant's name landed like a physical blow. The man in scrubs, the man she'd been kissing 2 weeks before, the man she had just spent 10 minutes coordinating with. No problem, I replied, starting the engine. She talked for the entire drive home. Hospital politics, Jake's birthday plans, a new restaurant that we should try. I made appropriate sounds, nodded at the appropriate times, and even smiled when she touched my arm. However, inside, everything had changed. The man who would have confronted her in that garage, who would have let emotion guide his decisions, demanded answers, and caused a scene, died somewhere between Daniel's video and the driver's seat. The driver was no longer the same person. Someone who understood that showing their cards too soon meant losing everything. Someone who understood that real victory required patience, planning, and cold calculation. Dr. Grant. I filed the name alongside everything else, the timestamps, the scrubs and Daniel's thorough documentation. Emily said his name in a familiar, casual tone, as if she was speaking with him on a daily basis. My hands remained steady on the wheel. My voice remained calm as I answered her questions. My face revealed nothing but a tired husband after a long day of shopping. But behind that mask, another man was taking notes, calculating, and planning. This was not over. It was only beginning. We pulled into the driveway to find the house dark. Bell's suburbs were quiet in September, with lawn sprinklers on timers and porch lights glowing yellow. The distant hum of I-405 fades into white noise. Normal. Peaceful. A different lifetime. Emily hummed while brushing her teeth, singing an off-key pop song. I watched her catch my eye and smile through the bathroom mirror. Genuine, warm, and nothing to hide. A long day, she remarked, rinsing her toothbrush, but Jake's going to love that watch. Yeah, he will. She kissed my cheek and pulled the covers up on her side. Our bed, the one we'd chosen 15 years ago, where we discussed our son's grades, college applications, and whether he was ready for life. How much of that was real? I went through my routine on autopilot, teeth, contacts out, phone on the nightstand. Emily was already under the covers, scrolling through something on her phone. Blue light illuminated her focused expression. Then she put it under her pillow. Not on the nightstand, not beside her, but under the pillow. I had been watching her do this for months without questioning it. My alarm is too loud on the nightstand, she said once. This way, the vibration wakes me up without disturbing you. Respectful, thoughtful, and reasonable. Now I knew better. I climbed inside, turned off my lamp, and stared at the ceiling. The house settled, leaving familiar cracks. The furnace turned on, a dog barked twice on the street, Emily's breathing evened out within minutes. She'd always slept quickly on planes, in waiting rooms, and on the couch during Seahawks games. I used to envy that. Tonight, I was watching the digital clock. 11:47, 12, 13, 1:28. At 2:04 a.m., her phone buzzed softly under the pillow, but I was so wired that I could hear it perfectly. Emily shifted and reached under the pillow, her fingers brushing the phone. Then she smiled, still sleeping, her lips curved slightly, unconsciously. Who can make you smile like that even in your dreams? Dr. Grant, dark blue scrubs, confident hands, and a practiced kiss. I forced myself to breathe. 4 counts, 4, hold 4, out. Box breathing reminds me of my army days. Staying calm in the face of fire, because it was fire. My mind relived the previous 9 months. Daniel had said 4 times in the last month, implying that this had been going on for longer. I had missed 9 months worth of signs. Her trunk contained a gym bag that was never in need of fresh clothes. She had started wearing a new perfume in June. Floral, expensive, and not her usual scent. Her phone is always facing down now. Passcode is now locked, and notifications are hidden. Work's been stressful, she said when I asked. Hospital politics, budget cuts. I had believed her. Why shouldn't I? 25 years. A son, a mortgage, joint accounts, and retirement goals. You don't doubt solid ground until you fall through it. The rage arrived in waves. I wanted to shake her awake, demand answers, throw the phone across the room, and force her to look at me while I asked who Dr. Grant was and how long she had been lying. But beneath the rage lurked something colder. 12 years as a military intelligence analyst had taught me that emotion undermines strategy. People get hurt when they act on their impulses. The person who gathers information and strikes at the appropriate time wins, not the person who strikes first. What options did I have if I confronted her right now? 1 security video. A suspicious phone habit. Gut feeling. She would deny it, explain away. Maybe accuse me of being paranoid and not trusting her. And I would have shown my hand without knowing the entire game. No. Better to investigate, document, and construct evidence that would stand up when needed. I needed a private investigator to follow her, confirm Daniel's video, and find additional bank records, phone records, and patterns, because if this was true, which I knew it was, I needed to protect myself, protect Jake, protect everything I've built. At 3:47 a.m., her phone vibrated again. This time, she didn't smile, but she reached for it while still sleeping, pulling it closer like a child with a teddy bear. I closed my eyes and counted my breaths. Morning crept forward. 4:15, 5:2, 6:33. When Emily's alarm went off at 7, I had been awake for 8 hours straight. She stretched, yawned, rolled over, and smiled. Morning, babe. Sleep okay? Like a rock. I was going through the motions downstairs. I started the coffee maker she had insisted on 2 Christmases ago. She pulled out eggs, butter, and bread and set the table while showering. When she came down, her hair was damp and smelling of vanilla shampoo. She was already talking. Jake texted last night. He's thinking about coming home next weekend. We should take him to his favorite steakhouse. She poured coffee and added cream. Oh, and I've been looking into kitchen remodels. Those granite countertops we discussed, I think we should finally do them. She sat at the island, scrolling through Pinterest while I scrambled eggs. I nodded, made sounds, and inquired about countertop colors, normal, automatic, a performance I could do in my sleep. Because, behind the breakfast routine, coffee, and conversation about kitchen renovations, I was calculating. Daniel's offer. If you need anything, evidence, testimony, you know where to find me. First, hire a private investigator, gather documentation, and build the case. Second, protect my assets, consult with a lawyer, and understand my options. The third move is to wait and watch. Let her believe everything was fine while I gathered ammunition. Emily laughed at something on her phone. Look at this backsplash. Too modern. Little bit, I said while plating eggs. What about the subway tile? She smiled. You always know what I'm thinking. No, Emily, I never did. I put breakfast in front of her, poured orange juice, and sat across from her at the table we had refinished together 5 years ago. She discussed Jake's visit, calling him later to confirm plans, and whether we should repaint the guest room before he returned home. And I listened, responded, and did my part because it was wartime now. Perhaps it had been war for 8 months while I slept through the invasion, but I was awake now, and in war, the side that strikes first always wins. Sunday morning sunlight filtered through the windows, collecting dust in the air. The house was quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of a lawnmower. Those sounds used to be associated with peace. Now they meant privacy. I opened my laptop and searched for Private Investigator Seattle. There were 247 results. I've narrowed it down. Seattle's surveillance expert specializes in divorce investigations. I found Brady Merrick about 30 minutes later. His website was clean and straightforward. 15 years experience. Former Seattle Police Department domestic cases. Discretion is guaranteed. No flashy promises. Just competence. His office was in disarray inside a converted warehouse, not the typical trench coat setup. Better yet, I called Merrick Investigations. My name is David Marshall. I need to hire someone today. A pause. What's the situation? My wife is having an affair. I need to know everything. 2. The address is on the website. Come alone. He hung up. Brady's office was located on the 3rd floor, past a yoga studio and a design firm. The door was unmarked. Inside the space, there were spare desk cabinets, a coffee maker, and no family photos or clutter. Brady appeared to be around 40 years old, lean and in control. His eyes scanned me quickly, definitely a former cop. Mr. Marshall, he said, gesturing toward a chair. Tell me what you know. I handed him the outline, the parking garage footage Daniel had shown me, 8 months of warning signs, the phone hidden under her pillow at 2 a.m. messages. He posed sharp questions. Her workplace scheduled joint accounts for children. After I finished, he leaned back. You're calm. Most people aren't. I was military intelligence, I claimed. Emotion clouds judgment. Something changed in his expression. What exactly do you want? Everything. Who he is, how long, where they meet, financial movement, hers and his, communications, if possible. I need something that stands in court. He nodded. $150 an hour plus expenses. 2 weeks for a full profile. I'll pay double if you do it in one. He paused. 300 plus expenses. Knowledge is leverage right now. She has it. He studied me and then changed the contract. 1 week. No guarantees on depth if she's cautious. Prioritize identity and financials. Fair? He stood and extended his hand. Updates via encrypted email. Password changes daily. Don't access from a shared device. Understood. He continued at the entrance. Whatever you're feeling, don't show it. If she senses suspicion, she cleans up. I've already started. Tuesday evening in Seattle brought steady rain. Emily sat on the couch, watching a hospital drama. I was waiting in my office, with the door cracked open. The encrypted email arrived at 7:47 p.m. The password was delivered via separate text message. I entered it cautiously. The report opened. Brady had identified him as Dr. Thomas Grant, 45, a cardiac surgeon at Seattle Grace Hospital, resides in a downtown condominium on Westlake Avenue. Then the activity log for Monday and yesterday. They met at the Fairmont Olympic Hotel. Room 847, registered in his name. She arrived at 2:15 p.m. I exited at 4:47 p.m., 2 hours and 32 minutes. I reread it 3 times. I spent 2 hours and 32 minutes reviewing blueprints at a job site. While I texted her to ask what she wanted for dinner, I believed we were creating a future. Tuesday. They met again today. Northgate parking garage, level 3, physical contact was observed. 8 minutes. The same garage where Daniel first showed me the footage. They were relaxed, repeating patterns. The financial summary revealed irregular transfers from our joint account. Brady was still investigating, but a preliminary review indicated that funds were moving. I leaned back. Dr. Thomas Grant is a real person with a title and an address. A person had been touching my wife, booking hotel rooms, and messaging her at 2 a.m. My chest tightened. 25 years reduced to timestamps and receipts. But beneath the pain was something colder. Information and evidence. Exactly what I paid for. Babe, Emily said from the living room, you coming? I closed and locked the laptop. Inhale 4, hold 4, and exhale 4. Box breathing. Then I stepped out and kissed the top of her head. Sorry, work email. What are we watching? Grey's Anatomy, the one where the surgeon's marriage falls apart. The irony almost had me laughing. I poured 2 glasses of Pinot Noir. The one she insisted we spend money on last month. I sat beside her on the couch we had chosen together during the remodel. On screen, actors portrayed dramatic betrayal. Emily leaned into my shoulder, as she has done for decades, familiar and automatic. She had no idea I was reading a report about her Monday afternoon in a hotel room with another man. I drank wine and considered who I was becoming. A man who could sit calmly beside his wife and mentally catalog evidence. A man who understood that confrontation now would only drive her to a lawyer, drain her accounts, and erase evidence. A man understood that justice required patience. On television, the fictional wife discovered the affair and immediately kicked her husband out. Emotional, satisfying, and reckless. I had another sip. That's not how you win. Wednesday evening, I returned to the parking garage. I'd thought about it all day through a morning site inspection, where I'd barely registered the contractor's questions through lunch I didn't taste. Through an afternoon of reviewing blueprints without seeing them. Daniel pays close attention. The way he looked at me when I said my name was deliberate documentation. You don't keep such detailed records unless there is a specific reason. During his shift, I found him on the 3rd level, guiding an SUV through a tight space. When the driver drove away, he turned around and saw me. His face showed no surprise, as if he had been expecting it. Before I reveal what he told me in that bar, I need to ask you something. Type yes in the comments if you want to know the truth about Daniel. Type no if you think some secrets should stay buried. I need to see you're still here. Quick reminder, this story contains some dramatized details for storytelling purposes. If that's not for you, no hard feelings if you leave now, but if you're staying, buckle up. We need to talk, I said. Not here. Somewhere private. He looked at me for a moment, then nodded. There's a bar 3 blocks east. Murphy's. I'm off in 20 minutes. Murphy's was the type of dive that had most likely remained unchanged since the 1970s. Despite the smoking ban, there is dim lighting, a scarred wooden bar, beer signs, and the stench of decades of cigarette smoke in the air. A small group of regulars hunched over drinks, minding their own business. We took a booth in the back. Both ordered a beer. Neither of us touched it. Stood. I hired a private investigator, I stated without preamble. He confirmed everything you showed me, the affair, the timeline, everything. I leaned forwards. But what I don't understand is why you told me in the first place. You don't know me, you could have just let it happen. Stayed out of it. Daniel remained quiet for a long time. His hands rested on the table, weathered and scarred from working. His jaw moved as if he were chewing words, trying to decide which ones to spit out. I could have, he finally admitted. Part of me wanted to. Part of me thought maybe you deserved it. The perfect life falling apart. Why would I deserve it? Because you got everything I didn't. He met my gaze. But then I watched you, really watched you. And I realized you didn't know about any of it. The affair, the other thing. What other thing? Daniel reached into his jacket and took out a photograph. Old, creased at the edges, with faded colors. He placed it on the table between us. A young Asian woman, possibly in her early 20s, holds a baby. A white man in his 30s stood beside her, wearing a suit and tie, his hand resting on her shoulder but not touching the child. I examined the man's face. My father's eyes. The floor fell out from under me. His name was Thomas Marshall, Daniel explained quietly. He had an affair with my mother 58 years ago, while on business in Sacramento. She was a conference translator. He was married with a 2-year-old son in Seattle. He had me. He left before I was born. He never returned. He never sent money. Daniel's voice sounded flat. Decades of agony were compressed into a monotone. My mother raised me alone. Worked 3 jobs. Never told me his name until I was 15. When I finally tracked him down and showed up at his office, you know what he said? I could not speak. He said, "I have a family. I have a son. You're a mistake. Don't come back here. If you tell him, I'll destroy you and your mother." Daniel's hands clenched. So, I didn't. For 43 years, I kept that secret. My thoughts raced. My father, the man who taught me to throw a football, who attended every little league game, who worked extra hours to pay for college, had done this, and he had another son he had threatened into silence. "How did you find me?" I asked. Daniel took out another document, a DNA lab report with my name at the top and his at the bottom. Probability of half-sibling relationship 99.97%. 3 years ago, I took a DNA sample from a coffee cup you left at a construction site. I was a licensed private investigator back then, mostly retired now, but I still had connections. Once I confirmed it, he took a break. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to confront you, part of me wanted to see if your perfect life was really perfect. Part of me just wanted to protect you from getting hurt the way I did. "So, you took a job at the parking garage 7 months ago after I'd watched you for a while. Learned your routine. Your wife's routine." His expression darkened. 6 months ago, I saw her with Dr. Grant. I recognized the signs, the looking over shoulders, the quick touches, the practiced way they moved together. I've done enough domestic surveillance to know what cheating looks like. "And you kept watching." "I kept records, photos, timestamps, because I thought if it came to it, you'd need evidence, the kind that holds up." He paused. "And because I knew what it felt like to be lied to about family, I couldn't let her do that to you without you knowing. My brother, this stranger was my brother. A Brady Merrick," I explained slowly, "the PI I hired. Is he my son?" Daniel's mouth twisted. "When you called looking for an investigator, I told him to take your case, to do it right, to help you the way I couldn't help myself all those years ago." We sat silently. 2 men who shared only their DNA, bound together by a father who had failed us both in different ways. "I'm sorry," Daniel finally said, "for everything, how you found out, for." "Don't," I interrupted him, "you gave me the truth." That's more than he ever did for either of us. Something changed in his expression. Perhaps relief, or the beginning of an understanding that we were on the same side. He cleared his throat. "There's something else. Brady found it in his preliminary investigation." "What?" "His money. Your wife and Dr. Grant, they're not just having an affair. They're moving money significant amounts from your joint accounts into something else." My blood ran cold. "How much?" "2. Brady's still tracking it, but based on what he's seen so far." Daniel met my gaze. "Enough that this isn't just about betrayal anymore, it's fraud." And everything changed again. This wasn't just my wife cheating, it was something far worse. Thursday evening, Daniel invited me to his apartment. "There's something you need to see," he said on the phone. Not urgent, but controlled. The tone suggested that bad news was on its way, but it would be delivered carefully. I'd had enough bad news for a lifetime. His apartment was in Capitol Hill, an old brick building sandwiched between coffee shops and vintage stores. The 3rd floor has no elevator. The hallway smelled of garlic and wet carpet. Daniel opened the door before I knocked. "Come in." I went inside and froze. The wall opposite the entrance was covered from floor to ceiling. There are dozens, possibly hundreds, of photographs. Some surveillance shots are grainy, while others are crisp. Emily's face appeared repeatedly. Entering hotels, sitting in cafes, laughing, touching a man's arm, and getting into unfamiliar cars. Between the photos were printed bank statements, business registrations, and timeline charts held together with red string. In the center was an 8x10 photograph of Dr. Thomas Grant in surgical scrubs, smiling easily at the camera. "Jesus," I whispered. Daniel closed the door. "I know how it looks, but this is how investigations work. You map it until the whole pattern shows." I approached, drawn to the upper left corner of the wall. February 14th is Valentine's Day. Emily entered the Fairmont Olympic Hotel at 2:17 p.m. Another photo shows her leaving at 5:43 p.m., 3.5 hours. I'd been in Redmond that afternoon, site inspection. I texted her around 6 p.m. and asked about dinner. She had stated that she was exhausted and wanted takeout. She'd been with him for 9 months, Daniel said quietly. "I've documented 6, but Brady traced it back further. Valentine's Day is the first confirmed hotel visit. 9 months of lies. 9 months of goodnight kisses that felt like betrayal. My eyes followed the timeline. March 7th, parking garage. March 23rd, downtown restaurant. April 9th, another hotel. On May 2nd, she parked her car outside his condo for 4 hours while attending a board meeting. The pattern was repeated with precision. Then I noticed the business documents pinned in the center. What Summit Healthcare Partners? LLC, I said. Daniel stepped beside me. Registered March 20th. Co-signed by Emily Carter and Thomas Grant. My stomach constricted. On paper, it's a medical equipment supplier, he told me. They do sell some equipment legitimate enough to pass inspection, but the pricing is inflated. A handful of small clinics are involved. He handed me the bank statements. Transfers, $5,000, $12,000, $8,000, and $15,000 from an account I recognized our joint savings. How much? I asked. $200,000 over 6 months, small increments to avoid detection. Together, it adds up. $200,000 gone. There's more, Daniel explained. He showed me newspaper articles and court documents. Thomas Grant has done this 3 times before. Portland 2019, San Francisco 2021, Denver 2022, same model. He pointed to a chart. He targets hospital administrators, married women between 45 and 50, women with assets, inheritances, joint accounts. He seduces them, convinces them to form a business partnership, creates a clean-looking LLC, slowly drains funds, then relocates before anyone pieces it together. Why hasn't anyone stopped him? Because they're ashamed. To expose him, they'd have to admit the affair, risk careers, risk marriages. He keeps each case under major felony thresholds when possible, and he makes every woman feel chosen. I looked at the list of cities. Portland, San Francisco, Denver, and Seattle form a pattern. Who were they? I inquired. I don't have all of the names, but this one, he said as he handed me the card. Dr. Lily Morgan, San Francisco. She was victim number 2. She's also his ex-wife. He married one early on before he refined the process. She lost her job when the affair surfaced. He drained a $450,000 inheritance before disappearing. Daniel met my gaze. She's been waiting for someone to stop him. When I explained your situation, she agreed to talk. She's flying in tonight. When? Tomorrow. If you want. I turned back to face the wall. A recent photograph caught my attention. Emily was laughing at a cafe last week. Thomas is leaning forward, focusing on her face. She appeared alive and happy. She had no idea. She doesn't know, does she? I inquired. Almost certainly not, Daniel responded. That's his skill. He makes every woman believe she's the exception, that what they have is rare. I imagined Emily defending him at dinner, about the way she pronounced his name, and how certain she must be that this was love. She was a victim, like Lily Morgan and the others, but it didn't change what she'd done to our marriage, the money, or the deception. I turned to my brother, Daniel, who I'd known for less than a week but was now at the center of this unraveling. Set up the meeting with Lily Morgan, I told her. Tomorrow, he said, nodding. I want to know everything. On Friday morning, I called my sister. Bryn, I need your help, legal help. Silence. Bin Whitmore did not practice silence. Her 25 years of experience as a divorce attorney had taught her to fill every pause with strategy. But this time, she remained quiet for 3 long seconds. Come to my office, she said finally. Her office was now on the 10th floor of a downtown high-rise, overlooking Elliott Bay, corner suite with expensive furniture, diplomas, and bar certifications framed on one wall. The kind of office you get after years of winning custody battles and dismantling joint assets. She closed the door behind me. Bryn was 4 years older, with sharp features and gray threading through her dark hair. Gray had stopped dying years ago. Gray makes opposing counsel underestimate me, she used to say. Sit, she instructed. Now talk. So, I did. I told her everything. Parking garage footage. Daniel, the half-brother I didn't know existed. Our father had an affair 58 years ago, and we were the result. A wall of surveillance photos. 9 months of lies. Thomas Grant's pattern of seduction and financial manipulation across 4 cities. My wife and her lover co-signed Summit Healthcare Partners, LLC. $200,000 were taken from our joint account in small, deliberate transfers. Bryn did not interrupt. Her face moved from shock to anger before settling into the cold focus I'd seen in courtrooms. When I finished, she said in a single word, bastards. She then opened her laptop. Here's where you stand legally, she said. You have grounds for at-fault divorce based on adultery. Although Washington is technically no fault, documented adultery still influences asset division in certain contexts. The financial transfers significantly strengthen your position. And if that LLC was involved in interstate electronic transactions, we're looking into federal wire fraud. What are my options? She did not hesitate. Monday morning, we file for divorce. We cite adultery and financial misconduct. At the same time, we file an emergency motion to freeze all joint accounts. That prevents her from moving or hiding additional funds. She paused to examine me. What do you want, David? Not the legal answer. The real one. I had already made my decision. I want the house. I want every dollar back. And I want her to understand exactly what she destroyed. Bryn's gaze sharpened. You're not asking for fairness, I'm asking for precision. She smiled slightly. Good. She took out a legal pad. Step 1, documentation. Every report from your PI, every surveillance photo, every financial statement, hotel receipts, time-stamped evidence. We build a case she cannot spin. Daniel's been documenting for 7 months. Excellent, she kept writing. Step 2, freeze the emergency account. Once approved, and with this evidence, she will be unable to access funds without court authorization. She tapped her pen, thoughtfully. Step 3, the house. Did Dad ever update the mortgage structure after Mom died? No. Why? She turned her laptop towards me. Because he inserted a protection clause when you refinanced. If the marriage dissolves under proven adultery, his estate retains an interest in the property. That protects your equity. She forfeits her claim. I stared at her. You're serious? Yes. Dad had witnessed far too many men being wiped out in divorce. He drafted it to protect you. She shot me a look. Ironic considering his own history. But he protected you. Another layer I had not realized existed. Step 4. Bryn stated that we use the LLC fraud. Participation in financial misconduct can shift asset division heavily in your favor. She didn't just cheat, she diverted joint funds, which courts take very seriously. Will it hold? With this level of documentation, yes, especially if the FBI opens a file. How about Jake? Her expression softened. He's 20, there are no custody issues. You inform him when you are ready. He's legally separated. I nodded and kept the DNA question to myself. One battle at a time, David and Bryn said quietly, leaning forward. Once we file, this is over. No reconciliation window. Are you sure? My marriage ended 9 months ago, I explained. I just learned about it last week. She held my gaze and then nodded. Then we finish it properly. She reached for her cell phone. Judge Williams owes me a favor. I will schedule an emergency hearing for temporary orders on Monday afternoon. This gives us the weekend to finish everything. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, she replied. This will turn ugly. Emily will fight. Preston will hire counsel as soon as he senses pressure. If federal investigators intervene, the situation will quickly escalate. I have Daniel. I have Brady. I've got 7 months of documentation. And now I have you. That resulted in a different smile, less attorney, more sister. Yes, she replied. You do. My phone buzzed as I stepped out of her office. Daniel. Audrey Kingsley has confirmed for tomorrow, 2 p.m., Ballard Cafe. She has a lot of evidence. I replied, I'll be there. 3 days ago, I was shopping for my son's birthday present, convinced that I was in a stable marriage. I'd been blind, comfortable with trust. Now I had a private investigator, a half-brother with a mountain of evidence, an ex-wife of my wife's lover flying in with documentation, and the best divorce attorney in town drafting emergency motions. I wasn't reacting anymore, I was building a case. Saturday afternoon, I met Dr. Lily Morgan at a coffee shop in Ballard. She was already there when I arrived, sitting at a corner table away from the windows, 47, polished in that professional way that spoke of years climbing corporate ladders, dark suit, minimal jewelry, neatly pulled back hair. But it was her eyes that told the true story. She was exhausted in a way that no amount of sleep could cure, the kind of exhaustion that comes from surviving something that should have killed you. Ah, Mr. Marshall. She stood up as I approached, extended her hand, firm grip, steady eye contact. Whatever Thomas Grant had done to her, she hadn't let it completely break her. Thank you for agreeing to meet, I said, sitting across from her, and for reaching out. She wrapped her hands around her coffee cup, as if she needed the warmth. When Daniel called to explain the situation and said Thomas was repeating the same pattern in Seattle, I knew I had to help. Tell me what happened between you and Thomas. She took a slow breath and organized her thoughts, which she had probably done 1,000 times already. We met 7 years ago. I was the CFO at Oregon University Medical Hospital. Thomas was the new hire, a brilliant cardiac surgeon, charming, and younger than most department heads. He made an immediate impression. Her mouth tightened. My marriage was struggling. After 25 years, 2 children have already attended college. My husband and I were essentially roommates who shared a mortgage. The classic midlife crisis set up. I knew the feeling, the gradual distance that you didn't notice until you were strangers living under the same roof. Thomas noticed that. Audrey continued, or perhaps he engineered it. I don't know anymore. He made me feel understood, important, and valued beyond budget spreadsheets and board meetings. The affair began within 3 months. She said it clinically, detached, as if she were reading a medical chart. It was the only way to tell the story without getting lost in it. 6 months in, he pitched the business idea. a medical equipment company that would source higher quality supplies at lower costs, improve hospital procurement, and make millions in the process. He described it as a collaboration between clinical expertise and financial management. Made it sound revolutionary. So, how much did you invest? $400,000 was my mother's inheritance, everything she had left me. Her jaw tightened. The equipment was real. On paper, the company was legitimate, but Thomas's prices were 3 times, if not 400%, higher, and the contracts he negotiated always seemed to benefit his other businesses. When did you realize it was too late? By the time I began asking questions, Thomas had already staged everything to make it appear as if I was the one manipulating hospital contracts. When the internal investigation began, he had his lawyers prepared. They convinced the board that it was mutual misconduct and that I was equally guilty. I had to sign an NDA to avoid criminal charges. Her hands trembled slightly while holding the cup. After everything came out, my husband filed for divorce. My employment with the hospital has been terminated. I lost my job, marriage, reputation, and $400,000. Thomas moved to San Francisco with a clean record and a new job, then did it again, at least twice more, I can confirm. San Francisco, followed by Denver, and possibly others I am unaware of. She took out a folder from her bag. I have been creating a file. Breaking my NDA could result in legal consequences, but I'm tired of seeing him destroy people. She opened the folder, which contained printouts, LinkedIn profiles, news articles, court records, financial documents, and photos of 3 women other than herself. All professional, well-dressed 40-somethings, all with the same tired expression in their eyes. San Francisco, hospital administrator, divorced, lost approximately $300,000. Another hospital administrator in Denver told the same story, 250,000 people had left. And now your wife is in Seattle. The pattern was crystal clear when laid out like this. Hospital administrators in their late 40s, married, with assets, play out the same script in city after city and victim after victim. Why isn't anyone stopping him? I asked. Shame, Audrey replied simply. These women, including myself, would have to admit having affairs. We risk what remains of our careers and reputations. The NDAs are unbreakable. The hospitals want to avoid scandal, and Thomas is wise in keeping the amounts below felony thresholds in most jurisdictions. She leaned forwards. But if we could get multiple victims to testify together, build a federal wire fraud case instead of local criminal charges, maybe we could actually stop him. I don't just want to stop him, I want to catch him in the act. Get him on record admitting what he did. How my wife doesn't know I know about the affair. She thinks her secret is safe. If I could get her to cooperate, wear a wire, record Thomas confessing to the fraud, she'd have to flip on him, Audrey told me slowly. Betray someone she thinks she's in love with. Why would she do that? Because I'll offer her a choice. Help us bring Thomas down, or go down as his accomplice. She signed documents, co-signed the LLC, and took part in fund transfers. Legally, she's as guilty as he is. Audrey looked at me with those tired, sharp eyes. You're not doing this just to save your marriage. My marriage ended 9 months ago. I'm doing this because he should be stopped. Because you deserve justice. Because those other women deserve to know they weren't alone. And because my wife deserves to understand exactly what kind of man she's been protecting. Audrey was quiet for a long moment. Then she slid the folder across the table. I'll testify, she said. I'll break my NDA. I'll contact the other victims and see if they'll come forward. I don't care about the legal consequences anymore. I just want Thomas Grant facing real justice for once in his life. I looked at the folder. 4 women's faces staring up at me from the documents. 4 lives dismantled by the same man who was currently dismantling mine. He will, I said, we'll make sure of it. Because this wasn't just about my marriage anymore. This wasn't about hurt feelings or betrayed trust or 25 years wasted. This was about stopping a predator. And we finally had an army strong enough to do it. The Seattle Grace Hospital annual fundraising gala was the kind of night where the city's medical elite gathered beneath crystal chandeliers to applaud their own brilliance. Emily had been excited for weeks. I had been preparing for 3 days. She bought a red silk dress that cost more than my weekly paycheck, scheduled a hair appointment, talked endlessly about board members, wealthy donors, and department heads angling for promotion. That morning, I rented a tuxedo. The clerk asked if it was for a wedding. Something like that, I told him. Now, we stood in the Fairmont Olympics Grand Ballroom, the same hotel where she'd spent Monday afternoons in room 847 with Dr. Thomas Grant, and I watched her perform. She glided between hospital administrators, laughing lightly, kissing cheeks, embodying the devoted executive's wife. She was still the woman who had caught my eye 25 years ago. Still beautiful, still magnetic, still capable of lighting up a room. I just hadn't realized that glow included 9 months of betrayal with a cardiac surgeon. Daniel was outside in a valet uniform arranged through an old private investigator contact. Bryn stood near the bar in black, poised and watchful, playing my supportive sister while serving as legal witness. Under my rented tuxedo shirt, pressed flat against my chest, a recording device captured everything. Washington was a one-party consent state. Every word spoken tonight will be documented. There's Dr. Grant, Emily said, touching my arm. Her gaze had already reached him across the room. They always have. I should introduce you. He's been incredibly helpful with board politics. Lead the way. She laced her fingers through mine, her wedding ring sparkling beneath the chandeliers, and led me through the crowd. Thomas stood at the bar with surgeons in tailored suits, exuding the confidence of men holding beating hearts in their hands. He was tall, fit, and composed, the type of doctor that patients trusted immediately. Before we could approach him, his gaze fell on Emily. I saw recognition heat, followed by a swift shift to professional neutrality. He was used to it and felt at ease. Dr. Grant, Emily replied warmly. This is my husband, David Marshall. He extended his hand. Mr. Marshall, a pleasure. His grip was firm. His eyes scanned me in seconds. Construction worker, mid-50s, not of this world. I watched him dismiss me as innocuous. Emily speaks highly of you, I replied evenly. She's invaluable to the hospital, he said, smiling at her in a way that implied something private. I'm sure. I let the silence linger. She's told me so much about you these past few months. I feel like I already know you. His expression flickered. Your work? I added casually. Your investment advice, your ventures, Summit Healthcare Partners. Emily mentioned your co-founders. He lost his color. Emily tightened her grip. David, I've been studying how that company operates, I said, lowering my voice slightly. Price structures, vendor agreements, and transfer patterns. Construction teaches you to respect documentation. I don't know what you're implying, Thomas said. I know everything, I said quietly. Every meeting, every transfer, every hotel room, Fairmont Olympic, room 847, Monday afternoons, 2.5 hours on average. Summit Healthcare Partners registered March 20th, co-signed by you and my wife. $200,000 was transferred from our joint accounts in 6 months. Emily produced a small, strangled sound. Thomas's charm faded and his eyes hardened. You don't know what you're dealing with. Try me. He leaned closer, his voice sharp. I have friends, board members, and city councilors. I'm a reputable cardiac surgeon. You are a construction worker. His lip curled slightly. Who do you think they will believe? I smiled. Because he had just given me exactly what I needed, recorded and preserved. Let's find out, I suggested. Then I raised my voice just enough for other guests to notice. Nice to meet you, Dr. Grant. Enjoy your evening. I turned and walked away, not looking back, leaving them frozen beneath the crystal lights and polished marble. Panic spread quietly behind me. Daniel stood near the entrance, arms crossed and alert. He caught my gaze and gave a single nod. Phase 1 was completed. I stepped out into the cool night air, the ballroom's music muffled behind heavy doors, and my pulse finally slowed. Everything had gone exactly as planned. Emily arrived minutes later, her heels striking the pavement sharply. What did you do? She demanded, her voice shaking. Nothing, I replied calmly. Yet the car remained at the curb. Daniel opened the door for her with professional neutrality, as if he were just another valet and not a witness to a failing marriage. Inside, the silence was oppressive. You're embarrassing yourself, she retorted. You have no idea how powerful Thomas is. I'm aware, I said. She stared at me, looking for uncertainty, but there was none. David, she said softly, we can talk about this at home. We are talking. Her mask slipped slightly, and fear crept into her eyes. What she didn't realize was that the device under my shirt was still recording. Every accusation, threat, admission, and the upcoming legal battle would not be based on rumors or whispered suspicions. It would be based on evidence, financial records, corporate filings, transaction logs, and now recorded words spoken in anger. She thought tonight was about humiliation, but it was actually about leverage. Daniel handed me the car keys at the valet stand, and his eyes asked a silent question. Are you okay? I gave him one nod. It's done. Emily followed me across the parking garage without speaking, her heels clicking against the concrete, echoing in the vast space. I opened the passenger door for her while she was still stunned, possibly calculating her next defense. With 25 years of muscle memory, she slid in mechanically, the red dress pooling around her legs. I closed the door, walked around to the driver's side, got inside, and started the engine. The silence between us was already oppressive. I drove out of the Fairmont's garage and onto the wet Seattle streets. Rain had begun while we were inside, softly at first, then building to a steady rhythm on the windshield. Emily sat rigid beside me, eyes fixed straight ahead, hands folded in her lap. She didn't say anything until we turned onto I-5 and headed north toward Bellevue. When she finally found her voice, it was tight and controlled, as if she were still trying to manage the situation. What the hell happened back there? That was me being honest for the first time in a week. You embarrassed me in front of... Have I embarrassed you? My hands tightened around the wheel. Is that really what you're concerned about right now? Stop, whatever you think you know, stop. The word came out harsher than I had intended. Don't insult me with denials. The only sounds were rain, road noise, and the cracking of 25 years. I saw you, I replied quietly. At the parking garage Saturday, 8 days ago with him. I don't know what you're talking about. I grabbed onto the shoulder. Right there on I-5, rain pouring and traffic rushing by, I put the car in park and turned to face her directly. Emily, I have video, 9 months of surveillance, hotel check-ins, financial records, and LLC documents containing your signature. I got everything. Her face lost its color, and all of her careful control vanished. Oh God. How long? My voice remained level, clinical. Before you insult me with explanations, please tell me. How long have you slept with him? She looked down at her hands, where her wedding ring caught light from passing headlights. 9 months, she said quietly. Since February, Valentine's Day. How romantic. Emily, please. And the money. The $200,000 you stole. He said it was an investment. I took Audrey's folder from inside my jacket and placed it in her lap. He is a professional con artist. Open it. Her hands trembled as she opened the folder, and I observed her expression as she read. I watched the horror settle in. Photos of 3 other women, all married and in their mid-40s, hospital administrators from Portland, San Francisco, and Denver, show the same pattern, promises, and lies. No, this cannot be. Thomas would not. I showed her my phone. Brady had recovered from cloud backups. Thomas sends messages to previous victims. You're the only person who understands me. We can build a real future together. Simply trust me with this investment. The messages he had sent her were word for word identical. She scrolled through them, hands trembling, and I watched the fantasy crumble, her realization that she had never been special, just another mark in a long line of others. He doesn't love me. Hollow. Broken. No, he never has, no. I destroyed everything for. Her voice crackled. Oh, God, what did I do? She began to cry, deep, wrenching sobs. I didn't feel anything. I want you out of the house by tomorrow. Well, I've seen. I filed for separation. Bryn is my attorney. Monday, the court has froze our accounts. Divorce papers arrive next week. You can't just say, I can. You committed adultery, financial fraud, theft, and 9 months of lies. I paused, possibly for a long time. She became very still. What are you saying, Jake? I kept my eyes on the road as I returned to traffic. He isn't mine, is he? Silence. I am type O, you are type B. Jake is an A-type personality. That is genetically impossible if I am his biological father. David, please. Who was it? Someone before we got married? During? Does it really matter anymore? She didn't respond, just kept crying. 20 minutes later, I pulled into our driveway. The house I'd purchased, renovated, and converted into a home. The home where I raised another man's son. Get out. She stumbled out of the car, mascara running, her expensive red dress soaked with rain. I watched her fumble with her keys before disappearing through the front door. I sat there, the engine idling and rain drumming on the roof. Tomorrow, everything would change. On Monday, the legal machinery would begin. By next week, divorce papers would be served. By next month, it would be over. But tonight, I sat in my driveway, feeling the weight of 25 years turn to ash. No satisfaction, no victory, just a hollow, aching emptiness where my marriage once was. The DNA test results were delivered Monday morning via encrypted email. I sat in Bryn's office, staring at the laptop screen, reading the lines repeatedly. Medical jargon, lab certification numbers, and charts depicting genetic markers all meant nothing to me. And at the bottom in bold, the probability of paternity is 0%. David Bryn's voice came from far away. I shut the laptop, sat back, and looked at my hands. He's not my son. 20 years. Every birthday party where I carried the cake and everyone sang. Every baseball game, I taught him to swing level and keep his eyes on the ball. Every parent-teacher conference, teachers told me what a great kid he was and how proud I should be. He always said, I love you, Dad, before going to bed. I'm very sorry, Bryn said quietly. Are you? I stood and walked to the window. Downtown Seattle stretched below buildings, traffic, and people going about their normal Monday mornings because I'm not sure how I'm supposed to feel right now. However you feel is valid. The blood types, I replied, still staring out the window. I looked it up last week. Type O and B cannot produce type A. It is genetically impossible. I turned to face her. 20 years of diapers, homework, and parent-teacher conferences. I spent 20 years teaching him how to ride a bike, drive a car, and be a good man. And none of it was real. Stop, Bryn said sharply. She stood and moved around her desk. Do not do that. Don't let Emily's lies ruin what you've built with that boy. It was built on your decision to love him, show up, and be present. She pointed to the closed laptop. The test teaches you about biology. It doesn't mention fatherhood. You have been his father in every way that matters. But he isn't. He's your son, David. You raised him. Biology does not determine this. Love does. Time does. Presence does. Her eyes were fierce. That number on the screen is not 0. Everything you've given him over the last 20 years is enough. I sank back into my chair. I felt something crack open in my chest. Huh? How should I tell him? My voice came out rough. That his whole life is built on his mother's lie. Bryn sat at the edge of her desk. Does he need to know now? He deserves the truth. He's 20 years old and is away at college. Senior year is the most important time for his development, career goals, and sense of identity. She paused. Telling him now would destroy him. So I just, what? Lie by omission? How? No, wait until after graduation. Until he's stable, employed, and ready to deal with something this devastating. Until you are ready to have that conversation. I was thinking about Jake, an engineering senior, who had upcoming job interviews. His entire future is ahead of him. We wait, I finally said, and we protect that choice. Bryn opened a document on her computer. Non-disclosure clause in the divorce settlement. Emily is forbidden from informing Jake about the paternity. If she violates it, she will face financial penalties and contempt charges. That feels wrong. As if I'm hiding the truth? You're not covering it up, you're dictating when and how Jake learns something that will fundamentally alter his perception of himself. Bryn turned the screen towards me. You can inform him later when he is ready. When you are ready, Emily, on the other hand, is not allowed to use that truth as a weapon of anger or spite. You get to decide, not her. I stared at the clause and read it 3 times. On my terms, I said, not hers. Exactly. Bryn opened another folder. Let's talk asset division. She walked me through it. Clinical and professional. 25 years reduced to spreadsheets. The house, worth $800,000 in equity, would go to me, despite Dad's infidelity clause. The irony was not lost on me. My father, who had his own affair that resulted in Daniel, had still considered protecting me from the same fate. Retirement accounts totaled $1.4 million, of which I would keep $1.2 million. Emily would keep only her own $401K, which was around $220,000. She had forfeited the joint savings due to fraud and theft. My construction business, valued at $500,000, remained entirely mine. Built before and during the marriage, but she had forfeited any claim to alimony due to adultery. She walked away with almost nothing thanks to an at-fault divorce and financial fraud. Ma, the emergency hearing is at 2, Bryn said. Judge Williams plans to freeze the joint accounts today. Emily will not be allowed to touch another dollar without court permission. And the divorce papers served by end of week. She paused. This is actually happening, David. Once we file, and these accounts freeze, there is no going back. Are you ready? I imagined Jake away at college, unaware that his family was collapsing, unaware that his mother had lied about his paternity for 20 years, and unaware that I was fighting to shield him from truths he wasn't prepared to face. I thought about Emily, who had stolen 20 years of truth from both of us, and who had built our family on lies that I was still discovering. I thought about Thomas Grant, who had destroyed multiple lives for money and ego and would have walked away unscathed if I hadn't intervened. I'm ready, I said, let's end this. Bryn slid the papers across her desk. Emily had been gone since Saturday night, and her things were still upstairs: clothes, makeup, shoes, but she was gone, probably staying at a downtown hotel and using the credit card I hadn't frozen yet. As I sat alone in the house that was finally just mine on Monday evening, the silence felt different. It wasn't empty, but quiet. That would change tomorrow morning. My phone buzzed on the kitchen counter. Voicemail notification, Emily's number. I stared at it for a long moment, debated not listening, but curiosity or perhaps strategy won out, and I hit play. At first, I thought she was calling me, but then I heard the rustling sounds, muffled movement, and hollow acoustic of a phone in a purse or pocket. Pocket dial. She had accidentally called me, and I could hear her voice trembling as she spoke to someone else. Thomas, please pick up, please. My hand tightened on the phone, and ringing sounds were heard through the recording, once, twice, 3 times, followed by a click. Thomas's voice came across cold and flat, unlike the charming surgeon who had smiled at me at the gala. Oh, thank God. Emily's voice was filled with tears. David, he knows everything about us. The money, everything. He froze the accounts and filed for divorce. I told you not to call me. Thomas, what should we do? I don't know what to. His voice became sharper. There is no we anymore, Emily. Silence. Emily's voice grew smaller and more broken. What do you mean? I mean, you were careless. You let yourself be caught. I cannot be associated with any of this. But we agreed to start over together. California, the practice we would establish. I said a lot of things. He said it casually, as if he were talking about the weather. Look, this was fun while it lasted, but you've become a liability. A liability. Her voice cracked. Thomas, I've left everything for you. My marriage and the LLC are registered in your name. The transfers originated from your accounts. Your signature is on everything. Every word was like a door slamming shut. Good luck explaining that to your lawyer. You can't just. Thomas, please watch me. Click. The line went dead. For a few seconds, there was nothing but Emily's breathing, and then she began sobbing, deep, wrenching sounds that would have moved me 2 weeks ago, but now I just listened clinically. Every word was evidence. Oh God, she whispered to herself through her tears. He never loved me. He was simply using me all along. Oh, God, what did I do? The voicemail was cut off because the time limit had been reached. I stood in my kitchen, phone still pressed to my ear, staring at nothing, and then I played it again, this time listening to the entire thing twice. Thomas's cold dismissal, Emily's realization in real time. Thomas Grant was a professional who had done this before and would do it again if we didn't stop him. This confirmed everything Lily had told me. I saved the voicemail, sent it to myself via email, and backed it up 3 times. It was exactly what we needed. A knock on the door jolted me out of my reverie, and I opened it to find Daniel holding 2 bags of Chinese takeout. I assumed you hadn't eaten, he said, walking past me into the kitchen as if he had been doing it for years rather than weeks. I have been eating. Coffee and rage do not count as a meal. He began unpacking containers of Kung Pao chicken, fried rice, and egg rolls. Despite this, I almost smiled. Since when are you my nutritionist? Since I'm your brother and somebody needs to make sure you don't self-destruct. He grabbed plates from the cabinet and knew exactly where they were. You look like hell, by the way. Thanks, what are brothers for? We sat at the kitchen table, and Daniel handed me a fork. So, something happened, he explained without asking a question. I took out my phone. Emily Pocket called me about an hour ago. I left a voicemail. I hit play, and Daniel's face darkened with each word. When Thomas said, "Watch me," and hung up, his jaw was clenched tight. That son of a bitch, he stated quietly. Thomas just gift-wrapped us a confession and made Emily desperate. Daniel looked up at me. Desperate people cooperate. That is what I am counting on. I took a bite of chicken, the first real food I'd had all day. Give her one more day. Allow her to realize she is completely alone. Thomas has gone. I am gone. The money is about to be gone. Then we talked to her about the wire. Do you think she will do it? What options does she have? I picked up my phone and played the voicemail again, this time with Emily's voice. He has never loved me, he was simply using me. She is finally realizing what we have known all along. Thomas Grant is a predator, and she was simply another target. Do you think she will throw him under the bus? She already has. We just need to make it official. Daniel nodded slowly and picked up his beer. Do you know what's weird? What? I don't even hate her anymore. I said it before I really considered it, I just feel done. Daniel looked at me for a moment and then nodded. That represents maturity or exhaustion. Sometimes they are the same thing. My phone vibrated. Bryn texted, "Emergency hearing approved. Accounts are frozen as of 8 a.m. tomorrow." She is cut off. I showed Daniel. To consequences, I picked up my beer as he raised his. To consequences, we clinked the bottles. And for the first time in 2 weeks, since that Saturday afternoon in the parking garage when my world fell apart, I almost smiled. Tomorrow, we'd approach Emily about collaboration. But tonight, as I sat in my kitchen with the brother I never knew I needed, eating Chinese food and planning strategic strikes, I felt something shift, control. It was finally coming back. Thomas abandoned her 2 weeks ago. We let Emily stew in her hotel room for 2 weeks, isolated and desperate. Thomas's silence confirmed what the voicemail had already revealed. He'd abandoned her the moment she became a liability. The accounts have been frozen since September 24th. She was living on a credit card that was about to be maxed out, eating room service, and looking for jobs on websites that would not hire someone whose professional reputation was about to crumble. Bryn had been watching the situation. She's desperate enough now, she explained Tuesday evening. Time to move. Wednesday morning, Bryn, Daniel, and I arrived at the Courtyard Marriott near Seattle Grace Hospital, room 314. I knocked. The woman who opened the door was almost unrecognizable. No makeup, sweatpants, and an oversized t-shirt, hair pulled back in a messy bun, eyes swollen and red from crying. This was the same woman who had worn that red silk dress to the gala 2 weeks before, radiant and confident, completely unaware that her world was collapsing. "David," her voice broke. "I didn't think you'd." "This isn't a request," I replied. She stepped back, allowing us to enter. The hotel room narrated its own story. Unmade bed, with room service trays stacked on the desk, laptop open to LinkedIn, indicating a desperate job search that was going nowhere. The clinical odor of industrial cleaning products combined with stale coffee. Bryn walked in first, professional and cold. "I'm Bryn Whitmore, David's sister and attorney. We're here to discuss your options." Emily looked between us. Confusion is mixed with fear. "My options? You're facing federal wire fraud charges," Bryn said, his voice crisp. "Clinical, The $200,000 you transferred to Summit Healthcare Partners constitutes federal bank fraud. That's a federal crime. 5 to 10 years in prison if convicted. Emily's legs appeared to give out. She sank into the unmade bed. I didn't know. Ignorance isn't a defense. You signed the documents. You executed the transfers. You're an accomplice. Bryn took out a folder. Thomas Grant has said the same things to 3 other women. Take a look. She handed over Lily's folder. Emily opened it with shaky hands. I watched her face turn pale as she read. Portland, San Francisco, and Denver. 3 women came before her. The pattern remains the same, as do the lies and promises. Oh God, she said quietly. The FBI is building a case against him, Bryn said. They need someone who is involved, someone who can testify. Emily looked up slowly. You want me to testify against Thomas? Yeah, we want you to wear a wire, Bryn explained. Get him to admit the fraud on tape, then testify when the case goes to trial. He'll destroy me. I spoke for the first time after entering. He already destroyed you. My voice was calm and factual. Not cruel, but not kind. You lost your husband. You're about to lose your home. Your reputation is gone. Thomas doesn't care about you. He hasn't called back because you're no longer useful to him. Emily flinched as if I had slapped her. Here are your options, Bryn said. Cooperate, and we'll keep this quiet. You lose David in the house, but you don't lose Jake. You don't go to prison, and you have a chance to rebuild your life. She paused to let it sink in. Or don't cooperate. We prosecute you alongside Thomas. You lose everything, including any chance at a relationship with your son. Emily's head snapped up when she heard Jake's name. Did you tell him? And no, I replied, because despite everything, I don't want to destroy my son's life. But if you don't cooperate, if you force us to go to trial, everything becomes public. Jake will know exactly what kind of person his mother is. That's blackmail. That's reality, Bryn interjected. Silence permeated the hotel room. Emily looked between us, desperately seeking an exit that did not exist. If I do this, she finally said, her voice barely audible, will it change anything between us? No, I maintained my voice level. The divorce proceeds as planned. You keep your $401k, you get immunity, that's more than you deserve. More silence. Diane was crying quietly now, tears running down her cheeks. I'll do it, she replied. I'll wear the wire. Bryn took out paperwork. FBI agent Owen Ramsey will contact you within 24 hours. He'll brief you on the operation. You'll need to contact Thomas, arrange a meeting. The wire will record everything. What do I say to him? This is the truth. I said you're scared, I'm threatening you, and you need his help. He's arrogant enough to think you're still under his control. Diane nodded, her hands shaking as she took Bryn's immunity agreement. I'm sorry, David. Her voice cracked. For everything. I never meant for. I stood and walked toward the door. I didn't look back. Sorry doesn't fix this, I said. But cooperation might save you. Outside in the hotel corridor, Daniel placed a hand on my shoulder. That was brutal. That was necessary, I explained. He studied me for a moment before nodding slowly. We walked to the elevator silently. As the doors closed, I felt a settling in my chest. Not satisfaction, not victory, but just completion. The legal machinery was now in motion. Diane would cooperate or face the consequences alone. Either way, Thomas Grant's time was running out, and he had no idea the trap was closing in on him. On Thursday morning, we met at the FBI field office in downtown Seattle. The building was exactly as expected. Sterile, imposing the kind of place that makes you feel small and vulnerable. Security checkpoints, badge scanners, and agents moving through hallways with the quiet efficiency of those who have seen it all. Agent Owen Ramsey appeared to have seen most of it. Mid-40s, possibly pushing 50. Gray suit, white shirt, dark tie, eyes that had seen too much white-collar crime and had stopped being surprised by human greed years before. We gathered in an interrogation room, myself, Diane, and Bryn. Daniel was next door in the observation room, looking through the one-way glass. Diane hadn't spoken much since agreeing to cooperate yesterday. She sat rigidly in the metal chair, hands folded in her lap, as if waiting for execution. Agent Ramsey entered with a thick file folder, placed it on the table, and looked at Diane with tired eyes. Mrs. Carter, thank you for agreeing to cooperate. She nodded silently. Let's clarify the terms. Ramsey said, taking out papers. You cooperate fully. You wear a wire. You get Thomas to admit the fraud on tape. In return, you receive immunity from federal wire fraud prosecution. The charges against you will be dropped and it'll be sealed. Diane's voice was barely audible. My son won't know. That's between you and your ex-husband. The FBI doesn't disclose case details unless necessary for prosecution. Since you're cooperating, you won't be named as a co-conspirator in public records. You'll be listed as a witness, not a defendant, she told me. You'll keep it from Jake for now. I replied, the kid doesn't need details. He knows we're divorcing because of your affair. That's enough. She flinched, but did not argue. Ramsey opened the file folder. Let's talk about Dr. Thomas Grant's other victims. He spread photographs across the table. 5 women in 5 different cities. Hannah Shepard, San Diego, 8 years ago. Recently stepped forward. Dr. Lily Morgan from Oregon. 7 years ago. Unnamed victim, San Francisco, 6 years ago. Amanda Sutton, Portland, 4 years ago. Valerie Porter, Denver, 3 years ago. And you, Seattle, this year. Diane stared at the photos, her face losing color. Over $2 million stolen across 10 years. 4 different hospitals. Identical pattern every time. Ramsey took out another document. He even used the same words. He showed Diane a comparison sheet. Thomas had sent individual messages to each victim. Thomas addresses Lily. You're the only one who understands me. Thomas addresses Amanda. You're the only one who understands me. Thomas addresses Diane. You're the only one who understands me. Word for word, identical. A copy and paste con job. He said I was special. Diane whispered that he had never felt this way about anyone. He told all of them the same thing, Ramsey said. Not unkind, but accurate. In some cases, word for word, you weren't special, Mrs. Carter. You were a target who fit his profile. She looked like she was sick. Here's how this works, Ramsey explained. This afternoon, you'll call Thomas, tell him you're scared, that your husband is threatening you with fraud charges, that you need his help. He'll come to your hotel. Men like him can't resist the opportunity to reassert control. What if he suspects? He won't. You're desperate and frightened. That's exactly what he expects. That's what makes you controllable in his mind. Ramsey leaned forwards. Men like Thomas Grant rely on power dynamics. He thinks you're weak. That's his weakness. Underestimating people. He removed a small device from his briefcase. This is a wire. We'll attach it between your ribs, under your shirt. Invisible. You'll meet Thomas in your hotel room. FBI agents will be in the adjacent room, monitoring everything. Your job is simple. Get him talking about the LLC, the money, his pattern. He'll incriminate himself if he thinks you're still on his side. Diane's hands were shaking. What do I say? The truth. That you're terrified, that you don't know what to do. Ask him for advice. He'll give it, and by doing so, he'll admit everything. Ramsey slid a telephone across the table. Clean phone, untraceable. Call him now. Arrange the meeting. Diane lifted it with trembling fingers. He looked at me once more. I nodded. She dialed. Hit the speaker. 4 rings. Then Thomas's voice became irritated. I told you not to call me. Thomas, please. Diane's voice broke beautifully. Genuine fear combined with performance. I need help. David's threatening me with fraud charges. The FBI. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm so scared. Silence. I could almost hear him calculating at the other end. And where are you? Hotel near the hospital. Thomas. I don't know how to. To send me the address. I'll come by this afternoon. A pause. But Diane, this is the last time. You need to get your situation under control. I will, I promise. Just please help me figure out what to do. 3 p.m. Don't call me again until then. Click the button. Diane set down the phone, her hands still shaking. He's coming. Good, said Ramsey, standing up. Let's get you wired. Bryn approached me after the briefing outside, in the FBI parking garage. You know this might not work, she said quietly. Thomas is smart. He might not say anything incriminating. He will, I replied. His arrogance will bury him. He believes Diane is weak and will crumble. He has no idea she is already cooperating, and if he doesn't incriminate himself, I returned my gaze to the FBI building. Then we have Lily's testimony. Amanda's, Valerie's, and Diane's immunity means she'll testify too. Thomas Grant is finished either way, but today just determines how quickly. Bryn studied me for a moment before nodding. Then let's make sure it's quick. That afternoon, at 2:50 p.m., I sat in room 316 and watched a video monitor. Emily paced back and forth in room 314, her hands shaking, as seen on the screen. She'd been in there alone for 10 minutes, waiting. Agent Ramsey stood beside me, one hand on his earpiece, his voice barely audible into his microphone. Remember what we discussed, Mrs. Carter? Let him talk. Don't push, just listen. Emily nodded on screen. She appeared exhausted. The red dress from the gala was long gone. Today, she wore jeans and a simple sweater. Her hair was pulled back. No makeup. She looked like she hadn't slept in weeks. Daniel stood behind me with arms crossed. Bryn stood beside him, taking notes on her tablet. Neither of us spoke. At 2:55 p.m., there was a knock on the door of room 314. Emily jumped, her hand moved to her ribs, where the recording device was hidden beneath her sweater. Then she approached the door and opened it. Thomas Grant stepped inside. He wore surgical scrubs beneath a jacket. He must have come directly from the hospital. His expression was cold and impatient. This better be important, Emily. I've got surgery in 2 hours. Emily closed the door behind him. Her voice was small and fearful. David knows everything. Thomas's jaw tightened. He scanned the room, as if looking for cameras. Then he turned back to her. What do you mean everything? He knows about us. He knows about the money. He showed me files, photos, he says, you've done this before. He's lying to other women in Portland, San Francisco, Denver. Thomas's face darkened. He moved closer to Emily, his voice lowering. Your husband is fabricating stories because he's angry. That's what bitter men do when they lose. Emily shakes her head. She was crying now. He froze our accounts, Thomas. He filed for separation. He says I helped you steal money, that I signed documents. It was a legitimate business investment. That made me part of a fraud scheme. Thomas grabbed her arm. Not too hard, but firm enough to make her flinch. Listen to me. Summit Healthcare Partners was a real company. We sold medical equipment at competitive prices. If your husband is trying to turn that into something criminal, he's desperate. Emily yanked her arm free. Her voice cracked. Then why did you stop answering my calls? Thomas remained still. Why did you tell me you loved me and then disappear the second David confronted you at the gala? I needed time to think. You needed time to run. Thomas's mask slipped for just a second, allowing me to see the man beneath the surgeon's confidence. The con artist is a predator. What do you want from me, Emily? I want the truth. Her voice shook, but she kept his gaze. How long were you planning this? How many women have you done this to? Thomas exhaled slowly. He walked to the window with his back to her. When he spoke again, his tone was different, colder and more calculated. You weren't the first, and you won't be the last. In room 316, Ramsey leaned forward. Daniel's hand tightened around my shoulder. Emily remained motionless on screen. What? Thomas turned to face her. I've been doing this for 10 years. Portland, San Francisco, Denver. You were just easier than most, married, middle-aged, lonely. You had access to money, and you wanted to believe someone still saw you. Emily's face turned white. You used me. I gave you what you wanted, I made you feel special and you paid for that privilege. That's how it works. You told me you loved me. Thomas laughed. It was a short and bitter sound. I told you what you needed to hear. Just like I told Amanda in Portland. Just like I told Valerie in Denver. Women like you are easy, Emily. You're so desperate for attention that you'll sign anything, transfer anything, believe anything. He moved closer to her. And when your husband comes after me with lawyers, I'll remind him that every transaction was consensual. Every document has your signature. You're not a victim. You're a co-conspirator. Emily stepped back. Her hand moved to her chest, where the recording device was hidden. Her voice was barely above a whisper. You're a monster. Thomas shrugged. I'm a businessman. And if you're smart, you'll keep your mouth shut about this because if you talk to the FBI, you go down with me. He turned and walked towards the door. He opened it, paused, and took one last look at her. Consider this a lesson. Then he was gone. Emily collapsed on the bed in room 314. Her shoulders shook while she cried. In room 316, Agent Ramsey removed his headphones. He looked at me, Bryn, and Daniel. We got him. He turned to face one of the other agents in the room. Prepare an arrest warrant. We'll pick him up tomorrow morning at Seattle Grace. I want it public. I want every doctor, every nurse, every patient in that hospital to see him in handcuffs. He returned his attention to the monitor, which still showed Emily crying. Send someone in to check on her. Tell her she did well. Bryn closed the tablet. Daniel expelled a long breath. I stood up. Ramsey turned the monitor off. He looked at me. We'll arrest him tomorrow at the hospital in front of his colleagues. He paused. Do you want to be there? I nodded. Yes, I do. Friday morning at 7. I stood in the parking lot of Seattle Grace Hospital, holding a cup of takeout coffee. Bryn was beside me, checking her phone. Daniel leaned against my truck, arms crossed, and watched the main entrance. Bryn murmured, "Here we go," as 3 black SUVs pulled into the lot. The FBI. Agent Ramsey had carefully planned this. 7:15 a.m. Shift change, maximum number of witnesses, maximum impact. I took a sip of coffee while waiting. The hospital lobby was visible through the main entrance's glass doors. Nurses in scrubs, doctors with tablets, security guards at their posts, and then I noticed him. Dr. Thomas Grant walks down the main corridor in surgical scrubs. He was speaking with 2 residents, most likely about a procedure. His posture was confident and relaxed. He had no idea what was going to happen. Agent Ramsey and 3 other agents walked through the entrance doors. Thomas looked up, puzzled at first, then shocked. Ramsey said something that I couldn't hear from where I was. Thomas's expression changed confusion, then recognition, then rage. One of the agents took out a pair of handcuffs. Thomas stepped back, his mouth moved, likely denying everything and demanding to speak with his lawyer. But Ramsey did not hesitate. He nodded to one of the other agents, who moved forward and handcuffed Thomas behind his back. The nurses stopped walking. A resident dropped his coffee cup. Everyone in the lobby turned and stared. Phones appeared. People began recording. Ramsey motioned to the main hallway, and the agents began walking Thomas through the hospital. Not the back exit or the service corridor, but the main hallway, past the nurses' stations, surgical suites, and administrative offices. A perp walk. Thomas, still in his surgical scrubs and wearing his hospital ID badge, was handcuffed and led by federal agents through the hospital where he had worked for 2 years. I watched through the glass as they led him past his coworkers, those who had trusted him, and the administrators who had hired him. His face was flushed, his jaw clenched, but he kept his gaze down. The agents approached the main entrance and pushed the doors open. Thomas stepped outside into the morning sun. Then he saw me. Standing 50 feet away from my truck, I raised my coffee cup in a mock salute. Even at that distance, I could see the moment he recognized me. I saw hatred flare in his eyes. I did not smile or say anything, I simply held his gaze. Bryn looked at me. "You're vindictive." "I'm thorough." The agents led Thomas to one of the SUVs. This is when the news vans arrived. 3 of them are pulling into the parking lot with cameras already rolling. The FBI had tipped them off. Ramsey had assured me they would. Reporters jumped out with microphones in hand. "Dr. Grant, are the charges true? How many victims were there? Did Seattle Grace know about the fraud?" Thomas said nothing, just ducked his head as the agents opened the SUV's back door and let him inside. The door slammed, the SUV pulled away. By noon, every doctor, nurse, and administrator in the Seattle medical community would be aware. By the evening, it would be on the regional news. My phone vibrated. A text from Lily Morgan. "I just saw the news. Thank you. After 4 years, there's finally justice." I typed back. "He won't be able to hurt anyone else. That's what matters." Emily sent another message. "I'm sorry for everything." I stared at it for a moment. Then I deleted it without responding. My telephone rang. I glanced at the screen. John Stevens, the CEO of Seattle Grace Hospital. I responded. Marshall stood. "Mr. Marshall," his voice was formal and cautious. "I wanted to personally apologize. We had no knowledge of Dr. Grant's activities outside the hospital. I appreciate that. Your contracts with us remain intact. In fact, we'd like to discuss expanding our partnership." I kept my voice professional. "I'll have my office reach out next week. Thank you. And again, our deepest apologies." He hung up. The hospital was protecting itself by separating from Thomas. Smart. Daniel pushed off from my truck. "Coffee?" I nodded. We walked 3 blocks to a small cafe decorated with mismatched chairs and local art on the walls. A television mounted above the counter was tuned to the local news. Breaking news this morning: a well-known Seattle surgeon has been arrested on federal wire fraud charges. Dr. Thomas Grant, a cardiac surgeon at Seattle Grace Hospital, has been accused of defrauding several women over the course of a decade. Bryn ordered a latte. Daniel received black coffee. I just wanted to sit. We found a table near the window. On the television, footage of Thomas being led out of the hospital played on repeat. Bryn drank her latte. "He'll be out on bail by tonight, but the damage is done." Daniel nodded. "The medical board will suspend his license pending trial." I leaned back in my chair. Ramsey said the trial will be in 3 to 4 months. Lily, Amanda, Valerie, Emily, they'll all testify. He's looking at 15 to 20 years. Bryn stated that on television, a reporter stood outside Seattle Grace recounting Thomas's history, the victims, the pattern, and the fraudulent LLCs. Daniel asked, "How do you feel?" I thought about it. 25 years of marriage have passed. I had no idea this brother existed. A son who, while not biologically mine, was mine in all other ways. A wife had lied about everything. A surgeon who had deceived us both is now facing federal prison. "I feel like I can finally breathe," I commented, and I intended it. Thomas was arrested. Emily was cooperating. The divorce will be finalized soon. The house, the business, the money, all of it would remain with me. In a few weeks, Jake would return home for Thanksgiving, and I would have to decide when to tell him the truth. Not if or when, but now. Today, justice was served. Daniel raised his coffee cup. "To the consequences," Bryn and I said, clinking our cups against his. On the television above the counter, the news anchor moved on to the next story, but the image of Thomas in handcuffs being led through the hospital in his surgical scrubs lingered in my mind. That was the image that defined him now. Not the brilliant surgeon, the charming doctor, the con artist, the criminal, the man who had finally been apprehended. I sipped my coffee and watched the morning light filter through the cafe window. For the first time in 5 weeks, I felt close to peace. 2.5 weeks had passed since Thomas's arrest. The paperwork was processed. Emily cooperated with the FBI, and her fraud charges were dropped in exchange for testimony. On Monday, October 28th, we met for divorce mediation. Bryn and I walked into the office, which had neutral walls, bland art, and a conference table designed for endings. Emily was already seated with Heather Moss, her court-appointed attorney. I barely recognized her. No designer clothes, minimal makeup, and hair pulled back. The confident woman from the gala was gone. In her place sat someone exhausted and defeated. She cast a brief glance at me before turning away. Dr. Julia Kenwood, the mediator, sat at the head of the table, efficient but detached. We're here to finalize the dissolution of the marriage between David and Emily Carter. Married 25 years, one adult child, Mr. Carter is represented by Bryn Whitmore, Mrs. Carter by Heather Moss. She opened the folder. Miss Whitmore presents the proposed terms. Bryn moved our documents forward. The marital home, valued at $800,000, transfers entirely to Mr. Carter. The mortgage includes an infidelity clause drafted by Mr. Carter's father. In the event of adultery, full ownership remains with the wronged party. Heather blinked. She didn't know. Retirement accounts total $1.4 million. $1.2 million remains with Mr. Carter. Mrs. Carter retains her own $401k, valued at $220,000. She'd forfeited the joint savings through fraud and theft. My construction business, valued at $500,000, stays entirely with Mr. Carter. No alimony requested or offered based on adultery and financial fraud. Heather leaned forwards. This settlement is extremely one-sided. Mrs. Carter contributed to this marriage for 25 years. Bryn's tone became sharper. Mrs. Carter committed adultery and stole $200,000 from joint accounts. She also concealed the true paternity of their son. She avoided criminal prosecution only because of federal cooperation. Emily flinched. Dr. Kenwood turned to face her. Do you contest the proposed settlement? Emily eventually looked at me. Her eyes appeared hollow. No, I don't contest it. Her voice was barely audible. David is right about everything. I destroyed our marriage. I lied. I stole. I threw away 25 years. She gave a brittle laugh. Because of a con artist who never cared about me. Heather touched her arm. Emily, it's true, I was selfish. I wanted to feel desired, important, and I destroyed what actually mattered. She turned to face me. I'm sorry, David, I know that fixes nothing, but I am sorry. I acknowledged, I said. Bryn cleared her throat. One additional matter, the paternity clause. Heather frowned. Paternity clause? Jake is not Mr. Carter's biological son. Mrs. Carter knew from the beginning and chose not to disclose it. Mr. Carter discovered this during divorce proceedings. Emily started crying quietly. Heather looked between us. Does Jake know? Not yet, I replied, and he won't hear it from her. I put another document on the table. A non-disclosure clause. Emily is prohibited from telling Jake or anyone else about his true paternity. Violation triggers financial penalties and potential loss of visitation. Heather shifted uneasily. You intend to enforce silence about paternity? I'm protecting my son. He's 20, senior year of college. His identity doesn't need to collapse right now. He'll learn the truth eventually on my timeline. Emily's voice quivered. When? After graduation. When he's ready. Will I be there? I haven't decided. She nodded. I agree, he shouldn't hear it from me. Dr. Kenwood made notes. All terms agreed. Bryn and Heather confirmed. Then sign. It took 15 minutes. Emily's signature shook. Mine didn't. The court will process within 72 hours, Dr. Kenwood stated. Your divorce will be finalized by week's end. Thank you, I responded. Emily remained seated. David, can we talk? Just a minute. Bryn looked at me. Sank minutes. Everyone went outside. We stood on opposing sides of the table. I know I have no right to ask for anything, Emily said, but you should know something. I waited. I did love you in the beginning, maybe even until you didn't. I finished the sentence, until I got scared of getting older, of becoming invisible, of feeling like the best parts of my life were over. She wiped her eyes. That doesn't excuse what I did, but it's the truth. Thomas made me feel seen again. Young, important, I wanted that feeling so badly, I ignored every warning sign. You traded 25 years for an illusion. I traded it because I was a coward, because real love takes work, and I didn't want to face that. She met my gaze. Real love is built on truth. And I lied from the start about Jake, about everything. I know. And I'll regret it forever. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I don't deserve it, I just hope you believe I'm sorry. And that being Jake's mother, that part was real. I love him. He's my son, I replied quietly. Biology doesn't change that. 20 years of raising him is real. You don't get to take that from me. I know, and I'm grateful he has you. Silence filled the room. Will I see you at Thanksgiving? She asked softly. Jake wants us both there. I'll be there, you can come, but we're not a family anymore, we're Jake's parents. She nodded. That's more than I deserve. I turned towards the door. David, I paused. For what it's worth, you were a good husband, a good father. None of this was your fault. I did not respond. I walked out. Bryn greeted me in the hallway. You okay? I'm done, I replied. Finally. She nodded. Now comes the hard part. Jake would be home for Thanksgiving in 3 weeks. I still needed to decide when to tell him the truth. We stepped out. The sky over Seattle was gray, with rain threatening. I got into my truck and sat for a moment. 2.5 weeks earlier, I'd seen Thomas Grant led away in handcuffs from the hospital where he'd made his name. Exposed. Today, I signed the papers to end my marriage. In 72 hours, Emily Carter would be my ex-wife, and I would be free. Free from lying, pretending, and carrying someone else's deception. I pulled out of the lot and drove home to the house that was now entirely mine, to a life I hadn't planned but was eager to rebuild. As I crossed the bridge, rain began to fall, steady and cleansing. I was finally able to breathe after 7 weeks. On Wednesday afternoon, November 27th, I stood at the kitchen window and watched my son's truck pull into the driveway. Jake stepped outside. My son, whatever the DNA test revealed, took his duffel bag and walked toward the front door. He looked good, healthy, and happy, completely unaware that his life was about to change. Not yet, I reminded myself. Not today. With his usual zeal, he flung open the front door. Dad. He dropped the bag and drew me into a hug. God, it's good to be home. I hugged him tightly. It's good to have you home. I meant it. Jake drew back, looking around. Where's Mom? She's staying somewhere else. You'll see her tomorrow at Thanksgiving dinner. His face fell. So, it really happened. The divorce. The papers were finalized 3 weeks ago. I'm sorry. Jake fell onto the couch. Damn. I knew it was coming, but it's still weird to hear it out loud. I sat across from him. I know this isn't easy. Was it because of Mom's affair, that guy at the hospital? Partly, there were other factors too. Like what? This was the moment. I could tell him everything about the DNA, Emily's 25-year lie, and Thomas's fraud. All of it. But when I looked at Jake, 20 years old, home for the holidays and already dealing with his parents' divorce, I realized, not yet. Not now. Like the fact that your mom and I wanted different things. Sometimes people grow apart. It's not anyone's fault. It was someone's fault. But this was a kind lie. Jake observed me. Are you okay? I mean, really okay? I'm getting there. The last few months have been rough, but I'm managing. If you need to talk. I know, thank you. I leaned forwards. But right now, I need you to focus on school. Finish strong. Graduate. Don't let our problems become your problems. You're still my dad. Your problems are my problems. I appreciate that. But, Jake, I chose my words carefully. I'm your father and I love you. Nothing will ever change that. Remember that. No matter what happens. No matter what you might hear later. Jake seemed perplexed by the intensity. I know, Dad. Why are you talking like something else is about to happen? Because life is complicated and sometimes the truth is messy. But through all of it, one thing stays constant. You're my son and I love you. Yeah, okay. He accepted it, even though he didn't fully understand. Oh, there's someone else you should meet. Who? Your Uncle Daniel. Jake blinked. What uncle? I explained. Daniel was my half-brother from our father's affair prior to my birth. We met during the divorce. The story was long. I'd explain everything later. Jake shakes his head. This family gets weirder by the day. You have no idea. Thursday. Thanksgiving Day was an unusual gathering at my home. Present, David, Jake, Emily silent and barely eating Daniel, Bryn, and Lily Morgan. Jake looked around the table. This is the weirdest Thanksgiving I've ever been to. Bryn poured wine. Weird doesn't mean bad. Daniel inquired about Jake's engineering major. They bonded over mechanical systems that solve problems. Dad didn't tell me much about you, Jake said. Where did you come from? Daniel smiled. Long story. Short version. I'm your dad's half-brother from our father's affair before David was born. We didn't know each other existed until recently. Family's complicated. No kidding. Jake noticed Lily. How do you know my dad? Lily responded carefully. Through some shared circumstances. Your father helped me resolve some legal issues with my ex-husband. He was incredibly kind. A sanitized version. Jake didn't need to understand the Thomas connection. Your father is a good man. One of the best I've ever met. Jake smiled. He's pretty great. I raised the glass. To new beginnings, to truth, even when it's painful. To family in all its forms. To the fact that we're all still standing. To standing, Bryn repeated. To family, Daniel said. Even Emily quietly raised her glass. For the first time in months, I felt at peace. Later that evening, Jake and I were standing on the back porch. Rain was falling in Seattle. So, you want to tell me what's really going on? There's something you're not telling me about Mom, about the divorce, about why you keep saying I'll always be your father. Like it's being questioned. I had to face the truth again. I could and should tell him now. But I looked at Jake, who was home for the holidays, in need of stability, and already dealing with too much, and decided not today. You're right. There are things I haven't told you about your mother and me, about decisions made a long time ago. But those things don't change who you are. They don't change what I am to you. When the time is right, when you're ready, I'll tell you everything. I promise. When will that be? After you graduate, after you finish school, after you've had a chance to live your life without this hanging over your head. Is it that bad? It's that complicated. But I need you to trust me. Trust that I'm protecting you, not hiding from you. I do trust you. Why? Good, then trust me on this. Finish school, graduate, build your life, and then we'll talk about everything. Jake nodded slowly. Okay, but Dad, yeah, it could be. Whatever it is, whatever you're not telling me, it's not going to change anything. You're my dad, that's non-negotiable. I pulled him into a hug. I love you, son. I love you too. Later that night, after Jake had gone to bed, I stood on the back porch and watched the rain fall on Seattle. Daniel joined me for 2 beers. You decided not to tell him, he explained. It was not a question. Not yet, he's got enough to process. Parents divorced, new uncle, life-changing. He doesn't need the paternity truth on top of that. When are you going to tell him? After he graduates? In the next 6 months. When he's ready. Daniel nodded. Wise or cowardly? Sometimes they're the same thing. I laughed despite myself. Thanks for the support. That's what brothers are for, Daniel explained. And, standing there with the brother I'd never known I had, protecting the son who wasn't my biological son but was mine in every other way, I felt more like a father than I had before. The rain fell steadily. The house behind us was warm. My son was home, safe, and loved. The truth would emerge eventually. But tonight, this fragile, imperfect, reconstructed family was sufficient. Daniel raised his beer. To complicated truths, I replied, clinking my bottle against his. To protecting what matters, we drank silently. 2 brothers are watching the rain. Each of us carries secrets. We're both learning what it means to be a family. Inside, Jake slept in his childhood bedroom, completely unaware that in 6 months, everything he knew about himself would change. But tonight, he was just a college student home for Thanksgiving. And I was just his father, and that was all that mattered. 3 months after Thanksgiving, on a gray afternoon in late February, I stood with Daniel at our father's grave, placing flowers that we had chosen together. You think he knew? Daniel inquired. That we'd end up here like this, Dad? I shake my head. He was too busy running from his mistakes to imagine us making peace with them. Daniel's hand rested on the headstone. Thanks for being a terrible father. It brought us together. I laughed quietly. That's one way to look at it. The only way. If he'd been honest, we probably never would have met. So thanks, I guess. We stood silently, then walked away together. It had been 5 months since the parking garage video changed everything. The divorce was finalized in November. The house was mine. It was my business. My life felt like my own again. Daniel had become a constant presence. Weekly dinners, Seahawks games, and occasional assistance reviewing subcontractors. The brother I never knew existed turned out to be just what I needed. Bryn and I had also grown closer. She handled the divorce perfectly. There are no appeals or resistance. A complete legal victory. But, more importantly, we had grown as siblings as a result of everything we had gone through. And then there was Audrey. We had been seeing each other for 3 months. Coffee transformed into dinner. Dinner led to weekend hikes in the Cascades. 2 people who understood betrayal are learning to trust again. We weren't rushing. We were simply building something genuine, one careful step at a time. My business was thriving. Word spread that I handled Thomas with restraint, integrity, and professionalism. Clients respected that. New contracts kept arriving. Emily was now living in Redmond, in a small 1-bedroom apartment. She worked as a medical billing clerk and earned a fraction of her previous salary. Her career as a hospital administrator was over. She only saw Jake occasionally. Their relationship was strained, but not beyond repair. She was in therapy twice a week, attempting to rebuild from the devastation she had caused. I didn't hate her anymore. I felt nothing. She made her choice. She now lives with them. Thomas's trial started in early February. I went every day, sitting in the gallery with Lily Morgan, Amanda Sutton, Valerie Porter, and Hannah Shepard, the women he duped. Emily testified on day 3 while under immunity. She described how Thomas seduced her, convinced her to invest in Summit Healthcare Partners, and promised her a future he never intended to fulfill. The defense attempted to portray her as complicit, but she remained firm. On day 5, Lily took the stand, calm, powerful, and devastating. She described how Thomas stole $450,000 from her inheritance, derailed her career, destroyed her marriage, and silenced her through NDAs. Did you believe Dr. Grant loved you? The prosecutor inquired. Lily took a long time to respond, meeting his gaze. But none of it was real. Thomas Grant is a predator. He uses people until they're empty, then discards them. The jury focused on his face. They saw what I had seen all along, the con artist behind the surgeon's mask. Amanda testified. Valerie testified. Hannah testified. An FBI forensic accountant presented spreadsheets proving that $2.5 million were stolen over a decade. After 2 weeks, the jury deliberated for 4 hours and found guilty on all counts. At the sentencing, The judge showed no sympathy. You abused your position, your education, and your charm, she told me. You targeted vulnerable women and defrauded them systematically. The harm you caused is profound. 18 years in federal prison, permanent medical license revocation, and asset forfeiture. Lily squeezed my hand while the sentence was read. Daniel nodded beside me. Justice had finally arrived. Jake was completing his senior year at the University of Washington. He'd graduate in June with an engineering degree and a job lined up in Portland. He called each week. They still referred to me as father. Our bond was as strong as ever. He still wasn't aware of the DNA test. I'd tell him after graduation. Let him complete college without his identity unraveling. That was my final safeguard. For the time being, he was only my son, and I was just his father. I stood on my back porch one evening, drinking a beer and admiring the Seattle skyline. 56 years old and starting over, but not from scratch. I had Jake. I had Daniel. I had Lily. I had Bryn. I built my own business and earned an honest reputation. My phone vibrated. Jake sent a text. Hey Dad, just wanted to say thanks for everything, for being honest, for being you, love you. I smiled and said, I love you too, son. Always will. Later that night, Daniel inquired, you forgive him? Our father? Yeah, I replied, not because he deserves it. Because I'm tired of carrying his mistakes. Me too, he replied. Resentment is heavy. We were done with it. Then Bryn called. Thomas was officially transferred to federal prison today. She announced, it's over. It's over, I reiterated. And it was. I looked around the kitchen. My kitchen. Look at the photographs on the refrigerator. Jake's graduation announcement. Daniel and I attended a Seahawks game. A Thanksgiving photograph. Awkward, but real. People say that blood is thicker than water. I've learned something new. Blood does not create a family. Choice does. Presence does. Love does. I chose Jake every day for the past 20 years. This makes me his father. Daniel decided to stand beside me. This makes him my brother. Emily chose betrayal. Thomas chose greed. They chose themselves. I chose forgiveness. Not for them. For me. Because carrying hate is exhausting. I'm 56, my son loves me. A brother I did not realize I needed. A woman who understands my scars. A thriving business. My sister fought for me. Most people spend their lives looking for family. I found mine in a parking garage. Life is strange in that regard. The family you choose may be stronger than the one you were born into. And the love you build is more valuable than the love you receive. I am David Marshall, and I am finally free. And as you listen to this family story, remember this. Betrayal does not just end marriages. It shatters identities, rewrites history, and makes you question everything you thought you knew. But here's what I learned from it all. First and foremost, dad revenge is not about destroying those who have wronged you. Real dad revenge is about protecting what is most important. Your children, your integrity, and your future. I could have completely destroyed Emily's life. I could have told Jake everything as soon as I found out. But dad revenge, true revenge, is choosing restraint over rage. It means prioritizing your son's well-being over your own wounded pride. Second, this family story taught me that DNA alone does not define family. It is determined by who shows up, who will be there for you when everything falls apart. Daniel, a stranger 6 months ago, became my brother. Not because we share blood, but because he chose to keep me safe. That's what family stories are all about, people who choose you even when it is not necessary. Thirdly, God places people in your path for a reason. I'm not a perfect Christian, but I don't believe Daniel found me in that parking garage at random. It was an act of providence. When my family's story was falling apart, God was already writing a new chapter that I couldn't see. Here is my advice. Do not be like me, do not wait 25 years to confront the truth. Do not ignore the red flags. Don't let the fear of confrontation keep you trapped in a lie. If something feels wrong in your marriage or family, address it. Have difficult conversations early on before they become catastrophic. But if you find yourself standing in a parking lot, watching your life crumble, remember this. You get to choose what happens next. You have two options, bitterness or building. You can choose either vengeance or peace. I chose peace, which saved me. Enjoy your mud hut. Sister laughed at my cabin inheritance. She didn't know dad left me $8 million. In mineral deeds. I built a foundation. She went broke. The church smelled of aged wood and too much perfume. My father's funeral had taken longer than anyone expected, and by the time we returned to my mother's house in Albany, everyone was fatigued. Family I hadn't seen in years was still hanging around, appearing to care and picking at casseroles that had previously been warmed 3 times. I sat in a corner, still in uniform, not because I wanted to brag, but because I had flown directly from Camp Pendleton and hadn't had time to change. Lauren, my younger sister, was shining as if she had just won a beauty pageant. She had been circulating the room, whispering into people's ears to ensure that everyone understood how she was handling things. She had the smug expression she had worn since we were little, the one who claimed she felt the world owed her something. I ignored it, at least until the lawyer arrived. David Reed was an old friend of my father's. He strolled in carrying a briefcase, which most likely contained the final bombshells my father had left behind. Everyone gathered at the dinner table. The air felt thicker than at the funeral. This was no longer about grief. This was about money, property, and who was ready to get ripped off. David began reading. Lauren was virtually bouncing in her chair, like a child waiting for candy. My mother, Susan, sat straight as a board, her hands folded so tightly I thought she'd snap her fingers off. Then came the words that made Lauren's smile grow even bigger. To my daughter Lauren, I leave the Miami apartment and a minority stake in Harrington Holdings. She nodded, as if it were simply confirmation of what she already knew. Miami, a luxurious condo with a view of Lake Tahoe for $1.8 million. Lauren may make her Instagram followers nauseous by posting about this location. Then David turned the pages. I am leaving the family cabin and the adjacent 180 acres of Adirondack land to my daughter Claire. For a brief moment, the room went silent. A cabin? My father had left Lauren's penthouse lifestyle and given me an ancient hut in the woods. I kept my expression blank. I'd learned that expertise in the army: never show anyone your emotion. But Lauren wasn't going to let it go. She sat back in her seat, crossed her arms, and sneered at me. You disgusting woman. A cabin is the right fit for you. She did not whisper. She wanted everyone to listen. Some individuals gasped. My mother looked down at the table and refused to make eye contact. David shifted uneasily, but continued reading, as if pretending it didn't happen would make it go away. I clenched my jaw. It wasn't the insult that struck me. People in Afghanistan had called me worse things. It was the fact that my own sister, sitting across from me at our father's house, thought it was acceptable to spit on me in front of everyone. Lauren giggled quietly, evidently enjoying herself. Come on, Claire. You live out of a duffel bag for the majority of the year anyway. That shack is ideal for you. Nothing flashy, just rustic and plain. Nobody will notice if you disappear up there. I looked at my mother. She didn't say anything. There was no rebuttal or pushback, only silence, as if she was afraid of upsetting Lauren. That quiet went deeper than the insult. David closed the folder and cleared his throat. This finishes the reading of the will. Your father's wishes are legally binding. Lauren raised her hand in the air, as if she had just won bingo. Great. I'll start looking into management options for the Miami property this week. I know someone at Summit Realty that can help. She looked at me and smirked again. Hope you enjoyed chopping firewood. Lon. I wanted to tell her where to put her real estate contacts, but instead I grabbed my jacket and got up. Years in the army had taught me when to fight and when to leave. Walking away seemed like the better option at the time. The issue was that Lauren was not finished. She followed me down the hall, her shoes clicking like bullets on the hardwood floor. Don't get mad, Claire. You didn't seem to care about this family in the first place. I was always playing army while I took care of things here. I spun around to face her. You mean you cared for yourself? Dad established this family. You simply took advantage of it. Her eyes narrowed, but her smile did not waver. And now I get my reward. Enjoy your small shack in the woods. Perhaps you can use it as target practice. I walked out the front door without saying another word. My luggage were already packed upstairs, but I wasn't going back in to get them while she circled like a vulture. I would pick them up later. Right then, I wanted to take a deep breath before saying something that would spark a full-fledged conflict in front of my extended family. The chilly Albany air hit me in the face as I went onto the porch. It felt better than sitting inside that claustrophobic house where my father's memory was being divided into assets and insults. I stood there for several minutes, listening to the muffled noises inside. Lauren's laughter echoed across the walls. I thought of my father. He had served for 20 years before I was born. He understood what it meant to stand by your people and never leave anyone behind. And yet, here I was, abandoned by my own family, treated like unwanted luggage that no one wanted to accept. When my mother eventually approached the threshold, she did not glance at me. She simply tightened her sweater around herself and added, Lauren didn't mean it. She's under a lot of stress. I nearly laughed. Stress? She recently inherited a condominium worth $1.5 million. What makes that so stressful? Mom flinched, but did not answer. She strolled back inside without saying anything, leaving me on the porch. That quiet shouted louder than anything. It informed me just where she stood. Not with me. Not with the daughter, who had spent years abroad eating dust and dragging the Harrington name into battle zones. She stood beside Lauren, the daughter who never sacrificed anything. I strolled down the steps with my hands deep in my coat pockets. The street was lined with cars, their headlights blazing in the dusk. People were departing, discussing dinner arrangements, weekend excursions, and anything other than the family drama they had just witnessed. As he passed, one of my uncles smiled pityingly at me. Sorry, youngster. What a rough day, huh? I nodded, but did not stop. Rough day didn't even begin to describe it. By the time I got to my car, my jaw ached from clenching it so hard. I climbed into the driver's seat and glanced at the steering wheel, my father's words resonating in my mind from years before. Claire, you are tougher than you believe. Never let others determine your worth. I started the engine, and the sound was deafening in the quiet street. Lauren's laughter could still be heard through the walls of the house as I pulled away. The highway stretched ahead in the dark, and the only sound inside my automobile was the engine's steady hum. My phone buzzed in the cup holder, and Lauren's name flashed across the screen. I did not bother picking up. Whatever she said would be another jab, a reminder that in her perspective, I was disposable. I let it go to voicemail. By the time I reached a rest stop, the weight of the day had finally hit me. I leaned back in my seat and stared at the ceiling of the automobile. I had been through firefights in Afghanistan, but my sister's statements at the table frightened me more. That is the distinction with family. They know just where to strike you, and they do not miss. When I returned to the road, my mother called again. For a brief moment, I considered responding, but I knew how it would go. She would defend Lauren, explain she didn't mean it, and then make a mild recommendation that I let Lauren handle things. It was not worth hearing. I also let that one go to voicemail. Hours later, I was back in my small apartment near the base. The place was antiseptic and barely lived in because I wasn't there long enough to make it seem like home. I set down my stuff on the floor and sat on the side of the bed. It was too quiet. I considered calling one of the guys from my unit, but what should I say? Hey, have you ever been called a filthy lady by your sister at a will reading? That would go over beautifully. My mother unexpectedly arrived at my home the following morning. She appeared fatigued, as if she hadn't slept, but she maintained that professional aspect. She always wore neat pearl earrings, and sprayed her hair into place. She entered without waiting for me to invite her. Claire, she began, placing her purse on the table. Lauren feels bad about what she said. I laughed. She feels bad, or you feel terrible about how it appeared in front of the family. Her lips pulled together in a line. That is not fair. She's feeling stressed. She handles the estate. She inherited a penthouse. Mom, she isn't exactly living under a bridge. My mother sighed and sat down. Do you understand what I mean? She has obligations. That condo isn't only for her. It is an investment. Something she can do for her family's future. There it was again, the word family being flung around as if it only related to Lauren. So what about the cabin? I asked. She paused. It's out of the way and difficult to maintain. Maybe it would make sense if Lauren also handled that. She has connections to real estate companies. She could make it worthwhile. You have a career in the army. You do not have to worry about property. I stared at her. So let me get this straight. Dad left me something, and less than 24 hours later, you're suggesting I give it to Lauren. She clasped her hands in her lap, avoiding my gaze. It'd be simpler. She views it as a family asset. I shake my head. No, she considers it hers. Apparently, so do you. Her expression stiffened. Claire, don't talk to me like that. I am trying to keep this family together. I stood up and kept my voice steady. No, Mom. You're attempting to keep Lauren pleased. There is a big difference. She flinched as if I had hit her. After a moment, she picked up her purse and stood. I will not quarrel with you. Simply think about it. When the door shut behind her, I sat down again, my hands trembling with wrath. I'd dealt with pompous officers, unscrupulous contractors, and even men brandishing firearms at me, but nothing compared to the sting of being rejected by your mother. The following week went in a blur of effort. Training schedules, supply checks, and non-stop meetings. The Army had a tendency of consuming your time, leaving little room for personal conflicts. But no matter how busy I kept myself, the sting did not subside. Every night as the lights went off, I saw Lauren's smug expression and heard what she said. Then one evening, I received a text from her, simply checking in. How is life in your shack? I did not respond. I deleted it and threw my phone across the sofa. She wasn't just rubbing salt into the wound. She was daring me to respond. Several days later, Mom called again. This time, I picked up. Claire, she spoke quietly. Lauren suggests you stay at the cabin for a bit. It would give everyone space. Things are tense right now. I nearly laughed. Space? Isn't that extravagant? She wants me out of the way, and you are assisting her. That is not correct, Mom insisted. However, her voice lacked conviction. The cabin is yours legally. No one is taking it away. But Lauren thinks you're holding on merely to spite her. My jaw constricted. She insulted me. Mother, she embarrassed me in front of you and everyone else. And now I'm the problem because I refused to roll over and give her everything. There was a pause. I do not want us to fade away. Thank you, Claire. At the very least, go view the cabin. Stay one night. Clear your mind. Perhaps then you will understand. What do you understand? That my family chose Lauren above me. They saw my inheritance as a joke. I wanted to hang up, but instead I pushed myself to breathe. Fine, I replied. I'll go, but not for Lauren, rather, for Dad. The line became silent. She then said, thank you. Before hanging up, I sat there, phone still in my fingers, staring at the blank screen. For Dad. That was the sole reason I would do it. He had wanted me to have the cabin. Perhaps he had a purpose that none of us saw. So, I packed a bag with just enough clothes, boots, and gear to get through a few days. My army training taught me how to live on less. A cabin in the mountains would not frighten me. What terrified me was understanding that my own family considered me expendable. The drive north took hours, with the route snaking through patches of forest and little settlements that appeared abandoned. Albany fell behind me with each mile, and the memory of Lauren's smirk became increasingly distant. By the time I saw the first signs for Lake George, the rage in my breast had subsided into something else, determination. When I eventually turned onto the dirt road leading to the cabin, my headlights illuminated the form of a drooping roof and shuttered windows. My heart tightened. This was it, my supposedly useless inheritance. I pulled up and turned off the engine. The night was quiet, the kind of silence that pressed against your ears. I stepped outside, my boots crunching across the gravel, and glanced at the dark shape of the cabin. It wasn't particularly attractive, but it was mine. The porch groaned beneath my boots as I mounted the steps, sweeping leaves out of the way. The lock was old, but the key operated well, which astonished me. For a brief moment, I expected the place to smell like damp and dead mice. Instead, the air smelled like pine wood, light coffee, and leather. Lauren assumed it was my fate to live in a shanty. I flicked the light switch at the door, half expecting it not to work. A pleasant glow illuminated the modest living room. Someone had been taking care of this location. The wood floors were polished, the furniture wasn't falling apart, and a clean stack of firewood rested against the stone fireplace. I shut the door and leaned against it, wondering if Dad had sent someone to keep a watch on the cabin. My backpack was heavy at my feet, but what attracted my eye was a framed image on the mantel. I moved closer. It was Dad Young, barely 20, standing in front of the same cabin with an older woman I didn't recognize. On the back, written in his crisp handwriting, with Grandma Margaret, 1962, the starting point for everything. Grandma Margaret. Dad never mentioned a Margaret. He always said his parents died young. There is no family remaining. I examined the woman's face. She had kind eyes and a demeanor that indicated she wasn't someone to fool with. For a brief moment, I thought she was looking directly at me. A knock on the door made me jump. My hand immediately reached for my sidearm before I realized I wasn't on duty. I looked through the window. An older man stood on the porch, holding a casserole dish. "Mrs. Harrington," he called. I opened the door warily. "It's Captain Harrington. Who are you?" He gave a friendly smile. "The name is Frank Harris. I live 2 cabins down. Marine Corps retired. Your father instructed me to check in when the time came. He suggested you might need a pal out here." Marine Corps. That explains the straight posture and sharp haircut even at 70. He held out the dish. "Beef stew. I figured you might be hungry after the drive." I paused and then took it. "You know my father?" Frank nodded. "I knew him well enough. He came up here a week before he died. I spent 3 days organizing stuff. He told me that his daughter might show up one day looking as if the world had turned against her. I should remind you that the most valuable items are sometimes concealed in unexpected places." His words, not mine. My throat clenched. Frank responded, "He really said that as clear as day. Oh, and he advised to check under the kitchen floorboards when you're ready." He tipped his cap and began walking down the steps before I could ask another question. I closed the door, the stew heavy in my hands, and stood there silently. Dad knew this was coming. He had prepared for it. And yet here I stood, clutching his message like a covered mission brief. I placed the stew on the counter and dropped to my knees near the kitchen table. The boards were ancient pine, worn from years of boots and chairs. Running my fingers along the floor, I saw one plank that had shifted slightly. My heart raced. I cracked it apart with a pocket knife and discovered a metal box wrapped in oilcloth. I moved it to the table, cleaned off the dust, and opened it. Inside were papers, photographs, and a note addressed to me in Dad's handwriting. But what stopped me cold was the geological survey hidden beneath. My military training required me to scan numbers and summaries quickly. Words sprang out. Granite and feldspar are high-yielding minerals with a significant commercial value. Lauren assumed she had saddled me with useless wood and noisy floorboards. What I truly owned was land situated on top of significant mineral resources. I sat down hard and stared at the paper. Dad had not left me scraps. He left me something significant that he did not trust Lauren with. I opened the mail with shaky hands. "Claire, if you are reading this, I was correct about Lauren. I hope I'm wrong, but I noticed the indications. She looks at our home as if it were her own. The way she dismisses you when she believes I'm not listening. I need you to know about Margaret. She was not my biological grandmother, but she took me in after my parents died. This was her cabin and acreage. She had studied it her entire life. She knew it had resources, but she wanted me to keep it safe. She remarked that one day, it might provide my family with what they actually needed. Security, independence, and strength. Now it is your time." I placed the letter down, tears distorting the words. Dad trusted me, not Lauren. He saw something in me that she never could. I threw the letter aside and grabbed one of the old photographs. Dad stood next to Margaret, and behind them, I noticed survey markings in the dirt. She had known. She had left everything to him, and now it was mine. My phone vibrated on the table. Lauren, of course. I did not respond, but the text lit up the screen. Claire, how is the shack? Does it still smell like mold? I stared at it and nearly laughed. If only she knew. As I worked my way through the box, the night became longer. Land titles, bank statements, and Dad's notes. The deeper I dug, the clearer things became. This was more than simply property. It was leverage. It was power, and I held it. By midnight, I had finished eating the stew. It was really good. Marine is good. I sat at the table, staring at the paperwork, Margaret's ring glinting in one of the images, and wondered what Lauren would say if she knew. She would label me unworthy. She would try to take it. And for the first time all week, I felt something I hadn't felt since leaving Afghanistan. Anticipation for a fight. I cleaned up, neatly piled the papers, and relocked the box under the floorboard. Then I stretched out on the couch, listening to the silence of the trees outside. There were no sirens or the hum of city traffic, only the creak of the cottage as it settled into the night. As I drifted off to sleep, one idea sliced through the clouds. Dad had left me just what I needed. Not simply property or resources, but the opportunity to ultimately stand on my own. Sunlight poured through the cabin's thin curtains, and for the first time in weeks, I awoke to no alarm or the sound of boots pounding outside the barracks. My back ached from the couch, but the smell of pine and the peacefulness of the lake made it bearable. I sat up, scratched my face, and stared at the kitchen table. Dad's letter was waiting for me precisely where I left it. I poured myself instant coffee from the dusty tin in the cabinet before sitting down and unfolding the rest of the letter. Claire, I left the cabin for a reason. Lauren might only see money in it, but you'll understand what it actually signifies. Margaret believed in resilience. She thought that women had to fight twice as hard to be respected, and she made me swear to pass that struggle on. If you are holding this letter, I trust you to uphold your pledge. The army taught you discipline and courage, but this land will grant you independence. Do not sell it, protect it, create something with it. I've previously spoken with David Reed, a lawyer I trust. He has paperwork to establish your rights. Call him when you are ready. Dad's penmanship blurred at the end, but his message was obvious. He did not want Lauren to touch this land. He asked me to do something with it. I leaned back, sipping coffee, marveling at the stack of deeds and surveys, granite, feldspar, and even notes on lithium deposits. That was a big deal in today's market. Dad had not only left me stuff, he had also left me leverage that Lauren would kill for. A knock on the door disturbed my concentration. I stood and gently opened it. Frank Harris was back with a tool belt this time. "Morning, Captain," he said. "I figured you'd need the essentials if you were going to remain for a while. Hammer, nails, and flashlight. Nothing extravagant, but it will keep the building standing." "Thank you," I replied, stepping aside. "Come in." Frank placed the belt on the counter, and quickly scanned the cabin. When veterans enter a new space, they assess the exits, windows, and angles. Habits die hard. "Your father warned me not to spill too much," he added, settling himself into a chair. "But he wanted you to know that this land is more than just a home on the lake. He claimed it may alter your life if you manage it correctly." I nodded. I discovered the box and the survey. "This is it." Frank offered a slow grin. "Good. Then you already know. Most folks here assume this country is just beautiful landscape. But your grandmother, Margaret, is awful. She was more knowledgeable than the geologists I worked with abroad. She knew exactly what was behind our footwear." "Did you know Margaret?" I asked, astonished. He chuckled. "Not personally. She died before I moved in. However, the stories are well known in this area. Tough as nails, the type of lady who can dispute with a county commissioner under the table and still make a pie before the sun sets. She passed on her tenacity to your father, and now, I'm guessing, you." I leaned forwards. "Frank, tell it to me straight. How bad could things get if Lauren discovers what's underneath this land?" He did not hesitate. "Bad. Families fight about minor issues. Developers would flock like vultures if they smell money here. You'll need a decent lawyer and a stronger skin than you already have." I almost laughed. "Thicker than anything the army handed me. Blood cuts deeper than bullets," he stated plainly. That stayed with me. After he went, I spent hours searching through further files, maps with handwritten notes, old images of rows with survey equipment, and even a contract draft between Dad and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. He must have been planning something before his death. By midday, my phone had buzzed again. Lauren called this time. Against my better judgment, I responded. "Well?" she said, her voice honey-sweet. "How's our little shack treating you?" "Drafty, falling apart." "It's fine," I responded blankly, and she laughed mockingly. "Of course, it's okay with you. Fits you perfectly, isolated, plain, nothing extraordinary." I grabbed the phone even tighter. "Lauren, what do you want?" "I was just thinking." She explained casually. "Mom and I could help you handle the property. You do not have time for this. Given your deployments, it would make sense for me to manage it. You would still receive visits, of course. Holidays, perhaps. Doesn't that sound easier? I let the silence remain for a beat. No. Dad left it to me. I will manage it. Her tone became sharper. Do not be difficult, Claire. You realize you're not made out for this type of activity. I hung up before she could finish. My heart was beating, yet deep down I sensed a fresh resolve. That evening, I made the remainder of Frank's stew and ate by the fire. The flames burst and crackled, and I remembered Dad's comments. Create something with it. Lauren would never comprehend it. She simply saw the money. But Dad wanted more. I took the letter out again and read the concluding lines. Claire, you have been underestimated your entire life. Teachers, commanders, and even members of your own family. Don't pass up this chance. Use it to prove them wrong. Use it to assist those who have been pushed aside. That is Margaret's legacy. That is your legacy now. The phrases became etched in my memory. I was not simply sitting on a pile of pebbles. I was seated on a mission. And, unlike Lauren, I did not require a penthouse to feel powerful. I had something better. Proof that my father believed more in me than anyone else. As the fire burned down and the cabin became silent, I peered out the window at the black lake. My family felt they had discarded me. They had no idea I was still getting started. The next morning, the sound of tires crunching on gravel jolted me awake. I put on a jacket and stepped onto the porch. A black SUV sat idle at the end of the road. Two men in business attire, casual trousers, windbreakers, and clipboards stood near the cabin, examining the trees as if assessing the terrain. Can I help you? I inquired, my tone rougher than I intended. One of them grinned too soon. Morning, ma'am. We're from Summit Realty Partners. Just checking out some property lines. Summit Realty Partners, Lauren's company. My jaw clenches. This is my property. Who gave you permission? The man asked, shifting his weight. Your sister informed us that it was a family holding, and that the inspection was only preliminary, not formal. I crossed my arms. Then you can leave my land before I contact the sheriff. They exchanged glances and nodded before retiring to the SUV without saying anything else. The engine revved, and they were gone in seconds, leaving only a whirl of dust and proof of my suspicions. Lauren didn't waste time. I went back inside and banged the door harder than intended. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. She had dispatched people to my cottage as if I were merely a placeholder until she could move in her pawns. I picked up my phone and phoned. Mom. She responded on the second ring. Claire, she said warily. Mom, did you know Lauren sent realtors to my cottage this morning? There was silence, then a sigh. She just wants to make sure everything's in order. She thinks maybe the land may be developed. Developed? I snapped. She doesn't own it. Dad left it to me. What part of that do you two not understand? Her tone hardened. You don't need to raise your voice. Lauren is trying to help. You're a soldier, Claire, not a landowner. She has the experience to manage this. I closed my eyes. She doesn't want to manage it, she wants to steal it. Don't be dramatic, Mom stated plainly. She's thinking of the family's future. There it was again, the family card, always loaded in Lauren's favor. I ended the call before the rage building in my chest spilled out in words I couldn't take back. By midday, I was in need of air. I walked along the dirt road, the cold piercing through my jacket. The woods were calm, the kind of quiet that accentuated every sound. Half a mile down, I discovered fresh tire tracks cutting through the brush along the property border. Someone had driven off-road to get closer. I crouched and traced the ruts with my finger. Wide spacing and heavy tread indicate that this is most likely the same SUV. They had not merely stopped by, they had been poking around. When I returned, Frank was stacking firewood by his porch. You've got company snooping? He inquired as if he already knew the answer. Summit Realty? I asked, lowering my hands into my pockets. He let out a low whistle. That's Lauren's bunch, right? Yeah. She sent them here as if she owned the property. Frank shakes his head. I've seen it before. Family feuds over land become uglier than battle zones. You'll want everything sealed with a lawyer. I have a name, David Reed. Dad set it up. I will call him tomorrow. Good, Frank said. Claire, don't let them see you upset. Greedy people smell fear like wolves. That night, as the fire burned low, I considered his comments. Wolves. That is exactly what Lauren was unleashing. The next day, I drove into town and discovered a little diner with reliable Wi-Fi. Over eggs and coffee, I composed an email to David Reed's office. Within an hour, I received a reply. He could meet me on Friday. Relief had settled in, knowing Dad had established a legal safety net before his death. Back to the cabin, I discovered new footprints near the dock. My stomach sank. Someone else had been here while I was away. I scanned the ground. 3 separate pairs of boot prints lead directly from the road to the back porch. Inside, nothing appeared to have been touched. Nonetheless, I walked each room carefully, reflexes honed by years of deployment, clearing corners, checking windows for evidence of forced entry. But the fact that strangers had gotten so close was enough. That evening, Mom called again. I almost didn't respond, but something inside me wanted to know what excuse she had this time. Claire responded, "You're making things worse. Lauren feels like you're shutting her out. She's breaking into my life, Mom. Literally, I had strangers walking my property lines this morning. She's just trying to protect family interests." She persisted. I snapped, expressing my family interests. What about my interests? What about my father's wishes? He trusted me with this, not her. The hush was heavy. Finally, she remarked, "Lauren is worried you'll ruin things out of spite." I chuckled cruelly. Out of spite? She called me a stinking woman in front of you, and you sat there, and now you're siding with her. Tell me, Mom, when exactly did I stop being part of this family? Her tone was raspy. That's not true, Claire. It feels true. I hung up before she could answer. I paced the living room, rage coursing through my veins. Lauren made every call and maneuver with the intention of cornering me. She had Mom by her side. She had money. And now she has her corporation sniffing about as if they already own the deed. But she did not have me. And she did not have Dad's letter. That night, I took the metal box out again and laid the documents on the table. Mineral surveys, legal deeds, and contracts awaiting finalization. Lauren could act nasty, but this was proof, hard evidence. If she wanted a fight, she was about to get it, and I was not going away. The wind increased outside, banging the shutters. I shut the door and loaded the old hunting rifle Dad had stashed in the closet. Not because I intended to use it, but because it reminded me of something the army had pounded into me repeatedly. You do not leave yourself exposed. When the house was silent again, I stood by the window, gazing out at the black tree line. Lauren's folks were circling somewhere out there, but I was not moving. The next morning, I drove into Albany with the documents in my luggage. As I approached the city, my grip on the steering wheel became tighter. I was not concerned about courtrooms or attorneys. I'd confronted Taliban fighters in dirty alleyways. However, sitting across from legal sharks and a greedy family presented a new battlefield. David Reed's workplace was in a high rise that overlooked the Hudson. The receptionist greeted me as if she'd expected me. Minutes later, I was inside a glass-walled conference room. David stepped in mid-40 seconds, sharp suit, calm eyes that had likely witnessed their fair share of family meltdowns. "Captain Harrington," he said with a hard handshake. "Your father spoke highly of you. He trusted you to handle this." Hearing that calmed me. "He left me more than I realized," I added, sliding the metal box across the table. David started it with practice care, skimming documents fast. He paused at the geological survey, his eyebrows raised. "Well," he mumbled, "your sister's in for a surprise. This isn't just a cabin. These mineral rights alone are worth tens of millions. Feldspar granite," and he tapped the lithium report. "This might make you wealthier than any penthouse ever could." I leaned back, arms crossed. Lauren had already sent her staff to investigate. "She's trying to box me out." David nodded. "I suspected as much. That's why your father came to me. He knew Lauren's greed would surface, and he wanted safeguards in place." He pulled out a thick folder and slid it toward me. "Here, deeds, titles, mineral rights, all signed, notarized, and filed. You are the sole legal owner, and no one can challenge that unless they want to spend years in court and lose." The weight of those words settled like armor across my chest, and for the first time since the funeral, I felt like the ground beneath me was solid. David studied me, and said, "You've served your country. You understand discipline and patience. This is no different. You hold the advantage. Don't let them bait you into rash moves." I laughed briefly. "That's Lauren's specialty, baiting." He smiled. "Then you'll have to specialize in not biting." I left his office lighter than I'd walked in. Driving back toward the mountains, I kept thinking about Dad's words. Build something with it. Lauren would sell everything to the highest bidder, but I wanted something that would last. When I pulled into the cabin's driveway, Frank was chopping wood. He looked at the papers in my hands and asked, "So, you're bulletproof now?" "Pretty much," I responded. "Dad set everything up. Lauren's got no legal ground." Frank grinned, wiping sweat from his brow. "Good, because those individuals came by again while you were gone. I urged them to get off, but I didn't like the look they gave me." "They'd be back," I warned. That night, I spread the documents on the table, studying every line until the words blurred. It felt like I was preparing for a mission, with supplies ready, objectives clear, and threats identified. The army had trained me for combat zones, but now the battlefield was my own bloodline. The next day, I received an email from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, informing me that one of Dad's old contacts had confirmed the mineral survey and noted its strategic value. This phrase struck a different chord with me because strategic value meant more than just money. It also included potential contracts, government interest, and national leverage. I stared at the screen, then at the quiet lake outside the window. Lauren had no idea what she was circling. This wasn't just family property. It was a resource with the kind of weight politicians whispered about behind closed doors. By the afternoon, my phone rang again, and I answered without checking the caller ID. "Claire." Lauren's voice snapped. "I heard you met with Dad's lawyer." I smirked. "News spreads quickly. Who's feeding you, Mom? You're being unreasonable." she said sharply. That land could be worth a fortune, and you have no idea how to handle it. Funny, I shot back. Because Dad thought I did. He trusted me, not you. Her tone dropped to a hiss. If you think you can cut me out, you're dead wrong. This isn't over. I hung up, not because I was done, but because she didn't deserve more of my time. I stepped outside, the cool evening air hitting me like a splash of water, and Frank was sitting on his porch, sipping something from a tin mug. You look like someone just threatened to sue you, he said. I sat on his steps. Worse, someone threatened to be my sister. He chuckled. Family will wound you harder than any knife. Tell me about it, I muttered. Frank leaned forward. You know what I learned in the Marine Corps? You win fights before they begin. Not by striking first, but by being so well prepared, the other person recognizes he's already lost. You've got the opportunity now. Don't let her dictate the tempo. His comments sank in. I wasn't just protecting myself anymore. I was on the fence. Later that night, I jotted notes in a spiral notebook: secure land, strengthen legal position, develop plan for future use. Don't let Lauren define the narrative. The wind rattled the windows again, and I remembered Dad's voice telling me I was stronger than I thought. For years, Lauren had defined me as the one in uniform who didn't understand real life, but standing here with legal proof in my hands, and a cabin that held more value than she could imagine, it felt like I was writing an operations order. I realized she was the one who didn't get it. Real life wasn't about penthouses and flashy wealth. It was about grit, survival, and creating something meaningful. I locked the documents back in the box, slid it under the floorboard, and sat by the fire, the logs hissing and cracking, filling the cabin with warmth. For the first time since Dad's funeral, I didn't feel like the discarded daughter. Lauren, for all her smirks and insults, was about to learn the difference between greed and strength. The fire had burned down to glowing embers when my phone lit up again, and this time it was Mom. Against my better judgment, I answered. Claire, she said quietly, your sister is upset. She thinks you're being hostile. I let out a bitter laugh. Hostile? She sent realtors to trespass on my land. She's lucky all I did was kick them off. She just wants to make sure the property is handled responsibly, Mom replied, her tone clipped but careful. Handled responsibly, I repeated. By who, Mom? By the sister who called me a stinking woman in front of you, or by the daughter Dad trusted enough to leave this cabin with? Lauren believes your father wanted this land managed for the family. She thinks, stop, I cut in, you don't get to rewrite Dad's wishes. He left this to me, not her, not you, me. Her voice rose sharply. Don't talk to me that way. I'm your mother. I watched you run away to the army instead of staying close to home. I supported Lauren while you were gone, and now you act like you're the victim. The words stung, but I didn't flinch. You backed Lauren because she gave you what you wanted, a daughter who remained. I gave you something different: service, discipline, and sacrifice, and you never once said you were proud of it. End of try. Her breathing hitched on the other end. Claire, that's not fair. No, I responded firmly. What's not fair is that you sat silently while Lauren humiliated me. What's not fair is that you defended her greed instead of respecting Dad's decision. The line went dead. She'd hung up. I sat there in the dim light, bone heavy in my hand. The truth was laid bare. Mom wasn't neutral, she was with Lauren. The next day, I decided to confront it head on. As I drove back to Albany, I noticed Lauren's Lexus in the driveway, gleaming like a trophy. When I stepped inside, both of them were waiting in the dining room. Mom sat stiff-backed at the head of the table, Lauren lounging beside her with a glass of white wine, confidence dripping from every movement. Claire, Mom said, we need to talk. I dropped my keys on the counter. Funny, that's exactly how Dad's meeting started. Can't wait to hear how this one ends. Lauren smirked. Still the sarcastic soldier. Dad spoiled you, leaving you that shack. You don't know what it's worth. Oh, I have a pretty good idea. I shot back. Her eyes narrowed. Then you realize why it should be handled by someone with experience. I've already had Summit Realty draft potential bidders, and the offers will be significant. You went behind my back to assess my property? I screamed, my voice rising. Our property? She amended effortlessly. I slammed my hand on the table. No, mine. Dad's will was clear. He left the cabin and the land to me. End of story. Mom's voice cut through the ice. Don't raise your voice in my house. I turned on her. Your house or Lauren's? Hard to tell these days. Lauren set her glass down, smirking. You think a few legal papers make you untouchable. Courts can be persuaded, judges can be convinced, and you, with your military schedule, don't have the time or stability to fight this battle. Oh, I leaned across the table. Try me. For a moment, the mask slipped, Lauren's smirk faltered, her eyes flashing with rage, and she straightened, smooth again. This attitude won't end well for you, and neither will underestimating me, I replied. The tension snapped like a wire drawn too tight, and Mom rose abruptly. Enough. I won't watch my daughters kill each other, so quit selecting sides, I said, locking eyes with her, but her quiet was sufficient. I grabbed my jacket and walked out, The cold air outside felt cleaner than the stifling room I'd just left. On the drive back, my thoughts spiraled. Lauren was escalating, snooping, appraising, and threatening, and Mom was her shield. It was 2 against 1, and I was tired of playing defense. When I returned to the cabin, Frank was waiting on the porch. He looked at me the way only another veteran can, reading tension and posture, clenched fists, and eyes that won't rest. "You saw them," he said, not even asking. I nodded. "They're not backing down." He tossed me a beer, "And neither are you." We sat in silence, sipping, until I said, "Funny thing about combat zones, you expect the enemy. Every family is different." Frank nodded slowly. "That's because in combat, you know where the line is, and with family, the line keeps moving." The beer was cold, the air was colder, but I felt a fire inside me that no weather could put out. Lauren wanted me to push, Mom wanted me to be silent, but I'd been trained for worse. Before going to bed that night, I walked down to the dock, where the lake reflected the moon, calm and steady. I thought of Dad, his trust, his letter, his warning, and I whispered into the night, "I won't let them take this from me." And in that moment, I believed it. The next morning, I rolled up my sleeves and decided the cabin wouldn't look like a forgotten relic anymore. After a few hours of scrubbing counters, sweeping floors, and clearing spider webs from the rafters, the place looked more like a home than a hand-me-down. If Lauren was going to treat it as trash, I'd make it something worth fighting for. When Frank came by, he whistled quietly, "Looks like you're running a field exercise in here, Claire." "Just getting things up to par," I responded, dropping the mop into the bucket. He nodded, setting down a toolbox. "Thought you might need this. Hammer, screws, some paint. The place has good bones." We worked side by side most of the afternoon, Frank replacing a loose porch board while I patched a drafty window. The rhythm of labor calmed me, and each nail driven, each board scrubbed clean, felt like reclaiming something Lauren couldn't touch. Later, when the sun had set behind the trees, we sat on the porch steps with 2 cold beers. "Have you ever thought about what you want this place to be?" Frank inquired as I gazed out at the lake. "Not just a cottage, not just land, something more. Something Dad hinted at in his letter." He tilted his head as if to say, "What?" I paused, then uttered it out for the first time. "A charity for veterans, for women who are overlooked by their family, a place to rebuild." Frank looked at me for a long time, then smiled. "That's one hell of an objective, Captain." "It's not just about revenge," I said. "It's about proving that what Lauren called worthless can change people's lives." Frank raised his bottle. "Then you build it and don't let anyone stop you." That night, I sat at the table drafting ideas in a notebook, listing names. I wrote goals: transitional housing, job training, and counseling for the Whitmore Veterans and Women Foundation. I had no funding yet, but I had land, legal proof, and minerals underfoot worth 100 times more than Lauren's condo. The next day, I drove into town for supplies, paint, lumber, and hardware. At the register, the clerk asked, "Fixing up the Whitmore place?" "Yeah," I replied. "Good. Folks around here always believed that cabin deserved better." His casual remarks lingered with me all afternoon. Deserved better is exactly what Dad must have thought. Back at the cabin, I painted the front door a fresh coat of rich green, which shone in the afternoon sun. When I took a break, I pulled out Dad's box again. Tucked inside was another letter, smaller, marked for Claire's eyes only, which I carefully opened. Inside was a handwritten note: "If Lauren puts pressure on you, remember this. In the long run, integrity triumphs over greed. But you'll need proof, allies, and a plan. Trust Reed, trust yourself, and remember, strength runs deeper than blood." I folded it back slowly. Dad hadn't just trusted me, he'd prepared me for exactly what Lauren was attempting to do. By evening, Frank returned carrying an old army coat. "Thought you might want something better than that couch." "Thanks," I said. "Feels like I'm back in a forward operating base." He smiled. "Difference is here. You have an option. You get to construct instead of just exist." As night set, I prepared pasta on the stove and ate with the window open, listening to the steady lap of the lake. My body hurt from scrubbing, painting, and lifting, but it was a beautiful ache, the kind that comes from battling for something true. After dinner, I sat down with my laptop and began drafting a proposal for the foundation. Simple bullet points: land use, community support, funding options. I wasn't sure how far I'd get, but writing it down made it tangible. Halfway through, my phone buzzed. An unknown number. Against my better judgment, I answered. "Claire Harrington?" A man's voice inquired. "Yes, this is Summit Realty. Your sister has asked us to make a formal bid on the cabin and surrounding acreage." I let out a loud laugh. "Tell Lauren she can keep her cash. 7 figures, cash, clean deal. This land is not for sale. Think carefully," the man warned. "Offers like this don't come around often." I made a note: "Neither do sisters who betray you." I snapped and hung up. Anger surged, but it didn't shake me. It steeled me. Lauren was playing her cards fast because she knew time wasn't on her side. Later, I stood on the dock under the stars. The water was still, reflecting the moon like glass. I thought of every soldier I'd served with who came home to nothing. Of every woman I'd met who'd been told she was disposable. When I returned inside, I boldly wrote the last line of my proposal. This foundation will stand as proof that strength, not greed, defines legacy. Then I closed the notebook, turned off the lamp, and let the cabin settle into silence. This land was more than just my inheritance, it was my weapon, shield, and opportunity to prove them all wrong. I awoke the next morning to the sound of my phone buzzing nonstop, text after text, missed calls stacked on the screen, all from Mom, all from Lauren. Something was brewing. Before I could decide whether to answer, an email alert appeared, attached to a legal notice. Lauren had hired her own attorney and was ready to petition for equitable division of family assets. My jaw clenched. She was making her move. I contacted David Reed immediately once, and he answered the first ring. "I've been expecting this," he replied calmly. "Your sister acquired counsel last night. They claim that your inheritance is unfair and that you pressured your father." "That's insane," I said. "Dad arranged everything months before his death. It was airtight." David's tone was steady. "It's airtight. However, lawsuits are often about wearing you down rather than winning. Lauren realizes that dragging this out will cost her both time and money. She's wagering you'll give in." "She doesn't know me very well," I said. David grinned softly. "That's the spirit. I will submit the first response today. Don't deal with her directly, only through counsel." But Lauren didn't care about legal advice. She contacted me an hour later, her voice dripping with faux worry. "Claire, why are you making this harder? You understand that the cabin should be shared. Dad never meant to cut me out." "Funny," was my response. "His signature on every legal document says otherwise. You think you're clever by hiding behind a lawyer, but courts seek for justice. And when I explain how you've misled Mom, how you abandoned your family for the army, and how your deployments have left you unbalanced." I stopped her off, my voice stern. "Be very careful, Lauren." She hesitated and scoffed. "That hut will not save you. You will lose everything." I hung up, my fury boiling. She was attempting to turn my service into a weakness, as if sacrifice was something to be ashamed of. That afternoon, Frank arrived at his usual time, as if he could smell trouble from 2 cabins out, and found me pacing the porch. "Let me guess," he continued. "Your sister's lawyering up faster than I thought." He leaned against the railing. "That's how bullies work. Come in hard and loud, making you believe they're bigger than they are. I am not going to fold." "Good," he responded, "but watch your 6. People like Lauren don't fight cleanly." He was not mistaken. 2 days later, a reporter from a local paper arrived at the driveway. "Captain Harrington," she inquired, notebook in hand. "We heard there's a family dispute over the Harrington estate. Your sister alleges that you are refusing to share significant possessions. Would you like to leave a comment?" I tightened my jaw. Lauren had already spun this in the press. "No comment," I said, walking past her. She scribbled anyway, probably thrilled to have been brushed off. By evening, the article was online. "Family rift over Harrington cabin. Sister says soldier unfairly controls assets." The comment section was full of strangers debating my character as if they knew me. Some praised my service, while others sided with Lauren, parroting her lines about fairness. Frank arrived by again to drop off food he said he had too much of, and he spotted my clenched fists. "What has she done now?" "Fed lies to the press." He rubbed his beard. "Let her talk. You have proof. She makes noise. Truth takes longer, but it sticks more firmly." I exhaled softly. Easier said than done. "Everything worth doing is," he responded. Later that night, my phone rang with another message, this one from Mom. "Claire, can't you just work with your sister? This is tearing us apart." I started a response and then erased it because I couldn't bear another dispute with her. She'd already taken Lauren's side, whether she admitted it or not. Instead, I opened Dad's letter again, reading the lines about resilience and using the land to build something meaningful. His words steadied me more than anything else could. The next morning, David called with an update. Lauren's lawyer had filed preliminary paperwork. Nothing that sticks, but they're indicating they want to fight. "I've fought tougher battles," I explained. "I know," he said, "and this time, the law is on your side." After we hung up, I laced up my boots and followed the property line. Every tree, every piece of dirt felt heavier now. This wasn't just land, it was proof. It was the line Dad put between Lauren's greed and my responsibilities. When I returned to the cottage, I found Frank sitting on the porch steps, looking up at me. "Are you prepared for this?" I met his eyes. "I've been ready my whole life." The choice came to me as clear as any mission order. I wasn't going to hide behind lawyers forever. If Lauren wanted to fight, she could look me in the eye and take her best shot. And Mom. She needed to check which daughter was genuinely standing on solid ground, so I contacted both of them and said, "Dinner at the cabin tomorrow night, 7 sharp." Mom paused. "Is this wise, Claire? Lauren needs answers." "I'll give her some." The line remained quiet, until Lauren's voice broke in from the background, smug as always. "Fine, we'll be there." The next day, I cleaned the home like it was inspection day on base, arranging Dad's documents in tidy stacks on the kitchen counter. The deed, the surveys, the mineral reports, all notarized by David Reed, proof stacked higher than Lauren's ego. Then I prepared, not because I cared what Lauren thought of my cooking, but because Dad would have wanted his table to be full, not empty, pot roast, potatoes, and bread from the town bakery. By 6:30, the cabin smelled like a true home. At precisely 7 a.m., headlights cut across the woods, and Lauren's white Lexus crunched up the drive, Mom in the passenger seat. I watched from the porch as Lauren strode toward the door, heels clicking on gravel, cream-colored outfit like she was attending a business closing. Mom followed, looking exhausted but polished, her pearls as tight as ever. "Nice little place," Lauren murmured as she went inside, eyes searching every area like a buyer on a house tour. "Still drafty." I disregarded the jab. "Sit down. Dinner is ready." At first, we ate in complete silence. Mom attempted small conversation about the weather and Albany traffic, but it failed. Lauren was too occupied gazing around, cataloging everything, and marveling at the old photo of Dad and Grandma Margaret on the mantel before smirking as she sat back in her chair. "So, Claire, what's your big plan? Are you going to tell us that you painted the porch and are now the queen of the Adirondacks?" I put my fork down quietly. "I'm going to tell you the truth. The truth Dad left for me, not for you." Her sneer faltered briefly, but she quickly recovered. "Enlighten us." I stood, moved to the counter, and carefully placed the geological survey in front of her. "Read it." She grabbed it, eyes scanning across the page, and her confident smile dropped. "This says," she stopped, wiped her throat, and started again. "This says there are lithium deposits under this property worth tens of millions." "That's exactly," I replied, "and Dad made me the sole owner. He entrusted me with this, not you, nor Mom. Me." The stillness that followed was so dense that I could hear the clock ticking on the mantel. Mom looked shocked, her hands twisting in her lap, and Lauren's face flushed scarlet, rage bubbling through her mask. "You're lying," she snarled. "You forged this." I pushed the notarized deed across the table and said, "Try again." She skimmed it, her hands quivering, and pushed it back. "You can't do this. This is not only yours. It is family property." "It was Dad's property," I explained calmly, "and he bequeathed it to me. He anticipated what you'd do if you got your hands on it. Sell to the highest bidder, tear apart the country that he and Margaret promised to protect." Lauren smacked her palm against the table. "You don't get it. This money has the potential to improve our lives as well as the lives of our children. And you're spending it on a charitable fantasy." I leaned closer, my voice low and steady. "This is not a fantasy, but a foundation. The Harrington Veterans and Women's Foundation. This land will be used to create something long-lasting, something that will benefit people rather than line your coffers." Mom said gently, "A foundation." I looked at her. "Yes. Housing, training, and assistance to veterans and women left behind by families like ours. Dad believed in it. He prepared for it. And I'm making it a reality." Lauren's entire chuckle was harsh, almost hysterical. "You're insane. Giving millions to strangers when your own family requires it." I locked eyes with her. "Family? The one who ridiculed me as a disgusting woman. The one who threw me out of Mom's house as if I were nothing. What about that family?" Her mouth tightened. For once, she didn't have a quick response. I turned to Mom and asked, "And you? You sat silently. You allowed her to treat me like garbage. And now you're startled that Dad trusted me more. Respect works both ways, Mom. You can't expect what you've never given." Tears welled up in her eyes. "Claire, Her voice faltered, but Lauren wasn't finished. She leapt to her feet, pointing a manicured finger at me. "You will not get away with this. I will contest every document and survey. I'll bring you to court till you're broke and beg." I stood up, addressing her look full on. "Try me. Dad's lawyer anticipated every move you'd make, and the documentation is locked tight. You'll lose, Lauren, and you'll waste every penny trying." The air crackled with wrath. Mom sat frozen, trapped between us. Lauren finally grabbed her purse. "This isn't over," she shouted, slamming out the door. I didn't stop her. Mom looked at me with tears flowing down her face. "I didn't realize," she muttered. "I didn't know what your father planned." "You didn't want to know," I replied softly, "because it was easier to believe Lauren deserved everything. But Dad saw me. He saw what you refused to see." She covered her lips and dashed after Lauren, leaving the cabin quiet again. I stood there, staring at the table, which was covered in proof Dad's handwriting, notarized deeds, and million-dollar surveys. Lauren's remarks had not rattled me this time. She might shout, threaten, and hire attorneys, but the truth was right here in black and white, and no one, including her mother, could take it away. The cabin door had scarcely closed when the silence fell heavily about me. The roast sat half-eaten on the table, steam receding, the air heavy with the echo of Lauren's warnings. I gathered the papers, placing them carefully back into Dad's metal box before sliding it beneath the floorboard. It wasn't fear that motivated me to hide it again. It was a ritual, proof that I had held the line. The next morning, I made coffee that was strong enough to scrape paint. My phone vibrated with a slew of notifications. Lauren's attorney had formally filed the contest. But David Reed's email came shortly after, "No grounds. I'll crush this before it gets traction." His calm comments reassured me. Still, I knew Lauren would not stop shouting just because the law had shut her down. By lunchtime, information had spread to the local paper again. This time, the story was unflattering to her. A leak from the courthouse indicated Dad's will had been sealed, and her filings were little more than tantrums wrapped up in legal jargon. The article cited an unidentified source: "The younger Harrington daughter is squandering time. Captain Claire Harrington owns the entire cabin and mineral rights." I read it twice before setting the phone down and exhaling. For once, the truth spoke louder than Lauren's spin. That dusk, headlights shone in the driveway again. I braced myself, but it was not Lauren, it was Mom. She stepped out carefully. There are no pearls this time, only a basic sweater and jeans. She appeared smaller, as if the weight of everything had finally subsided. "Can I come in?" she said quietly. I opened the door and moved aside. She went in, her eyes darting about the room as if she were seeing it for the first time. "It looks alive again," she commented, caressing the freshly painted doorframe. I poured and set her tea on the table. For a long time, she said nothing and stared at her hands folded around the mug. She finally murmured, "I've been wrong." I didn't speak. I let her keep going. "I let Lauren convince me you were selfish, that your service was just running away, that this cabin was worthless. But last night, seeing those documents, hearing your father's words, I realized he trusted you more than I ever did." Her eyes welled up, and it broke my heart. I swallowed hard. "You didn't defend me when she humiliated me. You chose silence." Her tears gushed over. "I know and I can't undo it, but I want to be better now, Claire, if you'll let me." For the first time in years, I saw a lady who was carrying her own regrets rather than the strict matriarch. I nodded slowly. "I'll let you, but it won't be easy." She nodded back. "I don't expect easy." The following day, Lauren attacked again, this time in person. She stormed into the property without warning, her heels digging into the ground and her voice echoing before she reached the porch. "You think you've won?" she exclaimed. "That article is trash. I'll appeal. I'll drag your name through every court until you choke on legal fees." I went outside and met her at the edge of the porch. "You are wasting your breath, Lauren. The law and the press are not on your side. Even Mom isn't on your side anymore." Her expression twisted. "Mom?" Right on cue. Mom appeared at the doorway. "Lauren," she replied firmly. "Enough. I've watched you tear this family apart. Your father's wishes were clear, and I won't stand in the way of them anymore." Lauren's jaw fell. "You can't be serious. You're choosing her after everything I've done for you?" Mom's voice cracked, but she did not falter. "You've done plenty, Lauren, but none of it was for anyone but yourself." Lauren's face lost its color. For once, her words had failed her. She twisted on her heels and stormed back to her Lexus. "Fine," she snapped. "Rot in your shack. Don't come crying to me when you realize you've thrown away everything." Her tires squealed as she rushed away, leaving only the acrid taste of exhaust in the air. I stood there, heart racing, not from terror, but from the seriousness of the situation. Lauren had lost not only in court and in the papers, but also in the one area she felt she could never lose: Mom's loyalty. Inside, Mom sat at the table, wiping her cheeks. "She'll never forgive me," she said. "She doesn't need to," I responded gently. "What matters is that you finally saw the truth." That night, I completed the final draft of my foundation proposal, polished and ready. I included the legal documentation, mineral appraisals, and everything David had confirmed. Then I clicked send to a list of potential partners and veteran organizations. It was no longer just a notion in a notebook. It was real. After closing the laptop, I looked around the cabin. Fresh paint, solid boards, and Dad's letter framed on the mantel. The place was not solely mine. That was ours. His, Grandma Margaret's, and every soldier who would eventually find a second chance here. For the first time, I didn't feel like I was holding on to anything to save it from being stolen. I felt as if I was creating something too large to be taken away. Lauren could simmer in her resentment for as long as she wanted. I wasn't resisting her anymore. I was battling for something larger. The ribbon swirled in the breeze as I tightened it one final time across the new building's entryway. Months of planning, late nights, and endless paperwork had led me here. The Harrington Veterans and Women Foundation was more than just a notion in my imagination or a few lines in Dad's letter. It remained firm on a plot of land where greed had before attempted to plant its flag. Reporters swarmed about, while photographers captured images of the brilliant red ribbons placed across the glass doors. Volunteers hustled inside, arranging chairs and setting up food platters. Outside, a group of veterans wearing uniform jackets conversed with young mothers carrying toddlers. It was just the combination I had hoped for. Soldiers are looking for a second mission. Women rebuilding their lives, families with nowhere else to go, finally enter a location intended for them. Frank walked up in his regular slacks and worn-out Marine Corps cap, holding a coffee like he owned the place. "Looks good, Captain," he commented, scanning the crowd. "Never thought I'd see this much action in sleepy upstate New York." "Neither did I confessed, adjusting the front of my blazer. I wasn't wearing fatigues today, but somehow this felt like the most important uniform I'd ever put on. "Your dad would be proud," Frank added. His voice was firm, but I noticed a tightness in his throat. "Yeah," I replied softly, "I think so too." The mayor of Albany appeared next, all polished grins and firm handshakes, followed by local leaders who had suddenly become very concerned about community support. They lined up for photo opportunities, but I didn't mind. Their presence indicated that the foundation had traction, which guaranteed survival. When it was time, I approached the podium. The crowd went silent. My gaze fell on Mom in the front row. She was sitting straighter than I'd seen her in years, hands tightly gripped in her lap. She hadn't skipped a single planning meeting since that night. Lauren stormed off. It was not forgiveness for the past. Not fully, but it was a sign of change. I took a breath and started. "This land was supposed to be forgotten," I explained. "An old cabin, a piece of property no one cared about. Some people even mocked me. They thought it was worthless. But what they didn't see, what they refused to see was what was hidden underneath." Murmurs echoed throughout the throng. I kept my voice cool and steady. "My father and grandmother believed this land could carry something bigger than wealth, and today, that belief becomes real. This foundation will provide housing, training, and support for veterans and women who've been abandoned, overlooked, or cast aside, because nobody should be told they don't matter. Nobody should be treated like a burden." The applause that followed was impolite. It was loud and visceral, the kind of clapping that came from folks who truly believed what they heard. I clutched the podium tightly, allowing the sound to wash over me. When it stopped, I said, "This isn't vengeance. Not really. Success is the only answer worth giving to those who tried to tear you down. And standing here opening these doors, I think we've answered them loud enough." The ribbon was cut, cameras flashed, people surged inside, their voices ringing through the halls. For the first time since Dad's funeral, I felt free to breathe without a weight on my chest. After the wedding, I sneaked away to the lake pier for a bit alone. The river shimmered in the afternoon sun, much like it had the first night I arrived to the cabin, broken and unloved. Except that everything had moved. The dock had been renovated, the land was full of possibilities, and I wasn't standing there worrying whether I'd make it. I stood there, knowing I had created something that no one could take. Mom stepped up silently and joined me at the edge. She placed one arm through mine. "I was wrong about you," she said. Her voice cracked, but remained steady. "And I see it now. All of it. I'm proud of you, Claire." I nodded, throat tight. "That means more than you know." Behind us, the building was alive with laughing and conversation, veterans sharing experiences, children playing in the courtyard, and people signing up for programs. It was dirty, loud, and imperfect, just like the future Dad and Grandma Margaret had envisioned. Lauren didn't appear, of course. I had not expected her to. The last I heard, she had sold her Miami condo share and was attempting to claw her way into another real estate deal, constantly chasing the next cash and never getting the message. However, her absence served as confirmation in and of itself. She had not won, she never would. I removed Dad's ring from my pocket and placed it on my finger. The emerald caught the sunlight, creating a green spark against the blue of the lake. "To you, Dad," I whispered. "We won, in our way." The wind blew the words across the lake, scattering them like seeds. I didn't need to say anything else because sometimes the best retribution isn't yelling down those who humiliated you. It's standing taller than they ever anticipated and allowing your accomplishment to speak for itself. And I stood there with Mom's arm linked in mine, the foundation alive behind us, and the lake stretched broad and steady in front of me. I knew that answer would reverberate throughout the rest of my life. Looking back, I know it wasn't simply about land or money. It was about respect, demonstrating that family revenge stories do not have to involve screaming matches or lawsuits. Sometimes the most powerful vengeance stories are written in quiet, by construction, by choosing dignity above devastation. My sister insulted and attempted to bring me down, but family conflict only has the power you give it. I declined to give her mine. What began as an insult about a worthless cottage grew into something that will remain longer than any nasty words she ever said to me. And that is the truth about genuine vengeance. You not only survive, but you outperform their expectations. My best friend sent me a 15-page presentation, analyzing my boyfriend's social media and claiming he was obsessed with her. The evidence was clear. But was it real? My best friend called and cried, telling me that my boyfriend was enamored with her. So I jolted her out of her delusional state. Emily and I had been best friends since middle school, when she relocated from Arizona and knew no one. I introduced her to my friends, helped her catch up in class, and we became inseparable. We proceeded to different colleges but remained close, calling every day and seeing each other once a month. After graduation, we both returned to our hometown and found apartments 15 minutes apart. That's when I began dating Ethan. Ethan worked for an engineering firm downtown, and we met at my cousin's birthday party. He was shy, witty, and truly friendly. Emily was initially thrilled for me, saying it was about time I find someone decent after a run of bad relationships. She'd come to our movie evenings and dinners, and everything was normal for about 3 months. Then Emily started acting strangely. She'd write me after hanging together, stating Ethan was staring at her. I'd giggle because Ethan's social anxiety kept him from making eye contact with anyone other than me. She'd say he was making reasons to sit next to her whenever we went out. In truth, I always sat in the center, with Ethan on one side and Emily on the other. She began dressing up more when she knew Ethan would be present, wearing low-cut outfits and asking if she looked well. Ethan never noticed because he was often showing me memes on his phone or discussing work. Emily contacted me one night at 10:30 p.m., crying. She was sobbing so hard that I could scarcely understand her. She continued claiming she was sorry and did not intend for it to happen. I believed someone had died. Finally, she admitted that Ethan was in love with her and she didn't know how to handle it. I inquired what she meant. She stated she'd been noticing indicators for weeks and it was killing her to keep it from me. I inquired as to what signs. She claimed he always laughed at her jokes. He chuckled at everyone's jokes out of politeness. She stated that he admired her new hairstyle last week. She asked him 3 times if he noticed anything different, and he responded it looked fine. She claimed he contacted her about my birthday gift ideas, proving he was using me as a pretext to speak with her. I reminded her that I had requested him to text her since she was helping me prepare the party. She claimed I was in denial, and she could prove it. The next day, Emily arrived at my residence with a full presentation. She had researched Ethan's social media likes and discovered that he had liked 4 of her images in the previous year. She shared 4 photos, out of hundreds. She claimed his favorite coffee shop was near her gym, so he was hoping to run into her. His favorite coffee shop was there before she joined the gym. She claimed he used her name 10 times during dinner last week. We were literally discussing her new job, thus her name came up. She began crying again, claiming she never intended to hurt me, but the heart wants what it wants. She truly stated that. I inquired whether Ethan had ever informed her he had feelings for her. She claimed he didn't need to use words because his actions were evident. I called Ethan on speaker and asked him directly what he thought about Emily. He stated she seemed sweet, but had been intense lately, and wondered whether she was all right. Emily took my phone and informed Ethan that he no longer needed to conceal because I was aware of their relationship. Ethan inquired as to what relation. She described the way he looked at her and spoke to her, as well as his constant want to be near her. Ethan expressed confusion, and inquired whether Emily was intoxicated. She began shrieking that he was gaslighting her, and they both understood what was going on. Ethan said my friend required professional help and hung up. Emily claimed his denial proved he loved her. 3 days later, Emily texted Ethan that I had given her permission to explore their feelings and invited him to meet her for coffee. Ethan texted me immediately and inquired whether Emily was suffering a mental breakdown. I confronted Emily, who said that she was testing him to prove his feelings. She literally expected him to jump at the chance to be with her. When he did not respond to her follow-up texts, she assumed he was playing hard to get. She began showing up at his workplace during lunchtime. Security had to escort her out twice. She informed the security guy that she was Ethan's girlfriend, and that I was the crazy ex who refused to let go. The security guard called Ethan to confirm, and he stated that he had never dated her and that if she returned, he would call the police. She joined his gym and would stand behind him on the treadmills. He switched gymnasiums. She found out which one and joined as well. He began working out at home. She informed our entire buddy circle that Ethan was giving her contradictory signals and leading her on while staying with me out of pity. The most of them realized she was nuts, but a few began to examine things because she was so convinced. I had to show them the crazy text she had sent both of us. The breaking point came when she arrived at Ethan's parents' house for Sunday supper. Ethan's mom opened the door with her reading glasses still perched on her nose, looking at Emily with this confused smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She wondered how Emily knew their address when they'd only met twice before at informal meals. Emily did not respond, instead, pushing past her into the home, saying she needed to talk to Ethan without me influencing everything. I heard Ethan's voice from the dining room, rising and scared, asking his mother what was going on. Ethan's father's chair scraped against the floor as he rose up quickly. I was still in my apartment when my phone rang with Ethan's text message, which simply said, "Help, she's here." My stomach fell because I knew exactly who he was referring to. Ethan's father went into the entryway and told Emily in a stern voice that she needed to go right away. Emily's eyes welled up with tears, and she stated she only needed 7 minutes to explain everything, that Ethan had been covertly reaching out to her, and she couldn't keep pretending any longer. Ethan's parents exchanged worrisome looks as their son backed away from Emily toward the kitchen. Ethan's mother placed her hand on his shoulder, and inquired whether he was all right. Emily kept talking about signs and secret messages, and how Ethan's feelings for her were evident to everyone but his domineering fiancé. Ethan's father reiterated that she should leave louder this time. Emily sat down on their couch as if she lived there, stating that she would not leave until Ethan revealed his genuine feelings. I drove to Ethan's parents' house at a high speed, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. When I arrived 15 minutes later, Emily was sitting on the front porch with her arms crossed. Ethan's mother stood at the door, unsure what to do. Emily saw me get out of my car and instantly began telling Ethan's mother about how I had been mentally torturing him for months. She said I kept him away from his friends, monitored his phone, and made him feel bad about having a life outside of our relationship. Ethan's mother glanced at me, as if she was unsure whether any of this was true. As I climbed up the porch steps, Emily got up and confronted me. She felt Ethan deserved someone who trusted him and didn't need to control every aspect of his life. I could see the neighbors' curtains moving as they watched this event unfold on a quiet Sunday evening. I tried to remain calm while telling Emily she needed expert treatment. She laughed bitterly and remarked, "That's exactly what manipulative people say when they lose control." Ethan's father came outside, holding his phone, and announced that he was contacting the police. Emily's expression altered, and she screamed that I was the one who needed assistance, that my insecurity was so severe that I had to fabricate this entire story about her obsession. She raged at me for not being able to accept that Ethan might have affections for someone else, someone better. More neighbors appeared outside, standing in their yards to watch. An older man from across the street approached, asking if everything was okay. Emily came to him and told him that her boyfriend's psychotic ex was bothering her. Ethan appeared at the doorway, pale and tired. The neighbor was perplexed, asking Ethan if he knew what was going on. 2 police cars arrived around 7 minutes later. Emily abruptly stopped yelling and wiped her face, adopting a calm, reasonable tone that made my skin crawl because it was so phony. She smiled at the officer and explained that there was a mistake. She had come to see her lover, and his parents had overreacted. When the officer asked who Emily's boyfriend was, she pointed at Ethan. The cop approached Ethan and inquired bluntly if this woman was his girlfriend. Ethan responded, no, he'd never dated her and she needed to leave. The police questioned if Ethan wanted her here, and Ethan replied, absolutely not. Emily's face crumbled as if someone had reached inside and taken all her bones out. She stared at Ethan with wide pained eyes and told him he didn't have to pretend anymore since she knew his family was putting pressure on him. The police requested Emily to accompany him to her car. She stood up slowly, staring at Ethan the entire time, as if waiting for him to alter his mind. She repeatedly stopped and turned around, so the officer had to physically guide her by the elbow. When they got to her car, the officer spoke with her for a few minutes while his partner gathered statements from Ethan and his parents. Emily finally got into her car and started the engine. As she drove away, she turned down her window and screamed that Ethan had made a horrible mistake. She yelled that one day he'd realize what he'd given up and would crawl back when he'd had enough of being controlled. Her voice became quieter as she drove down the street, but we still heard her. Ethan's mother grabbed my hand and squeezed it tightly. She was shaking. Inside the house, Ethan sat on the couch, head in his hands. His entire body trembled, and his parents continued wondering what the hell had happened. I sat down next to Ethan and began talking from the beginning, from the night Emily called me crying because Ethan was in love with her. I told them about the presentation with the social media analysis, her appearance at his workplace, and the text stating I gave them permission to date. Ethan's mother's mouth dropped open, and she continued to remark that she had no idea Emily appeared so normal when they met her before. His father strode around the living room, becoming angrier as I spoke. When I finished, his father said we needed to see a lawyer first thing Monday morning. He claimed it wasn't simply odd friend drama anymore. This was stalking, and we needed legal protection. That night, Ethan stayed at my place since neither of us wanted to be alone. We lay in bed, but neither of us could fall asleep. Each sound made us both jump. When my neighbor's cat knocked over something in the hallway, a car door slammed outside, causing Ethan to sit straight up. I was out of bed before I knew I was moving. Around 3 a.m., Ethan acknowledged he was frightened of what Emily would do next. He explained that every time we set a limit or told her no, she got more persuaded they had a profound relationship. He discussed how she'd shown up at 3 separate gyms, how she'd informed security at his workplace that she was his girlfriend, and how she appeared to believe her own falsehoods. I understood we weren't dealing with a friendship issue anymore. This was a serious safety threat, and we needed to tackle it as such. Sunday morning, I called my cousin Sophie, who works in mental health crisis intervention. Despite the fact that it was just 8 a.m., she answered the second ring. I described everything while Ethan poured coffee in the kitchen, his hands trembling. Sophie listened without interrupting, and after I finished, she remained silent for a minute. She then stated that Emily's behavior was consistent with something known as erotomania. She described it as a delusional disease in which someone feels another person loves them despite strong evidence that they do not. She stated that persons with erotomania can be fully normal in other aspects of their lives, but have one fixated hallucination that they cannot let go of. When I inquired if it was harmful, Sophie's voice became serious. She stated that it could be exacerbated when the delusion is challenged. Sophie noted that persons with erotomania see rejection as a secret test or evidence of buried emotions. She claimed that when Ethan told Emily he wasn't interested, Emily's brain interpreted that as evidence that he was forced to deny their relationship. Every restriction we set, every time we said no, only made her more determined. Sophie informed us we had to capture everything from now on, save every text, every voicemail, and document every occurrence with dates and timings. She said we needed to discontinue all direct communication right now since any answer, even urging her to stop, would fuel the delusion. Most crucially, she stated that we needed legal protection immediately. She used the term restraining order and stated, these situations could turn violent if the person's delusion was sufficiently threatened. I looked at Ethan standing at my kitchen doorway, holding 2 mugs of coffee, and saw genuine terror in his eyes. Before we completed breakfast on Monday morning, Ethan's father called James Abernathy. He handed Ethan the phone, and I saw him nod along, his mouth hard, and say, yes, sir, and thank you. Approximately 6 times. When he hung up, his father said James could meet us at 10 and that we should bring everything. I grabbed my laptop, and Ethan got his phone, as his mother organized the residual police report and witness statements into a folder. We drove to James's office in downtown's business sector, which is a brick structure with his name on a brass plaque by the door. The waiting room included leather chairs, publications that no one ever reads, and a receptionist who smiled too brightly considering why people came here. James appeared around 10 a.m., a man who appeared to be 50 years old, and dressed in an expensive yet unassuming suit. He shook our hands firmly and brought us back to his office, where a yellow legal pad was already set out on his desk. We sat across from him, and I placed my laptop between us, while Ethan put his phone down. James urged us to start from the beginning and explain everything, so I opened my laptop and found the first strange text Emily wrote me about Ethan staring at her. James took notes as I spoke, his pen running quickly across the yellow page. When I showed him the communication in which Emily said I gave her permission to date Ethan, James's countenance hardened. Ethan displayed Emily's direct messages inviting him to meet for coffee, as well as the follow-up texts when he did not respond. James read them again, his lips squeezed together in a narrow line. Ethan then gave James the emails from his workplace security regarding the 2 occasions in which they escorted Emily out, and James requested if he may photograph them with his phone. I located the police report from Sunday supper on my laptop and flipped the screen so James could read it all. He painstakingly scanned through it, periodically making little sounds in his throat that weren't words. When he finished reading, he sat back in his chair and stared at us both with an expression I couldn't quite interpret. He went on, we had more than enough evidence for a restraining order, way more than most cases he saw. He then stated the words that made my stomach drop, criminal stalking charges. James said that Emily's actions fulfilled the legal description in several ways: workplace harassment, residential trespassing, and repeated unwanted contact despite being warned to stop. He stated that the process would need me and Ethan to testify in detail about particular occurrences, including dates, times, and what occurred. His voice became more serious when he indicated Emily would be legally told of the restraining order filing, and he wanted us to be prepared that this could lead to another escalation before things improved. He referred to escalation as if it were a common occurrence. And I knew this was his job, watching people at their worst and anticipating what dreadful thing would happen next. We spent the next 4 hours in that office going over every occurrence in order. James had us write extensive statements on his computer, including dates and timings for everything we remembered. Ethan had to recount the first time Emily came up at his gym, and how he felt when he spotted her on the treadmill next to him, despite the fact that there were 15 unoccupied machines. He typed slowly, pausing every few phrases to catch his breath, and I could see his hands shaking slightly over the keyboard. I wrote about the night she called me crying, the presentation she gave about the social media analysis, and the time she snatched my phone to speak with Ethan directly. James asked specific questions about each occurrence, such as whether anyone else witnessed it. Did you directly tell her to stop? Did you feel threatened or scared? Some of the inquiries seemed straightforward, but James said courts needed everything explained fully. Make no judgments about what someone intended or how they felt. Ethan reached to the line about Emily joining his second gym after switching, and he paused typing for a minute. I watched him look at the screen before he finally wrote that it made him feel violated, as if nowhere was secure and she would always find him, no matter what he did. James nodded, saying that was exactly the kind of information the judge needed to hear. By the time we were done, my back hurt from sitting in the same chair, and Ethan looked exhausted. James printed everything out for us to study again before signing at the bottom of each page. He said he'd file the petition for an emergency restraining order first thing Wednesday morning, and Emily should receive paperwork within 60 hours. That afternoon, my phone rang as Ethan and I were eating sandwiches in my car outside a gas station. It was Rachel, and she sounded unhappy before saying hi. She told me Emily had arrived at her flat that morning crying and that Ethan had gotten his family to threaten her with attorneys. Rachel replied, Emily claimed we were ganging up on her because Ethan didn't want to admit his feelings publicly and his parents were helping him hide the truth. I could hear the skepticism in Rachel's voice, as if she was beginning to doubt Emily's story. She asked me directly whether that was true, if Ethan's family had actually threatened Emily. I informed her, no, Emily trespassed at their house during Sunday dinner, and they called the police, which was not a threat, but a legal response to someone breaking the law. Rachel sat silent for a few seconds, and when she spoke again, her voice changed, becoming smaller. She admitted that she was beginning to suspect that Emily's account of events was incorrect. She cited minor details that had not made sense, such as Emily's claim that Ethan texted her frequently but could never provide the actual texts, or how the timing of events changed depending on when Emily gave the account. I felt a mixture of satisfaction that Rachel was now questioning things and rage that it took so long, that Emily got to dominate the narrative for weeks while Ethan and I dealt with true stalking. I told Rachel I'd send her everything, including the proof we just handed James. I pulled over into a parking lot to focus, and began sending screenshots of Emily's text to Ethan. She said I gave them permission to date, and she requested him to meet her after he had already said no. I sent the security incident reports from Ethan's office, which showed the 2 occasions they escorted her out. I forwarded the police report from Sunday, along with the officer's notes regarding Emily refusing to leave the property and claiming she was there to talk to her boyfriend, which Ethan had to rectify by stating he had never dated her. Rachel did not react for about 15 minutes, so I sat there, watching the 3 dots appear and disappear on my phone screen. Finally, she called me back rather than messaging. She claimed she felt sick because she doubted me and wondered whether I was controlling or envious, like Emily said. She recognized Emily's account was inconsistent, but her certainty made it credible. She could describe these intricate scenarios in such detail that it felt like they had already happened. Rachel stated she should have asked more questions and spoken with me and Ethan directly rather than accepting Emily's account. I told her everything was fine, even though a part of me was still irritated because I saw how persuasive Emily could be when she fully believed her own fantasies. Rachel mentioned that 3 additional friends from our group wanted to apologize and hear the whole story from me. She suggested we meet the next day at the coffee shop on Main Street, which was both public and neutral. I felt a strange mix of emotions, relief that they were finally listening, and fury that it needed attorneys and police reports to get them to take this seriously. I promised to see them at 3:00 the afternoon. After I hung up, Ethan leaned over and squeezed my hand. He didn't say anything, but I could tell by the look on his face that he was experiencing the same confusing mix of vindication and tiredness. The next day, I strolled into the coffee shop and noticed Rachel sitting at a large table in the corner with 3 other members of our group. When I first sat down, they all seemed uneasy, shuffling in their seats and not establishing eye contact. I opened my laptop and accessed the timeline I had constructed for James. Every occurrence includes dates and descriptions. I rotated the screen, so everyone could see and began walking them through it chronologically. Their expressions shifted as they read, from unsure to astonished to appalled. Rachel gasped when she read the communication in which Emily claimed I gave her permission to date Ethan. She claimed Emily told them that Ethan sent the message to Emily as a test to see if she would actually meet him, which was completely false. I showed them Ethan's answer, in which he quickly passed Emily's message to me and asked if she was having a breakdown. One of the other friends, Mia, put her palm over her lips and shook her head. Another acquaintance revealed that Emily had privately messaged each of them with somewhat different accounts of events. Mia claimed Emily told her that Ethan revealed his affections at a work function, but Rachel claimed he showed up at her apartment and told someone else that they had been covertly texting for months. Emily had specifically urged each person to keep their chats secret, stating that she was uncomfortable and didn't want everyone knowing her business. They learned she had been manipulating them by controlling the flow of information, ensuring that no one could figure out why her stories did not match. A third buddy, a man named Luke, claimed Emily had requested him to spy on me and report back what I was saying about Ethan. He felt that was strange at the time, but Emily framed it as if she was concerned for me and wanted to make sure I was okay. He admitted that he felt like an idiot for not seeing through it. The friend group stayed there for another hour, discussing everything, and by the end, they had all resolved to entirely cut off communication with Emily. Rachel promised to offer witness statements if James needed them, detailing how Emily attempted to influence them and spread false information about Ethan. It felt validated when they finally understood and believed me, but it also felt really sad. Our entire social circle was disintegrating, with people supporting us and others having to cut relations with Emily. Emily, the girl I had known for 15 years, who had relocated from Arizona and didn't know anyone, whom I had helped with homework and invited to everything, felt like a complete stranger today. I didn't recognize her as the person who showed up at gyms, offices, and Sunday dinners, creating intricate fake narratives and believing them so thoroughly that she could persuade others. I exited the coffee shop feeling both lighter and heavier. I was relieved to have support, but I was also sad since the friendship I had lost would never return. James contacted Wednesday morning to say he had filed for an emergency restraining order at the courthouse. He stated that Emily would be served with papers within 60 hours, which meant that someone would arrive at her apartment or job and present her official legal documentation. He predicted that she would either love bomb us with apologies, or become enraged once she knew the situation was legally serious. that the justice system had become involved, and that this was no longer just a case of buddy drama. He instructed us not to respond to any contact attempts, regardless of what she said. That any reaction would reset the harassment clock and may harm our case. He advised us to document everything, including texts, voicemails, and emails. Take note every time she drove past our apartments or showed up someplace we were. His voice was calm but stern as he stated that the following few days would be key, and that people with delusions would either accept reality or double down harder. I thanked him, hung up, and quickly informed Ethan what James had said. We both felt a peculiar suspense, as if we were waiting for a storm that we knew was coming but couldn't anticipate when it would arrive. Around 8 p.m., my phone began to vibrate. And did not stop. Emily's name kept flashing on the screen, and each call went to voicemail when I didn't answer. James had been clear about not responding, not giving her any reason to believe we were still in communication or that I was enabling her actions. I watched as the notifications piled up. 17 missed calls in 1 hour and 45 minutes, each of which felt like a literal weight on my chest. Ethan sat next to me on the couch, staring at his phone, his jaw tense as he scanned through business emails, attempting to distract himself from the continual buzzing from my gadget. The voicemails piled up in my mailbox, small red numbers going higher and higher. And part of me badly wanted to listen because, somewhere in my head, I still believed my real friend may be there, saying something that would make everything make sense. But I knew better now. I knew the Emily who left those messages wasn't the same girl I'd known since middle school. And hearing would simply make me feel worse while doing nothing to improve the situation. The following morning, Ethan's phone lit up with a text message from Max at work. I noticed his face turn pale as he read it. Then he turned the screen toward me, but said nothing. Emily had returned to their office building, evidently believing she could simply go in and meet Ethan as if nothing had occurred, as if James hadn't filed legal paperwork and told her to keep away. Security recognized her from past instances and phoned the police before she ever entered the lobby. Max's text stated that she had been detained for trespassing after the building management formally barred her from the property after harassing Ethan during his lunch break for the second time. She was now in police custody, having been detained and handcuffed. And the realization of how far this had gone hit me like a truck. This was no longer merely buddy drama or stalking that could be documented and reported. This meant criminal charges, jail time, and a permanent record that Emily would have for the rest of her life. James called an hour later, his voice calm, but I could hear his satisfaction as he told what had happened. Emily spent 5 hours in a holding cell before her parents posted bail and freed her. And he stated that this really improved our restraining order case by demonstrating that the trend continued even after police intervention and formal warnings. When we went to court, the judge took it seriously and saw that Emily wasn't just confused or going through a difficult time, but was willfully refusing to follow limits even when they were enforced by police. He advised us to keep documenting everything, including any texts, calls, or attempts at contact, because each piece of evidence strengthened our case and demonstrated that we actually required legal protection from someone who would not quit on her own. Friday morning, my phone rang with an unknown number, and I almost didn't answer, assuming it was Emily phoning from another phone to avoid being blocked. But something prompted me to pick up, and Emily's mother's voice came through the speaker, strangled with tears and hardly comprehensible. She said they had no idea things had gotten so awful. Emily had been telling them Ethan was her boyfriend, and I was a jealous ex-friend attempting to break up their relationship out of spite. They trusted her because who wouldn't believe their own daughter? And now they were saddened to realize the reality based on the police report, trespassing charges, and all we had documented. Her mother repeatedly apologized, saying she should have recognized something was wrong when Emily's stories didn't line up. She refused to let them meet Ethan and became defensive when they asked standard questions about the relationship. I felt awful for her because I knew what it was like to see someone you care about slip into illusion. To discover that the person you thought you knew has been replaced by someone you didn't recognize at all. Emily's father called after her mother became unable to speak due to her crying. His voice was tight and controlled, as if he was barely holding himself together, and he asked if there was any way to resolve this without using legal action because they were attempting to get Emily into mental care. I understand what he was asking. I realized he wanted to keep his daughter from having a restraining order or a criminal record. But I also remember Ethan's reaction when Emily arrived at his parents' house for Sunday supper. I explained as gently as possible that we'd tried everything else, that we'd been patient and understanding, and that we'd given Emily numerous opportunities to stop, but she'd shown up at Ethan's family home, and that had crossed a line we couldn't undo. He remained silent for a long time before saying he knew that they would cooperate with whatever we wanted and share any information that could assist Emily get the mental health therapy she clearly needed. Before he hung up, he apologized not only for Emily's actions, but also for not seeing them sooner. And tears streamed down my cheeks since this situation was destroying so many people besides me and Ethan. James called again Tuesday afternoon to inform us that the restraining order hearing was scheduled for the following Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. He explained what to expect, saying Emily will be in court because she had the right to confront her accusers and defend herself against the order. He told us that she would try to speak directly to Ethan, make eye contact, gesture, or do anything else to gain his attention and demonstrate their relationship was genuine. We needed to remain calm regardless of what happened. We had to let the judicial system work and trust that the judge would see through her delusions to the established record of harassment and stalking. He advised us to dress professionally but not fancy, to answer questions clearly and honestly, and to focus on facts rather than emotions while testifying about what she had done. His voice was calm and soothing. But I could tell he was prepping us for how difficult this would be, having to confront Emily in person and repeat what she had done while she sat there watching us. That weekend, Ethan and I rarely left my apartment, ordering takeaway and watching movies we'd watched before since we couldn't concentrate on anything new. We were both emotionally weary after weeks of continual tension and fear, and we kept looking over our shoulders wherever we went. Ethan kept apologizing, as if it was his fault for being kind to my buddy, laughing at her jokes, and complimenting her haircut when she asked for it explicitly, all of which her brain had twisted into proof of secret love. It crushed my heart because he hadn't done anything wrong. He had just been his regular kind and socially concerned self, and now he felt guilty over something that only lived in Emily's delusions. I assured him repeatedly that this was not his fault, and that mental illness does not require a reason or cause. But I could tell he hadn't entirely believed me yet. Sunday evening, I finally succumbed to the temptation I'd been resisting all week and listened to one of Emily's voicemails. I immediately regretted it. I wished I could unhear her wailing voice as she said that she knew Ethan was pushed to do this by his dominating family. Their love was put to the test, much like Romeo and Juliet or any tragic romance. She stated that she would wait for him regardless of how long it took. That genuine love could withstand everything, including restraining orders, family meddling, and brief separations. Her voice had a dreamlike feel to it, as if she were narrating a movie in her thoughts rather than discussing real-life situations with actual implications. And I felt terrible hearing how totally she believed the phony reality she had created. I deleted the voicemail and banned her number on another level, then sat there feeling dirty, sad, and enraged all at the same time. Sophie arrived at my apartment that evening with Thai food and a determined look. She'd taken the time to help us mentally prepare for the hearing, emphasizing in her calm, professional tone that confronting Emily in court would be more difficult than we anticipated, because delusional people can be quite convincing in their false world. They absolutely believe what they're saying, without any doubt or hesitation, and their conviction can cause others to rethink what they know to be true. She advised us to keep focused on the facts and the documented evidence, witness accounts, and police reports rather than being drawn into Emily's emotional story. She prepared questions with us, had us recall situations clearly and specifically, and reminded us that the judge had seen similar cases previously, and knew what to look for in someone suffering from rhodomania. Despite my exhaustion, I couldn't sleep on Monday night. My thoughts refused to shut down as I lay there staring at the ceiling. I kept thinking of Emily, a middle schooler who had moved from Arizona and knew no one. She looked so afraid and alone that first day, until I encouraged her to join my friend group for lunch. I remember catching up with her in class, introducing her to everyone, and saying that we'd always be friends, since that's what best friends do. The pain of losing that person to mental illness washed over me in waves, causing me to grieve in ways I hadn't allowed myself to since the nightmare began. Ethan held me as I sobbed, not saying anything since I had nothing to say, and I lamented the friendship that had formed who I was for 15 years but would never return in any way that I recognized. Tuesday morning, I awoke with my stomach in knots because today was the hearing, and I'd be seeing Emily in person for the first time since that night at Ethan's parents' house. We arrived at the courthouse 45 minutes early because Ethan wanted to be prepared, and James had instructed us to attend with extra time in case of any last-minute complications. The building was an old brick structure downtown with marble flooring that echoed every footstep, making things seem more serious and formal than I was prepared for. James greeted us in the lobby, dressed in a dark suit and clutching a leather briefcase full with paperwork. And he led us through the process step by step so we knew what to expect. We sat on a wooden bench in the hallway outside the courtroom, and I kept watching people pass by, wondering if they were going through something similar, or if our situation was as crazy as it felt. Ethan gripped my hand and his palm was sweating, which made me feel a little better because I wasn't the only one who was nervous. Emily approached the corner about 10:30 a.m., accompanied by a woman in a gray trousers suit who appeared to be her public defender. Emily curled her hair and wore a blue dress with shoes, as if she were headed to brunch rather than a restraining order hearing. When she saw Ethan, her face brightened up with an eager smile that made my skin crawl. She stared at him as if he were her boyfriend, whom she hadn't seen in weeks, and was overjoyed to be back together, ignoring the fact that we were literally in court because she couldn't leave him alone. Ethan clutched my hand so firmly that it ached, shifted his body slightly away from her, and I could feel him shivering beside me. Emily's lawyer attempted to lead her into the courtroom, but Emily kept glancing back at Ethan over her shoulder with the same dreamy face, and I wanted to yell at her that this wasn't a love film. This was actual life, with real repercussions. We entered the courtroom and sat at a table on the left side, while Emily and her attorney sat on the right. And the entire time we were waiting for the judge, Emily kept stealing glances at Ethan and smiling as if they were sharing a private joke. When the judge entered, everyone rose up, and she was an older woman with gray hair pulled back in a bun who appeared worn and had seen every type of case imaginable. Lincoln jumped up and began delivering our data in a calm, orderly manner that made everything sound even more unsettling when arranged chronologically. He presented the judge printed copies of Emily's text to Ethan, in which she stated that I had given her permission to date him. Then came the security reports from Ethan's office building, which detailed the 2 times she had been escorted away. The police report from the time she showed up at his parents' place. He summoned Max as a witness, and Max reported seeing Emily in the office lobby several times seeking for Ethan, and how uncomfortable that made everyone in their department. He mentioned our common acquaintances, who had filed written testimonies about how Emily had told them alternate versions of events to discourage them from comparing notes and understanding she was lying. Emily's public defense was a young woman who became increasingly uneasy as Lincoln piled up evidence. During a recess, she requested to talk with Emily quietly in the corridor. Through the courthouse door, I could hear Emily's voice grow louder and more agitated, saying that the facts had been misconstrued and that Ethan was simply afraid to acknowledge his thoughts openly. When they returned, the defense appeared dejected, and Emily's eyes were red from tears, but she still had a defiant set in her jaw, as if she refused to accept what was happening. Emily was called to the stand by the judge, and she stepped up with her shoulders back and her head held high. And I understood she actually believed this was her time to finally tell everyone the truth as she saw it. She began talking about how she and Ethan had built this profound relationship over the months, detailing extensive talks that I knew had never occurred because I was present for the majority of their contacts. She claimed Ethan would gaze at her across the table during group dinners with such longing in his eyes, that he'd make excuses to text her about weird stuff just to stay in touch with her, and that he'd continually mention her name because he couldn't stop thinking about her. She spoke with tremendous conviction, as if she were relaying memories that were really genuine to her. And I finally saw how she had first convinced some of our friends since she was not lying in her mind. She genuinely believed every word. She discussed how Ethan had joined her gym to be near her, and how he'd shown up at locations she frequented hoping to run into her, which was diametrically opposed to reality, where he'd been intentionally avoiding her and changing his routine to stay away. The judge was taking notes and maintained a neutral demeanor, but I noticed her eyes narrow significantly. When Emily described a conversation in which Ethan allegedly confessed his feelings, and Lincoln immediately pulled out Ethan's work calendar, revealing that he had been in a meeting at the time Emily claimed this happened. Emily didn't seem bothered by the contradiction, simply stating that the meeting must have been on a different day because she remembered the conversation so clearly. When Lincoln confronted her about the text in which Ethan expressly stated that he was not interested, Emily laughed and said that it was simply him being cautious because he was afraid of hurting me, and that she could see the truth in how he looked at her when he thought no one was looking. The judge instructed her to step down and called Ethan to testify, and I could see his hands shaking as he approached the stand. His voice was subdued at first, and the court had to prompt him to speak up, but he revealed how terrified he had been when Emily began showing up at his work and gym. He complained about changing his entire routine, constantly glancing over his shoulder, and feeling afraid in locations where he used to feel safe. He stated he stopped going out with friends because he was afraid she might show up, and he was nervous about leaving his apartment since he didn't know where she would appear next. His voice cracked as he described the night she showed up at his parents' house, and how violated he felt that she had found their address and invaded his family's home. I was monitoring Emily's face during Ethan's speech, and she was smiling. Instead of explaining how much worry and anguish she had given him, he smiled as if he was confessing his love. She had a beautiful dreamy look in her eyes, as if she were watching a love scene from a movie, utterly divorced from what he was saying. The judge noticed as well, because she kept looking at Emily with an increasingly anxious expression. When Ethan completed testifying, the judge requested Emily to stand, and she stared directly at her, asking in a very clear, hard voice if Emily understood that Ethan did not want to make contact with her. Emily's smile did not waver as she stated that what Ethan says and what he truly feels are two different things, that she can see the truth in his eyes even when his words suggest otherwise, and that their bond is deeper than what can be communicated in a judicial setting. The judge's attitude changed from concern to hard in approximately 2 seconds, and she stated that she had heard enough. She issued a 3-year restraining order forcing Emily to stay 500 feet away from me, Ethan, both our apartments, both of our workplaces, and Ethan's parents' home. Emily's face crumpled and she began crying, claiming that the judge did not understand, that everything was a horrible mistake, and that she and Ethan simply needed time to work things out without interference. Her lawyer placed a touch on her arm, attempting to calm her down, but Emily continued to speak, her voice growing louder and more urgent as she claimed that true love could not be stopped by a piece of paper. The bailiff moved forward, and Emily's lawyer forcibly escorted her to the exit while she cried and protested. We stepped out into the courthouse hallway, and I felt trembling with relief and tiredness, like if I'd been holding my breath for weeks and could finally exhale. Emily's parents were waiting outside the courtroom and approached us, looking absolutely broken. Her mother was in tears and started apologizing, claiming they had no idea things had become so terrible because Emily had told them Ethan was her boyfriend, and I was simply jealous. Her father appeared nearly 10 years older than the last time I saw him at a cookout 7 months ago, and he stated that they were sending her for a comprehensive psychiatric evaluation that day since something was plainly wrong. I could tell they were also hurting, mourning the daughter they thought they knew and attempting to accept the stranger who had replaced her. Her mother reached out as if she wanted to hug me, then pulled back and apologized for everything Emily had put us through. They'd make certain she got the assistance she needed. They went away, passing Emily and her lawyer near the elevators. And I watched them wrap their arms around her as she wailed onto her mother's shoulder. James grabbed us aside and emphasized that breaking the restraining order was a criminal act punishable by instant arrest and probable jail time. He advised we should log every attempted contact, no matter how minor. Save all text, voicemail, and social media messages and report them to the police right away. He cautioned us that the following few weeks would be the most dangerous, because individuals would either accept the reality of the order or escalate in a final attempt to establish contact. We thanked him and exited the courthouse into bright sunshine, which seemed strange given the fluorescent lights and dark atmosphere inside. That night, Ethan and I ordered Chinese food and sat on my couch in total silence for about an hour. We were both too fatigued to converse, and I kept repeating scenes from the hearing in my mind. Seeing Emily's expression as Ethan testified about being afraid, and hearing her claim that she knew his true sentiments better than he did. Ethan suddenly broke the silence, stating that he felt able to breathe for the first time in weeks. Having legal protection made him feel secure, despite the fact that a piece of paper couldn't physically stop her. I realized my shoulders were close to my ears, and when I tried to relax them, they hurt from carrying so much stress for so long. The following few days were eerily silent. I kept expecting my phone to ring with Emily's number or to notice her car parked outside my flat. And every time I heard footsteps in the corridor, I tightened up, waiting for a knock that never arrived. The absence of ongoing crisis was almost as stressful as the pandemonium itself since I didn't believe it was truly over. I couldn't believe the restraining order could stop her when nothing else had. A week after the restraining order, my phone vibrated with a text message from Rachel. She provided me a screenshot of Emily's Instagram friend request, which included a long message. The message rambled about how everyone had abandoned her when she needed them the most, and how she believed true friends would be there for her no matter what. Rachel had blocked her immediately and informed both me and Ethan. I glanced at the screenshot, feeling a strange combination of relief and grief since our friends were finally taking this seriously rather than challenging Emily's point. Rachel texted that she felt dumb for ever questioning me, and that seeing Emily attempt to weasel her way back into their lives made her realize how sick Emily was. 3 days later, Ethan received an email from his workplace security providing an update. Emily has not tried to enter the building since the restraining order was served. The security staff had distributed her photo to all of the guards and modified the access system to alert her instantly if she attempted to enter any company property. Max went by Ethan's desk that afternoon and described how news had spread throughout the office about what had transpired. Ethan's cheeks flushed and he looked down at his keyboard because he despised being the focus of attention, and the thought of his coworkers knowing his intimate details made him want to hide. However, Max stated that everyone was now on the lookout for him, and that if anyone spotted Emily anywhere near the building, they would immediately report it. That night, Ethan informed me he had become tearful in the restroom at work because people cared enough to defend him, and he wasn't used to receiving such support from anybody other than me. 2 weeks after the hearing, I was preparing dinner when Emily's mother called. When I saw her name on my phone, my stomach fell since I wasn't sure if it meant more trouble or not. Her voice sounded fatigued as she told me Emily had been officially diagnosed with erotomania by the psychiatrist they'd taken her to. She added that Emily was beginning treatment with medicine and therapy but did not believe she was unwell. Emily insisted that everyone was conspiring against her, and that the diagnosis was simply another method for me and Ethan to turn people against their love. Her mother stated that Emily was now in the mental health system, where doctors could watch her and hope that the medication would begin to work quickly. I praised her for phoning and keeping us informed, even though it must have been difficult for her to accept her daughter required that kind of assistance. The following week, I scheduled an appointment with a therapist, because I couldn't stop thinking about how many times I'd explained Emily's strange conduct. I kept revisiting events from the previous few months, wondering if I should have seen it coming or done something different. The therapist's office was located downtown, and I sat in the waiting room, picking at my cuticles, until she phoned. I told her everything from the start, and when I got to the part about Emily showing up for Sunday dinner, I burst into tears because I still couldn't believe my best friend since middle school had transformed into someone I didn't recognize. The therapist stated that delusional disorders sometimes develop in early adulthood, and there was nothing I could have done to prevent them. She claimed Emily's brain was building a fake reality that seemed fully genuine to her, And no amount of friendship or interference from me would have prevented it. It was helpful to hear that, but it didn't totally eliminate the what-ifs that continued going through my mind at 3 a.m. That weekend, Ethan and I had a lengthy talk on my couch about how the entire event had impacted us. He explained that he had learned to trust his discomfort rather than being nice when things seemed incorrect. He said that Emily made him uncomfortable early on, but he disregarded it because he didn't want to disrupt our friendship, and now he understood that instinct was trying to warn him. I told him I needed to concentrate on not justifying questionable behavior simply because I loved someone. I'd spent so much time convincing myself that Emily's antics were just her being dramatic or going through something, rather than understanding that her conduct was truly hazardous. We both agreed that we'd rather damage someone's feelings by setting limits than be in another situation like this. A month after the restraining order was issued, we decided to gradually resume our normal lives. Ethan returned to his normal gym, but only during off-peak hours, when it was less busy and he could keep track on who was entering. I began seeing friends at our usual coffee shop rather than avoid areas Emily might know about. It seemed strange at first because I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see her standing there, watching us. But gradually, the knot in my chest began to loosen, and I was able to enjoy my coffee without searching the room every 30 seconds. Max asked us to a business happy hour at a bar near Ethan's office, and Ethan accepted, which shocked me. He had been avoiding social gatherings with coworkers for months, because he felt ashamed about the situation. We showed up, and his coworkers were encouraging but not odd. Nobody asked probing questions or treated Ethan as if he were frail. They simply included him in routine work talks, made jokes, and pretended that everything was all right. I watched Ethan's shoulders relax as the night progressed, and he chuckled at something Max said. It was the first time in months that he appeared to be at ease in the presence of others. The following week, I was at the grocery store buying milk when I noticed Emily's aunt in the produce area. She had attended family barbecues and birthday parties during my association with Emily. I had known her since I was 12 years old. She noticed me at the same time I spotted her and immediately looked down at the apples she was inspecting. She grabbed a bag and hurried quickly to the other side of the store, not making eye contact. It hurt deeper than I thought since I understood this scenario had cost me more than Emily. It had strained relationships with folks from my youth who had most likely heard a skewed version of events that painted me as the villain. 6 weeks after the hearing, James called me at work. I stepped outside to answer the phone, and he informed me that Emily had breached the restraining order by mailing a letter to Ethan's parents' home. The letter rambled on about how genuine love overcomes all hurdles, and how their bond was too strong for formal paperwork to break. James instructed us to report it immediately so that the infraction could be documented. He stated that, while it was only a letter and not a physical encounter, any contact constituted a breach that must be addressed seriously. I contacted Ethan immediately, and he sounded fatigued when he answered. He said he hoped the restraining order would be enough to persuade Emily to quit, but it appears her hallucination was stronger than legal repercussions. Emily was visited by the police that afternoon, who issued her a warning for the infringement. Her parents called us many hours later, apologizing repeatedly. Her father's voice sounded absolutely exhausted when he said they were boosting Emily's mental surveillance and making sure she understood that any more contact would result in criminal charges. I could tell they were both fatigued from dealing with a daughter who refused to accept truth, no matter how many doctors, attorneys, or judges informed her she was incorrect. The next morning, Ethan and I sat at my kitchen table, drinking coffee. Neither of us were drinking. James had emailed us copies of the violation report, and we peered at the documents, as if they might instantly reverse what happened. When I questioned if we should file criminal charges, Ethan massaged his eyes with both hands and said he didn't know anymore. We had been dealing with this for months, and each consequence seemed to push Emily deeper into her fantasy rather than draw her out. I reminded him that her parents had stated that she was now in therapy, and that perhaps the warning was sufficient. Ethan nodded slowly, saying he wanted to believe treatment would help, but he was sick of believing things would improve only to have Emily appear somewhere else. We called James and told him we wanted the formal warning documented but would not press charges this time. James agreed it was appropriate given the circumstances, but urged us to report any subsequent contact promptly because patterns of violation usually worsened rather than improved. He told us that the warning would make it apparent that the next time would result in arrest without exception, and Emily's parents had been notified of the repercussions. After we hung up, Ethan stated he thought we were being too gentle, but he also didn't want to be the reason someone went to jail while sick. I knew exactly what he meant because I kept switching between being angry at Emily for putting us through so much and being heartbroken that my closest friend's brain had shattered in such a way that it destroyed everything. 2 months after the restraining order was imposed, I was cleaning out my closet and discovered a shoebox full of old photos. I took out the stack and began flipping through photos of Emily and me from high school. We were both wearing horrible outfits and making ridiculous faces at the camera in one of our homecoming photos from sophomore year. Another photo showed us at graduation, arms around each other and genuine smiles from years of friendship. I found images from college visits where we toured each other's campuses and pretended to be students. Birthday parties, unplanned weekend hangouts, and inside jokes were captured in moments that felt so natural and pleasant. I burst into tears as I sat on my bedroom floor, surrounded by proof of a once real friendship. Not the angry sobbing that comes when everything is actively coming apart, but the grief crying that comes when you finally accept that something is no longer there. Emily in these images was my best friend. She helped me study for tests, listened to me gripe about bad dates, and knew precisely how to make me laugh when I was down. That person did not exist anymore, and perhaps she had been gone for longer than I wanted to accept. I looked at a photo of us from middle school, right after we met, and wondered if there had been warning signs that I had missed, or if mental illness happened unexpectedly. My therapist kept telling me that I could not have prevented this. But sitting there with 15 years of friendship scattered around me, made it difficult to accept that. My next therapy appointment was 3 days after I found the images. I informed my therapist about my tears over the photos, and she inquired what made me upset about viewing them. I stated that it seemed like mourning someone who was still alive since Emily, as I knew her, had vanished, only to be replaced by someone wearing her face and believing things that were not true. My therapist nodded and continued. Grief doesn't only happen when someone dies. She emphasized that I was grieving the loss of Emily's former self and the friendship we shared, which was very acceptable, even if Emily was still physically alive. I asked how I could grieve someone while simultaneously having a restraining order against them, and she claimed the two things did not contradict each other. She told me I could be upset about losing my buddy while still protecting myself from the person she had become. I could recall the positive aspects of our connection, while realizing that continuing any relationship today would be risky. She explained that maintaining both of those facts at the same time was difficult but important. And it didn't make me a bad person to prioritize safety over loyalty to someone who didn't understand boundaries. I left that session feeling as if someone had finally allowed me to be sad without feeling guilty about the restraining order. I could miss Emily while knowing that keeping her apart from us was the proper decision. A week later, Ethan and I were preparing dinner at his place when he told me something unexpected. He stated that his anxiety had much lessened in recent weeks, and he was now sleeping through the night rather than waking up at every sound. I realized I'd seen him appearing more calm, but hadn't linked it to the lack of constant threat. He added that for months, he'd been looking over his shoulder everywhere he went, inspecting his car for clues that someone had been near it, and dreading his drive since he never knew where Emily might be waiting. He could now leave for work without having to scan the parking lot beforehand. He could go to the gym without worrying if she'd appear on the treadmill next to him. He could pay his folks a visit without worrying about seeing her on their porch. I watched him slice vegetables with firm hands and noticed how much strain he was carrying, something I had grown accustomed to witnessing. His shoulders were no longer bent, and he wasn't continually checking his phone for notifications from unfamiliar numbers. I told him I was relieved he could breathe again, and he said it made him realize how much stress we'd been under for months. I hadn't given any thought to my own stress because I was so focused on protecting him. But hearing him explain the relief of normalcy made me feel lighter, too. We weren't jumping at shadows anymore, which felt like regaining control of our life. 3 months after the restraining order, I met Rachel and 2 other members from our group in a coffee shop. We'd been working hard to restore our friendships after Emily's death, and things were finally beginning to feel normal. Nobody mentioned Emily specifically, but there was an understanding among us that we'd all learnt something by overlooking the warning signs. Rachel discussed a guy she'd been dating who gave her a strange vibe, and instead of ignoring it like she might have before, she asked straight questions and trusted her instincts when his responses didn't make sense. Another acquaintance remarked that she had been researching manipulation techniques since she felt silly for believing Emily's various accounts of events. I recognized what transpired had changed our entire friend group, and we were all more cautious about taking individuals at their word without proof. We stopped talking about Emily because there was nothing new to say, and revisiting it made everyone uncomfortable. But every now and then, someone would bring up something from the past, and we'd all experience a moment of realization about how different things were now. Our group had settled into a new normal that no longer included Emily and would most likely never do so again. It was sad in some ways, but it also felt steady and safe, and I was grateful that these friends stayed after things got rough. 4 days later, I received a text message from a number I did not know. My gut fell before I even opened it, because unknown figures indicated potential violation and additional legal turmoil. However, as I read the message, I discovered that it was from Emily's mother, who used a new phone number. She stated that she wanted to update me on Emily's treatment, and asked if I was willing to hear it. I called Ethan before responding, and we agreed that getting updates from Emily's parents was not the same as contacting Emily herself. I wrote back that I was available to listen, and Emily's mother contacted me within minutes. Her voice sounded fatigued but cautiously hopeful, as she stated that Emily was responding to medication and experiencing periods of clarity. I inquired what that meant, and she said Emily had ceased insisting that Ethan loved her, which was a tremendous step forward, even if it appeared insignificant. She added that Emily was still unable to accept full responsibility for what had occurred and would occasionally go back into thinking that everyone was against her. But there were instances when Emily admitted that her feelings regarding Ethan were not grounded in reality, which was more improvement than they'd seen in months. I inquired if Emily had spoken anything about me, and her mother stopped before explaining that Emily remembered our friendship but couldn't reconcile the person she remembered with the person who had a restraining order. I informed her that I understood and thanked her for the update. After we hung up, I felt a strange combination of relief that Emily was getting better and regret that, even with treatment, she might never fully comprehend what she had put us through. The following Sunday, Ethan's parents invited us to supper. I was anxious traveling to their house because the previous time we visited, Emily was sitting on their porch, refusing to leave. However, when we arrived, everything seemed peaceful and usual. His mother answered the door with a grin, while his father was in the kitchen preparing Ethan's favorite pot roast. We gathered at the same dining room table where the crisis had occurred months before, but this time we talked about typical topics like Ethan's employment, his mother's reading club, and holiday plans. His mother had cooked mashed potatoes just the way Ethan liked them, and there was apple pie for dessert. We laughed about trivial things, and his father told everyone hilarious anecdotes about Ethan as a kid. The entire evening felt tranquil, almost miraculous after months of stress and fear. When we were leaving, Ethan's mother held me tightly and whispered that she was relieved we were safe. Now, as I drove home, I realized how much I missed normal family dinners, where the main concern was whether there would be enough desserts. The absence of crises seemed like the best present anyone could have given us. 4 months after the hearing, Ethan surprised me by proposing a weekend trip to the beach. We hadn't left town since everything began with Emily, since being close felt safer and allowed us to respond quickly if something happened. But Ethan said he was tired of letting fear dictate our decisions and wanted to do something normal for couples our age. I accepted right away since I needed a vacation from all of the stalking-related venues. We drove 3 hours to a seaside town neither of us had visited before and stayed in a tiny hotel near the water. Walking on the sand that first evening felt liberating because Emily had no idea we were there and couldn't pop up suddenly. We might simply exist without continuously examining our environment for threats. That night, we had supper at a seafood restaurant, and Ethan was more calm than I had seen him in about a year. We discussed topics unrelated to restraining orders, court appearances, or mental illness. We made plans for where we wanted to go and what we wanted to do next summer. It felt like we were rescuing our relationship from the darkness Emily's illusion had placed over everything. On our second day at the beach, Ethan and I were walking along the shore when he came to a stop and turned to face me. The sun was setting behind him, and he seemed serious but not concerned. He explained that he had been thinking a lot about our relationship and what he wanted for our future. I felt my heart race because meaningful conversations may go either way. But then he grinned and said he wanted to move on rather than let what occurred define us forever. He mentioned that after my lease expired next year, we may possibly move in together. He described places he wanted to visit with me, and activities he wanted us to do together. He stated he was weary of making decisions based on fear and wanted to start living the life we desired rather than the one Emily's stalking had pushed us into. I cried, but they were happy tears because I wanted all of those things as well. We'd been in survival mode for so long that I almost forgot we were meant to be building something together. Standing on the beach with Ethan, talking about our future, felt like a breath of fresh air after months of simply getting by. Driving home from the beach on Sunday afternoon, I knew something had changed inside of me. For the first time in months, I felt thrilled about the future rather than grateful that each day had passed without incident. The tragedy of everything that happened would always be a part of our story, and I'd probably constantly be looking over my shoulder or feeling nervous when I saw someone who resembled Emily. But as I sat in the car with Ethan, contemplating which furniture we'd keep if we moved in together and whether we wanted a 1- or 2-bedroom home, I realized that what happened didn't have to be the complete narrative. After months of reacting to someone else's illusions, we finally had control over what happened next. Emily was still in treatment with an uncertain prognosis, and the restraining order lasted more than 2 years. But Ethan and I were creating something solely for ourselves, and it seemed like we were regaining control of our lives. 5 months after the restraining order was issued, my phone called as I was making breakfast, and the caller ID indicated it was her father. My stomach fell because we hadn't spoken since the courthouse corridor, where he apologized for not noticing the symptoms sooner. I responded, and he sounded exhausted but less frightened than the previous time we chatted. He informed me that he wanted to provide an update on how things were doing with treatment. His tone was cautious, as if he was afraid of upsetting me, but he indicated something had changed in the last several weeks that felt substantial. She had finally admitted that she needed professional treatment rather than claiming that everyone else was incorrect. He said that she was working with a psychiatrist who specialized in delusional disorders, and that the doctor had her on medicine that appeared to be effective. The improvement was slow, and there were still hard days when old thought patterns returned, but she was beginning to realize that her beliefs about Ethan were not based on truth. I stood there clutching the phone, feeling a strange mix of relief and grief because part of me wondered if she'd ever recover. He stated that the psychiatrist emphasized that it could take years of constant treatment, and even then, recovery was not guaranteed. But at least she was trying now, rather than battling everyone. I voiced the question that had been resting in my chest for months. Has she mentioned anything about me or our friendship? There was a long gap on the other end of the line, and I could hear him breathing. He ultimately admitted that she had expressed guilt for losing the friendship but was still unable to fully recognize her involvement in what happened. She understood something had gone wrong, but she couldn't quite connect her actions to the results in a way that demonstrated genuine understanding. He stated that the psychiatrist was focusing on that aspect precisely since accepting responsibility was critical for true recovery. His voice became softer when he suggested that maybe someday she'd be healthy enough to make true reparations, but that was years away, if it ever happened at all. He was not asking me to forgive her or wait for an apology that might never arrive. He just wanted me to know she wasn't the same person who showed up for Sunday dinner anymore, even if she wasn't totally recovered yet. I thanked him for calling and hoped the medicine would continue to benefit her. After we hung up, I sat at my kitchen table for a long time, wondering about the friend I once knew and the stranger she had become. That evening, Ethan came over, and I informed him about the phone call. We ended up having a lengthy discussion about whether we would ever accept an apology from her if she issued one in the future. Ethan admitted that he had been thinking about it as well, because part of moving on required us to decide what forgiving looked like. He stated he could probably forgive her someday for what she had put us through, especially now that we understood it was a genuine mental disease rather than manipulation. However, forgiving did not imply returning to the status quo or allowing her back into our lives. I wholeheartedly agreed since, even if she recovered and realized what she did, the harm to our friendship was irreversible. Too much had happened, and too much trust had been violated. We both felt comfortable with that barrier, and it was nice to be on the same page about it. Ethan stated that he did not want to carry his wrath forever. But he didn't want to pretend that an apology would heal things. That was exactly how I felt, too. As if we could let go of our worst sentiments without risking being hurt again. We discussed how bizarre it was that someone we loved about had become someone we required legal protection from, and how the grieving was distinct from the relief of being protected today. 6 months after the restraining order was granted, our lives had returned to a sense of normalcy. Ethan received a promotion at work that he had been striving toward for more than a year. His employer explicitly expressed how impressed they were with his work, considering everything he'd been going through. I started taking a pottery class at the community center on Thursday nights, which I'd always wanted to do but had put off. The class was full of folks who had nothing to do with the turmoil that had engulfed my life for months. And I like having my own room where I could simply learn to throw clay. We were planned a trip to see Ethan's college classmates next month. People he hadn't seen in person since everything began because we had been too nervous to fly. His pals were aware of the basic scenario, but they really wanted to hang around and catch up on everyday life activities. I purchased new bags for the vacation and felt delighted rather than anxious, which seems insignificant after months of continual worry. Ethan and I headed to the movies without checking the parking lot first. I met pals for coffee without getting a tight feeling in my chest about whether she'd show up. We existed in the world as normal people again, rather than as targets waiting for the next incident. The restraining order had 2.5 years left on it, and we'd been told by her parents that there had been no other violations since the letter incident. Her parents reported that she was stable on medication, and living with them while undergoing intensive therapy 3 times per week. I was disappointed with how things ended out, because this was not the finale I had hoped for after 15 years of friendship. But I did not regret protecting ourselves, nor did I regret the restraining order. Caring for someone may entail accepting that you cannot fix them and therefore prioritize your own safety. That was what I told my therapist, and she felt it demonstrated significant progress in recognizing good boundaries. On a random Tuesday evening, Ethan and I were sitting on my apartment balcony, watching the sunset and drinking iced tea. The air seemed pleasant, and I could hear children playing in the courtyard below. Ethan came to me and said he was glad we went through everything together because it showed we could manage difficult situations as a team. He claimed that under that kind of pressure, most couples would have broken up, yet it somehow strengthened us rather than ripping us apart. I agreed and realized I trusted him more now than I had before anything happened, which was counterintuitive but made sense. We'd seen each other at our most terrified and worried, yet neither of us fled. We made decisions together, supported each other, and came out with the desire to make a life together. For the first time since that midnight phone call 6 months ago, when everything began to unravel, I felt fully at ease with where we were. The fear that had been hanging in my chest for so long had now vanished, replaced by a serene confidence that we would be fine. I was thrilled about the future rather than simply relieved to be alive each day. We had goals and dreams again, not just crisis management tactics. Ethan reached over and took my hand, and we sat there, watching the sky turn pink and orange. I reflected on how, 6 months ago, I could not have imagined feeling this serene and hopeful. The trauma would always be a part of our story, and I'd probably constantly be looking over my shoulder or feeling nervous when I saw someone who resembled Emily from behind. But as I sat there with Ethan, planning our trip, discussing the possibility of acquiring a puppy next year, and debating whether we wanted to move in together when my lease expired. I realized that what happened did not have to define all that followed. We got to write the following chapters ourselves. A salute to our 20-year veteran son, Dad toasted. I held brother's real file, he served 3 years and bought fake medals. Confess to them today, I said. My husband James murmured the words so softly that no one else at the table could hear them, yet they hit me like a thunderclap. I froze in the midst of raising my wine glass around me. The dining room was alive with laughing, clinking cutlery, and the comforting hum of family chatter. The smell of roasting chicken and buttery mashed potatoes permeated the air. Someone down the table cracked a joke, and my father's booming laugh sounded like an old pickup truck starting on a frigid morning. Everyone was congratulating my brother. My older brother, Michael Bennett, the hero who had finally returned home, and my CIA spouse had just directed me to examine him. For a moment, I thought I'd misheard. I carefully moved my head toward James. He sat next to me, calm as ever, with one arm resting on the back of my chair. His expression had not changed. He was gently smiling at my mother as she passed the gravy boat down the table, but his eyes caught mine for a brief moment, and I saw something in them that I had come to identify over the course of our 30-year marriage. Concern. Genuine concern. I lowered my glass without making a toast. Across the table, my brother Michael looked like the image that every little American community wants to celebrate. Tall, broad-shouldered, and still standing straight at nearly 62. His army dress uniform fit him like it was tailor-made that morning. Under the dining room light, rows of medals glinted. Our mother demanded that he wear it tonight. Just this time, she'd said earlier that afternoon, "Your father deserves to see his son in uniform again." Michael hesitated, but eventually consented. Everyone in the room seemed to be bursting with pride. My father sat at the head of the table, hands folded as if he were carrying something sacred. He had spent 40 years working at the paper mill outside town, rising up before dawn practically every day of his adult life. His back was bowed now, and his hair was thin and white. But tonight, his eyes sparkled like a young man's. Tyler, my son, leaned forward from the far side of the table. "Uncle Michael," he began, "Mom told me you were stationed in Afghanistan. How was that?" Michael grinned easily. "Well," he explained, "it's a long story." Everyone leaned in. People enjoy hearing stories about heroes, and Michael had always been skilled at telling them. I paid close attention as he spoke. Maybe it was James's whisper reverberating in my mind. However, I suddenly became aware of things I had not previously noticed. There was a short hesitation before he answered some queries. His fingers delicately tapped against his wine glass, and his smile occasionally arrived just a second too late. However, the stories seemed fantastic. Convoys on desert highways, night patrols, close calls that required courage and teamwork. The kind of stories that made neighbors pleased to know him. My mother wiped a tear from her eye about halfway through one of them. "Oh, Michael," she replied softly. Michael leaned across the table and gripped her hand. "You never told us how dangerous it really was." "Didn't want to worry you, Mom." James stayed silent beside me. That in itself was remarkable. Before retiring last spring, my husband worked for the CIA for 30 years, conducting intelligence analysis. He was not a dramatic or suspicious man by nature, but he was perceptive. A painfully keen observer. It was rare for him to notice nothing. Eventually, the conversation came back to me. "Well, Rachel," my father remarked, rising his glass, "weren't you about to say something earlier?" Everyone stared at me. I forced a smile. "Oh, just welcoming Michael home," was all I said. Michael grinned. "Well, that deserves a toast." I took a step back. For a time, I focused on my brother's face. We grew up in the same town in western Pennsylvania, rode bikes down the same crumbling sidewalks, and ate countless of meals at the same home table. He had always been the fearless bigger brother, chasing bullies away and repairing broken bicycles. No one was surprised when he enlisted in the army at the age of 19. However, James's whisper stuck in my thoughts. "Perform a background check." I cleared my throat. "To my brother," I said, and everyone raised their glasses. "To Michael, who served his country, made us proud, and ultimately returned home safely." The glasses clinked. "Welcome home," my father continued. Michael nodded silently. "Thanks, Dad." The toast concluded, and dinner continued, but something had shifted. I noticed James periodically studying Michael, not gazing, but simply observing. For decades, I'd seen him study news briefs at the kitchen table with morning coffee, paying the same calm, quiet concentration. Later that evening, after everyone had gone into the living room for pie and coffee, I went out onto the back porch. The autumn air felt cool and biting in my lungs, recalling the porch where Michael and I used to sit during summer thunderstorms as children. The screen door squeaked behind me. James stepped out. For a brief while, we both heard crickets in the yard. Then I turned to him. "You want to tell me what that was about?" James asked as he leaned against the railing. "I might be wrong," he remarked. "That's not very reassuring." He exhaled softly. "I've heard thousands of military briefings in my life," he told me. "Real ones. And And some of Michael's stories do not add up. My stomach constricted. What do you mean? Dates, units, and small information. That does not mean he is lying. I did not claim he was. James gazed back through the kitchen window, where Michael was laughing with our parents. I believe he gently stated it wouldn't harm to check. I folded my arms. That is my brother. I understand. You are asking me to investigate him as if he were a criminal. No, James replied kindly. I'm asking you to ensure that the man your family is celebrating is truly the man he claims to be. The words remained in the frigid air between us. My brother's laughing boomed throughout the home. And for the first time in my life, I questioned whether I really knew him. I did not get much sleep that night. James fell asleep gently, one arm over his chest, breathing slowly and steadily, as if his conscience and body had made a private accord years before. I, on the other hand, lay awake, staring at the ceiling fan and waiting for the gentle click at the conclusion of each round. In a tiny community, stillness has several layers. There is the silence of nighttime, followed by the hum of the refrigerator down the hall, the distant bark of a dog, and the rustle of tree branches tapping a window. And behind it all, there is silence in your own thoughts. When trying to make sense of things, it refuses to believe. My brother Michael had returned home after years away. That should have been sufficient. At our age, you realize that family reunions are not assured. Parents get frail. Siblings drift. Old grudges harden. Funerals start to outnumber weddings. So, when someone comes back alive, smiling, and able to sit at the family table, you should be grateful. I knew that. But around 2:30 a.m., I turned to James in the dark and murmured, "What exactly didn't line up?" He awoke before I could finish the sentence. He has always been a light sleeper. For a few seconds, he said nothing. Then he rolled to his side and gazed at me. "Do you really want me to say this?" "No, I told you honestly, but say it nonetheless." The moonlight shining through the drapes framed his features in pastel blue. At 65, James's hair was more silver than brown, and the creases around his eyes were deeper than when I first met him. But there was something steadfast about him that had only grown stronger over time. He selected his words carefully. Danny stated that he was stationed at Bram for a certain period. He later recounted a task that would have taken him somewhere else totally. Maybe he misspoke. Maybe. He paused. He also indicated serving with a unit designation that did not match the ribbon set he was wearing. I stared at him. "I'm not even sure what that implies." "I know," he replied softly. "Most folks would not." His sweet speech irritated me more than if he had been aggressive. "You're talking about my brother as if he were a file on your desk," James said. "I'm trying not to." I pushed down the cover and sat up. "This is precisely why people believe government officials never retire. You all keep performing your job at the dinner table." James did not react. He'd heard my rage before and knew not to provoke it. After a minute, he continued, "Rachel, I'm not trying to hurt you, so don't. I'm trying to protect you." That made me turn and stare at him. "From what?" He sat up as well, resting his forearms on his knees. "I don't know yet," he admitted. "Perhaps nothing. Maybe it's just a man exaggerating old legends to make his family proud. It occurs more often than you'd think." His honesty took some of the heat out of me. "And if it's more than that, then better to learn it quietly," he added, "before life learns it loudly." That sentence stuck with me. The next morning, I got up early and made coffee in my parents' kitchen while the house was still dim and cold. My mother preferred the old drip machine, not the pod kind, and said coffee should smell like coffee, not plastic. I stood at the counter in my robe, listening to the gurgle of the pot and looking out at the backyard, where frost still glistened on the grass. Michael came in wearing jeans and a thermal shirt, no medals, no uniform, just my brother again. "Morning, Emmy," he said. Nobody had ever called me Emmy except Michael and my late grandmother. "Morning." He poured himself black coffee and leaned against the sink. For a moment, we were just two kids again, avoiding school by lingering in the kitchen. He smiled. "Mom's still in heaven over last night." I noticed she deserved a good night. There was something in the way he said it that sounded almost weary. I watched him stir nothing into his coffee. "Did you? Did I? What? Have a good night." He glanced at me, then away. "Sure." He said it too quickly. I remembered James's words. Heroes don't get nervous about their own service history. And then I hated myself for even thinking it. Before I could say anything else, my mother came in wearing her pink house coat and fuzzy slippers, cheerful as sunrise. "There you both are," she said. "Michael, Mrs. Grayson had already called and asked if you'd come by the American Legion this week. Word spreads quickly in this town." Michael laughed, but there was strain beneath it. "I just got home, Mom." "That's exactly why they want to see you." She kissed his cheek and reached for a mug. "Your father's already telling everyone at church that his son is back." That smile faded from Michael's face so quickly, I almost missed it. For a brief moment, he looked trapped. By late morning, James and I drove back to our house 2 streets over. We had moved in after our youngest left for college, wanting something smaller than the farmhouse where we'd raised our children. It was a brick ranch with creaky floors, a narrow hallway, and a maple tree out front that dropped leaves into the gutters every fall, whether we wanted it to or not. Once inside, I set down my purse and turned to him. "Tell me everything." James carefully hung his coat before responding. "I already told you what stood out." "No," I said, "you gave me the polite version." He nodded once. "All right." We sat at the kitchen table, the morning light falling across the old oak surface, catching the scratches our children had made years ago doing homework and art projects. James folded his hands. When Tyler asked about Afghanistan, he said Danny hesitated before answering, which means nothing. But then he gave a broad description: convoys, heat patrols, the kind of answer people give when they know the general shape of a story but not the live details. He could be private, and he could be traumatized. "But when your father mentioned Fort Drum," Danny corrected him and used the incorrect language. Yes, James allowed everyone to land, but he didn't want to talk about war over pot roast. A man who has spent years in the service frequently speaks about a post in a specific way. He didn't. I crossed my arms. "You're claiming the language was incorrect." "I'm saying the language was borrowed." A coldness settled in my chest. James went on carefully. "The medals bothered me as well. One of them suggested one kind of service timeline, another suggested a different one, which is possible but unusual. Then there was the way he touched them, as if they were unfamiliar." I paused for a moment before responding. "You know what the worst part is?" He waited. "I can't tell whether I'm angry at you," I said, "or angry that some part of me observed it as well." His face softened. "That part of you is not treachery, Rachel, it's judgment." I shook my head. "It seems like betrayal." He reached across the table and took my hand. "Then, let's do this softly." I looked down at our hands. "What does gently look like?" "It looks like checking public records," he replied. "Nothing invasive, nothing improper, just enough to see if the story he's told your family matches the basic facts." I remembered my father lifting his glass the night before, my mother's wet eyes, and the pride in the room. "All right," I said quietly. "We check." James nodded, but there was no satisfaction in his eyes, only concern. That afternoon, while he opened his laptop in the den, I stood in the doorway for a long moment, unable to move. It felt strange, even shameful, to examine my own brother in this way. Yet, a harder truth had begun to settle over me, one that comes to many of us later in life. Love does not cancel facts, and sometimes the people we have known the longest are the ones we see least clearly. When James looked up at me, he did not say anything, he simply waited. I stepped into the room, closed the door behind me, and sat beside him. Then I took a deep breath and said the words I never imagined I would say about my own brother. Start with his discharge date. The first thing I learned about investigating someone you love is that it feels nothing like the movies. There is no dramatic music, no dark alley, no clever one-liner at the end of a phone call. There is just a laptop on a desk in a quiet Pennsylvania house, 2 cups of coffee going cold, and the slow, sickening realization that every new fact might. James handled the computer, but I handled the silence. He was better at system databases, the careful sorting of what mattered and what didn't, and I was better at dealing with the discomfort that came with each small discovery. The two of us had a long afternoon. We began with the basics. Publicly available military records, veteran registries, old local newspaper archives, alumni updates, property records, the kind of scattered trail a person leaves behind in American life without ever thinking about it, a mention here, a mailing address there, a reunion notice in a church bulletin, a county court filing 10 years ago. At first, there was nothing alarming. Michael Bennett, born in 1970, graduated from our county's high school in 1988, enlisted after 1 semester at the community college. For the first half hour, I felt relief growing in me, a quiet embarrassment at having doubted him at all. I almost said as much. Then James leaned closer to the television and asked, "There, what?" He pointed to a date on one record and then opened another. "This service term expires sooner than it should." I frowned. "What does should mean?" "It means that if Danny served the entire timeline he's described over the years, this date doesn't work." I stared at the screen, but the terms blurred together. "So, explain it in normal English." James sat back. "In normal English," he said, "your brother appears to have left active service several years earlier than he's told the family." I felt heat rise into my face. That could be a clerical error. It could, but you don't think it is. I stood and walked to the window. A leaf blower whined somewhere down the block. Mrs. Healy from next door was dragging her trash bin to the curb in her house slippers. Life went on as usual, making what we were doing feel even more surreal. My brother had always told the same version of his life. He had served honorably for decades, experienced things he rarely talked, and retired quietly. He did not boast, but he received admiration in that serious, modest way that people trust. Now the dates did not fit up. "Keep going," I replied. James looked at me. "You sure?" "No," I responded, "but keep going." By mid-afternoon, we had figured out more than I wanted to know and less than we needed. The official trail was hazy, but one thing became clear. Michael had not served as long as he claimed, There were significant gaps, years when his location and work were unclear, and years when he appeared to migrate from one rental address to another across Ohio and West Virginia. Years that never came up in his polished stories at family gatherings. James wrote notes by hand on a legal pad. Old school neat block letters. 1,988 enlistment. 1,991 transfer. 1,994 possible separation. 1995 to 2000, unclear. I despise that yellow pad. I despise the calm way he wrote on it. Most of all, I despise the small part of myself that had begun looking for patterns. I called my cousin Caroline in Dayton around 4 p.m. Caroline was our family's historian. She kept Christmas cards and labeled boxes, remembered anniversaries that no one else did, and could tell you who attended whose graduation party in 1980 without pausing to think. Caroline and Michael had kept in touch more than I had during certain years. Caroline, it's Rachel. Well, look who remembered she has a cousin, she said warmly. We exchanged the usual pleasantries. Her hip was still bothering her. Her grandson was thinking about transferring colleges. The Methodist Church had finally replaced the carpet in the fellowship hall. Then I asked, "Can you tell me something about Danny?" There was a pause. "How about him? Did he reside near you in the 1990s? Another longer pause this time. "Why are you asking?" I glanced toward the den, where James sat calmly waiting. "Because I'm attempting to piece together his timeline." Caroline breathed. "He was in Dayton for a bit," she answered softly. "Not long." "What was he doing?" "I'm not sure exactly. I believe it is warehouse work." I grabbed the phone tightly. "That is what he told us." "That doesn't make sense." "Well," she continued, her voice falling, "a lot about that period didn't make sense." I shut my eyes. "Caroline, what are you not telling me?" She hesitated again, and when she spoke, her tone became softer and older. "Rachel, I always believed you knew more than I did." "Knew what?" That Michael had a difficult stretch. The room seemed to tilt. "What type of rough stretch?" "Money problems, drinking for a while. He was not himself. Your Aunt Ruth let him stay with her for 3 months before he went again. We didn't pose too many inquiries." "Why not?" "Because your mother was so proud of him," Caroline answered. "And because at our age, sometimes families make peace with the story they're handed." Caroline didn't realize how hard that statement stung. After I hung up, I sat very still at the kitchen table. James came in a minute later. "Well," I told him. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he nodded once, not in triumph, but in recognition. "This is starting to look less like a misunderstanding," he said. I looked at him sharply. "Don't do that." "What? Sounds professional." His expression softened. "I'm sorry." I rubbed my forehead. "Warehouse work," I said. "He told us he was deployed during that time." James sat across from me. "People lie for reasons, Rachel. Not like this." "Yes," he said gently. "Exactly like this." I wanted to argue, but my energy was dwindling. Around 6, our daughter Melissa called from Arizona. She was 62 years old, retired from elementary school teaching, and still had the voice of the girl who used to call home from college with laundry questions. "How's Grandpa's big celebration weekend?" she asked. I swallowed. "Fine. You seem sleepy. Just a long day." She joked. "That's what happens when your family gets old enough to make every dinner into a reunion and a medical update." I smiled despite myself, and she said, "Is Uncle Michael really okay? He seems anxious in the photographs Tyler gave." I turned toward the hallway to ensure James couldn't hear, though he probably could. "Why do you say that?" "I'm not sure," she answered. "Maybe I'm imagining it. He just had that look people get when they're trying hard." Trying hard. That was exactly it. Not proud, not peaceful, just trying hard. After the call, James found one more thread to pull. A Veterans Association newsletter from years ago listed attendees at a regional event in Pittsburgh, and Michael's name appeared in a thank you section, not as an honored guest, but as support staff for events set up via a temp agency. By the evening, the sun had set, and the den windows reflected our faces back at us, older, drawn, and uncertain. It was a minor detail that could easily be ignored on its own, but it fit uncomfortably with everything else. Men who retire with the rank and history Michael implied are rarely invisible labor at veteran banquets. James closed the laptop, saying, "That's enough for today." "No," I answered, "we still don't know what happened. We know enough not to walk blind." He was correct, but I despised it. I stood at the sink, washing out mugs that didn't need to be washed. My hands shook once, then settled. "What if he's been lying for 32 years? I asked. "Then the lie is carrying something heavy." I turned. "You almost sound sorry for him." "I am." That startled me for lying. "For whatever made him choose it," James said. I leaned against the counter and looked down at the wet ceramic in my hands. Michael had always been the brave one in my life. Later that night, before going to bed, I opened an old cardboard box in our hall closet where I kept family photos. This was the person who had left town and returned with stories that could fill a room. My father had measured himself against her in quiet, admiring ways, and now those stories were cracking. My mother had written the date in blue ink on the back of a photograph of Michael at 19, standing in our parents' yard on the day he left for basic training. He was skinny, almost boyish, trying to look tougher than he was, and he looked so young, so hopeful. I sat on the edge of the bed, holding that photograph, wondering when a young man becomes a stranger inside his own life. James came in and saw the picture in my hand. He didn't ask for it. He just sat beside me. After a while, I said, "Tomorrow, I want to talk to someone who actually knew him in uniform." James nodded. "That's the right next step." I turned the photo over and traced the date with my thumb. If Michael had lied, I still didn't understand why. But by then, one truth had already become impossible to ignore. Whatever my brother brought home to our family that weekend, it wasn't just honor. The next morning, the house felt different. There wasn't anything specific to point to. The same sunlight came through the curtains, and the same coffee pot hissed and sputtered on the counter. Outside, the same mail truck crept down Maple Street, stopping every few yards as it had for the past 33 years, but inside, something had shifted. When you doubt someone you love, the world quietly rearranges itself around that doubt. Every memory becomes something you examine again, and every story is replayed with fresh ears. When I entered the kitchen, James had already been awake for an hour. He sat at the table with his reading glasses on the morning newspaper folded neatly beside his coffee mug. Retirement had not changed his habits much. He still woke early, preferred printed news to screens, and believed a man should know what was going on in the world before breakfast. He looked up as I entered. "Do you sleep a little?" That was not entirely accurate, but it was close enough. I poured coffee and sat across from him. "We need someone who served with Danny," I said. James nodded slowly. I was thinking the same thing. He reached into the pocket of his sweater and drew out the yellow legal pad from the day before. His notes were still there, calm and orderly, as if they belonged to someone else's family. "I did a little more searching early this morning," he said, which made me uneasy. I couldn't sleep either. He slid the pad toward me, and I found a name related to Danny's early unit assignment. I looked down. The name Michael Torres, Staff Sergeant, didn't mean anything to me. Who is he? According to a few documents, he worked for the same logistics company as Danny in the late 1980s, and he now resides 2 counties away. I glanced at the name. "You want to call him?" "I want you to call him." "Why me?" "Because if I do it," James continued gently, "it will be an interrogation." By mid-morning, my hands were slightly shaky as I contacted the number we had located listed under Michael Torres in a veterans community directory. It rang 4 times before a gravelly voice answered. "Torres? Mr. Torres," I said. "My name is Rachel Carter." Silence. He then said, "Carter, are you connected to Daniel Carter?" My stomach tightened. "Yes." Another silence. "Well," he answered slowly. "That's a name I haven't heard in a long time." His tone contained something I couldn't quite identify, recognition, but no warmth. "I hope I'm not bothering you," I began carefully. "My brother just got home, and our family has been celebrating. I was hoping to speak with someone who knew him during his service." Torres took a brief breath that sounded almost like a laugh. "Celebrating, huh?" The way he said it made my chest clench. "Yes," I responded. "He served for many years." Another, longer pause. Finally, Torres added quietly, "Ma'am, how much do you know about your brother's service?" I stared at James across the table. "I know what he's told us," I said. Torres exhaled slowly. "Well, that might be the problem." My heart began to beat faster. "What do you mean?" There was the sound of a chair scraping across a floor on his end of the phone. "Your brother did serve," Torres said. "No doubt about that. When he first arrived, he was also a good kid. Smart, quick learner." I felt relief temporarily. But I asked, "But he didn't stay long." The word long rang in my head. How long? "A couple years." That didn't make sense. "He told us he served decades." Torres didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice carried the quiet patience of a man who had repeated uncomfortable truths before. "Ma'am, Danny was dismissed." The room seems to shrink around me. "Discharged," I murmured. "Yes, for what?" Torres hesitated. "I don't enjoy talking bad about a man behind his back. I'm his sister," I said, "and my parents are elderly. If they've been told lies, I need to know." Another long pause. Finally, he replied, "It wasn't criminal or anything like that." Relief flowed over me for a half second, and he went on, "It was a disciplinary discharge. Drinking on duty, a couple of occasions that added up. Nothing violent, just a young guy who couldn't keep his cool." My eyes welled up with tears. "That can't be right. I wish it wasn't." Torres went on to say, seemingly remorseful, "Danny wasn't a horrible man. In fact, most of us liked him. But the Army does not operate on potential." "And the medals?" I queried faintly. "What medals?" I swallowed. "He arrived home with various decorations." Torres was silent for so long that I thought the connection had dropped, but then he calmly whispered, "Ma'am, Danny didn't earn any combat medals." The words felt like cold water. "Zero." My voice shook. "He wore them last night." Torres groaned. Then someone sold him something he didn't deserve. I ended the call a few minutes later, though I barely remember how. The kitchen felt strangely distant, as if I were standing in someone else's house. James gently took the phone from my hand and placed it on the table. Neither of us spoke for a long time. Finally, I whispered, "He lied." James nodded. "Yes." I sank into the chair. Not just a little lie, a lifelong lie. He didn't disagree. Tears streamed down my cheeks, but I wasn't sure what I was mourning. The brother I thought I knew, my parents' pride, or the vulnerable version of Michael that must have been lurking beneath it all. Why would he do this? I asked. James's voice remained soft. Shame. Shame. When people believe they've failed the people they care about, he said, they sometimes create a version of themselves that didn't fail. Later that afternoon, I drove back to my parents' house alone. James offered to accompany me, but I declined, saying, "This part belongs to me." I recalled Michael's expression when Mom mentioned the American Legion, how quickly his smile faded, and how carefully he touched those medals, like a man holding borrowed property. The house appeared peaceful from the outside, with curtains open and wind chimes swaying softly on the porch. It was the same house where Michael and I had grown up, chasing each other down the hallway and arguing over who finished the milk. Inside, I could hear my father laughing, followed by Michael's voice. They were in the living room. I stood in the hallway for a moment, holding the truth in my chest, like something fragile and dangerous. For the first time in my life, I realized something painful. My brother had not come home with glory, but with a secret, and now I was the one who knew. I found Michael in my parents' garage, where the overhead door was half open, letting in a band of late afternoon light that stretched across the concrete floor. Dust floated through it like tiny sparks. My father kept the garage the way he kept everything else in his life, orderly, practical, and touched by years of use, with fishing rods in one corner, a snow shovel hanging on hooks, and a workbench lined with coffee cans full of nails and screws that had most likely been there since 1985. Michael stood by the old freezer, holding a can of beer. When he noticed me, he looked up and said, "Well," with a crooked smile, "there you are. Mom said you came by." I closed the side door behind me and looked at him for a moment. There were no awards, no formal uniform, no applauding crowd, just my brother in a flannel shirt and trousers, older around the eyes than I had allowed myself to see. He lifted the beer slightly. "Do you want one too?" He shrugged, and took a sip. From inside the home, I could hear my mother's voice drifting weakly through the wall, followed by the sound of a cabinet closing, ordinary domestic things that make confrontation feel almost obscene. Michael examined my face. "What's wrong?" There are moments in life when you realize there is no graceful version of what comes next. I took a breath. "I spoke to Michael Torres this morning." The change in Michael's expression was immediate, not dramatic, not theatrical, just a quiet draining away of color from a man who has suddenly realized that the room he is standing in no longer belongs to him. He lowered the beer can. "Who did you talk to?" "I'm Michael Torres, Staff Sergeant." Michael turned away toward the half-open garage door. The stillness extended. Finally, he uttered a brief, humorless laugh. "James put you up to that." "Don't make this about James." Michael placed the beer on the workbench with greater care than required. "So, what did Mike have to say?" I went closer. "You tell me." His jaw tightened. For a few seconds, neither of us spoke. Then he rubbed one hand over his mouth and gave a tired shake of the head. I should have known this was coming. The words hit me more than any denial could have. "And he is lying." "So, it's real." Michael sat back against the workbench and glanced at the floor. "What part? The part where you hadn't served in decades?" He said nothing. "The part where you was discharged?" Still nothing. "What about the fact that those medals weren't yours?" At that, his eyelids closed for a moment. When he opened them again, they appeared older. "Yes," he said, just one word. "Yes." I had prepared myself for anger, excuses, and that stubborn Bennett pride that ran through every branch of our family tree, but I had not prepared for surrender. I folded my arms tightly across my chest because I suddenly felt cold. "How long?" I asked. Michael swallowed. "I was in for just under 5 years. I stared at him. 5. He nodded once. "You let Mom and Dad believe it was 25. I know. You let this entire town believe you were some decorated combat veteran. I know. You sat at that table last night while Daddy looked at you like." My voice broke. Michael turned away. "Rachel, no." I stepped closer. "You don't get to say my name like I'm the one who needs calming down." He nodded slightly. "You're right. That almost made it worse." I wanted something from him I could push against. Defensiveness, pride, a lie so obvious I could tear it apart and leave feeling righteous. Instead, I got a man who looked tired, clear through his bones. "Why?" I asked. He laughed once, but there was no humor in it. "You really want the full thing?" "Yes." He picked up the drink again, then appeared to think better of it and laid it back down unopened. "When I enlisted, I meant it," he said. "Every word I ever told you kids back then about serving and making something of myself, I meant it." I continued, "But I was 20 years old and dumber than I knew. I thought the photograph on my bed from the night before showed me enough of the boy he'd been. I got involved with the wrong crowd, began drinking excessively, and neglected my obligations. One bad decision led to another. He stroked the back of his neck. It wasn't one enormous controversy. That's nearly easier to explain. It was a series of stupid, poor decisions that stacked up. And they discharged you? Yes. Why didn't you tell us? Michael gave me a look that I'll never forget because in it, I saw not the man in front of me, but the younger one, who had stepped off a bus years ago lugging a duffel bag in the ruins of his own expectations. Because Dad had told everybody his son was going to make a career of it, he replied quietly. Because Mom cried when I left and encouraged every woman in church to pray for me. Because our family may not have much, Rachel, but we had pride. His voice trembled on the last word, and I came home with nothing. I felt my fury shift, not dissipate, but move like furniture on a floor. What occurred next? He gave a tired shrug. What happens to a lot of men who come home ashamed and don't know what to do? I bounced around. Warehouse jobs, construction, security work, sleeping on couches, binge drinking for a few years, then quitting after it nearly killed me. That matched what Caroline had hinted at. And then, he said, I learned something. I waited. He looked straight at me. That people prefer a clean story. The words landed in the dusty air between us. A man who served saw hard things, kept his mouth shut, and came home honorable. He said, people know where that man goes. They respect him. They make room for him at the table. He gave a small, broken smile. A failed soldier with no goal and a rough few years behind him. Nobody knows what to do with that man, not even his own family. I wanted to tell him he was incorrect, but wasn't that why he'd lied so well for so long? We'd all enjoyed the clean story. I stared at the shelves along the garage wall, the ancient paint cans, the cracked toolbox, and the folded camping chairs my parents had maintained even though they hadn't gone camping in 20 years. How did the lie get this big? I inquired. Michael took a slow breath. It didn't happen all at once. At first, I just let folks make assumptions. Then I stopped adjusting the details. Then one falsehood hit another. Years have passed. Mom and Dad became older. Dad's pals at the mill began to die. People looked at me and saw something that made them happy. His eyes welled up, but he blinked away the tears. And after a while, I didn't know how to take it away from them. I stood there holding my own grief and fury, unsure which one deserved to speak first. Finally, I said, the medals. Michael looked down. I bought them online. The shame in his voice was almost unbearable for what I asked. He answered without looking up, because when I looked in the mirror, I wanted to see the man I should have been. That broke something in me, not my anger, which remained, but something beneath it softened painfully. I remembered my father in the dining room lifting his glass with those rough millworker hands, my mother smoothing Michael's sleeve as if she could iron all the years straight, and the truth here in the garage. Not a hero, not a monster, simply a man who had created a fake existence out of failure and need and then become stuck within it. I swallowed hard. You understand this can't continue. Michael nodded. I know. You have to tell them. At that, he looked up immediately. All of it. Yes. Fear raced over his face so freely that he appeared like a youngster again. It'll kill Dad. No, I responded gently. The lie will. He sat down on the old stool near the workshop and clamped both palms over his eyes for many seconds. Then, in an exhausted voice, he asked the unexpected question, do you hate me? I stood there in my father's garage with sunlight fading across the floor and felt the ache of a lifetime between us. No, I said, but I don't know who I've been loving. Michael lowered his hands. That one landed. I could see it, and maybe that was the beginning of revenge, not humiliation, not exposure, but the moment a person is forced to stand naked in front of the damage they have done. I turned toward the door. Tomorrow, I said, you tell them, or I will. Then I left my brother alone in the garage with his beer, his silence, and the life he could no longer keep pretending was his. The next morning arrived quietly, without any concern for the people who dread them. Sunlight slipped through the kitchen curtains at my parents' house, casting thin golden lines across the table where we had celebrated just 2 nights before. The same tablecloth was still there, though my mother had neatly folded it back at the corners, and the coffee pot was already on. When I walked in, my father was seated in his usual chair, reading the local newspaper. His glasses sat low on his nose, and he held the paper with both hands as if it were something steady in a world that had become increasingly uncertain over the years. Morning, kiddo, he murmured without looking up. Morning, Dad. My mother strolled around the kitchen, humming softly, as she did for decades. She placed a dish of bread on the table. Michael should be down soon, she added. I told him we'd have breakfast together before church. Her voice was friendly as always. I wished I could pause time right there. Allow the morning to remain ordinary. But the truth has a way of marching on, even when the heart wants to stop. Michael entered a few minutes later. He appeared to have slept little. His eyes were crimson, and the comfortable smile he usually displayed had vanished. Still, he kissed his mother on the cheek and made himself coffee like any other morning. My father glanced over the top of the newspaper. You look like you wrestled a bear last night, he told me. Michael forced a little laugh. Something like that. He then looked at me. Just a short look, but enough. He knew. I knew he knew. We sat around the same table where the party had occurred. There are now 4 people instead of a house full of family and neighbors. The silence sharpened every sound. The scrape of a chair leg and the click of a spoon on a mug. My mother butters her toast. So Michael, she said cheerfully. Mrs. Walker said the American Legion would love for you to come speak next month. Tell the young folks about your service. Michael didn't respond. His coffee cup stalled halfway to his mouth. My father lowered the newspaper slowly. You hear your mother? Michael asked, setting the cup down. Yes, sir, but he didn't appear proud. He resembled a man standing on the edge of something steep. I felt my heart pounding in my chest. This was his moment, which I had given him. Michael folded his hands on the table. Mom, Dad. My mom grinned. Yes, sweetheart. He spoke quietly. There's something I need to tell you. My father frowned slightly. What's that? Michael looked down at the table. Then he looked back up. And for the first time since he'd been home, there was no performance in his face. No practice story, just truth. I didn't serve all those years. The room went completely still. My mother blinked. What do you mean? Michael swallowed. I was in the army for a few years, but I didn't stay. My father sat very straight. Explain. Michael nodded slowly. I made mistakes. I was young, and I didn't handle the responsibility well. Drinking mostly, missed duties. Eventually, they discharged me. My mother's hand slowly lowered from the toast she had been holding. Discharged? She whispered. Yes. My father's voice became very quiet. And the medals? Michael looked down. I bought them. That was the moment the silence changed. Not louder, but heavier. My father leaned back in his chair. For a long time, he said nothing. I watched his face carefully. In 60 years of knowing my father, I had seen him angry, tired, proud, frustrated, but this expression was different. It was the look of a man rearranging his understanding of something he had believed deeply. Finally, he asked, how long has this lie been going on? Michael answered honestly. 32 years. My mother covered her mouth. Oh, Michael. Tears filled her eyes. I told everyone. I know, he said. I prayed for you every Sunday. I know. Her voice trembled. Why didn't you tell us? Michael's shoulders sagged. Because I thought you deserved a better son than the one who came home. The words hung in the room. My father stared at him for several seconds, then he did something none of us expected. He sighed, not an angry sigh, a tired one. Son, he said slowly, you think we wanted a hero? Michael looked confused. I thought you did. My father shook his head. We wanted our boy. My mother reached across the table and touched Michael's hand. That's all we ever wanted. Michael's eyes filled, but he failed. My father shrugged. So did I plenty of times. Michael blinked. You. My father gave a small laugh. Son, you think a man works 40 years in a paper mill and does everything right? The tension in the room eased slightly. Not gone, but shifting. My father leaned forward. What I'm disappointed about, he said, is not the discharge. Michael waited. It's that you thought you had to lie to us for 32 years. Michael's voice cracked. 1. I didn't want you to be ashamed of me. My father shook his head again. Shame comes from lies, Danny, not from mistakes. My mother wiped her eyes with a napkin. You must have been so lonely carrying that. Michael looked at her, stunned. I thought you'd hate me. My mother stood and wrapped her arms around him. Oh, sweetheart, she whispered. You're still my boy. Michael broke then. Not dramatically, just quietly, the way men his age sometimes do when they finally stop holding something in. Across the table, my father looked at me. His eyes were calm. You knew about this before today. It wasn't a question. I nodded. Yes. Your husband, too. Yes. He leaned back again. Well, he said thoughtfully, good thing one of you married a careful man. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. That small humor cracked the last of the tension in the room. Michael wiped his eyes and took a shaky breath. I'll tell the Legion the truth, he said. My father nodded. That's the right start. My mother squeezed Michael's shoulder. And then you move forward. How? She smiled gently. By living honestly. Later that afternoon, when I walked home with James, the autumn air felt different than it had the day before. Lighter. Truth does that. It hurts first, then it clears the air. James listened quietly as I told him what had happened. When I finished, he nodded. Sounds like your father handled it well. He did. I paused. Better than I expected. James smiled. Sometimes the people we're trying hardest to protect are stronger than we think. I looked back toward my parents' house. Inside, my brother sat with them, not as a hero, but as something more real, a man starting over. In the weeks after Michael told the truth, our family moved through a strange kind of quiet. Not the quiet of anger, not exactly the quiet of forgiveness either. It was the quiet that comes when something long hidden is finally brought into the light, and everyone has to learn how to live with the new shape of things. At our age, That kind of adjustment is familiar. Bodies change, marriages change, retirement changes the rhythm of a household. Old friendships thin out. Adult children move farther away than you ever imagined they would. So, maybe that is why after the first shock wore off, my parents did not collapse under the truth the way Michael had feared. They simply absorbed it. Not quickly, not painlessly, but steadily. My mother still cried on and off for a few days. I found her once at the kitchen sink drying the same plate long after it was already dry. She looked at me and said, "I'm not crying because he failed when he was young. I'm crying because he was alone with it for so long." That was my mother all over. She always found the wound underneath the offense. My father was quieter than usual. He spent more time in his recliner watching the evening news with the volume too low, his hands folded over his stomach. But when I brought him soup one afternoon, he said something I have thought about many times since. "A man can survive disappointment," he told me. "What wears him down is pretending." That was as close as my father came to philosophy, and it was enough. Michael stayed in town. That more than anything, told me the truth had changed him. The old Michael, the one who had lived behind polished stories and borrowed honor, would have left after a confession like that. He would have found some reason to move along, some wounded pride to hide behind. But this Michael remained. He got up early and helped my father clear leaves from the gutters. He took my mother grocery shopping and carried in every bag without being asked. He fixed the loose railing on the back porch. He sat at the kitchen table in plain flannel shirts and drank coffee without trying to impress anybody. At first, the town did what towns do. People talked. News travels fast in places like ours. One woman tells another in the church parking lot, somebody overhears something at the diner, a cousin repeats a half version at the barber shop. Before long, everybody knows enough to be wrong in 3 different directions. A few people were cruel about it. One man at the hardware store muttered, "Fake soldier," just loud enough to be heard. Michael heard him. So did I. Michael kept walking. That was the moment I knew he was finally telling the truth with his life and not just with his mouth. A week later, he asked if I would go with him to the American Legion Hall. Not to give a speech, to volunteer. I looked at him across my kitchen table where he had come to ask in person, turning his coffee mug slowly in both hands, like a man still learning what honesty required. "To do what?" I asked. "Whatever they need," he said. "Set up chairs, sweep floors, drive folks to appointments if they need rides." I studied him for a moment. "Why?" He gave a small shrug. "Because I can't undo what I did," he said, "but I can stop taking up space that belongs to better men and start being useful instead." That answer stayed with me. That answer stayed with me. So I went. The Legion Hall smelled like old coffee, floor wax, and decades of fish fries. The men there were a mixture of generations: Korea, Vietnam, Gulf War, Iraq, Afghanistan. Some were broad and hearty, some were frail. A few carried themselves with that unmistakable stiffness of men whose bodies had paid interest on old service injuries for years. Michael did not walk in like a hero, he walked in like a worker. And when the post commander, a Vietnam veteran named Thomas Williams, came over to speak with him, Michael told the truth plainly. "I wasn't what I claimed to be," he said. "But I'd still like to help if you'll let me." Thomas looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, "Can you stack tables?" Michael nodded. Thomas pointed toward the back room. "Then start there. No grand speech, no ceremony, just work. Sometimes that is the most American kind of grace there is." Over the next 2 months, Michael became dependable in a way I had never seen before. He drove Mr. Kowalski to his physical therapy appointments at the VA clinic in Pittsburgh. He helped Mrs. Williams sort donated winter coats for a veterans outreach drive. He spent Saturday mornings repairing loose hinges, carrying boxes, and cleaning out storage closets nobody else wanted to touch. He did not talk much about redemption. He practiced it. One evening, close to Thanksgiving, our family gathered again at my parents' house. Not for a celebration this time, just dinner. Turkey breast, green beans, stuffing from a box because my mother claimed she was too old to impress anyone with homemade anymore. Though she still made her pumpkin pie from scratch because some habits are sacred. Michael came in wearing jeans and a navy sweater. No medals, no costume, just himself. My son Tyler hugged him at the door. My daughter Melissa called in from Arizona via speakerphone. My father said grace, his voice shaky but confident. When we sat down, the room felt warmer than it did at the first grand homecoming dinner. Not more impressive, but more honest. At one point, my father raised his water glass. Everyone looked at him. He cleared his throat. "To second chances," he explained. He then looked directly at Michael. "And to the truth, even when it arrives late," we all said, raising our glasses. Michael's eyes widened, but he smiled. This time, it happened naturally. Later that night, after the dishes were done and the leftovers had been packed away, I stood alone on my parents' back porch for a brief moment. The air was cold enough to sting, and somewhere down the street, a dog barked once before quieting down. James stepped out beside me and placed his hand in mine. "You all right?" he inquired. "Yes," I answered. And for once, it was completely accurate. I looked through the kitchen window at my family, my mother drying plates, my father settling into his chair, and my brother quietly laughing at something Tyler had said. A different man than the one who had walked in wearing borrowed honor, a better one, I thought, not because he had become impressive, but because he had become real. That was the moral left behind for me, the one with a little ache still attached. People can survive the truth more often than they can survive a lie. Honesty creates a livable life, while pride creates a polished one. True family isn't the people who clap loudest for your image, it's the people who stick around when the image fades. My sister-in-law secretly DNA tested my adopted daughter behind my back, and when I laughed in her face, she lost it. Now my family's mad at me. Am I the asshole? I, 30 male, have a daughter who's 6. I am not biologically related to her at all. There is no blood relation between us. How did I adopt Lily? In summary, Lily's parents were my childhood best friends. Together we had school, first jobs, and relationships. Though not dating, we were close. The young couple had Lily and seemed perfect. One day, everything changed. The bizarre workplace shooting killed them both. It's hard to talk about, but it was a mess. Lily was 3 months old and had no relatives. She felt closest to family through me. I wasn't sure I wanted kids or wanted to be a dad. I couldn't put Lily in foster care or with strangers after losing my best friend. I adopted her. The choice was right, but hard. The family accepted that I wasn't her biological father. It was known she was adopted. Lily knows, but she's too young to comprehend. She knows her real parents died because we told her. After she's grown, we'll tell her everything. Our tiny life together. My parents, Lily, and I. Not perfect, but we survived. Her child rocks. She resembles her biological parents. I never corrected people who thought she was my biological daughter. Never seemed important. It was okay that most people saw us and thought she was mine. No need to complicate. Lucas, my brother, always helped. I didn't realize Lily's parentage confused him. He believed she was my biological daughter, like everyone else. No idea what was going on behind the scenes. I never expected this to make everything messy. Another casual family weekend. My parents invited us to a party. A few hours of eating and talking, nothing fancy. Naturally, Lily and I joined my brother Lucas and his fiancée Rachel. We talked while the kids ran. Everything seemed normal. Lily focused on me again, showing me her school drawing. She was proud and wanted my praise. My brother's fiancée, Rachel, started browsing some old family photo albums on the coffee table. I wasn't worried. My family doesn't keep old photos in a special place, but a dusty album. It didn't matter. Rachel was flipping pages, but I ignored her. I tried to hear Lily brag about her teacher's praise while she showed me her art. Then Rachel paused. She focused on tracing one photo carefully. She showed a photo of me, my best friend Sarah, Lily's biological mom, and Sarah's husband James. Why wasn't clear? They gathered at a barbecue years ago. A lifetime ago. I hadn't considered that photo for years. She looked at me, possibly confused. The woman in the photo is who? Curious, she asked. It was initially ignored. A simple query. I looked over and said, Sarah, Lily's mother, died years ago. Rachel stared at the photo again and then at me without speaking. I didn't know what she was thinking, but I assumed a delayed reaction. Maybe she didn't know Sarah died or Lily's mom wasn't my wife. I resumed listening to Lily discuss her drawing. Rachel asked, wait, I thought Lily's mom was your wife? She hesitated, clearly confused. I laughed and said, nah, Rachel, because the idea was absurd. Sarah was my best friend, not my wife. Sarah and I were never dating. Period. James was her husband. Response was slow from Rachel. She looked at the photo again, lips pressed, trying to figure it out. I felt uneasy watching her think. I wasn't sure why she looked odd in the shot. She replied, okay, I didn't know that. I thought she was your wife. I thought. She put the album on the table. She didn't move. She studied the photo, almost trying to understand. Then I wasn't worried. Maybe she was thinking Lily's mom wasn't my wife. The assumption was odd, but whatever. Not a problem. I assumed she'd recover and we'd continue the night. Strange things happened a few days later. Rachel was acting differently toward me, like tension. I didn't know what changed, but I felt it. She was different with me. Before seeing her at my parents' house, I didn't care. She was aloof and quieter than usual. She looked at me several times, as if assessing me. I realized her mind had probably snapped. That shot revealed something about Lily. Now I knew she was assembling the pieces, but what would happen was unknown. I thought, she'll get over it. I didn't realize she wouldn't relent. From uncomfortable to wild, things changed quickly. I didn't care after that photo chat. I expected Rachel to move on. She seemed stuck on that moment. Why she became strange and distant was beyond me. I didn't realize Rachel's idea right away. She was puzzled and skeptical. Rachel was investigating, but I didn't know. She probably thought my relationship with Lily's biological mother was off. She thought I lied about Lily being my biological daughter. Maybe because I never corrected those who claimed Lily was mine. Maybe because Lily resembled her parents, not me. It was something Rachel couldn't shake. What does she? Lily gets a DNA test. The catch, she did this without telling me. I knew nothing. Much later, I learned. Rachel probably informed Lucas of her concerns. She probably asked him for confirmation that something was wrong. It's unclear what they discussed, but my brother bought it. Organized everything for her. I don't know what he told her about the DNA test. Rachel added him to the test for weight. My brother Lucas probably thought he was helping Rachel discover the truth. He probably thought he could help everyone, especially Rachel, who was confused. Rachel checked Lily. She compared Lily's and my brother's DNA. She must have believed Lily was my biological daughter. That was untrue. That she traveled so far amazes me. I never expected her to go so far. I could have discussed it if she asked. She hid my brother's role in the mission. That day, she faced me. Rachel unexpectedly arrived while I was doing my evening routine with Lily at home. First impression of her face was unreadable. Though she appeared to be bursting, she was calm. It was odd. She moved quickly. I've got the results, she said, waving a paper as she entered. I was confused by her tone, which seemed to reveal something important. Perplexed, I watched her. Results? She started silent. DNA findings were revealed by her pushing the paper toward me. When Lily was tested, it clicked, she said. Shocked. Standing there feels like a nightmare. You did? I asked while processing her words. I had her tested because I needed to know the truth, Rachel said, her voice calm but her eyes keen, like she was waiting for me to break. To avoid deception, I wondered if you were raising your daughter or something else. She accused me of something beyond comprehension. Initially, I was too shocked to respond. While staring at her, I don't remember what she said next. Too busy thinking about how ridiculous this was. I don't know why you didn't tell me the truth before, Rachel said. The results came back. Not what you said. My stomach sank. I was furious but couldn't understand the madness. Rachel, I mumbled dismissively. What the hell are you talking about? Always told others, including you, that Lily isn't my biological daughter. Rachel squinted. She pushed the paper into my face as she approached. You manipulated me for months. Test results show you raised her like your own. She's not yours. What was it? Why deceive? I gave in. I laughed unexpectedly. Rachel, are you waving a DNA test at me? You think I don't know, Lily's not my biological daughter? Are you crazy? Bitterly, I laughed again. Rachel blushed. My response shocked her. She probably expected me to cry or confess, but I didn't. Frustrated. Despite not knowing her intentions, I couldn't ignore it. You'll be mad at me? Raising her voice, she replied. You've been hiding this for so long, and now I'm the bad guy for asking? I'm not upset with you for trying to get the truth, I whispered. I'm upset you investigated stuff you shouldn't. Your Lucas involvement infuriates me. I saw Rachel freeze and realized my response surprised her. I just wanted to know. She said, feeling guilty. Daniel, I didn't want to be lied to. Well, you were lied to, all right, I said, staring her down. But not by me. She said, I just thought you'd tell me the truth eventually, as she left humiliated. I stood there, confused but frustrated. How dare she do this behind my back, put me in the position, and then claim she was wronged. I had no idea what to expect when Rachel entered my house that day. Her face showed a strange mix of wrath and delight, like she had found a great secret and was going to tell me. I didn't have time to ask before she shoved a paper in my face and said, I have the results, as if to say a verdict. Her eyes were fixed on me like she expected me to cry or confess. My first reaction was to blink at her paper, confused by her words. Results? I asked. What are you talking about, Rachel? Instead of responding, she shoved the page into my chest and said, I had Lily DNA tested, triumphantly. It proves it. You're not her biological dad. The problem was that Rachel decided to prove something that wasn't a question. I raised Lily as my own, but everyone knew she wasn't biologically mine. I tried to take it all in, but then I realized how absurd it was. Rachel seemed smug as she waited for my response, like she expected me to cry or be ashamed. Since everything was ridiculous, I laughed out loudly and mockingly like she told the best joke ever. Rachel stopped, clutching the test results as if they proved I owed her an explanation. Her eyes were wide, bewildered, and even angry as she stared at me. She probably waited for me to panic, plead, or do something else. You think this is a big revelation, Rachel? I laughed, trying to catch my breath. You think I don't know Lily's not my biological daughter? I laughed and shook my head, wiping my eyes. I understand now. You thought you'd say something shocking to me, you assumed I was unaware? Think I was hiding something from everyone? I smiled sarcastically. She was unsure how to respond, so she spoke after a long time. Why didn't you tell me? Why not just? I stopped her and spoke steadily but with a bite. Why didn't I tell everyone I'm raising an adopted child? Because Rachel, that's not your business. It's not about you. I didn't need to explain. You had no right to go behind my back and pull silly stunts like this. I approached, losing patience. As I approached, she recoiled. Our tension was suffocating. She was struggling to control her emotions. You took matters into your own hands, I said coldly. You couldn't ask me. No, you had to make it a secret mission like I was hiding something. Rachel, did you believe I lied? Was I just pretending all these years? Rachel whispered, I just wanted to know the truth, trembling and burning. I didn't want deception, I thought I was duped. In jest, I said, well, congratulations, Rachel. Truth was told, I'm not her biological father, it changes nothing. She recoiled, surprised by my remark. Her eyes were filled with rage and frustration, but she couldn't speak. She seemed to ponder my words before storming out. Never repeat that. I called her, but got no response. The door slamming behind her echoed throughout the house, making me angry. Never expected this. Rachel had gone behind my back, made me the subject of a bizarre truth-seeking mission, and tried to humiliate me in front of Lily. Lily called me out of my head as I sat down, my mind racing. She showed me another drawing to get my attention. I focused on her, absorbing the simplicity of the scenario. I loved her more than anything. After Rachel stormed out, I thought things would calm down. But the worst was yet to come. Hours later, Lucas, my brother, arrived at my door, embarrassed, red-faced, and off. I sensed trouble, but didn't expect what followed. Daniel, he said when I opened the door, tense but not angry. We must talk. You must apologize to Rachel. What? I stared at him, trying to contain my anger. I owe her an apology? You mean I owe her after everything she did today? I asked in doubt. His stiff body language showed he was trying to calm down as he entered the house without permission. I know you're mad, but Rachel was humiliated. You didn't have to mock her. Humiliating? I repeated, raising my voice. Are you seriously telling me that she humiliated herself by doing something insane and I owe her an apology? You embarrassed her in front of me, Lucas whispered. Before everyone. I exhaled to calm down. I didn't want this conversation. Lucas, you don't get it, I said, my voice steady but tense. Rachel DNA tested my daughter without my knowledge. She claimed I withheld information from her. She embarrassed herself. She forced this situation and got mad when I didn't respond as expected. Lucas shifted uncomfortably. I know, he muttered. You must understand Rachel's perspective. She thought you lied. She believed you were raising Lily as your biological child without telling her. I froze. You knew she did this behind my back? The words hit me. Yes, Lucas said, lowering his voice. He ignored me and stared at the floor. I thought she was understanding. This reaction surprised me. You knew? Louder, I repeated. You knew she was doing it but didn't stop? You didn't say she'd do it? He rubbed his neck, clearly uncomfortable. I didn't think it was a big deal, he mumbled. Rachel was confused, so I thought the test would help us understand. I didn't know he stammered. I didn't know it would go this far. I recoiled as his words hit me. You didn't think it was a big deal? I asked with a dangerously calm voice. You didn't consider lying to her important? You didn't think sneaking around to prove something unnecessary was important? Lucas opened his mouth but said nothing. Though he appeared to speak, nothing came out. He seemed defensive rather than sorry after a long pause. I didn't get why Daniel adopted a stranger's child. It seemed you were hiding something. I didn't get. You couldn't understand why I adopted a child? Why the hell care? Why do you care about my biological relationship to her? I needed to know, okay? He lowered his voice, almost ashamed. I suspected you were hiding something. That you and Sarah were together, and then, he paused, unable to finish. The room fell silent as his words hit me all at once. You thought I was with Sarah? I was a homewrecker? You thought I was hiding something, Lucas? You thought I was raising Lily because I was secretly her biological father? You really believed that? Lucas mumbled. I didn't know what to think. Man, I couldn't understand why you'd do it without a hidden motive. Just thought. I thought maybe you and Sarah were together before she died, and maybe she didn't tell you Lily was your kid, but you took her in because you felt guilty. I was shocked to hear him say, you thought I was hiding something all along? Shaking my head, you thought I was ashamed to admit I was Lily's biological father? You kidding me? Lucas cringed when I said his assumptions were ridiculous but defended himself. I didn't want to believe it either, but I just couldn't understand why you'd adopt a kid if she wasn't yours. I was confused. And Rachel, she was confused too. I was just trying to help. I said, you didn't help, Lucas, my voice low but vehement. You made everything worse. You lied to her. You lied to me. You put Rachel in a position where she thought she had to test my daughter like some kind of experiment. And now, look at what it's caused. Lucas was speechless and seemed to realize how badly he'd messed up. He whispered, I never meant to hurt you, man. I was just trying to figure things out. I chuckled bitterly, frustrated and angry. Yeah, well, you've figured it out now. Congratulations, Lucas. You've made a mess of everything. I turned away and headed for the door. I needed space, away from him, and away from this situation. My family had just been torn apart due to a misunderstanding, and the person who was supposed to understand me best had betrayed me. I expected more tension, awkwardness, and apologies the next time I saw Rachel, but I didn't expect her to sit down and explain why she did what she did. This was the last thing I expected after everything went down. I agreed to meet Rachel a few days after the confrontation. The fallout was still fresh, and I had pretty much avoided my brother for a while. He was still spiraling, embarrassed, and full of regret. She arrived looking like someone who had been carrying something heavy for a long time. She sat on the couch and looked at her hands, flushed and uncomfortable. "I need to apologize," she said quietly. "I've been an idiot, and I know that." I nodded, letting her speak. Her voice wavered as she said, "I don't expect you to forgive me right away." She knew what she did was wrong, but she needed you to understand why. I waited silently, wanting to get angry again, but her way of speaking made me hold back. I wasn't ready for this, but I wouldn't shut her down either. "I've got my own baggage," Rachel said, finally looking up at me. "And it's not your fault, but I projected all of it onto you. All of my anger, my resentment. I'm sorry for that." She paused, clearly struggling with what to say. Rachel wasn't usually this vulnerable, so I felt a shift into something more than the awkward apology. "I guess I should start with my mom," she said, almost reluctantly. She had an affair when I was younger. I don't know if you knew, but it wrecked our family. My dad never saw it coming. He was devastated, and so was I. I was too young to understand it at the time, but as I got older, I saw how much it destroyed him. It broke him, Daniel. She stopped again, biting her lip like she was holding back something stronger. I let her continue because I could tell she was working through it. My mom's affair, everything she lied about was a constant shadow in our house. I never could trust her after that. I spent years resenting her. And, in some ways, I guess I've been resenting anyone who had a secret like that, someone who was pretending, someone who had a lie they were hiding from the people they loved. And I saw that in you. I saw you and Lily's M. I sat there, taking it all in. I had no idea Rachel was carrying all of that, especially in a way that made her project it onto me. All this time, I'd thought she was just being nosy and trying to start trouble, but now I knew there was more to it. She was holding on to a real pain that had shaped her worldview, and I was caught in the crossfire. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice breaking. "I should have asked you about it first, but I thought I was helping. I didn't want to see you hiding something from your family like my mom did. I thought it was all a lie." I exhaled slowly, still processing her words. I wasn't sure how to feel. I was angry that she took it this far, angry that she'd gone behind my back, involved my brother, and put me in that impossible situation, but I understood where it was coming from. "You didn't need to do it, Rachel," I said, my voice calmer but still frustrated. "You could have just talked to me about it. I wouldn't have lied to you, I wouldn't have hid anything from you, but you made it worse by sneaking behind my back." She nodded, feeling guilty. "I know. And I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. I let my past get in the way of seeing things clearly. Now I know. And I can't undo what I did, but I can at least be honest with you about it." I could tell Rachel was genuinely sorry. It didn't excuse what she'd done, but I understood why. It didn't make it right, but I could tell she wasn't the same person I'd argued with a few days earlier. She was struggling with her own demons, not mine or my family's. "I get it," I said, softening my voice. "I get where it's coming from, but Rachel, you can't do that again. You can't just assume things and make decisions for others like that. You don't know the full story until you ask." She nodded again, wiping her eyes. "I know. And I promise I won't do something like that again. I'll fix this, if you let me." She was trying, and maybe just maybe we could move past this. But it would take time. "I'm not mad at you for what you thought," I said, trying to calm the situation. "I'm mad at how you handled it, but I'll forgive you for that, but I need some time." Rachel softened. "I understand. I'll give you space, just know that I'm sorry, and I want to fix things." I nodded, and she left. I sat there for a while, reflecting on everything. This whole mess had started because of one person's assumptions, but now it felt like there might be a way forward. It wasn't easy, but I could tell Rachel was trying to make amends, which was all that mattered. After Rachel left, still processing everything, my brother Lucas had been avoiding me ever since the confrontation, and I didn't blame him. I wasn't thrilled with the way things had gone down, either. But I knew we needed to talk to clear the air. I wasn't sure how to approach it, and I wasn't sure if I was ready for it. A few days later, I called him and told him we needed to meet. I wasn't angry, just disappointed. When we met at a coffee shop near my house, he was already there, sitting with his hands wrapped around a cup of coffee, looking uncomfortable. As we chatted, I could tell Lucas was nervous, but he didn't start anything, so I did. I leant forward to speak calmly. "Lucas, we need to talk about what happened with Rachel, about the DNA test." He shifted in his seat, clearly uncomfortable. "Yeah, I know. I've been meaning to talk to you about that," he said, sounding more hesitant than usual. This wasn't Lucas I remembered. He knew he had messed up but didn't know how to apologize. I said, "I'm listening," with a steady but tense voice. If he didn't admit what happened, I would be angry. Lucas took a deep breath, avoiding my eyes. I should have said something sooner, but I didn't know how to explain it. I never thought it would blow up like this. I couldn't figure out why you would adopt a kid that wasn't yours. I mean, it didn't make sense to me, Daniel. Why would you adopt someone else's child, especially when you weren't even sure? I took a deep breath, trying to control my emotions, as his words hit me like a ton of bricks. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. I'd spent years with Lucas and never felt this disconnect. I said quietly, my voice thick with disbelief, "You thought I was lying about everything, that I had some big secret, right?" He nodded slowly, finally meeting mine. "I couldn't understand why you would adopt Lily, man. It didn't make sense. I thought maybe you and Sarah were together and she got pregnant. I thought maybe that was your kid, and you were hiding it because, I don't know. Maybe you didn't want to admit it. I didn't want to believe it. But," my mind raced. I had never thought my brother, my flesh and blood, could think this about me, or that I would lie about something so important, especially about Lily. My heart dropped, and I felt a wave of anger and betrayal that tightened my chest. "So, you lied to Rachel about me? For months?" I asked, my voice shaking. "You fed her all these lies and made her think I was hiding the truth?" Lucas flushed red and opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He was struggling, clearly regretting what he had done, but something was holding him back from confessing. "I didn't want to think that you were. You know, lying to everyone," he said, his voice low and ashamed. "I thought you were hiding it, Daniel. I thought maybe you didn't want to admit you had a kid, or that you were too embarrassed to tell people the truth. I just couldn't understand why you'd adopt Lily if she wasn't." I felt his judgment on me as I asked, "So, you thought I was a liar this whole time?" My voice shaking with pain. "You thought I was secretly keeping something from everyone, including my own family, all because you couldn't understand my decision to adopt her?" Lucas looked at me with guilt, but he couldn't admit how wrong he had been. I didn't know what to think," he mumbled, his voice barely audible. I just couldn't get my head around it. "You've always been distant, Daniel. I didn't think you were the type to adopt a kid who wasn't yours, and I thought maybe you and Sarah had something going on." Anger and hurt mixed as I shook my head. "You tricked Rachel about something? You lied to her about everything and made her think I was hiding something? You thought that would fix it?" Lucas flinched but didn't argue. His guilt was now so tangible that I could feel it pressing against me. That didn't change his actions. Lucas said, I didn't know how else to make sense of it," his voice breaking. "I didn't understand, Daniel. I'm sorry. Was wrong. I thought I was helping Rachel understand, but I made things worse." Our silence was heavy. No longer could I look at him. "You lied to Rachel," I whispered. "You lied to me. After claiming to support me, you did this. For what? So, you can prove yourself?" Lucas was stumped. He could offer no justification or excuse. The damage was done. My brother broke down for the first time as the room's emotional intensity peaked. Not a problem. I couldn't forgive him immediately. Not after his efforts. I said, "I need some space, Lucas," sounding final. "I can't continue. Not now. Not after your actions." Lucas nodded without looking at me. He stopped talking. He stood up, ashamed, and left the coffee shop silently. I saw him leave with closure. It ended. Our relationship changed forever. I didn't know if we could fix this, but I couldn't pretend. The Lucas fallout made me expect little from Rachel for a few days. For now, I expected her to stay away. After the DNA test, accusations, and fiasco, I didn't think we could resolve it soon. Rachel suddenly reached. Late at night, she called. Her name was on my phone, and I hesitated. After everything, I wasn't sure I wanted to talk to her again. But I picked up. "Daniel?" She spoke more softly and tentatively. Everything has been on my mind. Can we talk? Your apology is due." Whatever it was, hearing her voice made me realize I didn't want to hold on to anger. I was upset, but I needed closure, and if she apologized, maybe I could let go. "Yeah, we can talk," I said neutrally. "It won't be easy." She agreed to visit the next day, so I previewed everything all night. My brother's mess, her words, and mine. She showed up at my door the next afternoon, so I knew this wasn't a casual chat. It was up to me to hear this apology. I saw Rachel with sad eyes, different from before. Now she wasn't defensive or angry. Everything seemed to burden her. I left, and she entered. "You okay?" I asked despite not wanting the answer. "I'm not okay," she said, ashamed. Was thinking, a lot." While sitting on the couch, nobody spoke. Though uncomfortable, I could tell Rachel was having trouble speaking. This quietness was unusual for her. Finally, she spoke. "Daniel, I've been a mess," she shakily said. "I erred and was selfish. I didn't realize I was bothering you." "You're gonna have to be more specific," I said, trying to speak clearly. "What you did wasn't a mistake. You crossed a line." Rachel cried. "I know, I was. In my attempt to make sense of everything, I made things worse. I was too focused on my trauma to see the big picture. I saw my family and thought I could fix or understand things. But I only hurt you. My mother had an affair when I was young, and I hated her. She broke our family, and I hated it. It broke my dad, and I never forgive her. But I saw it everywhere in my head. I saw lies waiting to be exposed. When I saw your photo with Sarah, I assumed. Like my mom, I thought you were hiding something from everyone. Inhaling, I understood her past trauma. She was dealing with her own unresolved pain, not mine, Lily's, or my brother's. Rachel broke down, saying, I didn't think it through. I just acted. I became obsessed with secrets and thought I had to discover them. I thought you were hiding something from me and us. That was wrong. Seeing that now, I didn't consider your pain. Frustrated, I sat with my arms crossed, listening. She was sorry for opening up to me for the first time. She felt her actions' pain. You really put me in a position I didn't deserve, I whispered. Rachel, you kept my faith. You cheated my family. I hated that you did it behind my back. You blocked my explanation. Rachel nodded again, her head bowed in shame. I know. I'm sorry. I had guilt but didn't know how to fix it. Do not think I did this out of malice or spite. I was dealing with my own crap, and took it out on. What to do? It was hard to let go so quickly, but Rachel apologized and tried to fix things, but it was hard to admit she made things worse. I finally said, I get it, my voice calmer. I understand your struggles, but don't take it out on me. So I've spent years protecting Lily and stabilizing her life. Because you couldn't see past your pain, you risked that. I don't mean to blame you, but Rachel regretted wiping her eyes. I know, she whispered, I've considered paying you. Just saying. I never intended to hurt you or Lily. I should have respected you both as family. Inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly made me lighter. Thank you for saying that, I said. Rachel, it takes time. This takes time to process. I understand, she nodded. No rush. I apologize and hope we can proceed. There was still a lot of work and healing to do, but hearing her say those words helped us trust her again. We could try again, though it would be hard. Rachel and Lucas's scandal worsened. I thought talking would calm things down, but no. Lucas was spiraling from lying about the adoption and guilt. A late 11 p.m. knock on the door. I heard it louder while half watching TV on the couch. Knock knock. At this hour, nobody was expected. I opened the door to find my brother Lucas with red cheeks and glassy eyes. It smelled like alcohol immediately. He couldn't speak calmly drunk. What the hell, Lucas? Asking steadily. I sensed tension immediately. Why are you here? He was initially quiet. A swaying, gasping man stared at me. I need to talk to you, he slurred drunk. Looking at him, I wondered what to say. I quit games and lies. Lucas, you're drunk. Speech can wait until you're sober. He almost fell into the doorway as he stepped forward, but I still stood. No, he said bitterly shaking. I need to say it now. Sighing, I tried to relax. Fine, but not this. Leave and rest. Lucas objected. He pushed past me into the living room, barely standing, eyes burning. Are you better than me? He spat. You think you're powerful because you're raising someone else's kid. His words slapped me. The first time he spoke like that hurt. My jaw tensed. Do not do this, Luke. You're drunk and illogical. Ignored me, he shouted. You lied to everyone. To me. You make taking that girl and look easy, like a saint. Dan, you're not her dad. She doesn't care about you. You're lying to everyone and being nice. Anger sped up my heart. His words were unbelievable. No longer Rachel-related anger. His guilt was directed at me. You don't get it, I shakily said. You always lied to Rachel. You lied to me too. You made me defend a non-question. You come to me drunk to accuse me of lies? Can you get away with this? Not funny, Lucas laughed bitterly. Consequences? Sneered. You think I care about consequences? Do you think I care now? I ruined everything. I ruined our family. I ruined everything for you, Rachel, and that damn kid. He pointed to Lily sleeping in the hallway, tightening my chest. I snapped at him, don't you dare, don't even mention Lily like that. He didn't seem to hear me. He persisted, raising his voice. Not even you deserve her. You played the caring father despite not wanting kids. You don't care about her as long as you have your perfect life. This time, I wouldn't let him break me. Get out of my house, Lucas, I scowled. You're not welcome. He stayed, became angrier, and staggered toward me, almost knocking over a side table lamp. I won't leave. Think you're the only one who struggled? Have you been fucked? I've watched you pretend like everything's fine, like you didn't ruin your life to play dad to someone else's kid. Rage was coming, but I had to stay calm. I wouldn't let him hurt me. I breathed deeply to stay calm as he yelled, accused, and twisted everything I did. I told Lucas, enough. Stop lying and manipulating. Drunk, you say things you don't mean, calling police. No turning back after my words opened his eyes. I wouldn't let him break my family. I heard him stumble toward the door shouting insults while dialing my phone. Go ahead, call police, shouted, breaking. You resemble them. You lied. I heard sirens outside minutes after pressing the call button. Lucas was too ill to stand and pacing in the living room when the officers arrived. The police arrived, and I described his insults, breakdown, and emotional damage. I remained silent as he was arrested for disturbing the peace. It was quiet, like everything was settled. There was no going back. As Lucas crossed, I drew one. I wouldn't let him hurt my family. Not Lily, not me. I cried as police took him. Relief and anger. Finally, I safeguarded my family. I had to build walls to protect myself and Lily, but Lucas's fate was unknown. The days after Lucas's drunken outburst blurred. Rachel's disappearance, Lucas's breakdown, and my family's chaos were still affecting me. I was exhausted and emotionally overwhelmed. I couldn't let my emotions hold me back. No, Lily needed my strength. Lucas' arrest lifted a huge burden, but the damage persisted. Far from it. Lucas crossed a line. I was overwhelmed by his lies, manipulation, and shame. I always knew my parents, but now we were apart. Though not their fault, tension was palpable. They looked lost on how to help me with Lucas's mess. The family discussed next steps a few days later. We can't keep pretending things are okay, my sad mom said. Lucas won't help himself, despite our efforts. His damage prevents me from forgiving him. Dad initially said little. Sat in his chair. He rubbed his temples like a headache. The situation clearly burdened him. Finally, he spoke. We cannot let him hurt us. He's our son, but sometimes you have to let people go after so much damage. Their words broke my heart. It was hard. I made a tough decision but knew what to do. Lucas couldn't manipulate us if I wanted Lily to be safe and loved. We're going to have to go low contact, I said, stressed. At least temporarily. I cannot tolerate his mischief. Our load is too much. It impacts Lily and me. My parents nodded, but I could tell they hurt. They didn't want to lose Lucas but knew it was best. The words were hard to say, but I knew they were right. Swallowing hard, I said, we can't continue until he gets it together. Before then, we must prioritize family. Most important is Lily's stability. Our minds processed what was said as we sat silently. It felt final and irreversible. It was necessary too. Lucas's manipulation and outburst had too much emotional impact. They were unavoidable. I couldn't let them hurt Lily or me. Despite the tension, I felt like I was doing the right thing for the first time in days. I set limits, protected my daughter, and took care of myself. That was crucial. Lily was constant throughout. My daughter, my pride and joy, thrived, making the chaos worthwhile. She made me feel calm whenever I looked at her. The drama couldn't dim her light. At 6, she surprised me with her resilience. I think she understood more than I thought, but her innocence protected her from negativity. Lily's school enthusiasm was contagious. Recently, she ran into the living room with a school science project. Watching her proudly display her simple volcano model made me smile. Daddy, see, the volcano. I survived alone. Her eyes widened as she jumped. As seen in class, baking soda and vinegar will erupt. It made me laugh. That's great, kid. Bowing to her, I hugged her tightly. So proud of you. Her face shone with joy. Thanks, Dad. You rule. Nothing seemed to matter as she hugged me tightly. I only cared about her and me then. Lily seemed unconcerned by the chaos. She was unaffected by family strife. She kept learning and improving. She handled everything gracefully and positively. I wanted to be stronger for her because she was stronger than I thought. Seeing her project work made me grateful. Amazing daughter made all family pain and drama worth it. Her wit, empathy, and curiosity kept me going. It reminded me that Lily needed me and that I would fight for her no matter what. Don't let anyone steal her joy.